Chapter 1. The start shocked the 12 universes. Dragon Ball World. In an unknown dimension, a jellyfish floating island stands in the void. This is the ruling center of the Dragon Ball Supreme God King and the other God Kings. It is also the hub for managing all universes. At this time, the surrounding space flashed and several figures appeared in the temple square. These people are the personal guards of the King of all. Their strength is also beyond the existence of the God of Destruction and even the angels. And now even these powerful beings showed solemn presence. The guard leader in the lead had a solemn presence. His eyes fixed on the fluctuating void in front of him. His body was shaking obviously as if he had seen something incredible. Here it comes. The guard leader's eyes became sharp and the guards around him instantly tensed up. As soon as the guard leader finished speaking, the entire dimension was illuminated by golden light. A blue and a red meteor suddenly flashed in the void. Boom! At this time the two meteors kept chasing and colliding in the void. Waves of indescribable collision sounds continued to spread in the void. The impact range caused by the collision far exceeded the limit expected by several guards. Not only was the temple of the Omni King affected, but even the 12 universes under his command were obviously shaken. Countless gods looked terrified, and even those high-ranking gods of destruction did not have the arrogant image of the past. Instead they looked terrified like those weak guys. The 7th universe. Even the 7th universe was greatly affected. Goku and Vegeta, who were training on the destroyer planet, were also knocked to the ground by this force. They were terrified like the other destroyer god. They didn't understand how many levels this power had surpassed. Compared to this energy fluctuation, they felt like a drop of water falling into the vast ocean. It's hard to cross, hard to surpass. Could the universe also have earthquake? Goku was shaken by this fluctuation and even had difficulty standing. This fluctuation. Vegeta's hair stood up. It was the first time he felt such a strong pressure. Not only the two of them, even Beerus on the side had an ugly presence, and beads of sweat kept coming out of his forehead. Whis looked up, his eyes fixed in one direction. Dad and judgment again. Is it the noise made by the adults? Whis said with a surprised presence. Everyone present heard what Whis said except Beerus, who was shocked again. Does Whis have a father? What is a judge? Sun Wukong got up with difficulty and shook off the dust on his training clothes with some effort. Dad, Judge Whis, do you have a father too? Who is the judge you are talking about? Sun Wukong asked 3 soul-searching questions in a row, and everyone present was confused on the spot. You idiot, look at the sentence you made up. How can you talk like that? Even Vegeta was a little ashamed to train with this guy. It's okay to tell you. Whis laughed. He gently pointed the scepter in his hand at the ground. Instantly a protective shield was formed between the 4 people, isolating everything from the outside world. Even the terrifying fluctuations could not affect them. In your impression, are the God of Destruction and King God the highest gods in this universe, or is it me, an angel? Hearing this, the two looked at each other at the same time. However, there was a gleam of doubt in their eyes, but the two still nodded stiffly, because in their impression Lord Beerus is the most honorable god in this universe. In a sense it is true. At this point, Whis frowned. But do you know, there are higher level gods above the God of Destruction. The life levels and dimensions of those adults are far beyond your imagination. At this point, Whis glanced at the planet that was shaking outside the shield again. The reason why the 7th universe is shaking so wildly, it is because of the aftermath of the battle between the High Priest and the Judge. And the High Priest and the Judge are the supreme rulers of our God clan. Oh, it seems that I have said too much. Whis said these explosive news words in a light tone. The brains of the two people plotted with a buzz. Such a range of fluctuations is not a cosmic earthquake at all. It is the aftermath of someone's battle. At this time, the dimension where the temple is located, the 2 meteors in the sky collided more violently, and the chaotic wind caused by the aftermath of the 2 people pressed towards the surrounding dimensions like a tsunami. Such a terrifying power constantly stimulated the nerves of every guard present. They dared not imagine what level the 2 supreme gods had cultivated themselves to. If they were to go up, they would definitely not be as good as cannon fodder. This battle will soon be decided. At this time the red meteor suddenly expanded by more than twice and its aura soared instantly. A collision knocked down the blue meteor. The latter instantly fell on the square of the temple of the Omni King, directly smashed a bottomless pit in the square. The short young man in the pit had a serious presence. The guy opposite was still so powerful after so many years. It was the High Priest who was knocked out, and the shining red meteor in the sky looked down at him. It's not over yet. The High Priest straightened his clothes and a golden ring instantly appeared behind him, and at this moment the High Priest suddenly felt that the whole world in his sight had completely stopped. He thought it was not good and frantically urged the remaining divine power. He wanted to break free, but it was useless. A dazzling red light flashed in front of his eyes and he had to close his eyes. When the High Priest opened his eyes again, he found that his body had been tightly bound by countless chains. His throat was also held by a red long sword. The 452nd time. You lose again this time. A white-haired young man held a red long sword and looked at the high priest, who lost to him again. He couldn't tell what Zion was on his face. Chapter 2. I am the judge, the creator of the destruction god system. Tsha 8 calm. You lose. The young man stroked his long white hair and took the chain and the red sword back into the dimensional space. The high priest sat on the ground and panted. His Zion was very wonderful. For a while he sat for a long time before he came to his senses. The high priest stood up and patted the dust on his body, shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. I still can't beat you. Your progress is so fast that it's scary. The guy the high priest was referring to was the white-haired young man in front of him. It's just the accumulation of billions of years. It's not worth mentioning. When talking about time, the young man couldn't help but sigh. Even he himself didn't expect that time would pass so quickly. The young man's name is Zong Su. He is not from this world but from another parallel plane, Blue Star. At the beginning he accidentally traveled to this world and directly crossed to Quan Shen. He didn't know what Quan Shen was thinking at the time. He only remembered that Quan Shen appointed Zong Su as the judge of Quan Shen's territory on the spot, the fallen god who is responsible for judging everything in the land. At that time even the guard and even the early Salama and the second generation high priest were confused by Quan Shen's appointment. Such a high official position was conferred on them when they first met, but as mentioned before, they didn't know Quan Shen's inner thoughts at the time. No matter how many puzzles and complaints they had, they could only respect the choice of this adult. After the appointment, Quan Shen directly met Zong Su and his face of the god decomposed into 5 individuals. One merged with Zong Su. One stayed in this time and space. The one who stayed here was the young king of all. The other 3 fled to different time and space planes and disappeared completely. The supreme god of all god fell. This incident confused Zong Su, who had not yet grown up, saying goodbye to all gods just after meeting them. Unlike other time travelers, Zong Su was not bound to any system. Most of his current strength and achievement came from Zong Su himself, and some came from Salama and others. Zong Su quickly adapted to the new body and began his own practice under the guidance of the god. During the endless practice process, he was surprised to find that the talent of this body was quite terrible. Even the high priest at that time was shocked by Zong Su's terrifying talent and practice speed. Could this be attributed to the part of all gods that was split off? However, Zong Su still made effort. In the days that followed, the high priest and the god Salama served as Zong Su's temporary teachers. The high priest explained to him the work content of the judge, what a god should do and how to absorb the energy of the universe to nourish himself. Salama served as Zong Su's combat teacher, teaching him how to fight, how to forge his own artifacts and practice with him. Under the guidance of the 2 top gods of the universe, Zong Su's strength and insights improved rapidly. Time passed quickly. During Zong Su's growth, many new universes were born in this world. There were as many as 18 new universes. At that time, Zong Su had already become independent under the guidance of the high priest and Salama. He became a real god. Zong Su chose numbers from 1 to 18 to name these universes. While naming these universes, Zong Su also proposed a plan to appoint some new gods to manage these new universes, and these new gods must be able to check and balance each other and be absolutely loyal to the territory of the king of all. Since he understood the concept of the universe, Zong Su actually understood it very well. The speed of the expansion of the newborn universe is very amazing. An infinite universe also has its limit. Excessive destruction, excessive creation, this would only cause the originally balanced scale to tilt. So Zong Su discussed with the gods such as the great priest and others and re-established the new god rules. Under the new rules of the god, the priesthood of the god of destruction and the king of the world was born. This was also the earliest idea of the god of destruction and the king of the world managing the universe. The 4 gods had clear division of labor. The newly established planners were Zong Su, Salama, the great priest Kansei. Zong Su was responsible for judging the universe system and rules and selected several candidates for the god of destruction from the races born in the new universe. These were also the 18 first-generation gods of destruction. Salama planted a seed on the higher dimension and the seed grew into a towering tree in an instant, and the crown of this tree can also produce 2 kinds of fruits, namely golden apples and red apples. When the golden apple matures, it will be blessed by the guidance of several other gods, thus giving birth to the king of the world. When the red apple matures, it will automatically fall under the roots of the tree and will automatically grow into the king of the world without the guidance of other gods. Then it will be guided by other gods and uniformly distributed to the corresponding universe. The high priest and Kansei planted their own origins in the new universe and used their divine power to continuously guide these origins to grow and evolve. Under the careful guidance of the 2 supreme gods, these origins continued to move closer to the races of the 2, thus giving birth to the angels. Later, Kansei ordered these 18 angels to assist the corresponding 18 gods of destruction. Because these 18 angels were transformed from the origins of the high priest and Kansei themselves, they are are extremely powerful. Even when they were born, their strength far exceeded that of the gods of destruction. The high priest was worried about this, so he personally formulated the rule that angels could not take action. For this reason the angel mistress Kansei had a big quarrel with the high priest. This is also the reason why the two gods will go to opposite sides in the future. Under the guidance of the four gods, the first generation of 18 universes developed rapidly and soon reached an unprecedented heyday. Or many major events happened in the middle. However, these events can only be left for later. Later, after creating the Super Dragon Balls, Salama and Kansei chose to leave the territory of the King of All. In the end, the only supreme gods left were the Grand Priest and Zong Su. After that battle, there are only 12 of the 18 universes left. The territory of the Omni King is rapidly declining and the angels are still at their peak. However, the god of destruction has a big gap and its strength is far less than its original glory. There are also eternal forces lurking in the territory trying to replace the Omni King. The remaining two supreme gods dare not slack off and the Omni King has not yet recovered. The burden now falls on the shoulders of the Grand Priest and Zong Su. It is now, are you still thinking about the past? The past is over and there is no need to recall those sad past. Zong Su snapped his fingers and pulled the Grand Priest, who was lost in memories, back to reality. The Grand Priest smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yes, the glorious era is over. You are more suitable to be a qualified leader than me. That's it. The High Priest waved his hand and disappeared in a flash, leaving Zong Su alone to think. Now should be the period of resurrection, right? The period when Sun Wukong and Vegeta had just realized the super blue form not long ago. At this point, Zong Su's mouth corners rose again. He decided to go to the 7th universe in person. Chapter 3: Arrogance. Super Saiyan Blue Sky vs Beerus. The judge is coming soon. After Whis's careful explanation, Goku and Vegeta's worldview was refreshed again. Before this, they always thought that the god of destruction was the most powerful instance in this universe. Both of them silently set surpassing the god of destruction as their first goal. The overwhelming power shown by Beerus before was no joke and it deeply shocked them. For the first time, they clearly understood how much gap there was between themselves and the powerful instant. But now you tell them that the god of destruction is not the strongest. The so-called most powerful god of destruction is just a kitten in front of those supreme gods. The god of destruction is not the strongest. There are so many masters who are stronger than the god of destruction. And the king of all you mentioned, how strong are they? Sun Wukong, whose worldview was refreshed again, once again asked 4 soul-searching questions. After hearing these incredible remarks from Sun Wukong, Whis's presence was wonderful. For a moment, Whis looked at Sun Wukong with complicated eyes. Wouldn't a normal person be scared when hearing these explosive news? Wouldn't he be in awe? Vegeta's presence was calm. Although he didn't speak, his heart was already filled with shock and could not calm down for a long time. So this is the truly powerful instance, the god of destruction, the angel, and those high and mighty supreme gods. One day Vegeta will also reach the realm that those so-called gods of yours have reached. I will never lose to any of you. Vegeta clenched his fist and his eyes seemed to flash with fiery spark. His originally rock-hard state of mind, which was determined to become stronger, reached a new height again. He also had people he cared about. He also had goals he wanted to achieve. Looks like they are full of fighting spirit. Seeing the two people showing different presence, Whis could only sigh heavily. What on earth are these guys thinking? You two guys, it's really a headache. Although he said so, his evaluation of these two guys once again reached a new height. The mood is good but too arrogant. While the two were excited about this, Beerus, who was basking in the sun not far away, poured a basin of cold water on them again. Surpass the Grand Priest and the judge. Yes, your courage is commendable. So awesome, Beerus said sarcastically and applauded the two. By the way, he didn't even dare to think about surpassing those two beings. As a result, these two people in front of him directly said that they wanted to surpass each other. This is no longer called courage. This is called arrogance, a kind of arrogance that doesn't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. It's like when you walk on the road and see an ant standing at your heels. The ant raises its antennae and makes a bold statement that it wants to surpass you. After being mocked by Beerus, the two Suns did not completely recognize the gap and give up and choose to be dejected. Instead, they were once again aroused to compete. Sun Wukong looked serious, staring directly at Beerus, who was covering his mouth and laughing, and said his answer word by word. I will. As long as there is an unswerving will, we will definitely get the answer we want. It's just a matter of time. Vegeta gritted his teeth and gave his own answer as well. Very good. After getting the answers from the two, Beerus's face became completely gloomy, as dark as when you draw a card 8 times in a row. He was just out of breath because of the laughter of the two, and now he is going to take action. This change of attitude is faster than turning a page of a book. Beerus stood up and a layer of purple destructive energy gradually floated around his body. The breath of God rose rapidly. These destructive energies instantly destroyed the recliner under him and the surrounding leisure agriculture facilities. Crack crack. Beerus twisted his neck and raised his arms slightly to move his body. He said without a trace of emotion in his tone. To put it bluntly, you Syans are really stupid. Barbaric arrogant want to surpass the opponent when you see a strong opponent. Every time Beerus said a word his breath soared to a whole new level. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were facing a great enemy and instantly took fighting postures. The two entered the super blue state at the same time, tightening their own breath and energy to the minimum amount at all time. But the cold sweat on their forehead and the trembling hands betrayed them. Let us see it. The real gap between us and the god of destruction. Vegeta's forehead was bulging with blue veins and his breath was also soaring wildly. It's not like he hasn't beaten the god of destruction before. Do you really think that Vegeta is afraid of these so-called gods? Beerus was amused by the two again. You are indeed very talented. So talented that I am impressed. As he said this, he glanced at Whis, who was drinking tea and watching the show. If you have a good teacher, your future achievements will definitely reach the level of the god of destruction. But it is not a good thing to set your goals too high. While Beerus was still speaking, a roar that soared into the sky brought him back to reality. Let go. The two had already started to attack and they all used 100% of their strength. Sun Wukong flashed in front of Beerus and punched him in the chest. And the latter, Beerus' eyes flashed and he slightly turned his body to avoid this terrifying attack. At the same time he used another move to throw Sun Wukong away on the spot. But at this critical moment Beerus suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation behind him. He turned back and saw Vegeta rubbing his hands with an energy bullet behind him. Try this move, Vegeta said arrogantly, as if he had seen Beerus's uncomfortable expression after receiving this move. But things did not go as he wished. The unexpected events caused by the battle once again refreshed his cognition. Beerus turned around instantly and grabbed the energy bullet rubbed out from Vegeta's palm with one claw. What the hell? Vegeta was completely shocked by this ghost-like speed. He did not expect Beerus' speed to be so fast. But Beerus would not give him any breathing time. Beerus gently pushed the energy bullet to Vegeta's chest. Boom! On the destroyer planet a huge mushroom cloud rose up. Vegeta was also completely submerged in the explosion. Beerus was not even covered in dust and even yawned. You have to know that he is now dealing with two people in super blue form, not ordinary form. As a result, the two were fooled by others throughout the process. Beerus glanced in one direction and a slight arc rose at the corner of his mouth. In an instant Sun Wukong, who was originally pushed away, teleported again and came to Beerus. He kicked out with a sweeping kick aiming directly at Beerus' neck. The breath generated by the sweeping leg directly created a deep gully in the surrounding grass. This shows how heavy this move is. Beerus bent down and slightly avoided Sun Wukong's full strength attack, and this happened to be Sun Wukong's trap. Sun Wukong's mouth corners rose and he quickly controlled the power before the sweep was completely kicked out of Beerus' range. Sun Wukong quickly turned around and his heel turned into a knife tip. He kicked on Beerus' chest. Beerus' pupils shrank suddenly. He had never thought of this. Chapter 4. Beerus defeated Sorabe instantly. Zong Su, being young is good. You can fall asleep right away. However, this is not over yet. Sun Wukong once again used his ability of teleportation to teleport under Beerus. He bent his right leg and directly hit Beerus into the air with a knee. Beerus, who did not react in time, was also directly stunned by this set of small combos from Sun Wukong, but he still took it all without saying a word. This shows what a terrifying level Beerus's defense has reached in normal state. Beerus, who was hit into the air, only felt a flash in front of his eyes. Another figure appeared above Beerus. It was Vegeta, who was originally submerged in the explosion. Vegeta was basically fine except for some scratches on his body, but he was stunned for a while. Vegeta gathered his hands together and an amazing energy continued to gather between his palms. Try this move again. Vegeta's arm veins bulged and the energy gathered at once reached its peak. He aimed the energy at Beerus, who was about to fly up, and performed his ultimate move. Final flash. Boom. At that moment extremely violent lightning energy burst out from the palms of Vegeta's hands. The energy carried the power to destroy everything and shot toward Beerus below. Beerus did not even try to dodge. He directly chose to take on this terrifying energy attack head-on. Beerus was knocked down by this energy again. How could Sun Wukong below just sit there and wait to die? Sun Wukong also gathered his hands together and a blue energy ball appeared under his gathering. The energy ball gathered quickly. It soon reached its peak. Seeing that the time was ripe, Sun Wukong immediately aimed the energy wave in his hand at Beerus, who was about to fall above. Came haha! The terrifying energy wave burst out from the palms of Sun Wukong's hands and collided head-on with the shot down Beerus. For a moment the finishing moves of the two Syans collided with each other. The terrifying energy fluctuations directly destroyed the surrounding environment. Beerus, who was sandwiched between the final flash and the Kamehameha, remained silent. A blood-boiling combination skill. Whis, who was watching the battle from a distance, nodded with satisfaction. The cooperation between the two Syans was still quite perfect, but it was useless because because he knew very well how outrageous the gap between those two guys and Lord Beerus was. Back to the battle. The two energies were still colliding with each other, and the two Suns above and below were also frantically increasing their energy. It seemed that neither side was convinced by the other. However, it reached the critical point immediately. Boom! The two energies completely plotted under the continuous pressure of the two. The horrible explosion directly blew up half of the entire destroyer planet. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were breathing heavily with beads of sweat on their forehead. They almost couldn't even maintain the super blue form. When, looking at the smoke that had not dissipated for a long time, Vegeta said nervously. But Sun Wukong soon found something wrong. No, I can't feel any fluctuations at all. Sun Wukong's presence was ugly. He couldn't feel any fluctuations of Beerus' life. This made him think of a terrible result. Could it be that Lord Beerus? But this attack was not enough to kill the destroyer god. While the two were thinking, a figure suddenly rushed out of the smoke below, so fast that the two people can't react at all. Crack! Sun Wukong only heard a crisp bone cracking sound, and then he realized that Vegeta had lost consciousness and fell to the ground. After dealing with Vegeta, Beerus set his target on Sun Wukong not far away. When Sun Wukong finally reacted, he found that Beerus had appeared below him. Beerus looked crazy and grabbed Sun Wukong's collar with one hand. Sun Wukong felt his brain go blank for a while, and then he heard Beerus roar, "Take off!" Boom! Sun Wukong fell heavily to the ground and several bones were broken. He lost consciousness on the spot. Is that all the strength? The battle ended and the two super blue Suns were completely defeated, and the final winner. Beerus looked down at the two unconscious Suns below. He had just started warming up, but these two little bastards were so weak. Tisk, boring. Whis, take them down for treatment. Beerus glanced at Whis not far away, but he saw Whis talking to a white-haired man. Whis also blinked at him from time to time. Who? Beerus squinted, wanted to see who the white-haired man was, but you don't know until you see it. You'll be shocked. When he saw the man clearly, Beerus almost got scared out of his wit. He never dreamed that the legendary judge who rarely appeared actually came to his planet. He didn't even notice it. Judge, Lord Judge. Beerus rolled and crawled in front of Zong Su and bowed deeply. Welcome to inspect, Lord. I am guilty, please don't blame me, Lord. Cold sweat kept running down Beerus' cheeks and he almost kowtowed to Zong Su on the spot. If you want to say who Beerus fears the most, it must be Lord Judge. The second is the king of all. Zong Su didn't even look at Beerus and said calmly, nothing. I just came here to take a look this time. Zong Su also patted his shoulder and gave him an affirmative smile, but the latter was even more scared. Your work attitude is good recently. Even the number of planets destroyed in the past 20 years has exceeded 5. How could Beerus not hear the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious that the Lord in front of him wants to talk about his work attitude? As soon as he thought of himself leading the team to play badly and then being dismissed and taken away for trial by the ruling, Beerus' face almost turned green with fear. He knelt down on the spot, and Zong Su was just teasing him and he didn't expect this guy to have such a big reaction. Okay, I won't dismiss you. I won't hold you responsible for anything. Zong Su waved his hand and indicated that he would not pursue the matter anymore. Beerus sighed with relief. Fortunately, this lord was sensible and didn't hold him responsible for leading the team to play badly. Come on, do a good job. I'll give you a promotion and a raise when the time comes. Zong Su painted a big pie for Beerus. The meaning of this sentence was implicit and everyone present could see it. Lord Beerus, you have to work hard in the future. Whis, who had been lurking nearby, also jumped out to tease Beerus at this time. Zong Su nodded. He had been tired of hearing these cliché copyrights for billions of years. He didn't come here to listen to these two guys complimenting each other, but it's because those two Suns traveled through Dragon Ball but never met the protagonist. He still wanted to meet them a little bit. After all, he had traveled through the Dragon Ball world for so many years that he almost forgot about the two original protagonists, Son Goku and Vegeta. He only remembered this when he was beating up the high priest. So Zong Su came over to take a look. Zong Su looked at the two people who were still lying dead not far away and smiled with relief. At this time, Son Goku and Vegeta were lying on the ground. Their faces were ruddy and they even smiled, looking peaceful. A pale white halo also appeared on their head. Sleeping like a baby, Zong Su smiled with relief again. He didn't expect that these two Dragon Ball protagonists actually fell asleep and even had such a good sleep quality. It's good to be young, just fall asleep. Chapter 5, Zong Su's Angel Investment. These two Suns are very talented. Oh yes, I almost forgot about them. Beerus slapped his forehead. He was busy licking the judge just now and forgot that these two were still lying there. After all, he was so excited at the time that he didn't care how hard he hit. As a result, the two sandbags couldn't even withstand a single blow. They all fell down. Whis, use your ability to heal them quickly. Don't let them stay there. Beerus hurriedly called out to Whis. You are still impatient, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded and jumped to the two to check their injuries. Lord Beerus, you hit too hard. Whis stared at Beerus. He thought it was just a simple sparring, but Beerus hit them so so hard? Are you going to die? Beerus' heart skipped a beat. He had just warmed up. How could those two guys be killed by his single blow? Beerus ran to the two and shook their already cold bodies, trying to wake them up forcibly. But this action made the two of them. The body that was about to fall apart became even more fragmented. Don't move. You will only make them die faster if you do this. Whis isolated Beerus to one side. He quickly summoned the scepter, ready to use his divine power to pull the two down from the brink of death. After all, this kind of thing is relatively simple for him. Two green energies flew out from the top of the scepter and flew into the bodies of the two respectively. This energy quickly traveled through the bodies of the two and constantly repaired the damaged organs and broken bone. The vitality of the two was also recovering rapidly, and soon there was a faint breath. This can be regarded as saving Sun Wukong and the others. Zong Su also came to the side of the two. He squinted his eyes and looked at the two Suns in front of him with an expression that seemed to be thinking. Whis noticed the change in the expression of this adult. He was still very good at observing the eyes of the superiors. Lord Judgment, are you also very interested in these two guys? Whis said respectfully. I guess so. These two guys are very strange, Zong Su said without raising his head, staring at Sun Wukong and Vegeta with his golden eyes. It was as if he could see through their memories and souls in an instant. Strange? What do you think is strange about these two guys? Whis said in surprise. He didn't understand what the strange this adult was referring to. At the same time, he was looking forward to what the adult would think of the two net. These two Suns are very talented, and these two guys seem to have great potential in their bodies. Zong Su laughed again. At the same time, he secretly said in his heart, how different can the talent of the male protagonist and the deputy male protagonist, who is infinitely close to the male protagonist, be? To put it mildly, at least they are at the level of the god of destruction. Even if Zong Su did not take the original work as an example, this is also his true evaluation of the two Suns. The talents of these two guys are indeed terrifyingly high. He can even clearly feel that there is a strong potential in the bodies of the two, but it has not yet awakened. At this time, a guide is needed. Are you training them according to the standards of the god of destruction? Zong Su still said without raising his head. Whis hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. They are trained according to the training standards of the god of destruction. It is not to train them to be the god of destruction in the future. Just let them reach that level. Whis answered truthfully, and this is indeed his current idea of training Sun Wukong and Vegeta, because these two guys don't want to be the god of destruction. Zong Su didn't continue to speak, but the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, so his net speech surprised the usually calm Whis. Even Beerus on the side was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He said, your training method is wrong. Training with the standard of the god of destruction will only slow down the progress of the two of them. It's better to set one yourself. Let them train to the standard of reaching the angel. Zong Su said in a calm tone, the training efficiency of these two people is ridiculously slow. It's better to let him draw up a new training list for them. In his previous life on Blue Star, Zong Su always heard those people say that there was not much hair dye left for Suns. He took this sentence as far. He wanted to see how many forms these Suns had. He also wanted to see what level these two original protagonists could eventually grow to, but he wanted to see whether the so-called Supertime Son Goku and Vegeta could reach the forms of other Dragon Ball fan were. For example, those Super 4, Super 5, Super SI and so on. After all, the Fengtagu in Zong Su's original world was too slow to draw. It would be better to let him travel through time and do experiments on these two protagonists. At that time, this was also an absurd idea. He had never thought that he would really travel through time, but now it's happening for real. So those ideas that have been buried in Zong Su's heart for a long time have resurfaced. This is considered an investment, but it's more like using two little white mice for experiments, right? But Zong Su doesn't care about these at all. Helping others improve their strength for free while satisfying their own little fun and strengthening their own camp. By the way, isn't this a win-win for them? Beerus and Whis were speechless for a while. They were all still very shocked, especially Beerus. He didn't think highly of these two people before, thinking that it would be good for these two Suns to reach the level of god of destruction. But the judge Zong Su wanted to train the two with the blueprint of angel combat power. I'll draw up a list for you later. You two should train them according to the above standard. Don't think too much, just follow the above. I have already laid out the future plan. Zong Su smiled again. This can be regarded as the first investment in these two people. As for how much value these two people can have to him in the future, this is still an unknown. Time passed by minute. Zong Su still looked at the two people who were still in a coma, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The same was true for Beelzebub and Whis net to him. Both of them showed obvious signs of waking up. There is movement. Zong Su glanced at Vegeta lying on the side, and Vegeta's eyelids twitched. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up quickly, looking around in shock. His forehead was already covered with dense cold sweat. I am resurrected, Vegeta said in disbelief. To ensure the authenticity, he pinched his arm hard again. again. Yes. Feeling the severe pain in his arm, Vegeta finally read with a sense of relief tone. During the time of coma he really felt as if he was dead. In the endless darkness he could not feel the passage of time. He never wanted to experience that feeling again. The battle is over. A voice came from behind him, and Vegeta turned around suddenly, but found that Beerus, Whis and another white-haired man were just looking at him. Chapter 6 Whis, that adult's apparent strength is also in the top 3 in the universe. Awake. He is very tenacious. Zong Su stared at the still unconscious Sun Wukong and said to Vegeta without turning his head, and Vegeta was confused. Who is this person? Why has he never seen him before? Why did he appear on the planet of the god of destruction? With such doubt Vegeta asked with a stuttering tone. Vegeta had just finished saying 2 words when a purple hand covered his mouth. Beerus' face almost turned green with fear and he quickly made a gesture to Vegeta to keep quiet. I beg you to stop talking. Beerus wanted to cry but had no tears. He was really unlucky today. After so many twists and turns, it made his already fragile heart even more fragile. Didn't you see that I was standing honestly net to this adult just now? If Vegeta said something wrong, he would definitely be the first one to be criticized by the leader. Vegeta nodded hurriedly. He waved his hands repeatedly to signal Beerus to put down his hand. He was almost out of breath. Are you sure? Beerus didn't let go of his hand at all, still looking at him with a wary face. Vegeta nodded frantically again, and the latter finally let go of his palm. He looked at the white-haired young man not far away with a vigilant face, and his heart had already set off a shocking wave. Looking at Beerus's presence just now, it seems that he is very afraid of the guy not far away. Who is this adult? Beerus is so afraid of him. There is nothing else. The key is that people like Beerus, the god of destruction, and Whis, who is unfathomable in strength, can only stand net to that adult. Like a child standing obediently. Vegeta's forehead was covered with cold sweat. The more he thought about this question, the more afraid he became. Turning his head again, he found that Beerus was staring at him, afraid that he would say something wrong again. Looking at that creepy look, Vegeta's hair stood up instantly. In the end he suppressed his curiosity to find out the truth. In the end he chose to stand net to Beerus and waited quietly for Son Goku to wake up. Time flew by. Son Goku's eyelids began to twitch gradually. Then, like Vegeta, he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up almost instantly. Son Goku gasped for breath. He was still in shock, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying not long ago. And in fact it was just like that. During the period of coma he seemed to have had a long dream. He dreamed of a guy with golden light all over his body. The guy seemed to be right in front of him, but he couldn't reach anything. The distance between them was as far as the infinite plane. At the last moment the golden figure took the initiative to walk towards Sun Wukong and merged into his body. Because of this, Sun Wukong was awakened on the spot. Just as Sun Wukong was about to get up, a strange voice sounded behind him. Are you awake? The operation was successful. No. Zong Su felt a sudden realization. He didn't want to say something like the operation was successful. It was as if someone had pressed the speech button for him in advance, but he didn't care about it. Sun Wukong turned around quickly but found that the 4 people looked at him as if he was a fool. They just stared at him. It's good to wake up. Go and tell them what happened. Zong Su gestured to Whis to explain what happened, and he came to the tree not far away. Whis nodded and began to tell the 2 of them what had happened before in detail. Beerus on the side was responsible for supplementing. You don't know. Time passed quietly. The 2 who knew the whole story were also stunned. You mean we almost died? Sun Wukong widened his eyes and found it hard to accept. It's really scary. Vegeta's presence on the side was also quite interesting, but he was more grateful. They were almost beaten to death by Beerus. In the end it was Whis who saved them. If it was before, the 2 of them would definitely think that such a thing would never happen. It was just a simple competition. How could he kill them? Go to Beerus and do it to them for real. However, this incident also taught them a profound lesson. That is, you must remain humble when facing a strong person. This also made them realize that they are just frogs in a well. They are just sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Sorry, I hit you on the head by accident. Beerus turned his head to the side and quickly threw away the black pot on his back. Blame it on me at that time. This incident has nothing to do with me, who has repented now. At this time Whis came out again to smooth things over. How do you feel now, both of you? Before you have digested this news, why don't you check your body first? The 2 nodded and began to carefully feel the power. As a result, they were shocked to find that their power had increased again. This heaven-defying characteristic still is in this world. Zong Su could hear everything they said. He also instantly remembered a supernatural characteristic of the Sun. The characteristic of the Suns that their fighting power is greatly enhanced after they are revived from the brink of death. Because this Sun exclusive feature is too powerful, the original author also downplayed the restrictions on this feature. However, Zong Su did not expect that this world still retains this supernatural feature. This is also part of the list. Then we must make good use of it. Looking at the dandelions gradually drifting away, Zong Su's whose mouth corners also rose slightly. In a sense, the two of them still have to thank Beerus and Whis. Since this supernatural feature has not been eliminated, it is better to let oneself be the wind wielder and let the dandelions float farther. Anyway, doing so is also beneficial to the camp. However, he cannot go on the field himself. Instead, he needs a specific agent to execute his order. There is no need to think about this simple problem. Zong Su quickly found the right person. After Whis' clever solution, the two accepted the fact that they were almost killed by Beerus in one move. Losing is losing. There is nothing to say. This can't be blamed on others. It can only be blamed on not having cultivated the family well. Although the current problem has been solved, there is still one thing that has been bothering the two of them. Who is that guy? Why did he appear on Beerus's planet? Sun Wukong pressed his doubt. Vegeta also wanted to know this question. Due to the majesty of the god of destruction, he never said this question. But now someone finally spoke up. The two looked like they were seeking knowledge. You guys. Beerus was about to get angry but was suppressed by Whis, indicating that he should not be nervous. That instant, but he is a very powerful god. Whis made a gesture to silence and then said in a deep voice, that adult is the judge. He is also one of the supreme rulers of the god, even if his apparent strength is among the top 3 in the universe. Whis said with a serious expression, and what he said was all true. At the same time he added, as powerful as the god of destruction and the angel of God, it is also arranged by that adult's word. After learning the true identity of the man, the two of them were suddenly struck by lightning, even shocked to the point of difficulty speaking. Chapter 7. Why did you become stronger? He is the judge. Sun Wukong and the others were completely shocked. They had heard about the universe priesthood from Whis before, including the judge, the high priest, and so on. And now, the one who appeared in front of them was one of the 3 true supreme gods in this universe, and he was the most powerful god among them. Looking at Zong Su, who was sitting under a tree not far away and reading a book, even if he didn't look up at him deliberately, Sun Wukong could feel his soul in an instant, so much so that all his past memories were as simple as a blank sheet of paper in front of him. Sun Wukong had cold sweat on his forehead. Even just looking at him made it difficult to stay calm. So what kind of terrifying level did the hard power of this judge have reached? You mean that the Judgment Master's apparent strength can squeeze into the top 3 in the universe? Why do you say apparent strength? What gods are in the universe ranking you are referring to? Vegeta quickly calmed down and also expressed his confusion. He wanted to know what beings were in the universe ranking that Whis mentioned. How terrible are the strengths of those beings? Are you so uneasy? Forget it, it's okay to tell you this news. Whis took a sip of milk tea and said in a relaxed tone, the universe ranking I'm referring to, it refers to the supreme gods that have appeared in this world as well as the ranking of the current supreme god. This is recognized by all lower gods and it is the only basic standard for measuring those instances. Let's put it this way. Whis' expression became serious again. As he spoke, he also made a 5 gesture. Even the great priest, who is the first person under the king of all who I told you about, can only squeeze into the top 5 in this ranking. I can't tell you the 4th place. When it comes to the 4th place, Whis' expression becomes serious again. The real name of that guy is a taboo for them, the god, but his face soon returned to normal and he continued. The 3rd place is the one sitting under the tree reading a book. He is also the god with the longest seniority except for the current great priest. He is both a manager and a judge. Why do I say the top 3 in apparent strength? I can't tell you this yet, Mr. Vegeta. At this point Whis made a 2-sign gesture. As for the 2nd place, that was the 2nd high priest, but he left later. When Whis was about to talk about the 1st place, Sun Wukong, Vegeta and even Beerus sat upright. The 3 of them were afraid of missing any information. Whis showed a mysterious smile again and drank a sip of milk tea slowly. His leisurely look made the 3 people who were eager to listen to the book an ease. It's like taking off your pants to watch the read, but the read is the principle of the cartoon. Why did you stop just when you talked about the clima? Keep talking. Whis ignored the urging of the 3 people and continued to drink milk tea leisurely. Let's talk about it any time. The milk tea has been finished and there is no need to talk about it anymore. It's too high, they are of no help at all. Spoiler, Beerus said disdainfully. This guy still likes to be a riddler. I didn't expect there are so many masters, although it is unlikely to surpass them, let alone reach the realm they can reach. But this is really exciting. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong laughed. He was not scared by these unreasonable gods who were so powerful, but instead aroused his fighting spirit again. Humph, idiot. One day Vegeta will surpass you, Kakarot. Vegeta didn't care about surpassing these gods as long as he could defeat Kakarot. At this time, an abrupt voice broke the laughter of the crowd. The physique is standard. Sun Wukong was also startled by this voice. Turning around, he found that Zong Su, who was originally leaning against the tree to read a book, appeared behind him inadvertently, as if he didn't exist in this world. No one noticed. Are you talking about me? Sun Wukong said with some stammering. His finger pointed at himself with some trembling. At this this moment, in front of this true god, he could not maintain his usual carefreeness. You and that guy have strange body structures. Zong Su looked at Vegeta, who was completely confused net to him, and said in a leisurely tone, "Is this sir talking about me?" Vegeta secretly said in his heart, "I'm talking about you." But Zong Su seemed to see through his thoughts and said it without hesitation. Vegeta was struck by lightning, as if he had no privacy in front of this person. "It can hear my thoughts directly." Vegeta's pupils shrank suddenly and he transmitted another voice with some uncertainty. It might have been a coincidence just now, but what Zong Su said the net second shocked his worldview again. "This is also one of my abilities, but it's not very outstanding." Zong Su smiled. He did have the ability to survey the voice of the heart. This skill is useless to him now. Vegeta was shocked and stood there in a daze. Even the cat net to him was shocked. Whis didn't feel anything but thought it was reasonable. "Are you saying that our body structure is strange?" Sun Wukong calmed down and asked Zong Su with a puzzled tone. "There is nothing wrong with the body shape, but I see something different in you." Zong Su did not deny it and answered calmly, "You and Vegeta are both very talented, and it will be easy for you to achieve the status of God in the future. Do you want to become the new generation of God of Destruction? If a new universe is born one day, I can directly let you take the throne. No need for the approval of other gods at all." Zong Su answered like this. As a high-level god, he does have this right. He does not need the approval of the king of all. He can pull people to the position of God of Destruction. This is also one of the rights given to him by all gods. "No, I don't have that idea yet. I don't want to be a god of destruction." Sun Wukong denied it. He didn't want to be the god of destruction, he just wanted to become stronger. "I don't want to either. There are some things I can't leave behind." Vegeta also denied it. "Becoming the god of destruction also has a price. You two bastards, you don't accept such a good offer." It was Beerus' turn to be an ease. He was about to go up and punch the two of them when he was stunned by a pair of golden eyes. Zong Su just looked at him. His expression was neither sad nor happy. Beerus' face turned green again and he rolled behind Whis on the spot. "I'm fine, I'm leaving." Zong Su was silent for a while. It was reasonable for the two to refuse the position of the god of destruction. He knew that neither of them could become the god of destruction. It was just a little joke. He said again in a flat tone, "Then why do you want to become stronger?" Chapter 8 Develop new special training for the two. Unleash the Sion's greatest potential. Why do you want to become stronger? The two of them fell into deep thought for a while. They had thought about this question before, but they had no clear decision. Before becoming stronger, was it to protect the earth, to protect their friends, to protect their families? This is indeed the reason why they want to become stronger, just to protect all the beauty they see. But now the two of them want to become stronger. There is a hint of impurity on the road to their goals. Vegeta is still Vegeta after being whitewashed. The purpose of his becoming stronger is to surpass Son Goku and to protect his loved ones. But what about Son Goku now? His early training was indeed for the earth, but now is it just to become stronger? This is super time and space. Vegeta took a deep breath and said in front of everyone present the purpose of his desire to become stronger. "I become stronger just to surpass him. I am not willing to live under the feet of this lower level warrior. I want to prove myself. I am still the former Sion Prince." Vegeta is very eager for power and everything he does is to surpass Son Goku and prove himself. Secondly, he wants to protect everything he has. Vegeta's eyes are burning with spark. He raised his fist and said to Son Goku word by word, "One day I will defeat you myself." Kakarot Vegeta. Looking at Vegeta's serious expression, Sun Wukong was silent again. He didn't know how to answer Vegeta. After a long silence, he also told Zong Su his purpose of wanting to become stronger. "I want to explore the limit." Sun Wukong also clenched his fist and his eyes gradually lit up. He lowered his head and looked at his feet. "I want to compete with strong people from different worlds and want to know how strong the potential of Sions is. I want to become stronger." Sun Wukong gave his answer with a firm face. After all, the personalities of characters in each time and space will be different, so Zong Su didn't feel strange. He even thought that the purpose and starting point of Sun Wukong in this time and space to become stronger were also good. This at least has a goal. Even the idea is the same as his own. It seems that this is why you want to become stronger. The determination is still quite good. Zong Su applauded with a smile on his face, agreeing with the determination of the two. But then he also expressed his purpose. "I came to you to talk so much nonsense for a purpose. Didn't you say you wanted to become stronger? How about making a deal with me?" When the word deal was mentioned, everyone present was confused except those who knew about it. Did this gentleman come here and say all these words just to make a deal with them? But they quickly caught the sharp point. A deal to become stronger. The two of them quickly thought of a more dangerous point. Vegeta thought for a long time and answered his attitude respectfully. "We want to become stronger with our own strength." Sun Wukong quite agreed with Vegeta's attitude. They just want to become stronger with their own strength, rather than relying on outsiders' hard pulling. "Who said that we can only rely on pulling pulling up the seedlings to help them grow. Do you really think that I will use my own power to forcibly pull you to the level of the god of destruction? Think too much. Zong Su was stunned on the spot. These two guys really thought wrongly. The deal I'm talking about. I also want to explore the limits of Yuxian. What do you mean? The two were stunned. I want to make an investment in you. To put it simply, I want to develop a new training content for you. Try to stimulate your huge potential. This can also be regarded as an experiment on you. Zong Su revealed his true purpose to the two without any hesitation. He didn't care whether the two would refuse. For a moment the two fell into deep thought. Even Beerus, who was not far away, didn't dare to breathe, and at the same time he was a little envious of this Xian being favored by this adult. Did these two save the entire universe in their previous life? To put it nicely, it is to stimulate our potential and make our training speed a step further. To put it bluntly, it is to experiment on our bodies. Vegeta still had some resistance. He didn't want to be used as an experiment by a god he had just met not long ago. Although this is a great opportunity, but what if someone makes a mistake and ruins his body? He dared not gamble with his body and future. Not only Vegeta but even Sun Wukong was thinking about the pros and cons of this. Both of them fell into a long period of hesitation, but Zong Su would not give them much time. You don't have much time left. I don't have much time left either. I have to go to the other 11 universes for inspection later. His figure gradually moved away, and at the same time he said a puzzling sentence. When you have the opportunity to make a choice for yourself, don't let yourself regret it. As he said that, Zong Su cut open the void in front of him with one finger, but just when he was about to walk into the passage, he was stopped by a hurried voice from behind. Please wait, Lord Judge. Sun Wukong secretly said that fortunately he almost missed this unprecedented opportunity. Because he seized this opportunity, it also proved his future limit. Not only Sun Wukong, Vegeta also made his own choice from the entanglement. I don't want to stop at the realm of the god of destruction. I believe that in the future I can also show my own value. Do you agree? Zong Su stopped and raised his mouth slightly, as if he had guessed that the two would agree. The two looked at each other. This time they made the same choice. I agree. We all want to become stronger. No matter how difficult the training and difficulties are in the future, we will overcome them one by one. Even if it is a so-called experiment on us, we will not have any complaints. So please give us special training. Even Beerus and Whis were shocked by their words, and they also admired their determination and choice. Pa. This is the right choice. Zong Su applauded and added, but don't think the so-called experiment is too scary. I said the experiment, I told you. It's not to test drugs or equipment on you. It's not to treat you as guinea pig, but I want to stimulate your Xian form to a greater extent. This is what I mean by experiment. In order to completely dispel the two's concerns, Zong Su continued to say to them, but you can rest assured. Zong Su spread his arms and said confidently, everything I do will not cause any harm to your body and potential. It will be the most correct choice you have ever made. After saying that, his finger lightly tapped in the void. A blue scroll appeared. Zong Su handed the blue scroll to Whis and then immediately reminded, the two of them will train here in the future. Just follow the content above. The latter took the scroll respectfully, but as soon as he opened it to read, Wei was shocked by the intensity of the special training on it. The special training of the god of destruction was not as intense as this. Are you trying to kill him? Chapter 9. Becoming a god is not the only way. You can also choose Super Xian 4. But before that, please show your current strongest form so that I can make a more accurate judgment. Zong Su said with a smile, indicating that Sun Wukong and Vegeta should show their current strongest form. The two nodded, and a powerful aura burst out from their bodies at the same time. Boom! Two dazzling blue beams shot up into the sky, and the two entered the super blue form at the same time. However, this form also has a longer name. For the sake of convenience, the fans in the previous life also called this form super blue. The power is stronger than before. I can also feel that our current form is much stronger than before. Both of them can clearly feel that their current form is stronger than before. This is also attributed to Beerus and their physique. Are you practicing the god system? It seems that it is not very perfect yet. Zong Su touched his chin and began to carefully analyze the strength and weaknesses of the two of them, and also said, it can be integrated with the transformation of the Super Xian in the god system. This form has great room for future growth, but it depends on your development. Zong Su easily analyzed the advantages of this form and also pointed out the disadvantages of this form. Although this form has been greatly enhanced on the basis of the previous god, but the shortcomings are also very obvious. That is, your current physical level can't maintain this form for long. How can a mortal body support the state of god? Saving flow. The skill CD is short, but the blue bar is even shorter. At the same time, Zong Su pointed out the most fatal point of this form. You have just entered this form and don't have a good grasp of it. I don't know if you feel it. Do you feel weaker and weaker when you enter this form to fight? The two were stunned for a moment. The shortcomings of their form were really clearly pointed out by this adult. In the previous battle with Golden Frieza, they could indeed clearly feel the continuous leakage of the divine aura on their bodies, and their strength and physical strength were gradually decreasing. There are indeed these problems. The two nodded at the same time, and the latter Zong Su also patiently answered, that's because your current grasp of the divine aura is still not perfect. To put it simply, you are always leaking air. As he said, a bulging balloon appeared in Zong Su's hand. He untied the air outlet of the balloon. The net second, the gas in the balloon quickly leaked. Soon it shrank. The current problem with your form, even if I didn't say it, you would know it. Then why haven't you thought about how to lock this breath and minimize the power of this form? Zong Su explained with a smile. He did understand the disadvantages of the super blue form in his previous life. When the two of them first mastered this form, they would only leak air all the time, which was also the reason for the rapid loss of strength and stamina. The ordinary super blue in the early stage was also called leaking blue. The super blue form during the leaking period could not exert the true power of this form at all. This fatal shortcoming was not solved until the two of them completed the full blue training in the later period. But this kind of thing couldn't be simpler. This is also part of the training content for the two. It's just that it was brought forward in this time and space because of their involvement. Okay, at this form, you have been leaking air since you entered this form. You have to work harder in the future. Zong Su waved his hand, signaling them to at this form. The two of them unlocked the super blue form and immediately felt an unprecedented sense of relief. It seems that we have to develop this form again. I didn't expect the disadvantages of this form to be so big. Sun Wukong laughed, but Vegeta on the side seemed to be full of energy and Sun Wukong again. Listen carefully, Kakarot. Even in the blue form I will go further than you. The two gods in the wind looked at each other, but they both saw each other's helplessness. They seemed to be redundant. Looking at the two people chatting and laughing, a bold idea appeared in Zong Su's mind. So he spoke again. Although this form has its shortcomings, but overall it is still very powerful. At this point Zong Su's mouth corners hooked up again. Do you want to know a form that consumes less physical strength and has more room for growth? The god system is not the only choice. Do they have a new form to develop? Hearing this adult reveal that there are more powerful forms, the two of them suddenly felt their eyes light up. Their bodies trembled unconsciously. I want to. The two said in a hurry. They all wanted to know what the new form this adult was referring to. Looking at the two and people, Zong Su decided not to hide the truth. GT system, Super Saiyan 4, the ultimate form of Saiyan. Zong Su liked this form very much in his previous life. When Super Saiyan 4 first appeared, he was really amazed. This is his favorite form, so he wanted the two people in this time and space to practice the god system while also embarking on the GT system. While revealing this form to the two people, he then went on to talk about the advantages and disadvantages of this form. As I said, the advantage of this form is that it consumes less physical energy, has stronger endurance, and has a higher development space. Although the power that can be exerted is slightly less than the super blue form, it is still very perfect overall. However, Zong Su immediately added, but this form also has an obvious shortcoming. That is, after entering this form your mentality will undergo a slight and obvious change. This small problem can be solved after you increase your training volume later. Zong Su finished talking about the advantages and disadvantages of the two forms in one breath and pointed out that all these problems can be solved in the future. Both were completely shocked by this adult's knowledge and insight. Is he a Saiyan or are we Saiyan? It seems that this adult knows more about Saiyans than they do. Gray will be stronger soon, Sun Wukong said excitedly. The desire for Super Saiyan 4 in his heart reached a new height again, as if this form was created specifically for them. But Vegeta found the obvious key. Super Saiyan 4 is that the ultimate version based on Super Saiyan 3. In other words, to achieve this state I must break through to the same level as that guy. He thought wrongly for a moment and said in a tone of disbelief, Vegeta's Saiyan was a little ugly. Super Saiyan 2 is not a problem. He can also change. But if you say that changing to Super Saiyan 3 is really difficult for him. After hearing Vegeta's series of remarks, Zong Su was stunned again. Who said that if you can't change to Super Saiyan 3 you can't change to Super Saiyan 4? So he immediately answered, the requirements for that form are not high. It's even very simple for you now. Zong Su laughed and stretched out two fingers. First, the transformation of Super Saiyan 4 is based on the transformation of the full moon into a giant ape, and then the transformation of Super Saiyan based on the giant ape, and then the further transformation of the form. As long as you can transform into a Super Saiyan and control your emotions and stabilize your state of mind at the same time. Second, don't think this form is too simple. You are still missing an important thing. For a moment the two were stunned again. What exactly is the important thing in Zong Su's word? Why is it the most important opportunity for this form? Is it the tail? Vegeta's heart skipped a beat and he pointed out something he had lost. Right, the tail is the most important excellent opportunity to transform into this form. The front is easy to say, but the back is definitely not missing. Zong Su said affirmatively. The two people's mood fell to the bottom again. Vegeta's forehead veins popped. Yajirobe, the meat-clad Yasuo. He was the one who cut off his tail. At that time he still thought that the tail was gone and it was basically useless except for being able to transform into a giant ape. On the contrary, it would bring certain weaknesses to himself, but he didn't expect that. The boomerang in the past now hit him again. That bastard. Vegeta wanted to return to Earth right now to cut the meat-clad Yasuo into pieces. Finally got a new form. And you told me that this form actually needs a tail. Zong Su waved his hand again, signaling them to listen to him. I remember there was an ample before. It was also from your Sun clan. That guy also reached the Super 4 I mentioned, but he did not rely on his tail. On the contrary, he used a device to break through to this form directly. But this is quite troublesome. Not only do you have to charge the device frequently, but the transformation time is far behind that of the Super 4 with a tail. It's stupid, but that guy has no choice. The guy Zong Su was referring to was Vegeta from the GT spacetime, and he was making indirect accusations again. Is there anyone who can transform into this form without relying on a tail? Vegeta on the side felt that the guy mentioned by the adult made him feel very familiar, but he couldn't tell. But he also felt ridiculous for the stupid behavior of that person. When did a Sun need a device to transform? You don't have to worry too much. This is part of my plan for you. The tail problem is easy to solve. You can choose many ways to grow a tail again. His power can also help you recover, but it can only be left to the last choice. I still hope you can choose to use the Earth Dragon Ball to complete this task. I will give you 2 weeks to prepare and give you a holiday. Then we can start a new training. Chapter 10. Leaving the King of All wants to summon me. 2 weeks is enough time for you to prepare a lot. Then see you later, everyone. After saying that, Zong Su opened a crack in the void in front of him and walked in without hesitation, headed to other universes waiting for inspection. Before leaving, he left a message. Your value to me determines my investment in you. Don't let me down. Zong Su's figure sank into the void and completely left the 7th universe. Everyone was silent. Silence is the most deadly. This situation lasted until Beerus spoke up and ended. Beerus looked at the two people with expectations, with indescribable emotions in his eyes. To be noticed by this adult. You two are really special. After saying that, Beerus rubbed his head with a painful face. He was really unlucky today. You have to work hard in the future. The guys who can be noticed by that adult have now made a name for themselves, Whis said with a smile, and at the same time a series of figures appeared in his mind. Those guys are all instances that can shake the universe. While lamenting the passing of time, Whis also looked forward to the future of Son Goku and Vegeta, the two Suns in front of him, plus the training of himself and the judge. What realm can they reach in the future? Can they reach the field that he has never reached? Can they create unimaginable miracles? The answers to all these are all in the future. No matter how difficult the training will be in the future, I will also grit my teeth and stick to it. I will never let down the training of the judge. Vegeta will definitely surpass Kakarot first and reach the Super Saiyan 4, that the adult said. Vegeta shouted in his heart. At this moment his confidence reached an unprecedented peak. He also vowed that he would never let down the training of the judge. He would definitely show these gods a value beyond their imagination. Hey Kakarot, I must be the first person to make a wish to Shenlong after we go back. I want to be the first to reach the realm of Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta threatened fiercely, and Sun Wukong waved his hands and smiled awkwardly. At the same time, Sun Wukong began to look forward to the new future that was about to come. New training is coming. It's time to go back and prepare well. Sun Wukong looked up at the sky with a faint smile on his lips. Please take us for a ride, Mr. Whis. This is what I've been waiting for. Whis jumped between the two, summoned his own scepter and then gently pointed it at the ground. The three of them turned into a meteor and flew into the sky straight to the depths of the universe. In an unknown dimension, a red figure sat on the platform staring at the 12 universes that kept turning below. This is the exclusive space of the judge Zong Su, which is specially used to inspect various universes. It is not under the jurisdiction of the Omni King. The dimension level is also above the dimension where the Omni King temple is located. Moreover, Zong Su does not need to obey the direct dispatch and orders of the Omni King. He only needs to take action when necessary. This is the judge. At this time a white beam of light landed behind Zong Su with a bang. Zong Su raised his mouth without looking back. He had guessed who was coming. I heard that you went to the 7th universe. How do you feel about the changes? The high priest said with a smile, and was secretly surprised. He really didn't expect that the busy man in front of him actually had time to go to the 7th universe. You should know that Zong Su has been diligent since he took office and has never taken the initiative to participate in the meetings held by the King of All. But the King of All has never blamed him. Changes? It feels like there is basically no change except for the break in the generation of the God of Destruction. It's still the same as before. Zong Su Su said without looking back. In his impression, the current 7th universe and the 7th universe in the past have indeed not changed much. It's just that the level of the god of destruction has weakened a lot. Although the gains are small, but I found 2 more interesting Suns. Zong Su revealed the news. Oh, 2 more interesting Suns, the high priest said with some surprise. Yes, they are the descendants of Yamashi, and the talents of those 2 Suns are very high. The achievements they can achieve in the future are enough to make those gods far behind. Zong Su said affirmatively. The high priest was surprised by Zong Su's evaluation again. It was the first time he saw this guy use such a high evaluation. At the same time, he also had a strong curiosity about the 2 Suns in his heart. Suns very talented, so talented that the gods can't even catch up. Are the 2 Suns really as talented as he said? He couldn't help wanting to do it himself, but he still suppressed the impulse and continued to ask patiently. What did you do later? What did you do later? Did you accept them as your apprentices? When did you start asking such stupid questions? Zong Su laughed and replied slowly. I made a small investment in those 2 Suns. I want to see what value they can bring in the future. Worthless or beyond imagination. You might as well invest in person. But the latter waved his hand and waited for a while to observe the 2 guys he mentioned. So the high priest revealed the real purpose of this trip. I didn't come here to chat. I came to deliver a message for the king of all. It has something important to discuss with you, so it sent me to summon you. I wonder if it's convenient now. The high priest lowered his posture. He didn't come to chat at all, but to deliver a message for the king of all. The king of all summoned me for an important matter. Zong Su was silent. This was the 3rd time that the king of all chose to summon him for something since he took office. As long as I don't play those stupid games with him, I'll go. Otherwise, don't even think about it, Zong Su said in a cold tone. After all, when the king of all summoned him for the first time, he asked him to play those stupid games together. But Zong Su turned around and left without giving the king of all face. This incident has always left a deep impression on Zong Su. Wouldn't it be the same thing that summoned him this time? No. What are the specific matters? You have to wait for you to see it in person. Anyway, it will never be those things. The high priest continued to explain, but the latter looked at him with suspicion. Okay, I'll leave it to you here. I want to see what the reason is for summoning me. Zong Su stood up and his figure disappeared instantly. Before leaving, he left a few words. But let me make a promise first. If it still lets it play those stupid games, I will personally abolish its throne. This territory does not need a mediocre king. Chapter 11 Special Training. At different stages, the king of all wants to pass the throne to himself. Time flies by. 2 weeks later, in the blink of an eye, Goku and Vegeta also completed the task assigned to them by Zong Su. They used the wish-making ability of the Earth Dragon to successfully restore the tails that had been plucked out or chopped off. In other words, now both of them have the key to break through to Super Saiyan 4. It's just a matter of time. They still need to continue to hone. At this time, Destroyer Star. Is this the tail that you Suns are born with? It seems to be similar to my cat's tail. Beerus looked at the fluffy tail behind Goku with interest and said with a somewhat excited Zion. As he said that, he started to do it himself. Please wait a moment. This is my new tail, Lord Beerus. Please don't break it. Sun Wukong retracted his tail and looked at Beerus, who was forgetting himself, with a wary face. Don't be stingy. Just let me touch it just once. In the name of the god of destruction, I will never break your new tail. Beerus approached Sun Wukong with an evil smile on his face, wishing he could pull his tail off on the spot. He really enjoyed this fluffy feeling. Sun Wukong's hair stood up immediately and he kept backing away. You don't mess around. As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, Beerus pounced on him like a hungry wolf. Then the two started a chase. Beerus chased, Sun Wukong ran. Vegeta on the side was stroking the tail behind him, and his thoughts were gradually pulled back to many years ago. He remembered the time when he was under Frisia's command. Every time he was in trouble, he relied on this tail to transform into a giant ape to achieve a comeback. This is a partner who once fought side by side with him, although he was later chopped by that meat-clad Yasuo. But now everything is back, isn't it true? It feels good to be back, old friend. Now he is a truly complete Saiyan. I won't lose you again. Let's work together to clear all obstacles on the way forward. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta is here. Vegeta showed a confident smile. He was absolutely sure that he would surpass Son Goku first. Reach Super Saiyan 4, as the judge said. This time he would not be weaker than anyone else. He was sure. Compared with the different performances of the three people, Whis was much calmer. He carefully read the training content on the blueprint, but the more he read, the more frightened he felt. Is this to torture others to death? However, the training plan on this blueprint is still quite perfect. Even Whis couldn't help but admire the master's exquisiteness. Training 1. Although there is time flow on the Destroyer Star, there is no distinction between morning, noon and afternoon as on Earth. You can choose to split a single day into 3 parts for special training and name them with 3 characters A, B and C. Special training for breath control is divided into, according to the standards of Saiyans and Earthlings. This is more effective in improving their memory memory and learning ability. Special training for endurance and strength is divided into. This is the most dynamic stage and the effect of special training will be greatly improved. Fighting skills and hell training are divided into, and the last time is responsible for guiding fighting skills, and the god of destruction will be the acting teacher to carry out the last land. Training 2, prepare a special super gravity suit which cannot be removed except for daily need. Training 3, training the state of mind which is the key stage to determine whether you can break through to Super Sun 4. Training 4, the Sun race has a special talent. As long as they are resurrected from the brink of death, their strength will be greatly improved. Let Beerus do the training. Training 5, god of destruction state and ultra instinct ending. If it's not important, don't bother me. Looking at the last mark of the judge on the scroll, Whis fell into silence for a while. All the training content on it was formulated by Zong Su alone, and it was completely tailored for the two of them, but it doesn't seem to be a big deal, right? But the more Whis looked at it, the more he felt something was wrong. Isn't the first of training 1 the morning reading for Earthlings at cool? It can be said to be in the morning, but he insisted on renaming a time period. Isn't this just a plate of dumplings made for this dish of vinegar? No matter what, Whis has to abide by the decision made by this adult, and he must strictly follow the training plan made by this adult to train the two. I don't know how long Mr. Sun Wukong and Mr. Vegeta can hold on. I hope they can hold on. Whis looked at the two who were unaware with pity. At the same time, he also felt sad for the devilish training they were about to suffer. This level of training is far beyond the special training of the god of destruction. I'm afraid Beerus would shake his head after seeing this. At this time, the temple of the Omni King, a figure walked out of the palace gate. His conversation with the Omni King was over. The conversation was about business, not playing those stupid games. This was also the most correct decision the Omni King had ever made. After all, Zong Su had already made a harsh statement before coming. He kept thinking about what the Omni King had said to him. He fell into deep thought for a while. Before that, the Omni King said to him, "Are you interested in becoming the new ruler of this territory? I can give you the position now." The King of All took Zong Su's hand and said expectantly, "All this happened just now." And he didn't expect that the King of All summoned him for this. It turns out that the King of All wants to pass the position to him. At that time, Zong Su didn't know what to say for a while. "You are doing this to me." Zong Su rejected the King of All's request. "Not now. You should know that my position cannot be short of people, and there is no qualified guy to replace me." Zong Su was right. His position cannot be short of people now. The High Priest is not suitable to replace himself as the new judge. He himself is another King of All besides the current King of All. Even the High Priest has to act according to his mood, and sometimes he has to beg him. What throne of the King of All? He doesn't want it at all. As soon as he finished this sentence, Zong Su could clearly see a trace of disappointment on the King of All's face, but the King of All still continued to ask tentatively, "Do you really not want this throne?" But Zong Su still refused and then chose to leave. But the King of All left him a message in the end: "If you change your mind, you can come to me at any time." Zong Su did not speak but nodded lightly. Then there was the scene of meditation outside the temple just now. "Let's talk about it later. It's time to go back and continue my work." Zong Su rubbed his temples and decided not to think about these trivial matters. And at this moment he suddenly felt something. He felt a familiar breath. It seems that someone broke in. Zong Su's eyes showed a strong murderous intent and he disappeared instantly. Chapter 12, Emergency High Priest vs Foreign Invaders. On the other side, the dimension where the High Priest is. The High Priest looked at the timeline and parallel universe that kept rolling in this dimension and couldn't help but say with some emotion, "The work of the judge is really boring. How did that guy Zong Su persist for such a question?" The High Priest did not think much but just sighed. At this moment the High Priest suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness. He turned his head sharply and looked behind him, but he found that a black door had appeared behind him at some point. The black air emitted from the door continued to pollute this dimension. Such a terrifying darkness even frightened him. "Who is it?" the High Priest shouted, and suddenly a strong breath burst out from his body. Boom! The terrifying aura continued to destroy the surrounding space, and even the timeline of this dimension was completely disordered. The door opened with a bang. The extremely dense original darkness continued to leak out from the door. The High Priest had an extremely solemn presence. His eyes were fixed on the open door, but suddenly he sensed a breath that he was once very familiar with. His presence became more and more ugly. At this time a black figure slowly walked out of the door. The outline of a human figure, blue dread-eye contour, wearing a black cloak. There was also a pure white mask on his face. "Long time no see, old friend. I didn't expect that after so many years you are still the same." The man in black opened his arms and said to the High Priest with a contemptuous tone. Seeing the man in black say this, it seems that there was a lot of connection between the two. "Leave now, you are not welcome here." The High Priest gritted his teeth and said, "Oh, don't welcome me. Don't I even have the right to return to my own home? How arrogant." The man in black pretended to be surprised with a hint of sarcasm sarcasm in his tone. I said please leave immediately. This is not your home, nor is it not your turn as an outsider to speak here. The pupils of the high priest shrank suddenly, and the divine power and breath in his body pressed towards the man in black not far away like a storm. Even when facing a super strong man like the high priest, the man in black was still unaffected. Are you angry now? It seems that after so many years you still haven't made any progress. The man in black still spoke to the high priest with his contemptuous tone, constantly testing the bottom line of the high priest. It seems that this fight has to be fought. Outsider, leave now. The high priest glowed with silver light, and a layer of light blue aura attached to the outer surface of his body. A white ring appeared behind his head, and his divine power was greatly increased. The terrifying aura and sense of oppression directly brought an unprecedented earthquake to this dimension. The high priest finally got serious. The man in black had expected this situation, so he didn't seem too surprised. It's the ultra instinct that I'm very familiar with. Then let me see, is your ultra instinct higher or mine? As he spoke, the aura of the man in black also rose sharply. A layer of spiritual energy also appeared around his body. Unlike the high priest, his was blood red. Even the divine ring behind him was red. Let me test the so-called progress of the high priest over the years. Don't let me be too disappointed. Seeing this, the high priest also completely understood that he had to fight today. As long as I and the judge are here, you invaders don't even think about getting close to the territory of the king. As soon as the high priest finished this sentence, the two of them started an unprecedented fierce fight. One blue and one scarlet meteor kept chasing and colliding in this world. Every time they punched, the timeline of many worlds was disrupted. Every time they fought, the dimension space was broken into pieces. Every time they jumped, the speed reached a level beyond the imagination of ordinary god. And the real battle has just begun. Boom! An indescribable collision sound resounded throughout this dimension, and the man in black was directly hit by the high priest and flew backward. The man in black who was hit and flew away continued to smash through layer after layer of world barriers and took a world tour on the spot. The dinosaurs in a certain world had not yet realized anything and only saw a red meteor across the sky and a blue meteor chasing behind. The entire universe was completely torn apart by the aftermath of their impact. Time will not continue to flow through you. Time freezes. As he spoke, the high priest made a frame gesture towards the world where the man in black landed. In an instant, the entire dimensional universe was compressed into a small cube visible to the naked eye by the high priest's divine power. The man in black was also trapped in it and could not break free. However, the attack was not over yet. A white ray flashed between the high priest's hands and instantly blasted towards the small cube, and the small cube was destroyed without leaving any residue. Under such a powerful move, the man in black was solved by him directly. The high priest did not dare to be careless, because long before the man in black came, he could clearly feel that the man in black was almost as strong as him. His attack with this method could not kill opponents at the same stage, and this was the fact. The man in black returned intact from another time and space, and his contemptuous eyes seemed to say, "Are you tickling me? Good attack method. It seems that you have not been nowhere all these years." Before the man in black finished speaking, a thin figure appeared behind him, but he didn't even try to dodge, and his mockery was obvious. Hand of God. The high priest chopped down with one hand, and the whole world was paused in an instant, and the surrounding environment was dyed gray and white. This is a move that can split the entire dimension in half. The power of this move has far exceeded the previous white ray, but what happened net was beyond his expectations. The man in black stretched out his hand slowly, and the high priest's expression changed from surprise to shock. The man in black held the hand knife chopped down by the high priest with one hand. This strongest attack was easily broken by the man in black. It's very strong, but it just like this. As he said, the man in black's eyes flashed with scarlet light again. You've been beating me for so long. It's my turn, right? His hands also ignited black flames, and he punched the high priest in the face. When the high priest realized it, he found it was too late. He quickly turned all his strength to protect his face, but the suddenness of the battle was beyond his expectations again. It seems that so many years of comfort have made your fighting skills fall behind. The man in black appeared behind him at some point, gathered his hands together, formed an iron hammer, and smashed it hard on his back. The high priest, who did not defend himself, was also directly knocked down by this blow. Chapter 13. The son of the high priest, Zong Su vs Vifis. The high priest was severely injured on the spot. While being knocked away and falling, he gritted his teeth. He could not hold back anymore. If he did, he would definitely lose. So he used his ability again. Time goes back. As he said that, a huge golden wall appeared behind the high priest color clock. Dong dong. The golden hands on the clock kept turning, and the time around was also rapidly going backward. Only the man in black was not affected. New ability. Interesting, really interesting. The man in black laughed wildly, and a dark red energy condensed in his hand. He wanted to smash the clock to stop the high priest from performing time reversal, but everything everything was too late. The high priest, who had turned time back to his full state, appeared behind him again at some point. At the same time a white light appeared in his hand. You fell into the trap. That's my clone, the high priest shouted, and the energy in his body reached an unprecedented peak at this moment. It turned out that the high priest who was condensing the time clock not far away was just his clone. The real body had been lurking in the dark, looking for an opportunity to make a fatal blow, and now the opportunity has finally come. When the man in black just realized it, but it was too late. He directly took the full force of the high priest head, and in an instant the white energy in the high priest's hand instantly wrapped around the man in black, and the man in black also kept making miserable cries in this violent energy. It seems that the victory is already determined. He didn't dare to think so at all. Haha. The high priest gasped heavily, not daring to rela at all, but the net scene shocked him completely. The white mask covering the face of the man in black broke apart. The same blue skin as the high priest, almost the same face, except for the height and pupils that are slightly different from the high priest. This is simply the grown-up version of the high priest. This man in black is also an angel. You. The high priest's voice began to tremble, and his presence was also extremely shocked. The painful presence on the face of the man in black disappeared, replaced by a creepy evil smile. You found out just like that. The man in black broke free from the white energy shield with a rage. Don't you remember who I am? My good father. The man in black roared with a ferocious face. When he mentioned the three words good father, the man in black bit his tongue very hard, as if they had a deep hatred in the past. This man in black was actually the son of the high priest. But why did they become enemies and go to the opposite side now? Vifis, why did you join the dark world? The high priest said to the black-clothed man in front of him with an almost hoarse voice. It turned out that the black-clothed man's name was Vifis, and he was also the eldest son of the high priest, but he had already joined the darkness. Hearing the words of the high priest, Vifis couldn't help laughing. Why did I join the darkness? You are so humorous. As he said, his eyes became even redder. I joined the darkness because of you. If it weren't for that dwarf. Thinking of the dwarf who was above all living beings and played with the gods, Vifis' eyes flashed with strong resentment. He wished he could tear the king into pieces on the spot, but he quickly hid his emotions. But this can't be entirely blamed on the king and you. But he changed his face again and said with a tone full of resentment, it's all because of this so-called system. It restricts us. You are the high priest, of course you are not affected by these systems. But what about us? What about my brothers and sisters who have long died? Thinking of the past that he couldn't bear to look back on, Vifis' breath became violent again. He instantly grabbed the high priest's neck and lifted him up. You are old and can't do it anymore. It's no longer the best choice for you to continue to follow the king and the judge. Why not choose to join us? Embrace the darkness. Vifis laughed, and the dark breath in his body gradually gathered on the high priest, and the restricted high priest struggled desperately. But everything was meaningless. He is no longer a match for his eldest son. This guy has been playing tricks on him from the beginning. What are you doing? For the high priest almost exhausted all his strength to say this, but Vifis' hand tightened even more. It's okay to tell you. He slowly leaned close to the high priest's ear and told him the plan for the near future. Soon we will secretly. After learning about Vifis' plan, the high priest was completely shocked. Madmen, you crazy men, are you going to destroy the entire multiverse? The high priest roared at the top of his lungs. He really didn't expect that these guys would be so crazy, but Vifis said nonchalantly, multiverse, my lord. He doesn't care. Vifis laughed again, shaking the surrounding space into pieces. But at this moment he suddenly felt that his right hand had lost consciousness. He saw that the arm that had pinched the high priest had fallen to the ground at some point. There was also a trace of the power of the law left in the broken arm. The high priest was able to break free. Vifis had already guessed who was coming, and his presence became extremely ugly. Judgment Envoy. Not far from the two of them, a black hole hundreds of light years away tore open from the void. A figure walked out of the black hole. It was Zong Su, who had just arrived. I'm sorry I almost let you stay in this dimension forever. You leave first. The high priest nodded and disappeared on the spot. So far only Zong Su and Vifis were left in this space. I never thought you would go this far. Zong Su looked at Vifis with cold eyes, and a red holy sword appeared in his hand. Hey, look who's here. Isn't it the Lord of Judgment, who is not under the jurisdiction of the Omni King and has been diligent and abiding for billions of epoch? What wind blew you here? Vifis said in a gloomy tone, but most of the hatred was missing. He and Zong Su really didn't have any hatred. He came here today just to visit his father. Zong Su's eyes became colder, and red aura appeared around his body. His aura instantly surpassed Vifis. Traitor, stay here forever. As he said that, Zong Su took the lead in launching a fierce attack. He instantly split into several clones, killing Vifis from all directions. Vifis looked ugly. It seemed that he had to fight with the judge, but he overestimated himself. The power of the judge is far beyond the ability of the high priest to resist. Just as he was fleeing, a red holy sword instantly pierced through his body so fast fast that he didn't even react, and there were countless chains wrapped around his body, making him unable to move at all. Zong Su showed his overwhelming strength right from the start. Chapter 14 One-sided beating. Nameless black fog appeared. Future disaster. Damn, his strength is getting stronger and stronger. Feeling the chains getting tighter and tighter, Wi-Fi's finally panicked at this moment. He tried his best to break free of one chain, and there were almost countless chains. In his impression before he fell, Zong Su's strength was not as strong as it is now. I couldn't beat him when I was still an angel, and it was still the same after I became a fallen angel. How terrifying must Zong Su's talent be? Wi-Fi didn't dare to think any further because Zong Su's killer move was about to come. Let's retreat today. Wi-Fi gritted his teeth and tore his body in half on the spot. He also took this opportunity to successfully break free from the chain. Then he continued to flee madly in another direction of the dimension, and his speed reached an unimaginable level. For a while, Wi-Fi didn't dare to look back at all. Instead, he continued to increase his strength and continued to run away. One day I will come back. When that time comes, I will kill you first. Wi-Fi didn't forget to leave a few cruel words when he ran away, but when he looked back, he saw a scene that he would never forget. Zong Su disappeared. Even his clones disappeared. A strong feeling of uneasiness rose in his heart. A teleportation space suddenly appeared net to Wi-Fi. You can't run away. Zong Su also hit him with a double punch. Wi-Fi was knocked back on the spot and hit hard on a deserted planet, but it was not over yet. Zong Su jumped behind him again and kicked him hard on the spine with a heavy knee. Wi-Fi was hit into the air again. It's over. It's far from over. Traitor, behead. Golden meteors flashed in Zong Su's eyes, and he used his great power to isolate hundreds of cosmic spaces, then folded them again. The continuously folded cosmic spaces formed a cone-shaped closed loop prison, locked up the knocked away Wi-Fi's again. At the same time, he used his clone ability to split several clones. Each clone was controlled at a point in the cone-shaped prison, formed a simple Hyagon. Damn it, cough cough cough. Wi-Fi spat out a large mouthful of golden blood. His E-Pression extremely ugly. He was also directly stunned by this set of combined skills. If he had known that the power of the judge was so strong, he would not have dared to come over even if he had 10 courage. Look, I'll smash your turtle shell. Wi-Fi burst out with strength again and blasted the inner wall of the prison with all his strength, but his all-out attack didn't cause any scratches on the inner wall, let alone smash it. Am I going to die? Wi-Fi had a thought of death in his heart and finally felt fear, but a glimmer of hope for survival rose in his heart again. No, I won't give up. I still have to complete my revenge plan. I can't die here. With such a desire, Wi-Fi's attack fell on the prison wall like raindrops. His all-out effort finally worked. Finally, a small hole was made. Seeing that there was still hope, Wi-Fi pounded the wall even harder. Want to run? Too late. Zong Su snorted coldly, and a dazzling white light shone in his hand. Ultimate elimination. All things are wiped out. As he said that, Zong Su shot the light in his hand towards the conical prison. As this attack was about to fall, Wi-Fi's experienced a short life revolving lantern. He also knew that he had no chance, so he gave up the attack at the last moment. He chose to face it, and at this moment something strange happened. A thick black mist appeared in another direction of the space at some point, rushing towards the white light. In the blink of an eye, he took on Zong Su's ultimate move. Then he quickly analyzed and split this powerful attack. It was directly invalidated on the spot and could not affect anything. This sudden situation completely stunned Wi-Fi. Zong Su was also shocked for a moment. This guy dismantled his attack in an instant. He didn't remember any impression of this black fog, but he quickly reacted but did not choose to continue attacking. Who are you? Zong Su said to the black fog with a somewhat ugly E-Pression, but the huge black fog ignored him and wrapped the conical prison where Wi-Fi was in the blink of an eye, and this seemingly unbreakable conical prison was finally broken into pieces by the power of the black fog, completely dissipated in the world. There is a chance. Wi-Fi gritted his teeth and took the opportunity to escape to a distance. Then a dimensional teleportation left this dimension. Only Zong Su and the nameless black fog were left in confrontation. What the hell is this? Zong Su's E-Pression was a bit ugly. For a moment he didn't know what to say. He didn't understand what the ghost thing in front of him was thinking about which traitor to save, but he couldn't take the initiative. He could only choose to confront this guy first. At this time, the nameless black fog finally spoke. There were bursts of indescribable drum sounds from the black fog. At the same time, a very hoarse voice that could not be distinguished between male and female appeared. Wi-Fi is our man. You are not qualified to judge him. As soon as the nameless black fog finished this sentence, it was divided into several dark particles and dissipated, as if this world had never existed. Only he was left standing there in silence. The battle ended in an overwhelming but extremely absurd way with Zong Su. Zong Su finally understood what the position of this huge black fog was. It was a person from the dark world. It seemed to be above that guy Wi-Fi, but fortunately that guy didn't do anything to him, otherwise he might not be able to stop him. Judging from the fact that the black fog easily easily dismantled his prison in the light of elimination. This new guy is very strong. Even if he didn't surpass the original Algod, he was a very close instant. However, this group of black fog seemed to be afraid of something and dared not attack him. It just saved Vifis, who was about to be killed by him. It seems that I have to get stronger as soon as possible. The big one is coming. Zong Su could realize that the 8 territories in the future would undergo unprecedented changes. He could also clearly feel an unknown threat approaching them, so he had to get stronger as soon as possible, strong enough to defeat these guys, and he had to cultivate some outstanding talents. He couldn't save the situation by himself. The high priest was not reliable at all. He was completely beaten by Vifis in the battle just now. If he hadn't come early, I'm afraid the high priest would have been contaminated by darkness. He thought the high priest could hold on for a while longer, but this guy just couldn't stand it, so he had to conspire to cultivate some powerful players now. This would bring more help to himself in the future and at the same time strengthen this territory to resist foreign dark invaders. With this thought in mind, Zong Su disappeared from the spot with a heavy heart and came to the temple of the King of All in a flash. The high priest had been waiting here for a long time. Chapter 15. Conspiring with the high priest to train a new generation and go to the 7th universe again. He ran away. I can't stop him. Zong Su's face darkened. I know. There's nothing we can do about it. We didn't expect that he didn't come alone. Maybe it destined. The high priest sighed. Do you remember that black fog? That guy is very strong, so strong that you and I can't fight him together. The black fog easily dismantled his attack. Then it destroyed his prison like an adult dismantling the building blocks built by a child. Except for the long dead Quan Shen, Zong Su felt the taste of being completely defeated for the first time. So Zong Su wanted to ask the high priest if he remembered the black fog. I don't remember the black fog. The high priest shook his head, indicating that he had never seen the black fog. It was the first time he saw it today, and it seems that the guy is just a cotter. Our real enemy may not be as simple as we imagine. The high priest's face also darkened. I'm afraid it won't be long before this world will undergo a drastic change. When the time comes, just the two of us, I'm afraid it won't be enough. At this point, his face gradually began to worry. The high priest watched the whole battle, and he was also shocked by the overwhelming strength of the black fog. At the same time, he felt helpless about the weakness of his own camp, but he had to face such a thing. They were still too short of people. 12 angels who could only fight when necessary, and the god of destruction who was already broken. After all, they are still too short of people. You are right, we are still too short of high-end combat power. If the all gods were still there and Salama and Kesha did not choose to leave, our territory would not be as weak as it is now. Zong Su nodded. The high priest was right, but these guys finally chose to leave, leaving only him and the high priest. The King of All is not good at fighting, and those guards cannot leave the King of All. We should train a new generation, the high priest said with a serious expression. They really should train a new generation. He and Zong Su alone are not enough to change the status quo. Now is the stage for young people. The two Suns you invested in, can they really achieve what we want in the end? Is it as good as the elephant? The high priest asked tentatively. Even with Zong Su's previous guarantee, he still doubted whether the two Suns could go to the throne as Zong Su expected. I said it before. How far can they go? Let time and the future give the answer. It's too early now. Zong Su nodded, and at the same time he looked forward to the future of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The two of this time and space began to accelerate because of his promotion, and the matching resources and training were still planned by himself. I believe that with his help they will definitely bring amazing value to me in the future. Right, they will definitely grow to be able to protect this territory. Right, definitely. He kept this sentence in his heart. I believe it won't be long. They will definitely be the first to surpass the realm of the god of destruction. If there is a chance, I will definitely go to see them. The high priest laughed loudly. Their territory will finally have 2 more high-end fighters. His retirement plan is just around the corner. I should leave. I want to see how their training results are. Zong Su said goodbye to the high priest and split a divine thought from his body. It was used to monitor emergencies at all time to prevent outsiders from invading again. The clone turned into a meteor and headed for the 7th universe. Yes, I am really old. I believe it will not be long before I will be abandoned along with the time, the high priest said to himself, but he also secretly made up his mind. Vifis, one day Dad will definitely save you from the darkness. I will. Zong Su arrived at Beerus planet in an instant, but as soon as he landed he saw Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were already exhausted and panting, and Whis, who shook his head helplessly, and Beerus, who was watching the show. Zong Su showed an affected expression. It was almost the same as he predicted. These two people almost couldn't even make it through the first day's warm-up. Now it's like this. How can we start the subsequent training? He still came prepared. You are here. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Whis bowed respectfully. This gentleman always appeared at a time they didn't expect. Beerus also understood the ways of the world, so he brought a recliner and special special drinks to Zong Su in advance. He was responsible for fanning the air. He looked at the two people wearing special clothes with a neutral E-press Zion. It seems that they are not used to the super gravity suit yet. This gravity suit is also a training tool for the successive candidates of the God of Destruction. It is perfect for training the two of them. This can improve endurance more effectively. Heavy, too heavy. It's like tens of thousands of mountains are pressing on me at the same time. Sun Wukong got up with difficulty, and every step he took could make a small pit on the ground. Vegeta net to him was also sweating profusely from the gravity suit. What an idiot. Are you talking at this time to die faster? Vegeta sneered at Sun Wukong. Talking at this time would undoubtedly consume the little remaining physical strength faster. So he was very smart. He hadn't said a word since he put on this costume, but they were still too far away from the goal. Seeing that there was still a full kilometer to go, the two of them suddenly felt their eyes go dark. This was one of the warm-up exercises design. The assessment was considered over only when they reached the target end while wearing a gravity suit and unable to transform. After that the real training began. Before the warm-up they all thought that the so-called training was just a little more difficult, but now the boomerang hit back firmly. You call this a warm-up exercise? The warm-up exercise almost made them unable to bear it. They didn't dare to imagine how terrifying the devil training behind would be, but they would never give up because this was an important opportunity that they could not find in their lifetime. Sun Wukong walked forward step by step. Every step seemed to housed all his strength. Soon he left Vegeta behind for a distance. Seeing that the distance between him and Son Goku was getting farther and farther, Vegeta felt a surge of anger in his heart again. Being surpassed by this bastard again. Bastard! I won't fall behind. Vegeta will definitely be the first to reach the finish line. As he spoke, Vegeta burst out his own little universe and walked forward step by step, but his speed was obviously much faster than Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong took the lead, but then Vegeta surpassed Wukong again. The two of them were unwilling to give in, so they once again started a chase called First Place, while the other three just watched quietly not far away. Chapter 16 Batch Copy. Shocking Sun Wukong. There is no shortage of senzu bean. Time flew by again. The two of them kept chasing, and every step they took was beyond their own limit. Until the sunset they were close to the finish line. Vegeta seemed to see the dawn, and an inexplicable force burst out from his body. He kept accelerating, his body trembling with excitement. He was already ahead of Kakarot, and the finish line was right in front of him, but Kakarot was far behind him. One step and then another step. Vegeta was the first to reach the finish line. I won. Vegeta finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground, smashed a big hole in the ground. Even though he was too tired to talk, he was still very excited. He finally defeated Kakarot. Keep normal. Can't use senzu bean. Wear a weighted super gravity suit and walk straight for 1 kilometer. Vegeta didn't know how he persisted, and he even wanted to give up several times during the process, but when he saw that Sun Wukong was still gritting his teeth and persisting, he gave up. Such a stupid idea. Kakarot can do it. Why can't he? Vegeta. It was also with this belief that he must win that he finally reached the finish line at the last moment, and he was the first to surpass Kakarot. After a while Sun Wukong also reached the finish line. Like Vegeta, he fell to the ground due to exhaustion. Even though he was so exhausted that he kept gasping for breath, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I lost. I didn't expect you to still have strength. Sun Wukong admitted very straightforwardly that he didn't have much obsession with winning or losing. He only cared about whether he could complete this warm-up. After all, this was one of the tests. By the way, Kakarot, did you bring senzu beans? Take them out quickly, Vegeta urged from the side. Sun Wukong reacted and quickly grabbed his waist bag. Found it. There are 2 more. As he said that, Sun Wukong threw one of the senzu beans to Vegeta. Sun Wukong suddenly felt a chill in his palm. Then the senzu bean disappeared in his hand in an instant. He felt his eyes go black and a tall figure appeared in front of him. This is the plug-in artifact of Dragon Ball. It seems that I have to analyze it for a while. Zong Su looked at the green bean in his hand and the smile on his face became more intense. This thing may be just an ordinary bean in the eyes of ordinary people, but this thing in the Dragon Ball world, it is a bug level consumable because the effect of this item is too strong. So the tank-clad Yasuo appeared to restrain it, so he directly took the senzu beans from Sun Wukong's hand, wanting to use his ability to analyze the item, then use his ability to conceive and copy, then use them in batches. After all, it is very simple for him to understand this kind of thing. It just takes a little time. Thinking of this, Zong Su activated his ability. After a while, he suddenly felt his eyes light up. Success! It turns out to be this structure. Zong Su smiled confidently and at the same time stretched out his right arm. Give it to me. The net moment, Zong Su opened his clenched palm. Countless green beans were constantly created from his hands, soon piled up into a small mountain. This scene stunned everyone present. The most shocked one was Sun Wukong. The strategic materials that he usually didn't want to use were like stones in his eyes, and he copied so many senzu beans just by taking a look, and the number of senzu beans really scared him. It was the first time he saw so many senzu beans. Sun Wukong found it hard to accept this fact and was stunned, but when he thought that the other party was the most noble god in the universe, Sun Wukong slowly accepted the fact. Horrible. So many senzu beans were copied. Vegeta wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and at the same time he had a new understanding of Zong Su's strength. Don't eat when you are hungry in the future. Just eat senzu beans, Zong Su said to the two with a calm look, as if the matter just now was as simple as drinking water for him. Copy senzu bean. Isn't that a simple thing? And even if the analysis fails, he still has many ways to copy more senzu bean. This thing is too easy for him. At the same time he also told the two that they don't need to eat in the future. Just eat a few senzu beans when you are tired. When you are almost exhausted, just put a senzu bean in your mouth and revive with full blood on the spot. This can minimize the characteristics of Sun. It couldn't be better. Enough senzu bean. Eat as much as you want in the future. I won't say anything if you take them away. Zong Su laughed. He was afraid that the senzu beans he created would be enough for the two of them to eat for 3 years. So everything is lacking here, except senzu bean. The two looked at each other and swallowed the senzu beans in their hands. Sun Wukong and Vegeta's brains were suddenly struck by lightning. For a while they were stunned again. Their physical strength was instantly restored. It even felt that their strength increased a little bit. This is exactly the same as the senzu beans they took before. There is no difference at all. Exactly the same. There is no flaw at all. Looking at the small mountain of senzu beans in front of him, Vegeta felt his legs numb. Not only is the number huge, but the effect is exactly the same as the genuine senzu bean. However, when they thought about the fact that they would have enough senzu beans and could greatly improve their training efficiency, the two of them were excited for a while. Zong Su, who was not far away, winked at Whis, who instantly understood his intention and came to the two of them. Congratulations on completing the warm-up training indicator 1. Now I will give you 10 minutes to deal with other matters. After the time is up, we will start training indicator 2. Please hurry up. Not long after completing the ultra-gravity weight training, Whis gave the two of them a new training according to the indicators on the blueprint. Anything else to add? He looked at the two of them waiting for their answers. I have no objection. I don't have any other questions either. There are supplements. The two answered truthfully that they didn't want to add anything. Then please get ready, a minute has passed. Cherish this short time. Whis turned and left directly. Give them the last bit of time to prepare. We have to prepare more this time. As he said that, Sun Wukong grabbed a handful of senzu beans and put them in his waist bag. He would eat them after he was exhausted from the second stage training, as long as he could minimize the benefits. Humph, idiot, if you grab so many at one time, I'm afraid you won't be able to finish them tomorrow. Compared to Sun Wukong, Vegeta didn't take many senzu bean. He only took 5 or si. In order to deal with special situations, I believe this handful of senzu beans will be used up in less than a day. Sun Wukong laughed. He had a feeling that he should have grabbed more senzu beans, which would not be enough for the subsequent training. Chapter 17 Undercurrents. A big conspiracy against the entire territory of the Omni King. On the other side, Whis, who had escaped by chance, was panting heavily with a look of fear on his face. He was afraid that Zong Su would catch up with him again. At this time he knelt in front of another man in black, trembling all over, and did not dare to look up at him. The man in black was wearing a black robe, and his whole body revealed an inexplicable strange aura. His face was also blocked by a cloud of nameless mist. His real face could not be seen at all, but the terrifying sense of oppression still made Whis tremble with fear. The man in black robe spoke, and his tone was emotionless. Without a special order from the headquarters, how dare you go to the territory of the Omni King alone? Whis, you are getting bolder and bolder. The black-robed man smiled sinisterly. Or do you want to collude with the high priest to betray us? The black-robed man tilted his head and looked at him, but what he said scared Whis enough. No, this is all a misunderstanding, Lord Protector. I didn't want to collude with the Omni King's territory. I just wanted to go back for revenge. I am absolutely loyal to the Dark Realm. I won't have any second thought. Please believe me again. I will never be a traitor. Whis explained in a panicked tone, so he lowered his already low posture even lower. The black-robed man snorted. You wouldn't dare to do it even if I gave you the courage. Remember what you said today. If you dare to betray us, even if you run to the ends of the earth, we will still kill you. The black-robed man threatened with murderous intent in his tone. Don't dare. Wafi waved his hands quickly to show his loyalty. Seeing his loyalty, the black-robed man stopped nagging about it. Although all the gods are dead, only the puppet king is left. But the foundation of the king's territory is far from being overturned by you alone. What do you rely on? Rely on your strength. You can only beat your father, the high priest. The black-robed man laughed sinisterly again. Although Salama and the angel mother Kansei have left the territory, but the judge has always been there. If I hadn't come quickly, you would probably stay in that dimension forever. The black-robed man snorted coldly. Vifai's buried his head even lower. Even if he was dissatisfied in his heart, he had to accept the fact that he really couldn't beat Zong Su. But why didn't you choose to kill him at that time but chose to leave? The current territory of the king is the weakest period. If you were willing to take action before, you might have conquered the territory in one fell swoop. Vifai said unwillingly. He didn't understand why the guardian didn't kill Zong Su but chose to let him grow. Wouldn't this leave them with trouble? The black-robed man was not angry at Vifai's rash word. Why didn't I choose to kill him? If it was the high priest, I would be happy to do it, but he can't do it. Vifai was stunned. Why do you say? That guy has a big secret. I can't do anything to him yet, and you also know our current situation. Speaking of the word situation, the black-robed man's face became more dark. Even if I don't consider the secret of the judge and choose to take action directly, how confident do you think I am that I can kill him completely? You still think he is too simple? Okay, I should go back too. Our king can't give me much time. As soon as he mentioned king, the black-robed man's tone gradually became fanatical, but he immediately instructed Vifai. After a while, the leaders of the 8 territories will go to the headquarters to hold a meeting. Try not to show up during this period. Try not to leak the news so as not to be noticed by the judge. Hide the branch of this territory. As he spoke, a pitch-black portal appeared in front of the black-robed man. Don't let our king down. It thinks highly of you. The black-robed man disappeared completely. Only Vifai was left standing there in silence. A strong sense of humiliation was written all over his face, but he didn't dare to show it at the moment. He didn't want to be wanted by the dark world. General One day I will come back again. High priest judge, one day I will put an end to you with my own hands, Vifai said angrily. But at this time, SI portals appeared behind him again. SI humanoid creatures of different sizes but also dressed in black robes walked out of them. These black robe people hesitated for 2 seconds, then they all knelt behind Vifai. Leader, we should go back, one of them said to him respectfully. Seeing that it was his subordinate who came, Vifai's Zion calmed down again. He said slowly, how is the plan? Has it been noticed by those guys in the Space-Time Administration? The Space-Time Administration Bureau that Vifai refers to is the power of the Omni King's territory headed by the Time World King Godhood and iOS. The Space-Time Administration Bureau is mainly responsible for monitoring space-time to ensure that it is not tampered with, although its status is slightly lower than that of the Final Su, but it is also not under the jurisdiction of the Omni King. No, all plans are proceeding as usual. I believe it won't be long before we can open the space-time channel to other parallel universes again, the black-robed man said enthusiastically. Well done. I will credit you in front of the Guardian at that time. Vifai's mouth curled up a wicked smile again. He is not far from the target plan issued by the king. Everything is going as expected. The undercurrent has begun to surge. The future results are still unknown. Compared to these guys planning major events, the Omni King's territory is much calmer. Everything is the same as before. It's so heavy, I can't lift it at all. Sun Wukong's veins were bulging all over his body and he used all his strength to lift the barbell in front of him but failed. Vegeta net to him was also tired and his face was red as if he was almost cooked. The second training was to lift the special barbell. This level mainly focuses on the burst of power and the control of power, but you can't use the power of Super Saiyan, you can only do it normally. Hey, you still don't have enough strength. Beerus lifted the so-called barbell with one finger, looking at them with arrogance. The two of them looked black. For a moment they didn't know what to say. Because you are the god of destruction, of course you can, but we can't do it now. The two were also quite unconvinced. They decided to try to lift the dumbbells again. Sun Wukong brushed his hands and grabbed the iron bar. His whole body was covered with terrifying blue veins. His normal strength reached a peak at once. Finally, they all saw the barbell move. The barbell shifted 3 centimeters from its original position. Chapter 18 is fishing. Also a special training. Sun Wukong triggered the ultimate freedom in advanced Sha-8 calm. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another week later, Sun Wukong and Vegeta finally completed the warm-up training and were about to start the real special training. During this period, Zong Su's clone left several times but soon returned with a lot of equipment. It was for their future special training. At this time the two were still wearing special supergravity suits and running back and forth. Although they were exhausted, but their performance was much better than last week. Last time they took half a day to walk a kilometer and their efficiency was ridiculously slow. And now they have completed the previous limit in less than 10 minutes. Even lifting the barbell can be lifted for 2 or 3 rounds. Although the warm-up training is tiring, fortunately the benefits are equal to the effort. The power burst and endurance improvement are unprecedentedly huge. Now they are about to complete the training. Sun Wukong held the barbell with both hands and lifted it above his head with great effort. 10. After counting to 10, Sun Wukong threw the barbell down. The terrifying weight once again smashed a big hole in the ground. Vegeta was not to be outdone, and then he also completed the 10th goal. It finally over. I feel that my normal strength is much stronger than before. Vegeta clenched his fist, feeling the endless power in his body, and smiled confidently again. Now he is confident enough to beat his past self. Is this just the benefit of warm-up training? What about the real special training later? What will it bring to them? Thinking of these two people, he was looking forward to it again. Congratulations on completing the assessment. I really look at you with new eyes. Beerus applauded. These two Suns really taught him a lesson. No matter how big the difficulties were, they never said they would give up. This made him admire them very much. It seems that the warm-up stage is completed. Whis flew from a distance holding two strange poles in his hands. Is this a new training equipment? Sun Wukong looked at the rod in Whis's hand with some curiosity. He really couldn't imagine that this rod would be related to their training, but Vegeta was dumbfounded on the spot. Isn't this just a fishing rod? Are they going to be asked to fish later? What kind of special training is this? You want us to fish? Vegeta said in surprise. Yes, fishing. Any problem, Mr. Vegeta? Whis said firmly. After all, he was following the special training indicators on the blueprint. The two were completely dumbfounded. The special training with is to let them fish. What does this mean for our special training? How can training help? Sun Wukong couldn't help but interrupted. What help? You don't understand the good intentions of the Lord of Judgment at all. Whis couldn't help but sighed. Is mainly to train your breath control and state of mind control. Both of these will be of great help to your future fishing. Can minimize your control of your state of mind so as to achieve the effective expected point. This is your training today, and you will start breath control tomorrow. Whis explained sternly. The two obeyed and each took a fishing rod. They flew to the lake not far away at the same time to start today's training. Did they forget something? Beerus couldn't help scratching his head and said they forgot to take the bait. Zong Su was leaning against a big tree not far away to read a book. Controlling the state of mind is an indispensable part. It's the most appropriate way to train them to control their state of mind by fishing. Zong Su closed the book. He saw the two people squatting by the lake fishing, and a smile appeared on his lips. Being able to keep calm and not fall into rage during the stage of transforming into a giant ape is the best step to break through Super Saiyan 4. But Vegeta will not lose his mind because he is a royal family. But Sun Wukong is different. He will still lose his mind when he transforms into a giant ape. To put it bluntly, this round of special training does not help Vegeta's growth much. It is simply prepared for Sun Wukong. I guess it will only be a matter of a few days. But suddenly Zong Su looked up at the sky. Someone entered the 7th universe. His eyes seemed to have insight into everything in the universe, and nothing could escape his eyes. Changpa and Bardos. Are they looking for Super Dragon Balls? Zong Su suddenly realized. He just remembered that this was the time period after defeating Golden Frieza. During this period, Xiangpa had been looking for the remaining Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe. Then Xiangpa suddenly visited after a while. Then the two universes discussed having a friendly match. Zong Su put the closed book in his hand into the dimensional space and then stood up. He decided to improve the training of the two during this period. Let them enter the Super Saiyan 4 state in advance. But now the efficiency is really worrying. At this time, the two people who were fishing by the lake. Asshole, how dare you play tricks on me? Vegeta threw the fishing rod in his hand down with anger on his face and fired a gas bomb directly at the center of the lake. Bang! The gas bomb plotted directly in the middle of the lake, creating a splash of water several dozen meters high. Dozens of dead fish were blown out at once. Vegeta was so angry that he was almost smoking. He hadn't caught a single fish since the beginning. Every time the fish bit the hook, it could easily bite off the bait on the hook, but it just wouldn't take the bait. It was like playing a joke on him. Vegeta, who had a bad temper, couldn't stand it at all, so he chose the most extreme but also the most effective way. Blast the fish. But Vegeta soon calmed down. He remembered that this was part of the training. It was to let them control their state of mind so as to achieve the best standard for future training. At that time he was still questioning Whis, but now he finally understood the good intentions of the adult. If he couldn't even control his temper, how could he start the subsequent training? It turned out that controlling the state of mind was not a simple matter. So Vegeta took a deep breath and skillfully put the bait on the hook. Then he sat cross-legged. Compared to Vegeta, Sun Wukong on the side closed his eyes and restrained his aura. His state of mind reached a perfect state. For a moment he felt that everything around him slowed down and his perception was constantly magnified. It was as if every part of his body could think independently. Swish! Sun Wukong grabbed the fishing rod in an instant and lifted it up. A big fish weighing dozens of kilograms jumped out of the water, but because he tightened the rod too much, the big fish immediately smashed into his face. Sun Wukong's pupils lit up with silver light and a slight aura emanated from his body. But something unexpected happened. Bang! The fish hit Sun Wukong's face hard. It left a small red mark on his face on the spot. He didn't dodge at all. Sun Wukong was surprised. He didn't care if he was hit by anything. He was just shocked by the the special state he had just entered in an instant. In that state, it seemed that every organ of his body could predict the danger in advance so as to achieve conditioned reflex and take action. No need to think with his brain. No need to rely on the way of sensing chi. What a familiar feeling. Sun Wukong looked at his hands and was shocked to the point of being speechless. He seemed to have discovered something incredible. This scene was seen by Whis and Zong Su not far away. It really looks like it, Whis said with a surprised Zion. Sun Wukong's state just now really looks like one of their divine control skills. But Whis' eyes soon dimmed. It was a pity that it only appeared for a moment. He didn't have enough time and opportunity to confirm whether Sun Wukong had reached that state. The sign of the ultimate freedom. Is this triggered in advance? Zong Su fell into thought. Chapter 19. Let the two enter Super Saiyan 4 in advance and transform into giant apes. Time flies again. In a blink of an eye, the special training time of the A stage has passed. After a morning of hard work, the finally 3 fish were caught. How do you feel about the harvest, Mr. Vegeta? Did you find anything different? Whis said with a smile. No. Vegeta shook his head. If there is anything, it's only 3 fish, right? He did not find the different things that Whis said, but this training left a deep impression on him. Although I didn't gain much, but I also found a way to temporarily control my state of mind. I believe it won't be long before I can fully master it, Vegeta said with confidence. What about you, Mr. Son Goku? Have you found something different? Whis looked at Son Goku waiting for his answer. I entered a very special state, but I can't control it at all, Son Goku said with some distress. Oh, what kind of state? Why not tell me? Whis smiled. How to describe it? Anyway, it feels like every part of my body can think independently and judge danger in advance, and it feels like everything around me has slowed down. Son Goku described it so vaguely. He didn't know how to describe that state at all. Whis' eyes flickered. Son Goku's description was really not much different from the state he remembered. It's really a headache. There's no need to train in the NETB and C stages. The Lord Judge has something to tell you. Whis turned and left, leaving the two of them staring at each other. The Lord Judge has something to talk to them about. Although the Zong Su clone has always been on this planet, but most of the time he was reading under the tree and ignored them. Only occasionally did he give Whis orders. But now this Lord wants to talk to them. While the two were thinking, Zong Su had already come to them. Vegeta knelt on one knee with a respectful look on his face. Sun Wukong smiled and greeted them. You have all performed very well recently. I didn't expect you to be able to exceed the warm-up training so quickly. Zong Su praised without reservation. No, this is all because of your good teaching, sir. If you were not willing to invest in us, I'm afraid we wouldn't have made such rapid progress, Vegeta said modestly. I taught you. I didn't teach you. You should thank Whis. I'm just a plan proposer. Zong Su shook his head and smiled. It was true that he set the training plan himself, but it was Whis who had been teaching them all this time. Sir, what training are we going to do? NET? Are we still going to continue fishing? Sun Wukong couldn't help but ask curiously. Fishing? No, time has passed. The NET1 is not training. It's an opportunity for you, Zong Su said mysteriously. The two of them swallowed nervously. What opportunity was the other party referring to? I want you to enter Super Saiyan 4 in advance. Zong Su stated his purpose. The pupils of the two of them shrank suddenly. They can break through Super Saiyan 4 so quickly. It hasn't even been a month yet. They have met the necessary conditions for transforming into Super Saiyan 4 so quickly. Didn't you say before that we haven't practiced enough? Sun Wukong couldn't help asking. No, it's enough. The so-called Super Saiyan 4, as long as there are enough conditions, it doesn't need too much requirement. Zong Su laughed. The requirements for transforming into Super Saiyan 4 are indeed not very high. You only need to have a tail, can transform into a Super Saiyan and keep a trace of rationality at the critical moment. It's not very difficult. He has seen Sun Wukong's previous performance in fishing. He has done a good job in controlling his state of mind. He doesn't have to worry about Vegeta and Sun Wukong losing their minds. It seems that my Vegeta's chance has come. Vegeta's mouth corners rose slightly. He knew his chance had come. Start now. Or do I need to give you some time to prepare? No, Lord Judge. We can do it now. Sun Wukong was the first to jump out, indicating that they always have time to prepare. Can't wait to enter Super Saiyan 4 now. Tisk, this idiot. What an impatient person. Okay then, get ready. As he said that, Zong Su used his divine power to isolate the venue. Beerus and Whis turned into spectators. Sun Wukong and Vegeta seemed a little nervous. Just follow the steps, don't be nervous. It's very simple. Zong Su snapped his fingers and the entire destroyer star suddenly darkened. The surrounding starry sky was also spinning wildly and countless stars gradually gathered together. For a time the sky was filled with countless stars. Both of them were stunned and took a breath of cold air at the same time. Can you mobilize everything in the entire universe at will? This is just one of his clones. How powerful is his real body? Don't think about it. Look there. Following the direction he pointed, the two saw the moon hanging high in the sky. When they saw the bright moon, they both trembled. A potential power hidden deep in their hearts was awakened. Boom boom boom. Their eyes instantly turned blood red and their hearts kept making boom 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 sounds like drum. Then their bodies kept growing larger and they burst in an instant. The training suit on his body. A pair of sharp teeth grew between his teeth. Thick black hair gradually grew all over his body. The two of them gradually calmed down until their bodies broke through to the size of a mountain. Sun Wukong punched the ground with a terrifying force that smashed the ground into pieces on the spot. It kept hammering his chest, wanted to destroy everything in front of him. It was obvious that Sun Wukong had lost his mind. Compared to the violent Sun Wukong, the giant ape incarnated by Vegeta was much quieter. It's just a low-level warrior. You can't even control your own reason. Vegeta, who turned into a giant ape, said disdainfully he was a royal family. Of course he was not affected, but Kakarot was not a royal family. But soon the giant ape Sun Wukong calmed down again. It seems that he has defeated himself again, Zong Su said with a look of relief. Sun Wukong finally regained his mind. This power, is this the true attitude of us Sun? Looking at the black hair on the back of his hand, Sun Wukong, who regained his mind again, was shocked. Although he couldn't speak at the moment. Country bumpkin, why are you so surprised? It's not like you haven't seen me transform into this form before, the giant ape Vegeta said. But Zong Su interrupted their conversation. Okay, then follow the steps I said. Chapter 20 Breakthrough Super Saiyan 4. The two of them had a month of devilish special training. The NET steps are also very simple. You just need to imagine your giant ape body as your normal state, then transform into a Super Saiyan in your normal state. This is the simplest step, but also the most important step. You just need to do what I say. Zong Su finished speaking in one breath. The two giant apes nodded and began to gather their breath frantically. The NET moment. Super powerful golden breath burst out from their bodies. Two golden breaths rushed into the sky. The range rushed to half the size of the entire destroyer planet. This scene directly stunned Beerus, who was eating melons not far away. Can you play like this? His eyeballs almost popped out. He knew that Saiyans could turn into gorillas. He also knew that Saiyans could also transform into Super Saiyan, but he would never have thought that gorillas could also transform into Super Saiyan gorillas. Back to the beginning. The two's originally black hair was instantly dyed golden. The aura wrapped around the periphery also turned into substance, constantly tearing apart all the surrounding matter. But the aura soon subsided, became less violent than before. Lord Judge, what should we do? NET, should we continue to break through the Super Saiyan on the basis? Vegeta in the golden gorilla state couldn't help but speak. No need to be so troublesome. The remaining last step can only depend on you. Zong Su replied with a smile. Rely on ourselves. Can we really do it? Sun Wukong looked at his giant hand. His ferocious Zion was a little confused, but then he closed his eyes again. But Vegeta was obviously one step ahead of him. In Vegeta's sea of consciousness he seemed to see the destruction of the Saiyans' ancestral planet Sarada. The second ancestral planet Vegeta was also destroyed by Frieza. Then he survived and joined Frieza's army and became one of his men. Then he met Sun Wukong and others and got married and had children on Earth. Had his own wife and his first son. He built a family that he wanted to protect. Vegeta's figure gradually became illusory and around him appeared different ages of himself. He looked at the earth from afar. His eyes flashed with bright light. At this time Vegeta seemed to hear someone calling him. He turned back with a dull Zion, but he found that it was his beloved Bulma who called him and Trunks who ran towards him. Bulma shouted his name hoarsely. Vegeta also subconsciously stretched out his hand. Tears lit from the corners of his eyes unconsciously. He had found one of his goals, that he wanted to become stronger. On the other side, in Son Goku's consciousness, he seemed to see his childhood self and his former grandpa Gohan. From now on your name will be Son Goku. Grandpa Gohan held up the infant Son Goku and announced his arrival to the world. Then he saw Krillin being killed by Frieza, his first transformation into a Saiyan. All this came too fast but also left too fast. Then like Vegeta he saw himself at different ages. These him like himself were looking at the beautiful planet from afar. Back to reality. The golden giant ape returned to calm. Thunder rumbled in the sky and the size of the two giant apes was shrinking. The NET moment, the entire destroyer square collapsed and the red aura became real and rushed into the sky. Beerus also forgot to eat the ice cream in his hand for a moment and looked at it dully. It seems they succeeded. Whis smiled with relief. The deep red aura and the smoke that filled the scene gradually dissipated and the two golden giant apes disappeared. In their place were two people who had gained a new form. The pure black long hair draped over the shoulders, the red eye sockets, the explosive muscles except for the head, chest and palms. The body is covered with red hair. This represents the primitive and wild state of the Saiyans and the power is far stronger than before. This is Super Saiyan 4. Even Zong Su was stunned for a moment. The memory hidden deep in his mind was awakened again. Exactly the same, Zong Su said with emotion. The appearance of the two people in super time and space after transforming into Super Saiyan 4 is exactly the same as Son Goku and Vegeta in the GT world compared with the simpler and more powerful Super Saiyan God Zong Su in his previous life still likes their wild posture the most. This form is really handsome. How do you feel? Feeling the new power he had gained, Vegeta clenched his fists again. Now, I feel great. Vegeta's mouth curled up a proud smile. Compare it with your previous Super Blue. Do you think there is any difference between this form and Super Blue? Hearing what Zong Su said, the two of them also carefully compared the power of this form with Super Blue, but they found that it was exactly the same as what Zong Su said before. Compare it with the blue form. Although this form is a little worse in terms of power and speed, it is very strong in energy consumption and physical saving, and I can also feel that this is not the full power of this form. Sun Wukong answered calmly, but his heart had already set off a shocking wave. The development potential of this form is not much different from the blue form. This means that they can develop a stronger form in the future. I have this feeling too. Vegeta nodded. At the same time, he secretly decided in his heart that he would use this form when fighting a protracted war in the future. When dealing with a strong opponent, he would take out Super Blue. Develop this form well. Its power is far from as simple as you think. What Zong Su said is indeed right. This thing will also have Super 4 full power later, and the limit break that only appears in Dragon Ball Heroes. In short, it depends on their personal development. At the same time, it was decided that when they reach full power they will experience the Super 5 posture. You can adapt to this form first. Try to switch to this form a few more times when you have the chance and adapt as soon as possible. Whis will bring the gravity suits you need for this stage and conduct a month-long special training. Zong Su winked at Whis. The latter gently tapped the ground with his staff. Two sets of super gravity suits exactly the same as before suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Training for the NET month. You cannot take them off except for daily life and always maintain your current posture. Zong Su pointed at them and said, "Let us always maintain the posture of Super Saiyan 4. Goku was a little surprised. Isn't this the same as his previous special training? Daily training in the form of Super Saiyan's Kin Ma Imai's combat power. Your devilish special training has begun." As soon as Zong Su finished speaking, the two put on the super gravity suits without hesitation. At the same time they pressed the switch on their chest, but the moment they pressed the switch, they regretted it. They were instantly suffocated by the unimaginable gravity and almost collapsed to the ground. "It's so heavy, I can't get up at all." Sun Wukong held the ground tightly with his arms to prevent himself from falling. They are currently unable to bear this terrifying gravity. This is still in the state of Super Saiyan 4. It can be seen from this that this super gravity suit has been strengthened to what terrifying E10. Okay, I should leave. For the NET training you should follow the plan on the blueprint. Zong Su instructed Whis and Beerus. Then he chose to leave. Chapter 21 Chrono's Visit. Dark World coordinates White God clues. Just when everything was going on as usual, a new guest came to the Omni King's territory. "By the way, how do you have time to come to us? Aren't you too busy to spare?" Zong Su looked at the little Lolita in front of him and said speechlessly, "Everything has been peaceful and normal recently. Basically nothing big has happened, so I have time to come to you too." The little Lolita laughed. "Okay, stop pretending. No one comes to visit you for no reason. Do you really think I don't know that you came to us for other purposes?" Zong Su broke the news. "Time is precious, Chrono. We are not as leisurely as you. The Omni King's territory must be monitored at all time." The High Priest added. "It turns out that this little Lolita is none other than Chrono, the director of the Space-Time Administration Bureau. She is also the only one of the two Kaishin of time. I just don't know why she came to the Omni King's territory. Why did she look for the High Priest and Zong Su?" Okay, I can't hide anything from you. Isn't it okay if I say so?" Chrono said angrily. She then revealed the real purpose of her visit. "Zong Su, I'm here to hand you something." Chrono took out a badge from the dimensional space and handed it to him directly. "This is..." Chrono took the badge and looked at the pattern on it carefully. "I think you will be interested in this," Chrono said mysteriously, and then she took out a blank paper from the dimensional space again and handed it to the High Priest. "Is this a photo of another time and space?" The High Priest frowned and said he didn't understand why Chrono handed such a thing to him. Wasn't the time and space investigation task handed over to their time and space administration? What does it have to do with him? With such curiosity the High Priest opened the photo, but the content in the photo shocked him so much that he was stunned. This is not a photo of time and space at all. It is a planning map from the Dark World branch. Unexpectedly, after so many years, they finally found the headquarters of the Dark Realm branch again. "How did you find it?" the High Priest said in a somewhat hurried tone. Stop, don't be so excited," Chrono said with a look of caution. "This image of time and space was also discovered by my members by accident. I think this thing will be helpful to you." Chrono spread her hands. This was just discovered by her members by accident and it had nothing to do with her. But she also knew the importance of this matter, so she rushed over and handed it to the High Priest. priest. I know. No wonder we haven't found their branch for so many years. So they are hidden here. The high priest closed the scroll and said with a serious face, the seriousness of this matter is enough to subvert the entire territory of the king of all. Thank you, Chrono. You helped us a lot today. The high priest said with gratitude. Chrono's unintentional behavior helped them a lot, and he was also grateful to the time and space patrolman who discovered the map of the dark world. Okay, forget these polite words. If you really want to thank me, you might as well treat me to a good meal, Chrono said a little proudly. Okay, NET time for sure. The high priest smiled. Compared to the two people who were chatting and laughing, Zong Su on the side fell into silence again, looking at the badge in his hand. For a moment he didn't know what to say. The badge was black and gold with a red background and white prints, and the weight was normal, but the symbol on the badge made him fall into contemplation. Capital V-shaped letter, and there are two bars in the middle of this letter. All the spearhead point to an unknown direction. This is the mark of the Limiter. The Limiter that Zong Su mentioned is the setting that appeared in a fan work he had seen in his previous life. Anime battle. Almighty Limiter. White God. All demon. These words emerged in his mind one by one. He caught the sharp point again. This world has all God. Then combined with the badge mark in his hand, he couldn't help but start his imagination again. In other words, there are all gods here. There are also white gods. It is more likely that there will be powerful enemies like all demons. Now everything is ready, only an opportunity is missing. This is as bad as the situation where only one person failed the entrance EM of the modern Vienna Academy, and then the bakery of the Third Reich faced bankruptcy. What's wrong with you? You look so scary. Chrono was a little scared. It was the first time she saw Zong Su with such an e-pression. Is there something wrong with this badge? The high priest also said curiously, but Zong Su ignored him at all. Chrono, tell me honestly, where did you get this badge from? Zong Su said seriously. I said I picked it up. Do you believe it? Chrono said tentatively. Zong Su frowned. Is this little loli still joking with him? Can she really pick up anything casually? Before, the Dark Realm coordinate said that they found it by accident and he believed it, thinking it was just luck. But are you still using the same EQs to fool him? Tell the truth. Stop playing around. I don't have time to joke with you now. Chrono was furious. Why are you yelling so loudly? I came here with good intentions to deliver information to you, but you got so angry right away. What on earth did I do to offend you? Chrono was broken. She didn't understand why Zong Su questioned her in such a fierce tone. These two things were just picked up by herself. She came here with good intentions to deliver information and even experienced several multiverse turbulences on the way. She almost got lost in the unknown world, but she still took such a big risk to deliver information. As a result, Zong Su not only didn't appreciate it, but even treated her harshly. Chrono felt more and more wronged the more she thought about it, so she sat on the ground and cried loudly. The scene started to get out of control for a while. It doesn't look like acting. The two looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Okay, I'll believe you for the last time. Chrono suddenly felt a headache. What a strange thing happened today. As soon as the voice fell, Chrono stopped crying. There was not even a tear on her face. I told you everything. I told you the truth. Do you believe it now? Chrono put her hands on her hips and said proudly, can you tell me more details? When did you pick up this badge and where did you pick it up? Zong Su said in a calm tone. Chrono was not vague either, so she told everything that happened before she picked up this badge. Shengliu Ios, who was on vacation, went out for a walk and picked up this badge in the ruins of another multiverse. Then Ios gave this badge to me, and then there was the NET. What happened? After saying that, the high priest and Zong Su fell silent again. Do you want to see what you are talking about? Chapter 22. The quarrel with the high priest's Yang Pa's visit. Ha ha ha, thank me. You owe me a big favor. Chrono laughed. Then she also said goodbye. Okay, I'm also very busy. The space-time administration can't be without a leader all the time. I should go back. After all, the multiverse of time and space is ever-changing, and it is inevitable that some small changes will occur. So Chrono came in a hurry and left in a hurry. They can all understand. Okay, bye. I'll come to you NET time when I'm not busy. Before leaving, Chrono waved her hand and disappeared without a trace in the NET second. Neither of them spoke. Silence is the most deadly. But then the high priest broke the deadlock. What do you think of these coordinates? The high priest handed the scroll to Zong Su. He wanted to see what the judge thought. After all, this matter is serious. It is no longer something he can decide alone. He must ask Zong Su's opinion before making a key decision. It turns out that they have been hiding here for so many years. Zong Su carefully looked at the coordinates on the map and didn't know what to say for a while. The Dark World branch they have been looking for so many years. It turns out that it has been lurking under the demon world. Leave this matter to me. Zong Su put the scroll into the space and prepared to go to the coordinate point on the map in a while. He wanted to see if the Dark World was there. Although there was a coordinate map, it was not very credible. He had to confirm it himself. Thinking of this, Zong Su turned around and was about to leave, but he was stopped by the high priest again. What if this is a trap? Is it possible that they deliberately leaked the coordinates and then lured you and me to go there and finally caught us all in one fell swoop? The high priest analyzed carefully and found that there were too many strange points in this matter. The dark world was found so easily. How did those guys leave traces in time and space? The high priest even wanted to find the patrolman in person to ask what happened at the time. That's why he was so cautious. I know, Zong Su replied without changing his expression. Since you know there is something strange about this matter, why did you go there? What if it is really a trap? The high priest tried to dissuade him from the sideline. It won't be dangerous. Even if it's really a trap, they can't do anything to me. As he said this, Zong Su used his clone ability again and hung a false line between the main clone and the clone and left a punctuation mark on the ground. No matter how far the distance is, as long as the clones left are not damaged, he can use these connection lines to achieve super distance jumps. Instantly swap the positions between the main body and the clone. This is also one of his countless abilities. Let me explain it again in detail. It's like when he encounters an enemy he can't beat, he can use this ability to replace the clone when he escapes. The main body will be instantly replaced to the position marked by the clone. This is the safest way. Zong Su didn't want to say anything more and decided to set off for the coordinate point after a little preparation, but the high priest stopped him again. That child is not bad by nature, but he was brainwashed. Please stay when the time comes. He saw that he couldn't stop Zong Su, so he chose such an absurd method. The high priest still wanted to save Whis, who had fallen into darkness. Whis is kind-hearted, but he was used by someone with ulterior motives, so he asked Zong Su to spare the boy's life. Enough! Zong Su interrupted him with a roar. The high priest was stunned. Have you said enough? Zong Su looked at the high priest with cold eyes. Listen, if it was in the past, what kind of conflict did you have with your son? I won't ask any questions. He was washed, but the high priest still wanted to explain, but everything he said was just an excuse for his own selfish reasons. You want me to let him go this time? Then wait until he becomes stronger net time and come to kill us, right? Zong Su clapped his hands for him. Spring breeze brings new life, cut the grass to the root. He still understood this principle very well. If he doesn't get rid of that Whis and the dark world now, one day they will come to get rid of him. What's the difference between this and the villain letting the protagonist run away in the novel? He won't do that, the high priest said in a firm tone. Zong Su was also amused by what the high priest said. He is not only coming for you but also for me and this territory. Do you understand? The high priest still wanted to try to explain, but the spell was interrupted again. You and he are no longer on the same path. The high priest was completely speechless after being confronted by Zong Su. At this time, no matter how much he said nice things to Whis, he would never be right. Saying nice things to the enemy, there is no way this can be right. In the end, he could only choose to remain silent. Zong Su stopped talking. He just looked at the high priest deeply. Finally, he turned around and left. Before leaving, he left a few words of advice to the high priest. Listen, I know you still care about family affection, but you should also understand that the gods' se is sometimes more useful than human nature when making decisions. Zong Su's figure completely disappeared, leaving only these words echoing in the hall. Zong Su's words without exception deeply shocked the heart of the high priest. Did I really do something wrong? Looking at his shaking hands, the high priest began to question his position for a while. Is what he is doing meaningful? But in the end, reason still defeated absurdity. Yes, I can't use human nature to solve problems anymore. He sighed heavily. Then he returned to his palace. At this time, Beerus's territory also welcomed a special guest. What do you think? Come and fight me, Beerus. Let the strongest players of our two universes have a match. The loser will give up the earth, Zongpa said greedily. After tasting the eotic food from earth, he was completely shocked. It was the first time for him to eat such delicious food. But what if the earth in the SITH universe was destroyed? So he set his sights on the earth that still is in Beerus universe. The ownership of the earth must be determined by a competition. This won't work. Why should we send the earth over if we lose? What if you lose? Beerus refused. He hadn't tasted the delicious food yet, and this fat guy had set his sights on his planet, and he also proposed such an extremely unequal treaty. How could he accept it? Zongpa was stunned for a moment. What Beerus said seemed to be fine. It was indeed that the conditions he proposed were unequal, but he also had bargaining chips. Before this, Bardos and I had been collecting Super Dragon Balls in the SITH and 7th universes. We have found SI now. This is the reward for the winner. Kompa looked at Beerus with a smirk. Beerus's bargaining chip is the earth. Kompa's bargaining chip is the Super Dragon Ball. No matter how you look at it, the chip he brought are far greater than the value of the earth. He didn't believe that Beerus would refuse such a bet. Chapter 23, Planning a ring match. Kompa's 7th universe is a bunch of weaklings. How about it? Why don't you think about it carefully? Collecting all 7 Super Dragon Balls at the same time is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zongpa put his hands behind his back back leisurely looking at Beerus with a half-smile, as if he had already won. And Beerus was indeed stumped by the bargaining chip he proposed. If he fought, he might lose both the wife and the army. Not only would he not be able to hold his head up in front of this fat guy in the future, but it would also be difficult to taste delicious food. If he didn't fight, he would be regarded as a coward, and he would not be able to hold his head up in front of others in the future. Although his emotions were volatile, Beerus attached great importance to face, especially in front of this fat guy. He was caught in a dilemma for a while, using the earth as a bargaining chip. These bastards. Vegeta, wearing a gravity suit, dared not speak out his anger, although he had no sense of belonging to the earth before. But now the earth has evolved into his second home and has become an indispensable part of his life, and there are many people on this planet that he cares about. But now these two high gods dare to use the earth as a bet. For a moment words such as unwillingness and anger overwhelmed his mind. A ring match held by two universes. Does this mean that we can fight with the strong men of other universes? Although Sun Wukong felt very excited, but he was still not overwhelmed by reason. Lord Beerus, is it inappropriate to use our planet as a bet? This is my hometown. Sun Wukong looked at Beerus with a serious face. Now is not the time to joke, even though he has always been careless. But Beerus did not consider the inner thoughts of the two at all. Instead he continued to sit in the chair and think. Tisk, I don't dare. It seems that our Lord Beerus is more suitable to be a coward. Kompa started to be sarcastic again. What did you say? Beerus was instantly enraged. He slammed the table hard and the terrifying force directly broke the entire table into pieces. Who said I don't dare? Hit me if you want. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Dead fat pig. Kompa's pupils shrank. What did Beerus scold him just now? What did you scold me? You scold me again. Cornus recat. Kompa was also enraged by what Beerus said. The two were like barrels of explosives plotting at a touch. I'm talking about you. How many times do you want me to say it? Dead fat pig, dead fat pig, dead fat pig. For a moment Beerus' mouth spewed a lot of dirty words like a machine gun. Goku and Vegeta didn't dare to breathe. Even the two angels present thought it was not good. Here it comes again. And what happened? Net. It was indeed in line with their expectations. Do you want to fight? Cornish recat. Xiongpa looked at Beerus with a gloomy face and said with murderous tone, why do you want to be beaten black and blue by me again? Beerus also stood up and the terrifying aura suddenly spread from his center. Listen, I can beat you before Yang Deng becomes a god. Now I can beat you just as well. As soon as the words fell, the figures of the two destroyers turned into lightning. They kept fighting on this planet. The two punched and kicked each other. Beerus was punched, but then Xiongpa was kicked again. The destructive force continued to destroy all the surrounding matter. Everything turned into ashes wherever it passed. The impact of the fist pressure generated by the battle alone instantly distorted the space of tens of thousands of light years in radius, even accompanied by tens of millions of purple lightning. The lightning kept swimming towards the depths of the universe like a flying snake. Randomly select lucky planet. The key is that this is the minimum damage caused by the two people's control of power. If they really fight, I'm afraid the entire universe can't bear it. Although the way of fighting is as childish as a child's fight, but such a terrifying destructive power makes Kong Bay present tremble with fear. Stop immediately! Stop immediately! It was not until the two angels intervened that the farce ended in such an absurd way. Lord Beerus, you should know the rules. The gods of destruction cannot fight each other at will. Perhaps you should read the code carefully during your rest period. Whis said calmly. The latter immediately wilted. Lord Xiongpa, you have crossed the line again. Aren't you afraid that the Lord of Judgment will intervene? Bardos scolded. When the latter heard the word Lord of Judgment, his Pres Zion suddenly turned horrified. He was afraid that Zong Su would suddenly come down to punish him. He hasn't been a god of destruction enough. He doesn't want to be removed from office in advance. Don't do it again. After being severely scolded by the two angels, the gods of destruction negotiated calmly. What do you think? You don't have much time left. He. Xiongpa's face was bruised and swollen. Obviously he was beaten badly just now. But Beerus was not much better. His face was also full of lumps. What do you think? Beerus looked at Vegeta and Sun Wukong, wanting to see what they thought. These two Suns have the support of the Judgment history. He can't afford to offend them, and this planet also belongs to them. What if he provokes them and reports to the Judgment envoy? Then his road to becoming a god of destruction will be completely over. Thinking of this, Beerus shuddered all over. I have no objection, Vegeta said calmly. After a mental struggle, he felt that this was actually no big deal, although it was a bit difficult to accept using his own planet as a bet. But isn't it the same? It's just a change of universe to live in. It still won't affect the daily life of the people on Earth. What about you? Beerus looked at Sun Wukong. Fight. I believe this is an unforgettable match, Sun Wukong said without hesitation. He had a subtle feeling in his heart. They must participate in this bet ring match, and they can also compete with people from other universes, which is perfect. So Sun Wukong answered very straightforwardly. As you wish. We agree to the ring match you mentioned. competition. Beerus gave his answer. The latter was immediately ecstatic. Okay, don't regret it when the time comes, Xiangpa said with a smirk as if Beerus and the others had fallen into a trap. Never regret it, Beerus answered very straightforwardly. For this ring match we will set the venue at the junction of the SITH and 7th universes, and each universe will send 5 players to participate. Players from participating universes will get 1 point for each victory until the last player falls. Finally, the final winner of the game will be determined by comparing the scores. What do you think of this? Before coming, Xiangpa had already made a plan. Good plan. It seems that we are standing on the same front for a rare occasion. Even though he doesn't usually get along with this fat pig, he still agrees with it very much. There is basically nothing wrong with it. Why not add a written test? This will prevent some contestants from violating the rules, just like the Tianxia Budokai on Earth, Vegeta suggested. The 2 gods of destruction's eyes lit up immediately. Right, why didn't they think of such a good point? Xiangpa stared at Sun Wukong and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The 7th universe is going to send these 2 players to participate. Isn't this giving points to their SITH universe? It seems to be just as he expected. The players of the 7th universe are really ridiculously weak. Thinking of this, Xiangpa could no longer hide his greed. It seemed that the earth was already within his reach. Sun Wukong and Vegeta looked at Xiangpa, who was trapped in fantasy, as if he was looking at a fool. For a moment I didn't know what to say. Chapter 24 Super Dragon Ball. That thing was created by me and Salama. Are you going to let these 2 guys participate in the competition? Don't regret it, Xiangpa said sarcastically. Because Sun Wukong and the others were wearing special super gravity suits, their breath and strength were completely blocked. So Xiangpa thought that these 2 people had no strength at all. Oh, you mean the 2 of them? Yes, they are our contestants this time. Just the pile of junk from your SITH universe. I only let one of them go. Field is enough to kill your entire SITH universe, Beerus said proudly. Okay, you are so confident before the start. Don't regret the choice you made then. The warriors in our universe are all very powerful, Xiangpa said confidently. Just these 2 weaklings in front of him. Any random warrior from his SITH universe can beat these 2 Xian. Yes, I don't regret it. Beerus thought about all the sad things that happened in the past. He tried his best to stop himself from laughing. He couldn't help it. Do you really think you can beat his 7th universe? Okay, that's more like you. Xiangpa praised Beerus' courage. Okay, we should leave too. Then see you in the finals in a week. Vados. As soon as Xiangpa finished speaking, he and Bardos turned into a bright meteor and flew into the starry sky until his breath could no longer be sensed. As soon as Xiangpa left, Beerus could no longer hold back. Ha 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 ha. I am dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Beerus was laughing so hard that tears were about to flow out. He really didn't know how that fat pig had the guts to challenge their universe. The key point is that he still thought those 2 Xians were weak. He seemed to have seen Xiangpa's furious look after the game. When he thought of this, Beerus could no longer hold back. Lord Beerus, please pay attention to your image. You look so ugly. Whis said sternly that the god of destruction still had to pay attention to his image at all time. But Beerus didn't hear him at all. He was still immersed in his own world. Oh, it's really a headache. Whis slapped his forehead. He sent a message to Zong Su with his angel staff. After all, before the game, they still had to ask the higher-ups for their opinion. It would be bad if someone blamed them. The message from the other end was replied quickly. Zong Su approved the request almost instantly. On the other side, Whis asked me to approve the game permit. Time flies, Zong Su said with emotion. He didn't expect that the 2 universes would start the competition right after he left, but he didn't care about these things at all now. Anyway, in addition to the clone he marked, he has another clone. It is enough to monitor the territory of the Omni King. Once there is an emergency, he will be informed instantly. What he needs now is to go to the Dark World coordinate point to confirm whether it is correct. Damn it, you better hope you are not in the branch. With that, Zong Su plunged into the portal and kept jumping in the multiverse space. Omni King territory. Another clone of Zong Su flashed in his eyes. His main body gave him a message. The main body asked me to go to the 7th universe as a special guest to participate in the competition between the 2 universes. Then who will take care of this dimension? Although it is Zong Su's clone, but his clone also has the same independent thinking as the main body. If he leaves, who will guard this dimension? Thinking of this, the figure of the high priest appeared instantly. The 2 looked at each other and confirmed each other's thought. Let me take care of this dimension for the time being. Your main body has sent me a message. You can go to the 7th universe now. Leave everything here to me. The high priest said. Okay, then take care of this place for me. Don't make any mistake. Zong Su's clone didn't say anything else. His figure instantly turned into a meteor and went to the 7th universe. Bang! A muffled sound resounded throughout the destroyer star. 2 gravity suit fell heavily on the ground, smashing a dark pit on the ground on the spot, and it was still sinking down. Ha ha ha, it's much easier. Sun Sun Wukong moved his body and felt that his body was as light as a feather, and his endurance and strength were much stronger than before. This was a feeling he had never had before. What are your plans, Net Vegeta? Sun Wukong laughed. Humph, what else can you plan? Let's go back to Earth first and then ask them to see if they can find the remaining Super Dragon Balls. Then wait a week to participate in the ring match. Speaking of the ring match, Vegeta's mouth corners rose a little arc. Super Vegeta, I will personally defeat all the contestants in the SITH universe. Vegeta pointed at himself with his thumb and showed a confident smile on his face. Hey, you are too greedy. How can I let you take the whole game alone? Sun Wukong thought to himself that it was not good. Vegeta wanted to defeat 5 people at once. This was what he didn't want to see the most. After all, the rule of the game was that the winner could continue to participate in the NET game. If Vegeta really broke through the SITH universe, then what was the point of him participating in this game? Then draw lots to decide. Vegeta snorted coldly, but suddenly Whis on the side realized something. He looked at the beam of light landing not far away and showed a look of surprise. Welcome the judge to inspect the SITH universe. Your presence really makes us proud. Whis respectfully saluted Zong Su. Beerus was also very considerate and handed over a recliner and fruit drink. He was used to it. Have you decided to attend this tournament? Beerus said with a shocked look on his face. He really didn't expect that the reason why the judge came here was for this. Not welcome. No, you are always welcome. It is our honor to have you attend this event, Beerus said in a horrified tone. Okay, there is no need to elaborate on the rules, I know them all. You still need 1 Super Dragon Ball, right? Zong Su's clone said in a leisurely tone. The two nodded at the same time. At present the fat guy has only found SI and the last one can't be found no matter what. I thought it would take some effort, but isn't the Super Dragon Ball here? Okay, don't worry about the last Dragon Ball, I know where it is. After all, that thing was created by me and Salama and there is a connection and induction. Zong Su waved his hand, inadvertently revealed another big news. Hey, have you two forgotten the requirements of the training standard? Zong Su just looked at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The two of them reacted. Instantly entered the state of Super Saiyan 4. Training Standard 1. Treat Super Saiyan 4 as normal and maintain this state at all times. Chapter 25. Sun Wukong, Gohan, your talent is far from this. Return to Earth. After a few words, the two returned to Earth again. When the Z warriors saw the two covered with red hair, they were completely stunned for a moment. Son, how did you become like this? What the hell is your form? Piccolo said in surprise. It's normal that he doesn't know Super Saiyan 4. Are you talking about my form? This is the new form of me and Vegeta. Sun Wukong said nonchalantly. Dad, what is your form? Sun Wuhan adjusted his glasses. It was the first time he saw such a form. Super Saiyan 4, a form with terrifying potential. Sun Wukong laughed. Super Saiyan 4, in other words, this is the ultimate form above Super Saiyan 3, but this change is too big. Tien Shinyan touched his big bald head. He thought the form above Super Saiyan 3 had longer hair. It turned out to be a red-haired ape. You mean this form has great potential? Can it compete with the blue form you showed before? Gohan swallowed. Yes, I can feel that this is far from the limit of this form. I believe we can go further in the future. Goku flashed a confident smile on his face. They didn't know what to say. Gohan also looked at the two of them with some envy. At this time, Vegeta stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Gohan, even though it is a peaceful time now, but you can't rely your training just because you are comfortable, Vegeta said earnestly. That's right, Gohan. Whether you want to be a scholar or a warrior, it's your own choice. We all respect your choice, Goku said with a smile. You have a strong talent. If the judge sees this, he will also let you join our training plan. It's a pity. Vegeta sighed and stopped talking. If you train, I believe you will reach the same form as us. They will even go further than us. Goku and Vegeta flew to the horizon at the same time, leaving only these words echoing in his ears. Gohan fell into deep thought for a while, constantly thinking about what his father and Uncle Vegeta had said to him. Is becoming a scholar really his choice, or is it what he should do, or is it for his family? He has always been very conflicted. The last time Frieza came for revenge, he even had some trouble transforming into a Super Saiyan, and his speed in combat also declined significantly. In the end, he still relied on his father and others to come to the rescue. He really doesn't want to experience that feeling of powerlessness again. Gohan, no matter what path you choose, we will support you. Piccolo also stepped forward to comfort him. It's not bad to let us protect the Earth. You can't just rely on your father and Vegeta to hold on. We should also take action. Tien Shinyan patted Son Gohan's shoulder. Yes, after all, I am the strongest Earthling. Krillin laughed. At this time, number 18 also smiled and said to Son Gohan, in fact, it's not bad to make money as a scholar. At the very least, you can support your family. It's much better than being a policeman. At this, number 18 glared at Krillin. The latter immediately turned his head away with a guilty conscience. Son Gohan suddenly understood. He didn't know what words to use to respond to everyone, but felt a warm current in his heart. No matter what choice you make, mate. Don't let yourself regret it. He now has a family and his own children, but if he doesn't have the power to protect everything he has, what qualifications does he have to be a good husband and a good father? Son Gohan took off his glasses. A hint of determination flashed across his slightly immature face. He couldn't let down his father, Uncle Vegeta, and all the friends around him. He knew what path he had chosen. It's not too late to work hard now. Piccolo smiled with relief. He knew the former Son Gohan is finally back. Are you confident? Yeah. Son Gohan responded to Piccolo's answer with a firm face. The sun is about to set. Vegeta said nothing, just looked at the sky with a cold expression. What are you thinking about? Son Goku asked curiously. Son Gohan obviously has a good talent and he will definitely be a stronger warrior than you and me in the future. But I don't understand why he chose to be a scholar. Vegeta sighed. He didn't understand why Son Gohan gave up training and took the path of a scholar. Is it just to make money and get ahead? How much money can a scholar make? Can he protect his family when in danger? In the face of absolute power, all threats are like floating cloud. No matter whatever he wants to be, that's his own choice. Sun Wukong said calmly. Whether it's a scholar or a cultivator, no matter what path Son Gohan chooses, he will give the greatest support. Yes, Gohan is very talented. He is a rare cultivation genius. This time, neither of them spoke and both chose to remain silent. He is unwilling to become a scholar. I know what path he wants to choose. Vegeta took out a senzu bean and swallowed it directly. I'm sure Gohan will give us the answer we want in no time, Sun Wukong said to Vegeta with confidence. The two were silent again. After a long time, Vegeta took the lead in breaking the deadlock. Let me teach Son Gohan when the time comes. You will be responsible for being his sparring partner. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta laughed. Okay, then fight me first. As long as you beat me, Son Gohan can be trained by you. Son Goku took a fighting stand, he said to Vegeta with a smile. And this was exactly what Vegeta wanted. He hadn't fought Son Goku again for a long time. He had been doing heavy training on the destroyer planet before and his fist had been itching for a long time. He also wanted to have a fight with Sun Wukong. Okay, I will definitely defeat you this time, Kakarot. Vegeta also took a fighting stance and smiled confidently. A strong fighting spirit appeared in the eyes of both of them. The NET moment, both of them moved at the same time. They punched and kicked each other, but they were easily blocked by the other party. Vegeta gathered energy in his hands. He launched a fierce prince battle against Sun Wukong, but Sun Wukong smiled confidently. With a sweep of his hands, a fierce breath continued to be released from his body, instantly blew away the energy bombs in the sky. At this time, Vegeta's fist had already come up. Sun Wukong quickly turned around and punched Vegeta with all his strength, but their attacks were blocked by the other party at the same time. But smiles appeared on the faces of both of them. The dusk on the horizon also fell completely. Chapter 26. Go to the nameless star who asked you to design the ring like this. More than a week passed in the blink of an eye. The 7th universe also confirmed the list of contestants, but there are only 2 people. Yes, 2 people. They are Son Goku and Vegeta. Beerus thinks that these 2 Suns are now strong enough to deal with every battle. It would be redundant to select other contestants. It would be better to let one of them defeat 5. Give the SITH universe a little Sun shock. Everyone please get on the bus in an orderly manner. Please line up. Whis stood in front of the cube waving a small flag, constantly beckoning everyone on Earth to get on the bus, except for a few people who stayed to protect the Earth. Most of Son Goku and Vegeta's friends and relatives attended this competition between the 2 universes. It can be regarded as a sightseeing group. Looking at the crowd of people in front of him, Beerus suddenly felt a splitting headache. Why are there so many people? It was said before that a few more people could be called over, but there shouldn't be so many people. Is this the transportation tool used by God? What a surprise! Looking at the cube in front of her, Bulma said in surprise. It was the first time she saw a transportation tool used by God, but this was beyond her expectations. Enough, you guys are so long-winded. Hurry up if you want to come up or you might get thrown out, Beerus urged loudly. These people are so damn slow. After hearing the words of the god of destruction, the relatives stopped talking and went into the cube one by one, until they all entered. Gohan, the Earth will be in your hands while we're away, Goku said with a serious face. Don't worry, Dad, let me protect the Earth. Gohan gave a confident response. The crowd finally put down their worries. Although he was a little unreliable, Gohan was enough to deal with most crises. Are you ready, everyone? Let go. With a wave of his scepter, the cube that was originally stationary quickly floated up. It broke through the Earth atmosphere in the blink of an eye. Everyone was shocked by this terrifying speed. It flew out of the Earth in just a blink of an eye. But this is not the limit of the cube. Please sit tight, everyone. Whis smiled lightly. A deep blue space gate appeared in the sky above the Earth. Everyone was so surprised that their mouths could not close. The cube instantly burst out at an extremely terrifying speed and flew towards the preset location of the competition. On the other side, Zong Su and others had already arrived at the competition venue in advance. What do you think of the facilities? Do you want to to make some small changes, Lord Judge," Bardos said respectfully. As for the fat guy, net to him he didn't dare to breathe for fear that he would accidentally upset this person. He just knew that the judge would attend this game. At that time he thought it was a joke. As a result, Zong Su really came. There is basically no problem with the facilities, but some places are too redundant. As he said, Zong Su pointed out the incongruous places. There are too many snack stalls, which is simply unnecessary for the contestant. Are there any big eaters among your contestant? Also, the viewing platform is not good. It can be changed to a floating type. Who is this bench for? Especially the most important point, the material of this platform is too brittle. It will probably break completely after a few hits. What kind of shoddy construction is this? Zong Su said it all and also pointed out where changes should be made. It's so fucking inconsistent. Not only the buildings and the audience seats are inconsistent, even the material of the ring is so brittle. How can the players from the two universes fight? Who asked you to do this? Or did you do it on purpose just to win the game? No, you misunderstood. I also felt it was very inconsistent, but Xiongpa didn't ask them to design it this way. I couldn't do anything about it. Bardos immediately put the blame on Xiongpa, who was standing beside him, and waved his hands to show that it had nothing to do with her. Anyway, the fat guy was the one who did it. Xiongpa was sweating all over. His legs went weak and he knelt down to Zong Su. No sir, please listen to my explanation. But Zong Su interrupted Xiongpa's explanation. I'll give you 10 minutes to change the arena. Don't let me down. After saying that, Zong Su flew away. He gave the two a chance to correct their mistake. The two immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this sir didn't pursue the matter too much, otherwise his career as a god of destruction would be completely over. Compared to the Omni King, they were still more afraid of the judge. Bastard Bardos, why are you putting all the blame on me? Do you know what you did? You almost killed me just now. Xiongpa yelled at Bardos in an almost roaring tone. It's okay to tease him at other times, but you dare to joke with him at this critical moment. Lord Xiongpa, you were the one who asked me to design it this way. If you really don't believe it, I can just reverse the time and space of this universe. Then you'll know who asked you to do this. Bardos responded in a leisurely tone. Who told you that you had to reverse time and space? This arena was originally designed by you. For a while, the god of destruction and the angel were arguing fiercely about who should take the blame. No one would give in. On the other side, Zong Su looked at the huge super dragon balls below with an indifferent expression. His thoughts were gradually pulled back to billions of years ago. It's really nostalgic. Salamar, Zong Su said with some emotion. After all, I also put a lot of effort into making these super dragon balls. It turned out that these super dragon balls were the joint masterpieces of the dragon god Saramar and Zong Su. Both of them took half of the credit, but after creating the super dragon ball, Salamar left without a word. It was very sudden, but these are all things that happened in the past. Forget it, just run away, just stay outside. You chose to leave without saying a word. You are really crazy, Zong Su said to himself. Under Zong Su's order, the entire competition arena was completely changed. Everything was changed according to his instructions, and some places were even made more detailed. The work attitude of the two was still quite good. At least it met his expectations. Then after a while, the people from the 7th universe finally arrived, but fortunately there is still half an Earth hour before the opening of the competition. Okay everyone, please wait patiently for a while. NET is the written test of the two universes. Under the guidance of the two angels and the two gods of destruction, the players from the two universes walked into the examination room with a confused look on their faces. What the hell? Didn't they let them participate in the competition? Why did they let them take the EM? Chapter 27. So Whis are eating Vegeta and Gabe's conversation. It doesn't seem that difficult. It's just a fill-in-the-blank question that requires us to abide by the rules of the game. Vegeta smiled confidently. His right hand kept moving across the paper. He quickly finished answering all the fill-in-the-blank questions. I thought the EM would be very difficult, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. Then more than 10 minutes passed. Vegeta finally finished answering the remaining questions, except for the last one, which was a little troublesome. The others were basically fine, very simple. I'm done. Vegeta confidently put the test paper was handed over to the examiner Bardos. It seems that Mr. Vegeta has not forgotten to study during his training. Whis also came over to applaud him. It's just a question for elementary school student. Vegeta turned his head away proudly, but the smile on his mouth betrayed him. He was still slow. Should his wife Bulma come over, it would take only a few minutes. But suddenly Bardos's eyes turned cold. He flicked the chalk in his hand directly on Sun Wukong's forehead. Ah, it hurt. Sun Wukong covered his forehead and wailed. Although it was just a simple chalk, but the terrifying force directly smashed a red mark on Sun Wukong's forehead. This was thrown by an angel. Classmates, no copying of answers. Bardos scolded sternly. How dare you copy the answers in front of her? Sun Wukong then waved his hands to show that he was wrong. Ha ha ha, what an idiot. You can't even answer this kind of elementary school question. question. It seems that you lose to me again, Kakarot. Vegeta laughed loudly. I have never felt so comfortable. He surpassed Kakarot again. Just continue answering the questions here. Vegeta turned around and left, not caring about Sun Wukong, who asked him for help. Time flew by. The time for answering the questions was completely over. Killer Hit was the second to hand in the paper after Vegeta, and then it was that Gabe. The remaining 3 contestants also handed in their papers. As for Sun Wukong, yes, he also answered the paper in the end, because he filled in a big C in all the choice boes, except for some rule-based questions. The rest were all guess. Finally finished answering. It's much more difficult than I thought. Sun Wukong handed in the paper with a sense of relief. He finally finished answering the paper. Although he was the last one to hand in his paper, he handed it in anyway. Sun Wukong stepped out of the examination room and kept looking around the waiting area. Everything else was normal, but he saw Vegeta talking to another thin Sun. So you are a Sun from the SITH universe, Vegeta said with some surprise. It was the first time he saw another Sun race besides his own universe. He thought Suns only exist in the 7th universe. Unexpectedly, there are also Suns in the SITH universe. However, this also matched the previous explanation of Whis. The SITH and 7th universes are twin universes, so they are very similar in some places. Yes, Mr. Vegeta, I didn't expect that there would be Suns in other universes, Cab also said with some excitement. He finally saw Suns from other universes. His father really didn't lie to him. Where is your tail? Vegeta frowned slightly and he realized that the child in front of him didn't have a tail at all. Did he pull it out when he was born? A tail. He didn't understand what Vegeta meant. Why did he ask about his tail? Oh, so you don't have tail? Vegeta finally understood, so he showed him his newly grown tail. We Suns are born with tails, and it's also one of the symbols of our Suns in the 7th universe. Cab's eyes widened instantly. Suns from the 7th universe have tails. Hey Vegeta, who's this guy? Net to you. Sun Wukong came over and greeted. Before entering the examination room, he also noticed this kid at the first time, but he never found a suitable opportunity to talk to him. He is a Sun from the SITH universe, the same race as us, Vegeta said in a calm tone. Sun Wukong was shocked. This guy is also a Sun. He looked at Cab carefully, but this Sun from the SITH universe is so different from what he remembered. How come he is so thin? He looked so weak and frail, and he had no tail. If he hadn't explained his problem later, Sun Wukong would have thought he was being abused. Sorry, Mr. Sun Wukong. I was born like this no matter how much I eat. Cab laughed. Don't worry about this problem. There will always be a solution in the future. But Sun Wukong waved his hand indicating that everything would have a chance in the future. Cab smiled happily. Yes, Mr. Sun Wukong is right. There is no big problem with being thin, and there will always be a chance in the future. By the way, which planet do you Suns live on? Vegeta asked curiously. Cab didn't hide it and said it all at once. We the Suns of the SITH universe live on Sarada. Sarada. When these words came out of his mouth, Vegeta was completely stunned. For a moment his Zion was extremely shocked. You mean Sarada in the SITH universe has not been destroyed? Cab was shocked. He didn't understand why Vegeta had such a big reaction, but he quickly caught the key word, destruction. Does it mean Sarada in the 7th universe has been destroyed? Cab asked. Vegeta quickly calmed down, so he told Cab about that period of history. Sarada in the 7th universe was destroyed because of the internal strife of the Sun. Then they migrated, collectively seized the planet Plant and named it Vegeta. You mean seized? Cab's pupils shrank suddenly. Did the Suns in the 7th universe seize their planet? This really shocked him. Yes, seized, Vegeta said nonchalantly. How can you invade other people's homes? Cab said excitedly. Unlike the Suns of the 7th universe, the Suns of the SITH universe are quite peace-loving, although they are also called a fighting nation, but they are usually employed by others to maintain justice and peace. I didn't expect that the Suns over there would actually. Cab had an ugly Zion and swallowed the last sentence. So the Suns of the 7th universe perished. Invaders often don't have a good end. That's the final outcome they deserve. Sun Wukong answered so simply. The Suns are extinct and they deserve it. Gabe was completely silent. He didn't know how to answer them. For a moment he breathed a sigh of relief and said calmly, please give me your guidance for the NET ring match. Hey Gabe, how long do you plan to talk to them? Hurry up and gather up there, Xiongpa urged impatiently. Oh, I'll be there soon. See you in the ring, Gabe said to the two with a smile. After that he flew towards the waiting area of the SITH universe. The two were also silent. After a long time Vegeta made this comment. The Suns over there are really strange, but they seem to be all good people over there, different from the Suns over here. Sun Wukong laughed. Don't you think so, Vegeta? Hey Vegeta. Vegeta ignored him. He looked at Vegeta in confusion, but he found that Vegeta's eyes were fixed on the audience seats of the SITH universe. I found an interesting guy, Kakarot. Sun Wukong also became interested. He wanted to see which interesting guy Vegeta was talking about. about. Chapter 28. Everyone was shocked. The god of destruction actually knelt. Kakarot, look at that guy. Sun Wukong looked in the direction Vegeta pointed. He also saw the silent hit at first sight. He is indeed extraordinary, Sun Wukong said in a deep voice. Although he was not as sharp as Vegeta, but he could also slightly feel the oppression brought to him by this player. But that's it, Vegeta said disdainfully. In fact, Hit is indeed not their opponent now. After all, the devilish special training in the previous period is not a joke. Unlike the original, because of the deliberate interference of Zong Su, the strength of the two now is much stronger than the original timeline. Except that guy. The rest are just a bunch of scumbag. Vegeta snorted. Except that Hit, who can bring a little danger to him. What the hell are the other contestant? Robot. Yellow Bears wearing vests, Frisia's half-brother and that Weekshyun. When he thought of this, Vegeta was even more disdainful. So the level of other universe contestants is just this level. Ha ha ha, no need to say it so harshly, Vegeta. After all, they came all the way here to win honor for their universe. Unlike Vegeta, Sun Wukong still respects every contestant very much, even if those contestants are ridiculously weak. Let me tell you, first we'll draw lots to decide who goes first. Don't even think about taking it all by yourself. After saying that, Vegeta turned and left, but suddenly Sun Wukong frowned. Then his mouth and eyes opened so wide that he couldn't even say a complete sentence, as if he had seen something extremely shocking. Vegeta was even more disdainful in his heart. Kakarot is really a bumpkin who has never seen the world. What's the big deal, you guy? It's not fa. Vegeta instantly uttered a classic Chinese quintessence. He was also shocked by the scene not far away and was speechless. Everyone also noticed this scene. All looked in an unknown direction, but at first glance he was even more shocked than the two of them. A golden planet suddenly appeared in the starry sky not far away and quickly moved towards the competition venue. Everyone looked carefully, but they were shocked again. It was not a planet, but a super Dragon Ball comparable to a planet. This a Dragon Ball? This is too huge. Bulma felt her legs go weak. Although she had prepared herself mentally before coming here, and she also heard Whis and others say that the size of the Super Dragon Ball is very scary, but he never thought it would be so scary. You said that all the planets are Super Dragon Balls. This is too scary. This is the first time I have seen such a big Dragon Ball. Piccolo's face turned green with fear. Tisk, I have never seen the world. Beerus snorted coldly. Although they have never seen such a thing as a Super Dragon Ball, but at least they have seen the world. After the two angels planed, the shock on everyone's faces was finally relieved a little, but they were still quite shocked. When she learned that the Super Dragon Balls could truly fulfill all wishes, Bulma was still very excited. Isn't this better than the Dragon Balls on Earth? So she started to have evil thoughts again, but this change of hers was caught by Whis at the side. Super Dragon Balls are not something you can just pick up, can be used. So you should give up that idea, Miss Bulma, Whis said with a smile. He had heard that Bulma used the Dragon Balls as her personal belongings, so Whis immediately pressed his opinion. You can use the other Dragon Balls however you want. It has nothing to do with them, but you can't use the Super Dragon Balls. This is the common property of the gods, not just you. The origin of the Super Dragon Balls can even be traced back to the reign of the dragon god Salama, and it also has a lot to do with the judge. So Whis is warning Bulma, but it is also another kind of protection. Okay, don't move. Bulma waved her hand and looked at Whis innocently. I was just joking. Do they need to be so serious? Even if I really have that idea, how can I collect these Dragon Balls? The terrifying size alone is daunting. A big shot will come over later. No matter what happens, don't interrupt. Do you understand? Beerus warned with a serious look. Everyone was confused for a moment. Who was going to attend this ring match? Listen, you don't have to say anything. No one is allowed to speak without my order. And Xiongpa also warned the 5 people in front of him in the same tone. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile. The 5 people look confused. What on earth was he talking about? Just place these Dragon Balls around the ring. Don't get too close, Zong Su told the Kaishin. The latter respectfully placed the Super Dragon Balls around. There was no deviation. He was very satisfied. Thank you for your hard work. You can leave now. Zong Su calmly waved to the Kaishin of the 2 universes. Several Kaishin left immediately. They all breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that after so many years I can see the judge again. I have forgotten the last time, the old Kaishin said with emotion. Xin also came to the old Kaishin. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Grandfather, is this judge really as powerful as you said? Of course he knew about the existence of the judge, but he didn't know whether this adult's strength was as strong as those seniors said. Regarding Xin's ignorance, the old Kai did not scold him as usual, but said to him earnestly, you want to ask this? Listen, Xin, I don't know how strong this adult is, but you just need to do what you should do. Whatever the adult asks us to do, we must do it. The old Kai looked at Xin with complicated eyes, but suddenly 2 hurricanes hit them. The 2 universes gods of destruction and 2 angels stood in front of Zong Su. A big question mark flashed across the foreheads of those players and tourist groups. What is going on? But the net moment, everyone saw an unforgettable scene. The god of destruction who used to be high above them knelt on one knee. The two angels bowed. The remaining Kais were not even qualified to kneel on one knee. They all knelt down in front of that person. This scene shocked them all again. First the Super Dragon Ball, then this. Today is really one thing after another. Shocking scenes are endless. The god of destruction knelt down, and he knelt down in front of a guy who looks like a human. Chapter 29. The game begins. Vegeta, I will kill through the SITH universe today. Who is that guy who suddenly appeared? Why are the angels of destruction and all the king gods so respectful to him? Is this another big shot? Everyone was confused until Whis and the others returned to the waiting area again. You don't need to know who that adult is. You only need to know that he is one of the highest ranking gods in the universe. As if seeing everyone's confusion, Whis explained calmly, the highest ranking god. How high? Bulma was surprised. How high? What are you trying to get close to him? Beerus looked at Bulma with displeasure. No, I don't have that idea at all. Bulma blushed and retorted with a guilty conscience. How high is the status? That's a long story. Whis moistened his throat. Let me tell you another secret. The Super Dragon Ball I just brought here. This sir and the former high priest created it a long time ago. Everyone was shocked again. The Super Dragon Ball was created by someone else. No wonder these gods of destruction and angels are so respectful to them. The thoughts in Bulma's mind completely disappeared. So the Super Dragon Ball has an owner. Forget it. After a while, Zong Su perfected the zoning and planning and other aspects and appointed Bardos as the referee of the competition. Whis is responsible for the ring quality inspector and safety officer. Always pay attention to the status of the players and the ring. Maintain the ring and in emergencies rescue the players. As for the two destroyers, Zong Su has a better choice, so he took out 2 sets of black security uniforms from his own dimension and ordered the two to put them on. Although they were very reluctant, they still did it. The temperament has improved too much. That's more like it. Looking at the two destroyers in front of him wearing security uniforms, security hats and baton. Good, very spirited. Zong Su praised with a satisfied look. This is the taste of his hometown. If it were in the previous life, these two people would definitely be 5-star generals of Country Garden. Before the game was about to start, Zong Su explained the simple rules of the ring to all the players and everyone. The most important thing is that you are not allowed to cheat. I reminded you. After saying these words, he went to his exclusive VIP area. The players from the two universes also began to prepare for the battle. Vegeta, I beg you one. Let me play in the first game. Sun Wukong said to Vegeta with a pleading face. Asshole, didn't we agree to use a draw to decide who will play? Why did you change your mind again? Vegeta said angrily. Sun Wukong had promised him that the game would be played by drawing lot, but he changed his mind before the game was about to start. Vegeta would definitely not agree. You two should draw lots to decide the order. You're making such a fuss just to decide who goes on stage first. Why are you so hesitant? Beerus, who was wearing a security uniform, said with an unhappy face. These two guys are really weird. Alright, you guys draw lots. So Beerus threw the lottery bow directly between the two, and then he stopped paying attention to this matter. At the same time he said silently in his heart, I'm a security guard. I go to work only to get off work. Compared to the lively waiting area of the 7th universe, the SITH universe is much colder. Including the two Kaishin, the total number of players gods of destruction and angels was barely 7. Who will go first? Xiongpa glanced at the 5 players in front of him, not knowing who to call first. Let me test their level first, Lord Xiongpa. Those two guys are too weak. Bodama took the lead in petitioning. He said he was willing to go first. Before coming here he had heard from the god of destruction that the opponent's players were very weak, so he didn't take them seriously at all. The other 4 had no objection either. They all said they would wait and see before deciding to go on stage. It was arranged by Xiongpa to be the last one to go on stage as their only trump card. Okay, you seem to be full of confidence, then defeat Universe 7 completely. Xiongpa was excited. It seemed that the winner of the game was within his reach. He couldn't wait to see Beerus get angry. There was movement again in Universe 7. The two quickly completed the order of drawing lot. Ha 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 ha, it seems that I have better luck. Kakarot. Vegeta laughed. He won the order of drawing lot. He was the first to go on stage on behalf of Universe 7. Although he might be defeated at ordinary times, the goddess of luck always favored him. Watch out for the NET battle, Kakarot. See how I kill Universe 6, Vegeta said confidently. He had enough confidence and strong strength to defeat 5 people at once, except for Hit, who could bring a little pressure to himself. The others were all a bunch of small fish. Ah, why didn't I go first? I should have chosen the card you just chose, Sun Wukong said with regret. He should have chosen the card that Vegeta had taken before. Otherwise he would have been the first to go on stage. Regret is regret, but congratulations are also due. At the same time he hoped that Vegeta would lose the game so that it would be his turn turn to go on stage. If Vegeta and Beerus could hear his voice, I'm afraid they would even want to kill him. Vegeta, for the sake of our acquaintance for so many years, just leave one for me. Just leave one. Sun Wukong pleaded again. Vegeta was also amused by what he said. Leave. I'll leave you an egg. I'll shoot them all for you, not one for you. The game is about to begin. Under the order of Bardos, the players selected by both sides jumped onto the ring. Yo, Vegeta won again. It seems that the SITH universe has no chance at all. Even though the battle has not started yet, Zong Su has already met the final ending of the SITH universe. Sun Wukong will fight with them for a while, but Vegeta will not give them any chance. Zong Su mourned for the SITH universe for 1 second. It's over. Your name is Vegeta, right? I heard of you from Xiongpa. Botomo looked up at Vegeta with a proud smile. What? You have heard of my name? Vegeta frowned slightly. I haven't heard of your name. On the contrary, I heard them say that you are very weak. Botomo sneered with contempt. Vegeta's face sang. Although he did not reveal any e-pression, he had already risen in anger in his heart. It seems that he was underestimated by a piece of trash. Okay, remember what you said now. Don't fight until you find your mother later. Vegeta clenched his fist and made his classic gesture. I Super Vegeta. Today I will kill you in Universe 6. Vegeta said with a proud face. His words really shocked everyone present, especially everyone in Universe 6. Arrogant, really arrogant. Just one person wants to challenge all our reserve players. Xiongpa laughed. He was really amused by these words. Chapter 30 Super 4 Vegeta. One force breaks all laws. It seems that even their personalities are very different. The Xians of Universe 7 are really different from the Xians here. Gabe looked at Vegeta with some complity. He didn't pay any attention at all. He didn't say a word since he first came to Vegeta and made that arrogant speech. He didn't look down on the current Vegeta at all, and Vegeta didn't look down on him at all. Now I declare that the match begins. Bardos struck the drum. The match officially began under her command. Vegeta took the lead in attacking, but he did not directly enter the Super Saiyan form but simply tested the player, then decided what form to take. Vegeta punched Botomo in the stomach, but the latter was not affected at all, still looking at him with a contemptuous e-pression, as if to say, what didn't you eat? So weak. Vegeta frowned. This development was obviously a bit beyond his expectations, so he continued to increase the strength of his fist by 30% and continued to punch in the stomach. Bang, but it was still useless. Botomo didn't even retreat. He was not affected by these attacks at all. What the hell? Why didn't he react at all? Vegeta frowned. He took a step back to distance himself from him. He kept thinking about why the attack just now had no effect on this fat bear. It was as if he didn't hit anything. Vegeta kept thinking. The morale of the SITH universe suddenly soared. Xiongpa was even more excited and shouted to eliminate Vegeta. Compared with the SITH universe, the 7th universe was much calmer. Oh, or is it a skill that transfers attacks to the 2nd dimension? That's really amazing, Beerus said sarcastically. He instantly analyzed the characteristics of Botomo. It turned out that it was not that Vegeta didn't try hard, but that all the attacks were transferred to the 2nd dimension. Transfer all. Let me see if you can transfer all. Thinking of this, Beerus' mouth curled up a little. He wanted to see if the yellow bear could withstand the attack of that form, but he didn't remind Vegeta immediately. Being underestimated. Looks like I have to be serious. Vegeta burst out with anger and his strength once again reached a new level, but he didn't immediately enter the Super Saiyan form. Instead, he continued to fight in normal conditions. He had to find out the characteristics of this guy first and then use his full strength to end the game. So Vegeta launched a fierce attack again, but he was much smarter than last time. He kept moving around the ring at high speed, attacking the fat bear from all directions, but these attacks were diverted by Botomo. Vegeta finally found out why his attack didn't work. Okay, I think I found it. So you can transfer all my attacks to another dimension. Vegeta's forehead was bulging with veins. His anger reached its peak again. No wonder his attacks didn't work. It turns out this guy has this ability. Did you find it? So what? You still can't cause any harm to me. My ability can divert all attack. Botomo looked confident. He didn't believe Vegeta could break his ability, so adhering to the principle of solving the opponent as soon as possible, he was also ready to launch his own counter-attack. Vegeta stopped him directly. You said you can transfer all attacks. Botomo was stunned and replied impatiently. Yes, I can transfer all attacks to another dimension. After that he continued to attack, but Vegeta's net words made him stunned. Okay, you said you can transfer all attacks. Then why don't we make a bet? If you can take my move, even if you win, I will surrender directly. When it comes to the word surrender, Vegeta bites it very hard. Do you want to bet? Botomo was stunned. Is this guy going to bet with me? Do you really think you can break my ability? I bet. Botomo quickly made his choice. Everyone in the SITH universe suddenly felt something was wrong. Xiangpa wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Oh, then don't move. I will make you make the most regretful decision in your life, Vegeta said with a ferocious face. As he said that, he made a gesture of gathering unwavering energy. The energy in his body and outside continued to soar, and his strength also increased rapidly. Botamuo didn't feel anything at first. He just thought it was a counter-attack of the flying insect before it died, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore. Vegeta's power, it was beyond his prediction. Even Hit opened his eyes at this time and looked at Vegeta in shock. Boom! A red breath rushed up into the sky. A large amount of dust suddenly filled the field. When the smoke and dust cleared, a red figure appeared. It was Vegeta, who had entered Super Saiyan 4. His transformation stunned everyone in the SITH universe. What the hell? You Saiyans can actually transform. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Zhangpa roared at Gabe. This kid didn't even tell him that Saiyans can still transform. I don't know. I didn't know that we Saiyans could transform. Gabe was confused. It was also the first time he saw a Saiyan transform. Don't forget what you said. Let me see if you can deflect my attack. Vegeta appeared in front of Botam in an instant. His left arm glowed red. Get out of here. Botam had no time to react. After saying that, Vegeta punched him hard in the stomach. Bang! This punch caused a great impact. The entire ring was torn apart by this terrifying force. Botam's E-Pression was distorted, sometimes comfortable and sometimes painful. It was as if multiple personalities were triggered at the same time. Looking at his stomach again, it was like it was alive and kept worming, which made people feel creepy. He was doing his best to deflect this irresistible attack, but in the end, his eyes rolled back. He fainted completely. He still didn't deflect the attack and he lost the bet. It turned out that his ability also had its limit. He couldn't move at all when he encountered a powerful attack. He was a living target. Botamo's whole huge body flew upside down and broke the glass cover in an instant. He flew towards the starry sky at an extremely fast speed, but he was saved by Whis, who had been paying attention to the schedule. So far, Vegeta won the game and the match point score was +1. Congratulations to the 7th universe for winning the first game. There are still 10 minutes to start the NET game. Please prepare both universes. As Bardo's voice fell, the 7th universe suddenly burst into strong cheers. They knew Vegeta could do it. Vegeta never fights a battle without confidence. Compared to the lively 7th universe, the SITH universe fell into a dead silence. Only Zhangpa was furious. Beerus, I'm going to kill you. How dare you play tricks on me? Zhangpa was so angry that his CPU almost burned up. He was tricked by Beerus again. No wonder they sent 2 players to participate in the competition. It turned out that the 2 players were ridiculously strong. I underestimated them before. Then why couldn't I feel the breath of those 2 guys before? Zhangpa's pupils shrank suddenly. He quickly caught the sensitive point. At that time, the 2 Saiyans were wearing special super gravity suits. The most powerful point of the special super gravity suits is that they completely isolate the breath. Of course, he, the god of destruction, couldn't feel it. But where did the special super gravity suits of those 2 guys come from? He didn't even see that thing. Often thinking of that thing, Zhangpa suddenly felt cold sweat all over his body. He felt like he was being stared at by countless eyes. This didn't seem to be a problem he should understand. Chapter 31. The second battle. Vegeta, I feel sick when I see your face, but Zhangpa quickly calmed down. There are still 10 minutes to prepare. He has to pick the NET contestant as soon as possible. Just as he was hesitating about who to let go, Frost stood up and pressed his willingness to be the contestant in the NET battle. Leave the NET battle to me. I am sure I can eliminate this guy named Vegeta. This is Frieza from another universe. Unlike Frieza, he is a complete good guy. Okay, let you fight in the NET game. Don't embarrass us, Zhangpa said viciously. He doesn't want to lose to the 7th universe again, I'm sure. As long as it can help those homeless children, I'm willing to eliminate this guy myself, Frost said righteously. He really looked like a good person. Audience eats in the 7th universe. Vegeta simply drank a sip of water and ate a senzu bean. Then he warmed up and was done. After all, the previous battle didn't consume much physical strength at all. He just ate one casually. After all, there is no shortage of senzu beans now. Well done, Vegeta. It seems that you have learned to be good at thinking and observing. Beerus praised generously. It's nothing. We have to thank the Lord of Judgment and all the lords for their cultivation of us, Vegeta said modestly. Although he is still very arrogant most of the time, but he is very humble to his benefactors, especially Susu, who made a key investment in him, and Kakarot. If there is no funding from them, I'm afraid that the training efficiency of him and Son Goku will be greatly reduced. I am afraid that I can't comprehend Super Saiyan 4 in advance. So he admires that adult from the bottom of his heart. Compare it with the first time I met you. You have really grown a lot. Beerus smiled and stopped talking, but another idea emerged in his mind. Vegeta, since you have already fought a game, why not fight again? NET time, let me play. Sun Wukong begged again. He was really itching, but Vegeta still rejected him mercilessly. Go away. After that, Vegeta had a brief chat with his relatives from Earth. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Soon it was his turn to play again. Vegeta, be careful. Your wristband, Bulma reminded loudly. At the same time, she threw a white wristband to him. Tisk, so long-winded. ended. Although he said so, his hand still honestly took the wristband handed over by Bulma and carefully put it on his right arm. He didn't jump onto the ring until there was no mistake. The player of the 7th universe is still Vegeta. Frost of the SITH universe will play in this game. Bardos read out the contestant. The two jumped onto the ring VIP area of the spectator seat. Frost. Oh, the hypocrite in the original book. Zong Su said zionlessly, and at the same time a hint of expectation rose in his heart. This guy used poison needles to defeat Kakarot in the original world, right? I wonder if this guy dares to use poison needles again. After all, he had told everyone not to cheat before. He wanted to see how brave this guy is. Although he didn't show up, he has been paying attention to the battle. The corners of Zong Su's mouth rose slightly. It's okay, you use it. I won't be too heavy. At most I will beat your whole body into dust. After seeing the opponent clearly, Vegeta's Zion gradually began to look ugly. Although he had paid attention to this guy in the previous written test, but he didn't pay much attention. But this closer look really shocked him. Even the relatives of the 7th universe were shocked. Isn't this just the beggar version of Frieza? Although his name is Frost. It's an honor to fight with you, Mr. Vegeta. Frost greeted Vegeta politely. Everyone didn't understand what medicine he had in his gourd. Even the voice is the same. Everyone was shocked. If they hadn't confirmed it, they would have thought that Lofa won the resurrection match and changed his skin to run to the other side. My name is Frost. You talk too much. Vegeta interrupted Frost and disrupted his strategy. Frost was stunned. This guy is a bit difficult to talk to, but he still tried to speak. Don't get excited enough. Do you want me to say it again? Vegeta interrupted him again. He had enough of what this guy said, even if the other party only said 2 sentences, because he felt sick when he saw this face now and this familiar voice. Listen, no matter who you are, I don't want to see your face again, because whenever I see you I will think of that guy. It's disgusting, Vegeta said to him fiercely. This guy disrupted my plan. Frosty Zion was a little ugly. His plan was interrupted by this guy again. Mr. Vegeta, I don't know why you have such great malice towards me, but please give me more advice in the NET battle. Frost sighed helplessly, but the malice towards Vegeta in his heart rose to a whole new level again. Disrupting my plan again and again. I must keep you here today. Show your full strength. Don't end it too early. Vegeta didn't plan to take out Super 4 or Super Blue to solve this guy instantly, but beat this guy up first, no matter if the opponent is Frieza or not. Now I declare that the game begins. As Bardos announced the start of the game, the two instantly entered the battle state. It seems that I must take out that form today to deal with you for those homeless children, Frost said seriously. He entered the final form directly. He used all his strength right from the start. Although this form is very strong, it can't deal with Vegeta at all, but his poison needle can. Just let me move around. Vegeta twisted his neck and entered the full power state of Super Saiyan 1 with a burst of energy. His momentum completely crushed Frost. The people in the SITH universe were confused again. In addition to the so-called Super Saiyan 4, last time this guy has more than one form. Compared with the Saiyans of the 7th universe and the Saiyans of his own universe can't even transform. Xiongpa now wants to slap himself. Why didn't he take a good look at these two guys before he left last time? Hey, can you Saiyans transform into the same form as that guy? As for Xiongpa's roar, Gabe didn't hear it at all. All he saw was Vegeta, who transformed into a Super Saiyan. Is this the transformation of a Saiyan? I am also a Saiyan. Can I reach the same level as this senior? Gabby said to himself with a trembling voice. He kept questioning himself in his heart, questioning whether everything he had done before was right. At the same time, he was also greatly shaken in the belief he pursued. So an idea emerged in his mind, but it can only be left after the NET battle. Chapter 32. Yo, the sandbag is coming. Is he completely suppressing me in all aspect? What a terrifying guy. Frosty Zion was a little ugly, and he secretly said in his heart, Vegeta's aura has completely surpassed him. In front of the Super Saiyan, his so-called frozen devil's final form is like a piece of paper, but he is not worried. He still has something to rely on. That is the poison needle hidden in his arm. But before he finished speaking, he was knocked away by a heavy punch from Vegeta. Frost didn't react at all. He just felt a blank in his brain. The speed was too fast. Ah! Frost screamed, and his whole body flew backward. He would soon fly out of the ring. But Vegeta didn't want to end the battle so easily. Can't you bear it? It's just the beginning, bastard. Vegeta used high-speed movement to jump behind Frost, and then punched him again. Ah! Frost screamed again and took the punch. Then his body flew backwards in another direction due to inertia. He didn't even have the qualifications to fight back. His strength is completely different from Vegeta's. Although this guy is not Frieza, the feel of the sandbag is like 1,000 miles away. Vegeta has never felt so comfortable. He just feels good to fight. It's not over yet, Vegeta roared. He used his own super high-speed movement to teleport above Frost and punched him again. Frost was directly hit by this horrible blow and fell from a high altitude. A big hole was smashed on the ring on the spot. thought. At this time his pupils were dilated. His fingers were cramping. What's wrong with this guy? Why is he targeting me like this? Damn, this bastard. You pissed me off. Frost roared with a ferocious face. What personality, what nobleness, what great good man. At this moment he completely stopped pretending. No matter what creature, once anger overcomes reason and replaces the main position of the brain, then whatever he does is normal. But Vegeta will not give him any breathing space at all. What are you looking at? A strong golden flash appeared between Vegeta's hands and the energy was also rising rapidly. Frost's pupils shrank suddenly, really not leaving any chance for himself. The NET moment, the sky full of golden missiles continued to be fired from Vegeta's hands. Prince's tactic. Frost was completely submerged in the Prince's tactic. The explosion raised huge smoke and was accompanied by screams. Vegeta's attacks gradually stopped. When the smoke cleared, Frost lay in the big pit in the middle of the ring like a corpse. His life or death was unknown. Can't even stand the warm-up phase. You're not even as good as that Frisia. Vegeta snorted coldly. I thought this guy was very durable, but he couldn't stand a set of Prince's tactic. This made him very disappointed. Referee, the fight can end. Vegeta waved to Bardos. This fight is meaningless. How can you fight when your opponent has been beaten like this? But just as Vegeta finished speaking, the corpse in front of him stood up again. Frost struggled to stand up, gasping for breath. There was no part of his body that was intact. Even a few bones were broken. As long as it can bring peace to the universe for those children, as long as I am still alive, I will never give up. Frost started his hypocritical performance again, but this time many people obviously believed it. It's different from the Frisia in our universe. The Frisia in the SITH universe is a good person. Krillin couldn't help but claimed he found it difficult to accept the fact that Frisia's isotope was actually a good person. The differences in each universe are different. This is too normal, Piccolo said calmly. Alas, Vegeta is really that guy, is not Frisia. Why did he use such a heavy hand? Sun Wukong sighed. Compared with this Frost, Vegeta now looks like a villain. Frost participated in the competition for the peace of the universe, but Vegeta used him as a warm-up sandbag and a tool for venting anger. Don't rely too much on the surface of anything. Some guys may seem to be good people, but they do worse things than villains. Beerus laughed. Goku, you only see the surface. Before pressing your position, you might as well get to know your opponent first. Goku was stunned in the same place, but he quickly realized that this was indeed his problem. Yes, he only saw the surface. Who can be sure that this guy is a real good person? In the final analysis, it is because his observation ability is too poor. He was almost led astray by others' performance. The scene returns to the ring. Frost rushed towards Vegeta with all his strength. Every time he moved, he felt a sharp pain in all parts of his body, but in order to maintain his superficial personality, he didn't care about these at all. But what came towards him was still Vegeta's ruthless iron fist. Frost was knocked out again. You are not my opponent. Why don't you give up? Vegeta said to him calmly. He struggled to get up again and responded to Vegeta with a smile. I won't give up. After that he rushed towards Vegeta. In the end, is it recklessness or is it extraordinary perseverance? It is indeed admirable that he refuses to give up, but to put it bluntly, he is just a fool who is ignorant of the world and self-righteous. Do you really think that you can narrow the gap with your opponent by relying on your tenacious will? If everyone can win like this, then what is the effort of the opponent? It's really humorous. Frost was knocked out again, but he still struggled to stand up. Then he continued to rush towards Vegeta like before, but he was still knocked out by a punch. Then he stood up again. He was knocked out again. He stood up again and was knocked out again. This was a boring repetition. At this moment, everyone sincerely admired Frost. Even if the gap between him and his opponent was huge, he still couldn't give up, especially the SITH universe. Gabe was in tears. He shouted loudly, "Come on, Mr. Frost!" With Gabe taking the lead, others also began to cheer for Frost, except for the gloomy Beerus and the confused Son Goku. Most of the people in the 7th universe were cheering for Frost. Seeing this, Frost smiled. It seems that his plan was successful and he successfully stabilized his personality. Then NET used the poison needle to eliminate Vegeta. It's time to end this boring battle. Frost smiled sinisterly. He finally began to pose his truest side. As he said that, a silver needle gradually emerged from his arm. If you don't look carefully, you may not be able to find it. Chapter 33. Dare to cheat in front of me. Zong Su slap Frost to death. Aren't you going to admit defeat yet? What's the point of doing this? Vegeta's presence was a little ugly, to be honest. Although this guy looked disgusting to Vegeta, but his determination to never give up was really admirable. All this was pretended by Frost, just to confuse everyone. No, I won't admit defeat. Even if I fight to the last moment, I will never admit defeat, Frost shouted to the sky. So he launched a final attack on Vegeta again. Okay, then let me send you off for the last time. It's time for you to go down, Vegeta said calmly, and also threw his own punch at Frost, who was coming towards him. When the two fists were about to collide, Vegeta's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a strange arc rising at the corner of Frost's mouth. It's your turn to go down. A short needle protruded from the back of his wrist. After all, he chose to cheat to get Vegeta out early. But at this critical moment, at the same time they felt their bodies suddenly frozen, unable to move. Even the entire universe was paused. A figure appeared between them. How dare you do these things under my nose? You are really brave, Zong Su said calmly. It turned out that he used his ability to completely pause the entire universe. Even he himself did not expect Frost to be so bold. He actually dared to cheat in front of him. Did he ignore what he said before? He was thinking before. It's okay, you cheat. Oh, you really cheated. Frost was shocked. This instance that all God feared actually ended up. His cheating behavior was discovered, but he was frozen and couldn't show any pression at all. Okay, it's time to end. Zong Su snapped his fingers. The universe that was originally suspended started to move again. The faces of the people who were released from the frozen state were full of confusion. Why did the Lord of Judgment come out in person? They saw Zong Su appear on the ring in the blink of an eye. Is there anything wrong with this game? Xiang Pa swallowed his saliva and said a little uneasily. He suddenly felt that something bad was going to happen soon. The NET scene also verified his expectations. This kind of trick is okay to play in front of others. If I hadn't been there this time, you might have kicked Vegeta off the stage, Zong Su said impressively. At the same time, he used his ability to pull out a thin needle from Frost's wrist. Paralysis poison from the SITH universe by Jupiter. It's still an unusual paralysis poison. Zong Su pinched the poison needle and instantly analyzed the source of the needle and the venom. Do you want to kill someone? Zong Su's tone suddenly changed and he looked at Frost with murderous intent. 0.001 grams of this poison is enough to kill a person, but there are more than 40 grams left on this poison needle. This is to kill people. Frost was completely shocked and didn't know how to defend himself for a while. Asshole, you dare to play tricks on me? Vegeta, who reacted also, he had a murderous look on his face. I thought this guy was better than Frieza, but he turned out to be just as despicable. It's bad. What the hell did that guy do? Xiangpa said with horror. I didn't expect this guy to cheat in front of the judge. And he used a highly to IC substance. Isn't it obvious that he wants to kill the contestant? Thinking of this, he wanted to go down and apologize, but he was scared back by Zong Su's look. The seventh universe was just having fun, but they were more angry and disappointed. Back to the ring. Don't be nervous, it's just a moment. Zong Su smiled harmlessly at Frost. Bang! As soon as Zong Su finished speaking, his ability was activated. Frost plotted into a ball of blood mist on the spot, and finally everything turned into ashes. Nothing was left. He didn't even have time to say a word of defense. He was dead anyway. Even the super dragon couldn't save him. This scene on the field was seen by everyone. Everyone was also extremely shocked by the iron-blooded means of the judge, but more of it was fear. Although this adult looked harmless, he was really fierce when he really started to fight. He actually wiped out all of Frost's instant. Okay, now I'll announce the result. Frost from the SITH universe is eliminated for cheating. The winner this time is the 7th universe, and the contestants can continue to fight in any NET battle. Zong Su announced the result on behalf of referee Bardos. After announcing all the plans, he returned to his exclusive VIP seat again. Everything happened quickly, but it was resolved even faster. What a pity. There is such a guy among the contestants of our universe, but it's all retribution. Bardos's smiling object paw said. He was indeed partly responsible for what happened just now, and he did not fulfill his referee's obligation, but the judge didn't pursue it. This bastard, he's obviously a good guy. Why did he choose to cheat? Xiang Pa's lungs were about to implode. Originally I had a little good impression of that guy before. After all, he was a rare good man, but in the end Frost brought shame to the entire SITH universe. Even I was almost shuffled. The rest of the contestants also found it even harder to accept the fact that Frost would choose to cheat. They all felt that their worldviews had collapsed. Maybe you don't know yet, that guy is not as simple as he seems, so he revealed the true side of Frost to everyone. After all, what this guy did, Angel was the one who knew it best. It turned out that this guy was not a good person at all. All these characters of loving peace and caring for war orphans were all pretended. He planned wars one by one and then ended them by himself. In the end, he bought the barren land at a very low price. Everything he did before was just self-directed and self-acted. After hearing Bardo's explanation, everyone's admiration for Frost quickly turned into disgust. As the saying goes, when a character collapses, everyone will step forward to step on him. Frost is the most typical example. Vegeta returned to the rest area with a sullen face. There were bulging blue veins on his forehead and his hair quickly changed between gold and black. He felt very angry now, a kind of anger after being deceived. I thought Frost was pretty good before, but it turned out that this guy was a hypocrite who said one thing on the surface and another behind the scene. Even he, the prince of the Suns, was fooled. See, Son Goku, what did I say? Vegeta is just as bad at observation as you are. Some guys are clean on the surface, but you do a lot of dirty things behind behind the scene. A slight arc appeared at the corner of Beerus' mouth. This frost is exactly the same as he expected, not a good person at all. Even Son Goku was almost led astray by him. Vegeta was almost eliminated because of this incident. I didn't expect this guy. It seems that the situation of the SITH universe and our 7th universe is the same. Frieza in both universes is not a good person. Son Goku sighed. He also felt very disappointed. Although Frieza is not a good thing, he will not use such dirty means. The training of Vegeta and Mr. Son Goku will be intensified. Just having strength and fighting skills is not enough, Whis said with a smile. Chapter 34 Vegeta accepts a disciple and Cab transforms into a Super Saiyan. The warm-up time is over soon. The SITH universe also selected the contestant for the third game. That is Cab the Saiyan from the SITH universe. Listen, you must win it back for us. You can't lose again this time. 2 times 2 times. Kompa put on a painful mask on the spot. He has lost twice in a row. He can only pray in his heart that Cab can win them back a point. This is not a question of Super Dragon Balls. It's a question of whether you can raise your face in front of your brothers. This is a battle that will destroy the dignity of God. Beerus must be laughing like crazy now. Tool, try my best. Cabby didn't say that. After all, he can say that he will try his best. He is not thinking about whether he can beat Vegeta. He wants to ask him how to transform into a Super Saiyan. That godlike posture, he will probably never forget it completely in his life. Right as both players walked onto the stage, the match officially started at the signal of Bardos. Please give me more advice, Mr. Vegeta. Gabe took a fighting stand. At the same time, his nerves were tensed to the best state. Come on, show your strength. Let me see the level of the Saiyans of the SITH universe, Vegeta said with a smile. He did not take out the posture of a Super Saiyan, but first tested this guy's level with normal state. Both sides exchanged glances, so the battle officially started. Gabe took out all his strength right from the start. While performing his fist and feet, he also used some Qigong bullets to cause harassment attack. Vegeta kept dodging, but the corners of his mouth rose a little arc. Although the child in front of him did not transform into a Super Saiyan, his normal strength was very strong. The speed is up to standard. The strength is even higher than the standard, and the combat variance and combo coordination are also quite perfect. Don't look at his small stature, but he can burst out combat power beyond imagination in this small body. So is Vegeta suppressed now? Suppressed? Are you kidding? Although the power that Gabe burst out did surprise Vegeta, you want to compete with him, the Saiyan Prince, with this little power? This is the full strength of Cab, but Vegeta has never taken it seriously. So he yelled at Cab, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and transform into a Super Saiyan. Cab was stunned. Even his attack stopped. I can't transform. Cab lowered his head in shame, not daring to look directly at Vegeta, but he cheered up again. He said to Vegeta respectfully, Mr. Vegeta, I want to transform into a Super Saiyan. Can you teach me? The reason why he wanted to ask Vegeta to transform into a Super Saiyan was that he wanted to use this power to protect the people he wanted to protect and his people on Sarada. That's why he was so humble in front of Vegeta. Vegeta's mouth curled up slightly. This kid is quite interesting. Except for some defects in personality and other aspect, he is very satisfied with his other fighting talents and strength skills. So he had the idea of helping this guy. We need to minimize the child's anger. The most essential elements for transforming into a Super Saiyan are anger and S cells. Use anger as an opportunity to make S cells grow explosively. This is how to transform into a Super Saiyan. He looked at Gabe with contempt and shouted at him in a mocking tone. Is this your attitude? Ask your enemy for advice. Faced with Vegeta's sudden angry questioning, Gabe was completely stunned. Then he lowered his head in shame again. You call yourself a Saiyan? But Vegeta didn't give him time to think at all, and he hit him into the air with an instant elbow. Then Vegeta's double punch again. This is not over yet. Vegeta kicked him to the edge of the ring again. Then he used the gap of flying backwards to hit him back with a punch. Then Vegeta's ruthless iron fist whip. Vegeta's iron fist hit Gabe's fragile body one punch after another, and the latter was in great pain. This scene stunned everyone present. Vegeta, this bastard, how could he be so heavy-handed? The other party is obviously just a child, Krillin said indignantly. He really didn't expect Vegeta to be so harsh on a child, but Yamcha on the side poured a basin of cold water on him. Child? Krillin, are you kidding? If he is a child, then what am I? Yamcha wanted to cry but had no tears. He was not even as good as a child. Everyone expressed different opinions on the situation, but most people thought that Vegeta was too brutal. But Vegeta didn't care at all. Boy, cheer up for me. Vegeta picked up Cab, who was too weak to speak, like a little chicken. You are worthy of being called a Saiyan warrior. Cab's pupils were dilated and he didn't even have the strength to respond to Vegeta. Seeing that Vegeta didn't tell him how to transform into a Super Saiyan, he was humiliated. Instead, he raised his trembling arm. He said to Vegeta in an extremely weak tone, I surrender. He wanted to end the game by surrendering. There was no point in fighting any further. Vegeta was stunned. This guy surrendered after being beaten by him. His anger seemed to become real and spread to every corner of the planet. Everyone thought that Vegeta was really angry. In fact, that was exactly the case. Vegeta himself did not expect that this Sun would be so cowardly. As a Sun, he actually surrendered to the enemy. You said you wanted to surrender. Asshole, are you worthy of being called a Sun warrior? I really can't hold on any longer. Vegeta was completely angry and laughed. A cruel arc rose at the corner of his mouth and he said to him in a murderous tone, "Okay, I'll send you down now. After the last game I will go to the SITH universe in person. When I will kill all your relatives and destroy your hometown in front of you. Then you will understand how powerless you are." Vegeta threatened. He did all this with good intentions. After hearing what Vegeta said to him, Gabe was completely stunned. Boom! A potential energy completely erupted in Gabe's body. His hair kept changing between black and gold. Seeing this scene, Vegeta smiled with relief. It was like a master seeing his apprentice succeed. He knew his training worked. The entire nameless star was accompanied by lightning. It was like welcoming the arrival of a new Super Saiyan. The NET moment, Gabe's power completely erupted and a golden aura rose from his feet. A layer of rich golden light shone all over his body. He finally realized the form of a Super Saiyan. This is our battle. It has nothing to do with my family. He broke free from Vegeta's wrist with a slap and then launched his fierce counterattack. You want to touch my family? Just step over my body first. Kabe's breath rose rapidly and a terrifying energy condensed between his hands. Boom! Blue energy emanated from his palm. Vegeta still did not transform into a Super Saiyan and had no intention of dodging, just looked at him confidently. Chapter 35 Zong Su's plan for the future. Chapter Vegeta killed through. This energy attack hit Vegeta just like that. Vegeta's figure was submerged in it on the spot. This is not over yet. Kabe once again launched a dense energy bomb attack into the thick fog below, forming an absolute coverage. This move was also learned from Vegeta. This situation lasted for a minute. Kabe finally stopped and his emotions gradually calmed down. At this time he was breathing heavily and his forehead was covered with dense beads of sweat. The body was shaking due to the intense load. Is this a Super Saiyan? Feeling the almost explosive power in his body, Gabe said in disbelief. He finally entered the Super Saiyan state, but then he retreated to normal. Now he has just begun to master this form and his physical strength has been consumed too much. He can't maintain the Super Saiyan state for many years. The 7th universe was completely stunned. Are the Super Saiyans so cheap now? What was the meaning of the efforts made by Sun Wukong and Vegeta back then? Hard training is not as fast as a young boy. Krillin fainted in the toilet on the spot. The smoke and dust on the field dissipated. A figure still stood in the deep pit. Yes, it seems that you have already mastered this form. Vegeta nodded and said, this is still his normal state. Except for some scratches on his face and arms, there is basically no harm. The Saiyan is normal and can fight against the Super Saiyan. It's just a minor injury. Only the invested Kong Bei can do it. Remember the state just now. Even if you are very talented, you still have to practice more diligently. Vegeta said this to Vega. Hearing what he said, Gabe and all the audience realized that Vegeta was teaching him. It was just a sharp tongue. Saiyans rely on anger and cells in their bodies to stimulate breakthrough transformation. Gabe did this under Vegeta's guidance. Gabe felt mixed emotions, but he was more grateful to this Saiyan from the 7th universe. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid he would have been on the wrong path. After that, Vegeta asked Gabe to transform into a Super Saiyan again. Because of the previous accumulation, this time the transformation was much simpler. Remember the current state. This is the real power of us Saiyan. Vegeta smiled proudly. At this time Gabe finally understood Vegeta's good intentions. Yes, master. He finally said the 2 words to Vegeta in full. Vegeta just smiled and said nothing more. He had already accepted the fact that he was the boy's master. What happened NET was also the development depicted in the plot. It was just that Vegeta did not choose to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Instead he directly showed Cab the Super Saiyan 4 that he first realized. That was the form he took out in the first battle. The violent and wild power. The whole planet was filled with Vegeta's powerful aura. Cab was even suppressed by this strong sense of oppression and couldn't raise his head. This is Super Saiyan 4. The true attitude of us Saiyan. Vegeta smiled. Super Saiyan 4. Can I really reach the same state as you? Cab was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that Super Saiyan was just a threshold. There were also Super 2, Super 3 and even Super 4 forms above. And his master Vegeta actually reached this terrifying stage. As long as you train you will definitely move forward to the future. As he said this, Vegeta punched Gabe in the stomach. The latter was eliminated on the spot. The third battle ended in such an absurd and outrageous way. Asshole, the third time. Xiongpa's face turned purple with anger. He had lost 3 times in a row. He now only has 2 players left, and as it stands now, except for Hid who can fight with Vegeta, the remaining players can't beat Vegeta even if they all go on the field. Thinking of the boast he made to Beerus before before Xiangpa wanted to slap himself dozens of times on the spot. Vegeta is becoming more and more like a master. I didn't expect him to accept an apprentice, Whis said with some surprise, but he also affirmed Vegeta's strength in his heart. I didn't expect Vegeta to do a good job in teaching his apprentices. They are always growing. The speed of growth even threatens me, Beerus said nonchalantly. Compared to the people who were talking about it, Zong Su was hiding in his VIP seat. He looked at the private message projected by the crystal ball in front of him and felt a little surprised. The content projected was the private message sent to him by the High Priest. There will be a special visitor going to the nameless star later. Just a few short sentences. The High Priest did not tell him who the guest was coming, but Zong Su had already guessed who it would be. Bullshit, it's not that football kid or who else. Omni King. For this event, Sun Wukong was able to connect with Omni King, and later the Tournament of Power was set as a template. Thinking of the Tournament of Power that will happen in the future, Zong Su began to plan the future seriously. It seems that we have to improve the efficiency of their training. Try to let them master those two states before the Tournament of Power begins. Zong Su is sure that Sun Wukong and Vegeta can master Ultra Instinct and the God of Destruction state before the Tournament of Power. Although he is only a clone now, his real body is on the way to the Dark World coordinate, but he is also confident that he can make these two people stronger quickly. But then Zong Su's eyes lit up. He thought of an important thing. Yes, there is also the future time and space chapter. I think it won't be long before that Zamasu will come out. Thinking of this, Zong Su quickly clicked on the friend list on the crystal ball and found his target. He compiled his letter in an instant. Pay more attention to time and space recently, and remember to report to me if there is anything important. Zong Su sent this message to Chrono. Although he is the judge, but the field he is in charge of is not time and space. Since the future time and space chapter unfolds in time and space, it is better to let Chrono and others deal with it. It can also be left to Sun Wukong and Vegeta as a whetstone. Anyway, just treat Zamasu as an Eparian's baby. Zong Su smiled harmlessly again. Shenjin made me laugh. The rest time passed quickly. Soon it was Vegeta's turn again. The player sent by the SITH universe this time was the robot Magata. Although the player was confirmed, Xiangpa had already started to play badly. With the strength of this robot, what qualifications does it have to fight Vegeta? It's better to give points at the speed of light this time. Leave the NET opportunity to hit. Let this guy try the water first. This will also help hit collect information about Vegeta and make corresponding tactics. Xiangpa was relieved immediately. Chapter 36 I Super Vegeta Ace vs Ace. At the command of referee Bardos, the fourth battle began, but everything was swept away quickly. At the beginning, Vegeta did not have much advantage when fighting Magata. Even in the state of Super Saiyan, it was quite difficult. A lot of meat, huge energy storage, and you don't even have the qualifications to get close. Once you get close, you will be greeted by Magata's tornado, and you will spit out lava from time to time. It's like saying it's cold, remember to drink more hot water. Moreover, although this guy is a robot, he can think with human thinking. It's like he has his own independent personality. The reaction speed and combat response methods are like clear thinking. Vegeta began to doubt whether this guy is a man-made man in a metal suit. Vegeta fell into a tough battle for a while, but he still used the state of Super Saiyan to deal with this robot. After all, he came here to fight with players from other universes for a few moves, not to kill them immediately, so he didn't show his Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan Blue or Super Saiyan 4 posture. Everything was developing as expected. Vegeta soon stopped laughing. This Ironhide is too durable. What kind of fuel does this guy eat to sustain the battle? It seems that his energy is endless. There is a kind of beauty similar to number 17 and number 18. Seeing this situation, Vegeta finally decided not to tangle with this guy anymore. I'm afraid that his physical strength will be exhausted. His endurance training is still not done well. So he instantly entered the Super Saiyan 4 state and eliminated Magata with thunder. The fourth battle ended just like this. I really can't afford to lose this time. It's already 4 games. The fourth game, Xiang Passion leaned against the pillar with no hope. His universe was embarrassed today. Lost 4 games in a row, and they were all crushed by the opponent. I'm afraid I won't be able to raise my head in front of Beerus in the future. A mask of pain suddenly appeared on Xiangpa's face. Ha ha ha, good job Vegeta. I'll remember your achievement. Beerus patted Vegeta's shoulder with a laugh and seemed very satisfied with his performance. He had never felt so refreshed. When he thought of Xiang Peguo's angry look, Beerus couldn't help laughing. He really liked to see his brother get humiliated. Vegeta didn't say anything. He just wiped the sweat off his body with a towel and then drank a sip of water. Finally he added a senzu bean. His state instantly returned to the top. You are worthy of being a father. You actually eliminated 4 players in a row. Dad is still so strong. Xiao Te cheered excitedly. Smiles gradually appeared on the faces of others. Only Sun Wukong frowned. Watching Vegeta eliminate 4 players in a row, the opponent only had one player left. The key is that the player who wanted hit was still the strongest. His hands were itching. His shitty luck was too bad. How could Vegeta get a good draw after returning? He must have a good fight with Vegeta. He can't come here in vain. But Vegeta might lose, right? Sun Wukong kept comforting himself in his heart. He began to pray that Vegeta would lose the NET game. Then he would have a chance to play the SITH universe camp. Looking at the four lifeless people, Xiongpa's fat face twitched unconsciously. Two were killed instantly. One turned into a little fan of Vegeta. The other was killed by a foul. Now the only one who can show off is the killer Hit. The key is that Hit may not be able to beat Vegeta. Are you sure, Hit? Will it save a little victory? Xiongpa said to Hit. He really hopes that Hit can win the last game. This way he can at least save some face. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing to lose 5 games in 5 games. But Hit wasn't much better. ILLTRY my best, Hit said solemnly. He really wasn't sure he could beat Vegeta. Before Vegeta showed his Super 4 form, he didn't take this little guy seriously. But since this guy showed such a powerful form, he no longer dared to think so. Even with a layer of protective shield, he could clearly understand how big the gap was between him and this form. His own flash time kung fu might not be able to do anything to him. Will you win? Xiangpa swallowed. Will win. He didn't say these 3 words. Hit was completely silent. What kind of monsters are the players in the 7th universe? NET is the last match. The current score between the 2 universes is 4-0. The 7th universe has 0 eliminated players and the SITH universe has 4 eliminated players. There is still 1 player left in the SITH universe. Will the final winner be revealed in this match? Please be ready, players. The 5th match will officially start in 5 minutes. Bardos read out the scores of the 2 universes loudly. The 7th universe burst into a tsunami of cheers. It seems that the 7th universe will be far ahead in this match. The SITH universe completely shrank its head. They are so embarrassed today. 5 minutes passed quickly. Vegeta also did the final pre-match warm-up. Compared with the previous 4 battles, his E-Press Zion this time was particularly solemn. He will face the trump card of the SITH universe, so he had to be fully prepared for the final battle. At Bardos's signal, both players stepped onto the ring step by step. Vegeta and Hit just stared at each other. Both of them looked extremely solemn. The scene was full of oppression for a while. Vegeta was the first to break the calm. Are you the ace player of the SITH universe? I have a feeling that you will definitely bring me enough surprises. Vegeta grinned. Even though he hadn't fought Hit yet, he could feel the inexplicable sense of oppression on the other side, and a bloody smell from the depths of his soul. He seemed to see the corpses all over the road where Hit had passed. This also verified his previous guess. This guy is a killer. You are a killer, right? Vegeta said with a bad face, and Hit did not respond, just looked at him expressionlessly. This was also considered as tacit agreement. Since you are a killer, then your strength must be your killing skills. So in the NET battle, use your killing skills to deal with me. Vegeta smiled confidently. Hit was stunned for a moment. What stimulated this guy's brain to want him to kill him? For Vegeta's request, referee Bardos and Zong Su, who had been diving, did not object. The gods of destruction of both universes also had no objection. Directly approved at the speed of light. Hit was relieved since he could use the killing skills. Then he was sure that he could deal with this Vegeta. Don't regret it. Hit's left hand was covered with a layer of purple light, and then he was ready for battle. He was ready to launch a flash attack at any time. Vegeta did not hide it either. He directly entered the state of Super Saiyan 4. He raised a confident smile at the corner of his mouth and looked at Hit with pride. Then he made his classic gesture. I Super Vegeta. Chapter 37. Hit lost. The game ended. Vegeta was the final winner. Battle. The fight begins. Hit took the lead in launching his flash time technique. The time on the entire ring was suddenly imprisoned and Vegeta was also restrained. Hit palm turned into a sharp blade and stabbed towards Vegeta's chest. Everyone thought it was not good, especially the 7th universe. He used a killing move right at the beginning. This Hit's level is indeed much stronger than the previous 4 players. But what happened NET was beyond everyone's expectations. When the hand blade was about to approach Vegeta's chest, Vegeta suddenly looked up. He grabbed Hit's wrist. Your speed is not that good. Hit was completely stunned. Except for the original god of destruction, this was the first time that his flash time technique suffered a loss at the hands of others. Vegeta was not affected by himself, but the opponent didn't give him time to react. Vegeta also threw a punch at Hit and it blasted towards his chest like a roaring dragon. Hit's pupils shrank. He tried his best to resist this terrifying blow, but he was still knocked back to the edge of the ring due to the strong impact and inertia. Hit couldn't figure out how Vegeta broke his famous skills. Surprised, right? Although your flash time skill is very strong. Vegeta clenched his fist with fire in his eyes. But I don't know if you have heard of it. As long as your own hard power is strong enough, it is enough to break all illusions. You too weak. Vegeta mocked Hit. Why could he break this move? It all depends on his own strong strength and agile reaction to achieve free attack. This time Hit is stuck to the iron plate. Hit was shocked. In other words, this guy broke his flash time skill with brute force. No, it must have been a mistake just now. Hit thought so. So he activated his flash time kung fu again. But he saw a scene that shocked him greatly. Vegeta was not restrained and was still looking at him as before. The mockery on his face was self-evident. Seeing this scene, Hit gritted his teeth and decided not to use flash time kung fu on this guy first. No matter how many flash time kung fu he used, it would be useless. Although he is a professional killer, it does not mean that his close combat ability is not strong. His close combat ability is also one of the best in the entire SITH universe. After all, he has lived for more than 1,000 years. With thousands of years of experience, even a Kun brother can still become a kung fu master, right? So Hit and Vegeta started a fierce hand-to-hand fight. The fists of both sides went back and forth. Every collision could arouse a powerful impact and blue lightning. The speed of both sides continued to rise. Soon it reached a point that was beyond the reach of everyone and even the god. The SITH universe Kai King God was completely stunned. It was the first time he saw such a powerful human, not a god but as strong as a god. He finally understood why the Kai of the 7th universe became friends with Vegeta. Seeing this scene on the field, Xiongpa's whole fat body completely collapsed to the ground. He had lost 4 games in a row, and judging from the current situation, Hit probably couldn't beat this Vegeta. If he lost 5 games in a row, then the face of the entire god and even the entire universe would be completely lost. If those 10 old guys knew about this, I'm afraid they would rush over to laugh at him immediately. Right back to the battle. The fight between the two has reached a white-hot stage. Vegeta's breath is getting stronger and stronger while Hit's physical strength is getting less and less. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. Hit is no longer as high-spirited as at the beginning but looks a little embarrassed. This guy is so strong. Hit's teeth are almost broken and he is shocked by Vegeta's strength. It's the first time he has seen such a strong opponent. This guy is not simple either, Vegeta thought in his heart. Although this guy named Hit is much worse than himself in strength and speed, but he was surprised to find that this guy can continue to grow in battle. But this is a bit interesting. It can't be too boring. Vegeta and Hit fought fiercely again, but Hit was much stronger this time. But there is still a certain gap between him and Vegeta. The two of them each changed punches and kick, but most of the time Hit was the one who was beaten alone. Hit also quickly gained experience while being beaten. He kept launching the flash time skill, and each time he launched the ability was more exquisite than the last time. Soon Hit flash time skill evolved. It seems that this guy is also very talented. He actually evolved the original flash time skill to a whole new level so quickly. Beerus commented impressively. Although Hit is very good, he is nothing in Beerus' eyes. At present it seems that Vegeta is still in the upper hand. I think that guy Xiongpa must be furious. Beerus smiled. Whis, what do you think of Vegeta? I think he can be a candidate. Hearing that Beerus wanted to list Vegeta as a candidate for the God of Destruction, Whis was a little surprised for a while. Is Lord Beerus thinking of retiring? But on second thought he found that Vegeta was not suitable to be the God of Destruction, so he shook his head and said, Lord Beerus, you should know the price to pay for becoming the God of Destruction. I think Vegeta will definitely refuse abandoning relatives and friends. He will definitely think about this condition for a long time. Cheng, the condition for becoming a God of Destruction is to abandon everything you have ever carried. Becoming a God of Destruction is indeed a good job, but what are the consequences on the road to becoming a god? Vegeta's personality will definitely not agree to Beerus's request because there are still people he cares about in this world. The battle continues. Hit will launch an evolved version of the flash time technique on Vegeta. This time he is sure that he can defeat Vegeta. Hit smiled confidently. He believed that Vegeta could not break free from the evolved version of the flash time technique because it is twice as powerful as before. You are a very strong fighter, but our fight should end here. As he said that, Hit activated his flash time power again. The entire ring was completely still and Vegeta was motionless like a sculpture, as if he was really imprisoned. That's it. Hit pierced Vegeta's stomach with a knife and Vegeta immediately spit out a large mouthful of bright red blood. His expression was distorted by the severe pain, but the NET scene completely overturned Hit's cognition. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta laughed. He grabbed Hit's wrist with one hand and his left fist condensed extremely terrifying energy. Hit wanted to break free, but found that he couldn't break free from Vegeta's brute force at all. Did you forget what I said before? Your flash time power is useless to me. As he said that, Vegeta gathered all the energy in his body on his fist. Then he punched Hit's chest. Suffering such a heavy blow, Hit foamed at the mouth and fainted with his eyes rolled back. Vegeta had just given Hit a flaw. Then he used his distracted time to defeat the enemy with all his strength. The battle is over. Universe 7 Vegeta wins. The score is 50 now. Congratulations to Universe 7 for winning the championship in this ring competition. As the referee Bato's voice fell, Universe 7 won a perfect perfect victory. Vegeta successfully achieved the feat of Onion 5. It will not be long before the name Vegeta will be passed down in the God clan for tens of millions of years. Chapter 38 The King of All descends on the nameless star. The two supreme gods look at each other and summon the super dragon. Asshole, I've already lost 5 games, no chance. Xiangpa looked mad, and those who didn't know him would think he was a severely ill patient who escaped from a mental hospital. Today was a huge embarrassment. He proposed the game first but was defeated by others, and he was defeated by 5 people. This is quite explosive no matter which world it is in. Lord Xiangpa, please calm down. Although we lost this time, we still have a chance. Net time. Gabe raised his hand weakly. It's over, Xiangpa retorted loudly. But it's over. Xiangpa still used the same tone. This scene is exactly the same as the situation of the red-faced Wang Gong circling behind the Chinese football fan incident. Gabe was speechless. He could only return to his seat. Looking at the 4 lifeless people, Xiangpa was so angry that his lungs were about to implode. Today was so fucking embarrassing. This scene was seen by Zong Su. In this case, the future Black Goku might not appear, but Black Vegeta. This is a rare opportunity, Zong Su pondered. In the original work, Zamasu used the Super Dragon Ball to swap bodies with Goku because he saw Goku's performance. This created a new villain, Black Goku. But now it's different. Goku didn't go on the ring. Instead, Vegeta was the only one on the ring. In this case, Zamasu is likely to swap bodies with Vegeta in the future, creating a new enemy, Black Vegeta. Forget it, a reptile. In the end, it will be their whetstone anyway. Zong Su smiled and stopped thinking about these questions. Zamasu's defeat is inevitable, and Zamasu is destined to become a whetstone on the road of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. This is also an opportunity for the two of them to break through to a new realm. Anyway, Zamasu can't cause any trouble. I have contacted the Space-Time Administration. The Space-Time Administration will send a few people to help the two of them deal with Zamasu. Even if Zamasu escapes, I can still stop him from the multiverse. Although he is only a clone now, his hard power still is. Although this clone is not as good as the High Priest at present, it can kill everyone below the High Priest. Poor Zamasu has been plotted to death by a group of supreme gods before he even takes action. No matter which way he takes, it is a dead end. Oh, are the Omni Kings coming? Zong Su's eyes suddenly turned to the starry sky. He felt 3 familiar auras. A meteor was streaking through the universe and rushing towards this coordinate. It was definitely the 2 Chopstick and the Fool. Hey, what's up? Are you trying to default on your debt? Xiangpa Beerus mocked. This undoubtedly added fuel to the fire, but considering that Zong Su was still watching on the field, Xiangpa's desire to take action suddenly disappeared. Lord Xiangpa, you will gain weight if you are angry. It seems that you still need to exercise more when you go back. Bardos also came to his side at this time, teasing in a sarcastic tone. Being mocked by his good brother, the shame has spread to other universes. Even the servants are still sarcastic to me. Who wouldn't be angry? What's more, Xiangpa had a temper that could easily implode, so he vented his anger on the remaining 4 contestants. You bastard, since you've already lost, there's no need to stay here. Xiangpa's hand showed a strong destructive energy. The 4 looked ashen. No one ran, no one resisted. They just quietly waited for their destination. But suddenly the pupils of the 2 angels shrank suddenly. They looked at the 3 figures that appeared in the center of the ring with surprise. Lord Xiangpa, get out of here. Don't bother me. Lord Xiangpa, I told you not to bother me. Look who's here. If *ck. Xiangpa looked in the direction that Bardos pointed. It didn't matter if he didn't look. This look scared him out of his wit. 2 guards and the King of All appeared in the center of the ring. All the gods were terrified. They all ran to kneel before the King of All. Just like when he met Zong Su, the King of All looked at the gods kneeling on the ground and the 2 angels bowing with an impressionless face. Then he set his sights on the VIP seat and stared at the human figure above. Zong Su did not salute the King of All, just stared at the King of All calmly. The Kaishan were so scared when they saw this scene. Are the Judgment History and the King of All confronting each other. This scene not only frightened the god of destruction, even the angels and the 2 guards had cold sweat on their forehead. It was not until the King of All looked away, no longer looking at Zong Su, the 2 angels breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were shocked by Zong Su's true strength. He could actually confront a god king like the King of All. Fortunately, the incident was resolved. What happened net was also close to the original plot. The King of All stated his purpose of coming here and first warned the 2 gods of destruction. Then he stated that he was very interested in this kind of competition and said that he would hold a bigger competition in the future. Then Sun Wukong appeared. Then the 2 cosmic fools got in touch with each other, became friends across ages. Although this incident was nothing to the King of All and Sun Wukong, but it really scared all the gods. Where did this reckless man come from? How dare he be so presumptuous in front of the King of All, one of the most respected gods? The most amazing thing is that the Omni King didn't feel anything. On the contrary, he made friends with Sun Wukong. Seeing this scene, not only the 2 angels and the 2 guards but all the people and even all the gods were completely numb. Then the Omni King made a speech. Then he proposed to leave. Everyone CUNET time. The Omni King waved to everyone innocently and then turned into a meteor and left under the terrified eyes of everyone. As soon as the Omni King left, Beerus and Compa rushed forward and pressed Sun Wukong, who didn't know what was going on, to the ground. Asshole, do you want to kill all of us? Beerus roared at him with a horrified press Zion. You kid really don't know your place. You dare to be so presumptuous in front of the Omni King. Beerus and Compa beat Sun Wukong on the spot. Sun Wukong was also very confused. He just made friends with the Omni King. Why did these two gods of destruction join forces to beat him? Seeing that Sun Wukong still looked confused, Whis sighed heavily and told him about the horror of the Omni King. Mr. Wukong, maybe I told you about it before. Have you forgotten the one just now? His status is the most noble instance in the entire universe. He is also the of this territory. As long as he wants, he can eliminate all the universes in an instant, but Zong Su will stop him from doing so. Whis explained to Sun Wukong with a serious press Zion. Although Sun Wukong was also shocked, he believed that the Omni King would never be such an unreasonable god. But the Omni King, okay, don't keep worrying about these issues. Sun Wukong was about to explain when he was interrupted by a sudden voice. Zong Su stepped on the illusory stairs and walked down from the VIP seat step by step. The game is over, Zong Su said in a calm tone. All the gods bowed again. Since the winner has been decided, then it's time to summon the Super Dragon. As he said this, Zong Su used his divine power to arrange the SI Dragon Balls surrounding the planet. Then he teleported everyone on the field back to the cube. Everyone was extremely excited because they were about to see this historic moment, but soon they became confused about this. Didn't they say that there was still one Super Dragon Ball missing? There are only SI Super Dragon Balls on the field at present. Zong Su didn't say anything. He directly used his divine power to dismantle the surface of the nameless star below until all the surfaces were completely dismantled. The true appearance of this planet was revealed, because this is not a planet at all but the last Super Dragon Ball. Answers some question. Okay brothers, finally this book has been coded to 80,000 word. This can be regarded as a small respawn. Why is the plot of this book? Will it be similar to the plot of the crappy book Human in Dragon Ball Beginning Angel Battle Power? Because that book was also written by me. The reason I wrote this book was to make a major revision and improvement to the original one. I tried to make a major change to the plot of Dragon Ball Heaven War but found that it was too late, so I had the idea of starting a new book, and the plot that will happen net may be a little similar to the plot of that book, but most of them have been changed by me. For example, the poisonous and watery points that appeared in that book. Now I can simply respond to some questions. Although this book is currently collected by some fans, there are very few paragraph reviews and book reviews. I can choose to explain in advance. 1. Before the debut of this book, I want to explain to everyone why the protagonist has such a low sense of presence for a period of time. For example, the SITH and 7th Universes arena in the 20th to 30th chapters. Although Zong Su had a low sense of participation in the arena, the future of this Dragon Ball universe has been completely rewritten by him, because he created a brand new enemy. For example, Black Vegeta, who broke the news to friends in advance. In addition, because there are too many things I want to explain in the early stage, I will try to increase the presence of the protagonist later. At the same time, some will be added too. Why did Zong Su choose to be the nanny of Goku and Vegeta? No, this is an over-recognition. Although there is nothing wrong with what he said, but I still have to explain, because he himself is a time traveler who has watched Dragon Ball. In chapters 1 to 10 he said that he would invest in them. To put it nicely, it is investment, but in fact he is doing experiments on them. He wants to verify the existence of the forms that exist in the mouths of netizens in his previous life on these two suns. So he proposed the idea of investment. In addition, this book may stitch together most of the Dragon Ball fan fiction in the future. While stitching these, many new enemies will be added. There will be many powerful villains at that time. So Zong Su is like an accelerator, allowing them to comprehend stronger forms in advance so as to deal with most of the stitched enemies later. Is Zong Su just here for experiment? This is not the whole intention, but one of them. And the other is that he believes that the talent and achievements of Son Goku and Vegeta will definitely be very high in the future. So he wants to train 2 more helpers. 3. What realm system is there? At present I still haven't implanted the realm system. However, in the NET update I will add a new level division, but it's not that kind of weird cultivation. After the lesson of the previous book, I think that cultivating immortals in Dragon Ball is completely nonsense. Dragon Ball is Dragon Ball. It's too messy to have so many fancy things, so I won't add any cultivation system. Instead I choose to divide the levels of these people according to my commonly used. But don't worry about this. I won't place any realm division at present. 4. What fan works do you plan to add at present? It seems that my biggest plan is to add a work from the Eternal Network Dragon Ball Asheron. Although this book seems to have no integration at present, it has actually integrated some fan work. For example, can say the Tianchi Madam of Dragon Ball Revolution. This name appeared when planning the past in the second chapter. Not only fan works but also some characters and forces in official work. I also added the space-time administration in. There will be more friends to meet you in the future. 5. Now that we have explained why the protagonist invested in Son Goku and Vegeta, what system do you plan to let them enter? I have already planned this. Not only the GT or AF transformation system but also Asheron. In chapter 21, Chrono brought two things to the protagonist and the High Priest. They are the coordinates of the Dark World and the White God Limiter batch. This is also a good preparation for the White God later, but that form will have to wait for a while. 6. What is the current world view? This is easy to explain. The world view I have set up so far is that there are 7 other territories besides the territory of the Omni King. Each territory has a powerful ruler. For example, Zong Su leads the territory of the Omni King. Why don't I say that the Lord is Zong Su instead of the Omni King? Because in this book I set up the Omni King as just an Algod clone with the power of elimination. He has no fighting skills at all, and Zong Su defeated the High Priest in the first card, which also shows that he is the real ruler of the territory. This is an off-topic explanation. In short, the world view can be understood as 8 territories. Then the lower plane of the territory is the entire multiverse and the subordinate dimensions. It is managed by the leaders of these territories respectively. This also lays the groundwork for the dimensional melee that will be opened later. 7. In short, this book is my original improved plus version. I made major changes based on the plot of the original book. I eliminated the system as a cheating tool to make the protagonist stronger. Although Zong Su does not have a cheat finger on the surface, but in the second chapter when planning the past, the Algod split into 5 parts, one of which merged with the protagonist. It's cheating in a sense, right? This also explains why the protagonist can surpass the Great Priest and Salama in a short time. Although the talent is very high, but the later the realm the more difficult it is to cross. This requires some plot development. 8. Mr. Akira Toriyama, may you have a safe journey too. Okay, that's all I have to say. Thank you for your support. I will never add this so-called author's explanation again in the future. This is no different from Water Word. Chapter 39, Pull Beerus to the Special Training Team. Clues to the Dragon God Salama. Time flies. It has been a month since the last ring match between the SITH and 7th universes. Goku and Vegeta returned to the Destroyer planet to start their usual special training, but this special training is 3 times more than before. Lord Beerus, what wish did you make to the Super Dragon? Sun Wukong asked Beerus curiously, but Beerus just smiled. Who knows, I forgot it a long time ago. Maybe I want more comfortable sheet, Beerus said nonchalantly, as if he really didn't care about the Super Dragon's wish or something. The two were also shocked by Beerus' word. Making a wish to the Super Dragon is just for a sheet. This is fucking using 1000-year-old ginseng to feed pig. When Vegeta thought that Beerus just wanted a bed sheet, he felt his heart bleed. Such a good wish was wasted, but Beerus never made such an absurd wish. Instead, he used the power of the Super Dragon to return to the Earth of the SITH universe, so Xiongpa wouldn't be too sad, right? Although the two gods of destruction don't usually get along well, they are still his brothers after all. Even gods have to take into account a little bit of past feelings. It's time to start the second stage of special training. Are you ready? Zong Su flew over from not far away with a book. Everyone present bowed respectfully to him, but Zong Su waved his hand. His clone planned to stay on Beerus planet for a while. Anyway, there is a high priest working for him now. Just take it as a vacation for yourself. The two's eyes lit up and they finally started a new stage of special training. We are ready, Lord Judge. We can do it now. Looking at the two people with determined eyes, Zong Su smiled, and a new blueprint appeared out of thin air in his hand. This blueprint is their new training plan, different from the previous first phase of special training. The second phase of special training cancelled the time phase training, and the main focus is on breath control and form development. And there is one more place on the special training list. That is Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe. It can be regarded as a small change. Zong Su believes that not only should the Tusians become stronger, but also the subordinates should be trained as soon as possible. He thinks that Beerus's talent is far from simple, so he decided to put Beerus on the special training list. The god of destruction's talent is of course very strong, even the weakest god of destruction. If the god of destruction is really as cheap as it is said, there would not be only 12 gods of destruction left now. This time there is a slight difference from the previous division of special training. Whis is responsible for guiding the special training of the Tusians, and everything is planned according to the blueprint, and his clone acts as Beerus' teacher. Ma the potential of Beerus. Looking at Beerus, who was confused, Zong Su's mouth corners gradually began to rise. he said to everyone with a mysterious look. Cherish this leisure time, net time. You three will have no rest time. Zong Su disappeared from the spot and returned to the familiar tree to read book. Only Beerus and the two Syuns were left standing there in a daze. Three, aren't we only training two people? Vegeta frowned and he quickly caught the key point from what Zong Su said before. Aren't they currently training him and Sun Wukong? Where did the third person come from? Lord Beerus, you are the third one. Sun Wukong swallowed his saliva. He seemed to have guessed who the third person was, because who else was there besides the three of them? Whis doesn't count, because Whis had to go out for something. He went to another planet to replenish their special materials. I am also training. What a joke. I am the god of destruction. Do I have to continue special training? Beerus said hurriedly. How did he get assigned to the special training group? With such a strong strength as the god of destruction, does he have to continue special training like these two Syun? Beerus thought that Zong Su must have said something wrong. At the same time he kept comforting himself in his heart, but when he saw Zong Su's serious expression, Beerus's heart finally died. Special training is almost certain. Although Beerus was reluctant to participate in the special training, he was forced to join the special training group under the order of this adult. This is also the most correct choice in Beerus' life, because now Beerus doesn't know that Zong Su wants to train him as a guard. The three of them looked up at the starry sky at the same time. For a moment they all looked forward to their future. On the other side, Zong Su's real body finally arrived at the coordinate point on the map. During this period he had been jumping around the multiverse frantically, just to find the coordinate point on the map as soon as possible, just to find the hiding place of those guys better. Now he finally found it, but the scene in front of him was beyond Zong Su's expectations. Is it already a ruin? Looking at the ruined palace in front of him, Zong Su didn't know what to say for a moment. The base camp of the Dark Realm was indeed found, but there was only a ruin left. There is any living being, and everywhere is filled with residual darkness and death. It looks like it has been abandoned for a long time, but why is it destroyed? Zong Su carefully observed the flow of time and space in this universe. He can determine the degree of corruption of a place through time and space scouring. Zong Su is sure that this place has been abandoned for a long time, but why did those members of the Dark World come here? This question troubled him. In a sense, is this trip in vain? That guy is lucky. Zong Su left his mark here so that he can better observe the movements in the future. Although this place is deserted, this trip is not completely in vain. Zong Su surveyed the ruins again and again. After confirming that there is no problem here, he wants to set off to return to the territory of the King of All. But suddenly he saw something in the corner of the ruin, an unknown object with a faint golden light. Even after so many years, this object still shines with its own brilliance in the dark ruin, as if waiting for its real owner. What is that? Zong Su frowned, pulled the golden unknown object into his hand, but the net second he was stunned. This is not something strange. This is a golden dragon scale, and there is still a familiar breath on this scale. Zong Su is sure the breath on this scale is definitely Salama, who has disappeared for a long time. I didn't expect that there are clues left by Salama here, but why did Salama's dragon scale appear in such a ghost place? In addition to being able to identify the breath, Zong Su can't find any clues on this scale. But Zong Su suddenly thought of a possibility. Those guys never thought about moving, that is to say, looking at the ruins below, then looking at the dragon scale in his hand. He began to gradually understand why this branch of the Dark Realm was in ruin. This place was either destroyed by Salama, or Salama once passed by here and left a mark here. These two speculations accounted for 50% each, but Zong Su obviously preferred the first possibility. I have to go back as soon as possible. Zong Su frowned and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 40. Black Goku appeared in advance and trained Beerus. On the other side, multiverse space-time crack. A purple sickle slashed the entire space with a sizzling sound. A black figure walked out of the crack. The dark man was in tatters with blood stains on the corners of his mouth. Every step he took seemed to exhaust all his strength. Is this the multiverse space-time crack? I'm so lucky. The black-clothed man raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth and at the same time retracted the sickle in his hand. The Sun Wukong in that time and space is really powerful. As soon as the voice fell, the injuries suffered by the black-clothed man disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if they had never existed. It's really an immortal body. Looking at the body that has been restored to a perfect state, the corners of the black Wukong's mouth raised a wicked smile again. It seems that he is very satisfied with his new body. It turns out that this black-clothed man is a black Wukong from another super-time and space, not from the dimension where Zong Su is. As for why he is now in the space-time crack, this story started not long ago. Before this guy wanted to go to the past and defeat Sun Wukong. He wanted to use the power of the Syuns to hone his new body. This would make him stronger and closer to his goal. As a result, he encountered a time-space storm while traveling through time and space. Not only did he fail to go, but he was pulled to an unfamiliar time and space. However, there was also Sun Wukong Wukong on Earth in that time and space. This also made Black Wukong interested. However, when Black Wukong thought of that short guy, he gritted his teeth in anger. Why does that damn Sun Wukong have such a powerful power? Black Wukong's E-Pression was distorted. He felt that humans did not deserve such a powerful power. Obviously he lost, and he lost miserably. The Sun Wukong in that time and space was a little small. Other aspects far exceeded his expectations. The power was very strong. The combat reaction was also very terrifying, and the most terrifying thing was that little Wukong was very smart. He had originally intended to win over this little Goku, but that guy didn't fall for it at all. He opposed his conspiracy with just a few words. He was beaten up by that guy. Even if he activated his current strongest form, he was still no match for that little Goku. This made Black Goku very afraid, but Black Goku soon calmed down. Just increasing strength is not enough to accomplish a great cause by one person. I need help. He made up his mind that he must break through to a new form in the shortest time possible, and he had to find a few more suitable helpers. Only in this way can he achieve his goal. He clenched his fist. The potential of this Sun Wukong's body was far more terrifying than he thought. His intuition told him that it wouldn't be long before he would definitely become stronger. I have to go back and prepare before completing these things. Black Goku needed to go back and prepare temporarily. He rubbed the time and space ring on his hand. A laser suddenly shot out from the center of the ring, pointing to an unknown direction. Why didn't he just cross over and need a guide? Because this is a time and space crack. It is impossible to cross time and space at all, so he needs the time and space ring to show him the way. This way he can take himself away from this crack and reach the time and space shuttle space. Black Goku moves forward along the direction indicated by the light, passing through one cosmic gathering place after another. After a long shuttle, Black Goku finally reaches his destination. But what surprises him is that this is not the original time and space he wants to find. It is another new time and space. Is there nowhere to go? Black Goku's eyes flashed with light. Is there no way for him to go now? Although he didn't know what the situation in this space and time was like, he had no choice but to live in this new space and time for the time being. So he went into the space and time shuttle gate and entered this space and time directly. But Black Goku didn't know that before he chose to step into this space and time, he had been stared at by several pairs of eyes. The space and time he stepped into was the territory of the Omni King, ruled by Zong Su and the High Priest. It was not that the space and time of the Omni King's territory was too weak, but that Black Goku was extremely lucky. He came to this territory by accident. Poor Black Goku had just experienced the difficult copy and had to go through the unprecedented hell copy in history, the worst death episode. All of this was seen by the High Priest. When Black Goku stepped into this territory, he already felt that an outsider had entered. Oh, an outsider from another space and time, the High Priest said impressively. Guys like Black Goku were not in his eyes at all. He didn't even need to do anything himself, because soon someone from the space-time administration will come to visit him, and he is still working for Zong Su now. He cannot leave this dimension for the time being. Universe 7, Planet Destroyer. When everything is going smoothly, the three of them have already started special training. Whis is responsible for training Goku and Vegeta and instructing them on how to better control their aura. Zong Su's clone is responsible for developing Beerus' state. Let Beerus reach the perfect state of Ultra Instinct, which he has never comprehended. Even if it is a bit difficult, he is confident that Beerus can master this secret technique. It is just a matter of time. The second is Beerus' own characteristic, because in order to achieve the perfect state of Ultra Instinct, one must first stabilize his mental state, and the attack and defense must be in the best state. In other words, it depends on one's own. Whether it can be perfect depends on Beerus' final development. But do you think Beerus has that chance? His temper is worse than that of Xiongpa. His mental state is also very worrying at times. Beerus's realization of Ultra Instinct is a great success. What's the point of talking about perfect Ultra Instinct? Zong Su doesn't care anyway. Developing Beerus's perfect instinct is just a whim of his own. Even if he can't do it, there are better ways to develop other state. Looking at Beerus, who was almost exhausted, Zong Su couldn't help but ask, how long has it been since you last trained? Before starting the real training, he let Beerus try the purgatory version of the special training warm-up. About tens of millions of years. Beerus said a little embarrassedly. He really hasn't trained for tens of millions of years. Isn't this obviously nonsense? He's already a god of destruction and he's still training a Jimao. Could it be that there is a great god of destruction above? When Beerus started to warm up with special equipment, he could even do it for a few times, but soon he couldn't do it anymore. The barbell he was playing with just now would only get heavier in his hands. The weight kept increasing. Soon he exceeded his current lifting limit, so it's not Beerus' fault for not training for a long time. If you want to blame someone, blame these special training equipment for being too abnormal. But Zong Su didn't think there was anything wrong. He still thought Beerus was too too bad. The warm-up equipment Beerus currently uses are all the ones he used for training when he was still a child. It's just the level of his warm-up at that time. What are you doing lying on the ground? Don't think about finishing before you complete 10 million push-ups, Zong Su said coldly. Beerus was immediately in tears. Where did this living devil come from in the past? Let alone 10 million, he could even complete billions of push-ups. But now he is wearing the super gravity suit plus version, even more terrifying than the gravity suit that Sora and Bai wore before. Complete 10 million push-ups on this basis. He couldn't imagine how cool it was. Seeing Beerus's situation, the two people with blue flames on their bodies not far away shuddered. Luckily what they are currently training is breath control instead of this kind of warm-up, otherwise they would have to suffer their own coolness. It's really so scary. Brothers, it's not that the time and space barrier where the protagonist is too fragile that Black Goku was able to enter, but I personally arranged for him to enter, so it's normal. I think Black Vegeta alone is not enough for the protagonist group to fight, so I added a Black Goku to team up with Black Vegeta and then added a Phi Edzamesu so that it would be more interesting, so Black Vegeta will also appear later. Chapter 41 Whis. Have you heard of Ultra Instinct? A short vacation. Time passed again in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye it was 3 months later on this day. The 7th universe. Two extremely powerful energy fluctuations spread from the destroyer god planet to all parts of the universe. The fluctuations caused the entire universe to shake. Countless natives of the planets showed fear. Those who didn't know thought it was a punishment from the god. This special training is really extraordinary. I Vegeta am the first to reach full power in the blue form. Feeling the endless power in his body, Vegeta felt that he could do it again. The special training in the past 3 months has indeed exceeded the efficiency of the previous ones by several times. That's right. For the past 3 months they have been training in realm development and breath control. After the special training tailored by the judgment, they finally developed the full power of the blue form, and they have also made great progress in breath control. After completing the full blue special training, their breath leakage was finally solved. Now Vegeta is confident that he can maintain this blue form for a long time, and the power will not continue to decrease like before. But what makes Vegeta most excited is that he has surpassed Son Goku again. Develop full blue before Kakarot. Although he was only ahead for a few seconds, but Vegeta still thought he won again. Whis. Vegeta and I have completed the 2nd stage of special training. What should we train in the NET stage? Whis frowned and took out the special training plan blueprint that the adults had given him before from the space. The 3rd stage of special training mainly to hone the character. Try the Ultra Instinct and the God of Destruction state. Whis was a little stunned. The 3rd stage is to let them train the Ultra Instinct and the state of Lord Beerus. Can they do it? The God of Destruction state at the back is easy to say. Even the Ultra Instinct Whis has not seen many mortals practice it. This shows how difficult it is to practice this kind of divine control technique. The difficulty of the 3rd stage of special training has skyrocketed. Nothing just let you train 2 new state. I'm afraid this will take some time. Whis closed the scroll and said to the 2 special training state, will you develop the full power of Super Saiyan 4 NET time? Vegeta didn't quite understand what the state Whis was talking about was. He thought the special training in the 3rd stage was also full power. Whis didn't hide it either, patiently answering these questions for the 2. It called a state, but I still prefer to call it a skill. You're going to practice 2 skills NET. The first one is the companion secret technique unique to our angel clan. At this point Whis made a 2 gesture. The second one is a state that all gods of destruction must master before they ascend to godhood. And these 2 skills are also what you're going to learn in the future, Whis said to the 2 in a calm tone. The 2 were shocked. So the 3rd stage is for them to learn the skills of God. How strong are these 2 skills? Vegeta frowned. This is the question they are most concerned about. Whis was speechless. How bad can the secret skills unique to gods be? Of course they are very powerful. It seems that he must show some real skill. If the body reacts without the need for brain thinking during the battle and thus performs conditioned rifle movements while minimizing speed and reaction ability, what will happen then? You should understand this, Mr. Vegeta. Hearing Whis's explanation of this state, the 2 were stunned on the spot. They only had one thought in their minds. This state is terribly strong. The practicality is far beyond their expectation. That is to say, as long as they can master this state, then they are almost unstoppable in the entire 7th universe. Sun Wukong's pupils shrank suddenly. Why does he feel that this state is very similar to a state he triggered when fishing before? There is not even a slight deviation. The reactions of the 2 were exactly what Whis wanted. He explained slowly. Ultra Instinct can be divided into many stages. The foundation that is first mastered is called Ultra Instinct Sign, which is a state before Ultra Instinct is first manifested. Only when you fully master it can it be called perfect Ultra Instinct. At this point Whis whispered to the 2, let me tell you a little secret. Even a powerful being like Beerus Salama has only mastered the Ultra Instinct sign I mentioned before. The two swallowed at the same time. Is it a state that can evolve? Can this state be transformed even higher than perfect? Vegeta couldn't help asking. Whis didn't say anything. This was considered a tacit agreement. Whis, what stage are you currently mastering? Is it perfect Ultra Instinct? Sun Wukong raised his own question. Didn't Whis say before that this state is a secret skill unique to angels? He wanted to know what stage Whis was currently at. Who knows? You have to find out for yourself, Whis said with a smile. He turned around and walked alone towards the castle in the distance. The two looked at each other at the same time. Whis was giving them a hint. The two disappeared at the same time. They attacked Whis together. The latter didn't even look at them and dodged their attacks with a slight bend. This was completely beyond their expectations. The two didn't believe it. They once again launched a fierce attack on Whis with a double team. The speed was dozens of times faster than before. If it were a normal person he would definitely dodge it. No, but they were facing angels. Whis easily dodged their joint attack again. Dodged the attack in a way beyond their expectations. As easy as drinking water. This is just the simplest state. Whis hooked his finger at the two, signaled them not to stop attacking and hit him hard. Even though they couldn't hit him, the two looked at each other. Their figures suddenly turned into lightning, leaving a trace of after images in the same place. The speed was more than 10 times faster than before, but Whis still dodged it easily. The two were completely numb. They didn't even touch the corner of the other person's clothes and they were still in ease. Although thinking so, but the two of them were also looking forward to the third stage of special training. This state they must master. On the other side, not far away, is Beerus' training ground. He just sat cross-legged quietly on the ground without even a breath. It was as if at this time a faint white aura gradually floated on Beerus' body. His aura also became scorching. Zong Su just looked at him impressionlessly. He saw all the efforts Beerus had made in the past few months. Although he didn't grow much in 3 months, but fortunately his understanding of the perfect freedom Ultra Instinct was improved a lot. This was also a very important gain. Beerus suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils turned silver in this state and a layer of white aura floated all over his body. Beerus looked at his hands. The disappointment on his face was self-evident. Even with the personal guidance of the judge he still couldn't master the perfect freedom Ultra Instinct, but fortunately the accuracy has increased. The gains in the past 3 months are comparable to his millions of years of hard training. Okay, the special training phase is over. You have improved your accuracy so much in 3 months, which is also the best among all the gods of destruction, so don't think too much. Zong Su smiled. Since 3 months have passed, then he should go back. He can't let the high priest work for him all the time, so he decided to give the 3 people a short vacation, then start the third phase of special training. And he has a hunch that his real body will return to this territory soon, so he has to go back as soon as possible. So he gave the 3 people a vacation net so that they can relax in this rare time. This is also a combination of work and rest. So Zong Su left the 7th universe. Chapter 42. The future changes. Black Vegeta. Another month has passed. After Beerus's vigorous propaganda, all the gods of destruction, the king of the worlds and even the angels know about the competition held before the SITH and 7th universes. Naturally they also know about the disastrous defeat of the SITH universe. Poor Compa lost face again. This time Vegeta is completely famous. When other gods of destruction sighed at the power of mortals, some guys with bad intentions also set their sights on the 7th universe, especially the Zamasu of the 10th universe. Watching Vegeta killing people on TV, his impression was uncertain. It was the first time he saw such a powerful mortal. He even felt a little jealous. Why can low-level creatures like humans keep pace with God? When seeing the super dragon summoned by Zong Su, Zamasu's eyes flashed a glimmer. A crazy plan gradually formed in his mind, and on this day Zong Su, who had been exploring outside, came back. After Zong Su's real body completely returned to the territory of the Omni King, he took back the clone that had been outside. Although there was not much gain from this trip, at least there were clues left by Salama. You have been working for my clone for a while. It's really hard for you. It's nothing. I just helped a little. The high priest waved his hand indicating that it was no big deal to work for a colleague. He didn't care about the issue of working or not. Instead he wanted to know what Zong Su gained from this trip. Did he really find the headquarters of the Dark World at that coordinate point? Did you find it? Zong Su nodded. I found it, but there is only a ruin left. He said so frankly to the high priest. There is indeed a ruin there. The high priest's heart skipped a beat. Did you kill him? No, it was a ruin when I went there. The high priest was relieved to know that the guy did not die under Zong Su's knife. You mean it's already destroyed? He grasped the key point of the topic again. In other words, Zong Su did nothing and it was already a ruin when he got there, and it has been abandoned for a long time. I observed through time and space, and most of the dimensional barriers there have been worn away. Things are not as simple as I thought. The two were silent. Even a fool knows that this matter is not as simple as he thought, but they didn't understand why why it became a ruin. Well, you've worked hard. Although I didn't get any important information. The high priest couldn't help but sighed. Who said there's no important information? Zong Su took out the scale left by Salama and handed it directly to the high priest. This is what I got from this trip. When the high priest saw the familiar yet strange golden scale, his Zion was completely dazed because it was the scale on Salama's body. But why did Salama's scale appear in the territory of the Dark Realm? This puzzle still needs to be solved by themselves. When everything is going on as usual. Future time and space. This is the time and space that Big Trunk belongs to. Earth. It is not as beautiful as the Earth in the main time and space. Instead there are raging fires and thick smoke everywhere. Countless building ruins are scattered all over the world. Countless human limbs and arms are scattered all over the ground. It seems that this place has experienced an unprecedented mass extinction event, and there are still a few survivors in this ruin. Of course, only a few. At this time, a figure keeps jumping in the ruins of the city. The blue-haired young man's face is pale and his body is covered with wounds. It seems that he has just experienced a fierce battle, and this young man is Trunks in the future time and space. At this time he is being chased by the Dark Man. He uses a broken wall as a shelter and shrinks his figure in the corner of the ruin. At the same time he completely restrains his breath, but his forehead is still covered with dense cold sweat. Obviously a very powerful enemy is chasing him. As soon as he dodged, a black figure appeared above the city. Looking at the face of the Dark Man, he was exactly the same as Vegeta in the main time and space, except for the different aura. There was no difference between him and Vegeta. Did he let that guy escape? He really ran fast. A cruel smile rose from the corner of Black Vegeta's mouth and several purple energies appeared in his hands. He threw the energy into the sky. The net moment, dense purple rays like raindrops continued to shoot down from the sky. Tens of millions of explosions sounded in succession, covering every corner of the city. Even the survivors who had escaped the disaster before were not spared. Countless purple mushroom clouds rose into the sky. The entire ruined city was completely blown to ashes. This time it dead. After making sure that there was no breath of Trunks here, Black Vegeta fled to the distance. After a while, an arm covered with blood broke out of the ruin. Trunks panted and cleaned up the rubble that was pressing on him. He still survived the explosion, but what about those innocent civilians? He looked at the rubble around him and then at the direction where Black Vegeta flew. Dad, why are you doing this? 2 lines of tears fell from Trunks' eyes. Even a strong man like him completely collapsed at this moment. He didn't understand why his long-dead father came back, and why did he massacre these innocent people. It's a pity. This guy is not his father. He is just a shameless thief who took his father's body. He didn't have time to be sad, because there are more important things waiting for him to complete. He dragged his seriously injured body to fly to Bulma's secret base. He almost fell from a high altitude several times, and he had to be wary of whether Black Vegeta would kill him back. But fortunately he got through this journey without any danger. He looked around vigilantly to prevent Black Vegeta from following him. He didn't go into the basement until he confirmed that there was no breath. He also cautiously explored the surroundings when closing the door. It can be seen how cautious he was along the way. The brightness of the basement was not high. There were only a few machines running inside, and there was a woman net to these machines adjusting the data. This is Bulma in the future time and space. She grew her hair long again, but she could no longer hide the wrinkles left on her face by the years. She looked at the data on the screen seriously. These data determine the survival of mankind. She had to ensure that there was no error in the data. Just then, crack, the door behind her opened. Mom, I'm back. Trunks couldn't bear it anymore. Coupled with the recurrence of his injuries, he fell to the cold floor with his eyes black. It was a miracle that he could walk to this place with such a serious injury. Trunks. Bulma dropped her work and hurriedly helped Trunks, who fell to the ground, and placed him on the bed beside her. Medical kit. Yes, I still have a medical kit. Trunks, hold on first. Bulma quickly took out the medical kit from the drawer and rescued Trunks, because this was a product left by the capsule company before, so the things left in the medical kit were very complete, but this was the only one. Time passed by minute. In her fierce battle with the Grim Reaper, Trunks was finally out of danger. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. She stroked Trunks' forehead, her eyes full of heartache. She didn't want to lose any more relative. Chapter 43. Love you, Mom. See you tomorrow. In Trunks' sea of consciousness, there is no light here, no boundaries, and no one except him. Where am I? Trunks said in disbelief. He looked down at his feet but was startled by the scene under his feet. The camera zoomed out. He was standing on the lake. The lake surface was rippled, but he showed no signs of falling. This was consciousness after all. Nothing was strange. You're finally here, a voice sounded behind him. Trunks' pupils shrank and he subconsciously reached for the sword behind him, but all he touched was nothingness. Don't be nervous. This is your sea of consciousness. I won't do anything out of line with you. Trunks looked back. He saw a human figure shining with golden light behind him. Trunks felt that this guy was very familiar figure, but he didn't seem to have any impression of this guy. "Who are you?" Trunks' face darkened, but the guy opposite did not answer, just stood there quietly and looked at him. The net moment the golden figure turned into countless golden particles and dissipated. It only left Trunks with this sentence: "Time is running out, stop." "Where are you going?" Trunks shouted uneasily. He hadn't figured out who this guy who appeared in his sea of consciousness was. It turned out that the other party was a riddle man. Trunks woke up suddenly and sat up directly from the operating bed. At the same time he looked at his hands with a look of shock. At this time he was wrapped in bandages all over his body and his forehead was covered with dense cold sweat. He finally woke up from his coma. "Where is this?" Mom's laboratory. Looking at the familiar scenery around him, Trunks recognized that this was his mother's secret laboratory at first glance. "My head hurts." Trunks suddenly felt a headache accompanied by nausea and vomiting. After all, he had just come back from the brink of death. It was strange to have such symptoms, but fortunately this headache state lasted for a short time and he recovered completely soon. The previous injuries have completely recovered. Trunks was shocked to find that the injuries he had suffered in the battle with Black Vegeta had disappeared and his strength was much higher than before. "What is this?" Trunks looked at his hands thoughtfully. "But now is not the time to care about this. Mom must be in the lab. I have to give something to Mom." Trunks removed the bandages on his body and staggered to the NET lab. "The most critical step is wrong." "What data is wrong?" Bulma looked at the long string of data on the screen with a headache. She encountered a problem again, and it was at this critical moment. "No, I can't give up yet." Bulma cheered up again. She couldn't give up this opportunity to decide the fate of mankind. Go back to the past and ask for reinforcements. So she debugged the machine data again and again, constantly looking for the steps where the error occurred. At this moment the iron door behind her opened. "Mom, I'm back." Trunks' voice sounded behind him. Bulma turned around suddenly. "Trunks, you finally woke up." She rushed over and hugged Trunks, tears welling up in her eyes. She thought she would never see her son again. "I'm fine, Mom, I'm fully recovered." Trunks gave a confident smile. In order to reassure his mother, Trunks also threw a few sets of combination punches on the spot, indicating that there was nothing wrong with his body. Looking at his rosy face and the wound that had completely disappeared, Bulma's hanging heart finally fell. "As long as you're okay." But Bulma thought of something again and slapped her forehead. "By the way, how could I forget this? You haven't eaten yet." "Trunks, I still have a bowl of canned food here." Bulma said so and then took out the only canned food she had left. Trunks shook his head. Now is not the time to eat. He still has important materials to hand over to Bulma. "No need, Mom. I almost forgot to give you this material." Trunks took out a thumb-sized blue crystal from his waist bag. "Mom, I found this material, an important part of refueling." Bulma was immediately excited to see that Trunks took out the fuel crystal that she urgently needed. "Great, as long as we have this everything will be fine." Bulma took the crystal, quickly ran to the operating table and started typing on the keyboard again. The time of typing data is always boring. During this period Trunks also learned from Bulma what happened after he came back and fell into a coma, but it really scared him. It turned out that he had been in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights, and his mother hasn't slept since he fell into a coma. Looking at Bulma, who was still adjusting the machine data at the console, Trunks secretly swore in his heart that he must become stronger and defeat the Dark Man as soon as possible. Only with enough power can he protect everything he wants to protect. Without power, he can't do anything. "Look, Trunks, this is the fuel for the time machine that has been prepared." Looking in the direction pointed by Bulma, Trunks only then did he see the little fuel left, but he was stunned. The fuel was so little, it was even less than half a tube. Even the crystal he had just taken out could not squeeze out much fuel essence. "This is one-way fuel. This is all I can accumulate now." Looking at the little fuel left, Bulma sighed. "This fuel is only enough to go, not come back." That's why she said this is one-way fuel. It took her more than a year to accumulate this little fuel, and it was precious fuel that everyone sacrificed to fight for. So the significance of this tube of fuel is very important to her. It carries the hope for the future of mankind. "Is it only this much accumulated in a year?" Trunks claimed. "Don't be so pessimistic. Even if it's only one way, there is still a chance." But what if I can't come back? What will you do, Mom?" Trunks was still worried that he would never come back after this trip. He was the only fighting force in the world that could be used. If he was gone, how could he protect the whole world? "There will be a chance." Looking at Bulma's determined presence, Trunks had to agree even if he was reluctant. "Let's meet up with Mai and the others. We don't have much time." Bulma handed the fuel tube to Trunks solemnly. "I understand, Mom." Trunks nodded, but then he remembered something, and he remembered that his mother hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights. "Go and rest, Mom. Leave the rest to me." But Bulma smiled and waved her hand. "Don't worry about me." How could Mom's body collapse? Bulma forced a smile at him. She hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights, and she was calculating data at a high intensity, and she had to take care of him who was in a coma all the time. How could she be fine? Trunks felt his nose sore. He wanted to say something but couldn't say anything. Okay, go quickly. This is not like you. Bulma said this, but her hand took out a photo from the drawer. It was a photo of her and a man. Although the man didn't smile the whole time, he gave a lot of pressure when he stood there. I really miss you, Vegeta. Bulma smiled and gently wiped the dust off the photo. This is the man she has always loved the most. He is also the knight who protect her. Chapter 44 Omni King, don't play with Su. He is a very dangerous guy. Trunks was silent. He didn't know whether he should tell Bulma the cruel reality, because the dark man looked exactly like Vegeta. If Bulma saw it, she would probably collapse on the spot. Right, the man she has always loved the most is actually the culprit of all this. Bulma has never seen the face of the dark man. In the original plot, Bulma knew about Black Goku in the future, so I made a small change. Only Trunks, who has been on the front line, has seen it. It's over. Bulma smiled and put the photo in her hand back to its original position. Since it's over, I should look forward and not immerse myself in the past. You haven't left yet, Trunks. Bulma frowned slightly. She thought Trunks had left, but he was still there. Trunks, we don't have much time left. You must take this tank of fuel to the capsule company as soon as possible. Only in this way can we save our future, Bulma said to him in a scolding tone. No, Mom, come with me. Let's go to the past together. Trunks looked serious. He couldn't change all this damn thing with his own strength alone, so he wanted to take his mother to the past time and space. Only in this way can he protect her most effectively. Trunks, don't you even listen to your mother? Trunks was stunned. Bulma looked serious and took out a thick notebook from her arms. All her hard work was recorded in it. Now she wants to give this thing to Trunks. I don't have to go there. She stuffed the notebook into Trunks' arms, and at the same time she said with a serious look, give this book to my past self. It records all my research. I think it will definitely help them. When she said this, her Zion was inevitably a little sad. Don't forget, Trunks, this fuel is what everyone fought for us with their lives. Trunks was silent again. He would not forget, and he would never dare to forget. Although there was little fuel on this trip, it was all fought for by the survivors with their lives. Even though the hope for the future was slim, but everyone still put all their hopes on the mother and son. Just like a mother holding a baby before the end of the world would tell her child that tomorrow would be better. The sun would rise as usual. I understand, Mom. Take care of yourself then. Trunks' eyes were firm. He carried the can of fuel on his back and at the same time put the notebook handed over in his arms. He already knew what to do. Bulma's frown finally relented. Let's go back to the past with our hope. Be careful on the road, Trunks. But at this moment, boom, a strong explosion rang in the ears of the two. A big hole was blown out in the sky above the basement. Trunks also immediately protected his mother behind him, used his body to block the flying debris. It turned out that Black Vegeta was chasing after him. You really can't die that easily. So you two are here, then I'll send you on your way together. The dark man's blue dread eyes penetrated the black fog, and he spoke hoarsely to the mother and son below. He slowly raised his palm, condensed a black energy. Seeing this, Bulma pushed Trunks, who was blocking her. Boom! The energy plotted in the center of the two of them, blowing Trunks away on the spot. Mom! Trunks screamed heartbreakingly, but he saw a scene that almost made him lose his mind. The man in black had already grabbed Bulma and lifted her up, even though she was extremely weak. Trunks, go, Bulma said weakly. Even at this time she did not forget to protect her child. Asshole, let my mother go. Trunks burst out with golden aura and entered the state of Super Saiyan 2 on the spot. Go! Bulma once again stopped Trunks, who wanted to rush up to save her. Just think of it as listening to your mother's last words. Okay, at this time red energy condensed in the hands of the dark man again. What a deep mother-son love. Don't worry, I'll send you down together soon. Through the smoke, Bulma finally saw the real face of the dark man. That was the face she had been thinking about day and night. That was her former husband, Vegeta. Bulma looked at Black Vegeta in disbelief. This scene completely shook her worldview. She had doubted many results, but she had never doubted that the dark man was Vegeta. Vegeta, why did you do this? Don't you remember me? Bulma had completely collapsed. She could only ask Black Vegeta why he did this with a crying and almost desperate tone. Unfortunately, this Vegeta was no longer the Vegeta she once knew, but a vile, shameless, dirty and smelly maggot who occupied another person's body. I'm not the Vegeta you know. I'm the new god who will save all of you. Black Vegeta said so, and the red energy in his hand aimed at Bulma completely plotted. At this moment, boom, another explosion sounded. In Trunks' heartbreaking shout, Bulma in the future time and space also disappeared in the world with the explosion. From now on, he has no relative. Trunks wiped away his tears because there are more important things waiting for him to complete. So he took Bulma's dying wish and set off for the capsule company main time and space Omni King temple. Don't play with that Zong Su anymore. He's a very fierce guy and he's also very dangerous. Omni King warned Sun Wukong with a serious face. Is that so? But I think the judge is pretty good. Sun Wukong rubbed his hair. He didn't understand why Omni King said Zong Su was dangerous. In his impression, Zong Su has always been a supreme god who is very polite to everyone. But why did Omni Omni King say that about Zong Su? Omni King summoned Sun Wukong this time for no reason. He just wanted to play. But Sun Wukong still declined, saying that he was very busy at the moment and had no time to play with Omni King. This scene really scared the guards net to him and made them sweat profusely. Is this kid not afraid of death? He actually dared to refuse the request of Omni King. Oh, is that so? That's a pity. The Omni King's Zion was obviously disappointed, and he did not choose to blame Sun Wukong for this matter. In the past billions of years I have never had many friends. Those guys are always afraid of me. Looking at the Omni King with a disappointed face, Sun Wukong felt emotions. Is this child really as scary as those people say? Compared to a high and mighty supreme god, he felt that the King of All was more like a child. Although he rejected the King of All's request to play together, Sun Wukong still decided to help him and wanted to find a companion for him. So he promised the King of All that he would definitely find him a satisfactory gaming partner, provided that he had to solve some things first. Really? The King of All's eyes lit up. Really? Sun Wukong smiled with certainty. Then we have a deal. Then Sun Wukong asked to leave. The King of All also handed a button to Sun Wukong. This is my summoning button. Whenever you encounter any trouble, you can press the button above. I will be by your side as soon as possible. Chapter 45 Zamasu chapter begins. Compared to the tragic future time and space, the main time and space is a completely different picture. There are no city ruins here, and there are no broken limbs. Only people have infinite yearning for the future. At this time Capsule Corporation, bang, a figure flew out of the gravity room and knocked a big hole in the wall of the gravity room on the spot. It hurts, it hurts. Xiao Te was in so much pain that tears were about to flow out. He had never thought that his father would be so heavy-handed. Trung, how are you? Vegeta hurried to Xiao Te to check his injuries, although he was a little heavy when he hit him. Fortunately Xiao Te only had some scratches on his body and he was fine at all. But Xiao Te still felt aggrieved in his heart. This was the second time his father hit him. The pain from all parts of his body and the feeling of grievance in his heart. With a sour nose, Xiao Te couldn't help but burst into tears. The situation was out of control again. Vegeta's face was ashen and he didn't know what to say. It's not a broken bone or organ. Why are you crying? Okay Trunk, wait until daddy has time to take you to the amusement park. Seeing that it was not broken yet, Vegeta took out the chips to take Xiao Te to the amusement park. This sentence really worked. Xiao Te stopped crying immediately. You may not be interested in other things, but he will be excited when you say play. Really, daddy? Did you really promise to take me to the amusement park? Xiao Te asked expectantly. Are you still worried that daddy will regret it? Your dad used to be a noble Sun prince and he never lied. Vegeta smiled. It can be seen Vegeta has grown a lot. All this is attributed to the training of the judge and Whis. While honing their combat power, they also honed their character. Vegeta didn't think it was a big deal to take Xiao Te to the amusement park. Is it a vacation now, or is it forced by the final Su? It's useless to take a break. Anyway, the training on Earth won't help him much. It's better to use this time to hone his character or spend time with his family. Little Te in the main time and space has a perfect childhood. He has companions who grew up with him, people who protect the Earth, and a father who seems strict but is actually tender. Compared with Big Te in the future time and space, it's like a thought of heaven and a thought of hell. When are we leaving? I can go now. Little Te asked expectantly. He wished his father would take him to the amusement park right now. Not now, I have to deal with something first. Trunk. Vegeta shook his head indicating that not now, but when he has time to take him out to play. Is that so? Little Te doesn't care about it as long as his father agrees to it. Anyway, in his impression his father never lies. Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. Finally this matter was resolved. Suddenly Vegeta frowned. He protected Trunks behind him and stared at the sky. But there was nothing in the sky except the scorching sun. Trunks didn't understand what his father was doing. Is there an enemy coming? At this moment a white light flashed out of nowhere above the Capsule Corporation, and the surrounding space was also in chaos. The white light quickly disappeared. What appeared in front of the father and son was a strange-shaped spaceship. The spaceship landed steadily in front of them. The logo of the Capsule Corporation was also written on it. Big Trunk finally came to the main time and space machine. Vegeta's brows were locked tighter. Although he didn't care much about Bulma's technology, he still recognized the time and space machine at first sight. Trunk, step back. Vegeta walked forward and scolded Trunks, who kept approaching. After being scolded by his father, the curious little Trunk gave up. Vegeta came to the glass cover of the time and space machine and looked at the machine with a serious face. The machine was seriously aged, and there was a lot of dust outside the glass cover. Vegeta wiped a clean area where the dust fell, but he saw a guy who was unpected. Trunk. Vegeta couldn't help but claimed the person sitting in the main driving seat is none other than his future son Trunk, and Trunks is still in a coma. Without thinking too much, you can tell that something big must have happened in the future, otherwise his son wouldn't have run back back from the future. Ah, what's wrong, Dad? Taira came forward. He thought his father was calling him just now. Quick, Trunk, call your mother over. Vegeta didn't care about these things at this time. He now needed Taira to call Bulma over to discuss and solve this matter. Taira nodded quickly, so fast that he even left a shadow on the ground. What happened in the future? Vegeta smashed the glass cover outside the cab with one punch and carried the unconscious Taira out. Bulma also rushed over in a hurry. There must be something big wrong in the future, Bulma said with an ugly expression. When she heard that Trunks was back, she was really scared. You don't need to think about it to know that there must be some difficult problems in the future. Otherwise Trunks would not come back. I have to notify them. Bulma pressed the button on the watch and sent the already edited letter to a group of Z fighters. It finally over. Sun Wukong wiped the sweat off his body with a towel and looked at the cart full of cabbages with satisfaction. This is the largest harvest in the past few years. That's right, Sun Wukong had been harvesting vegetables in his own field just now. Originally, after coming out of the temple of the Omni King, he wanted to return to the destroyer planet to continue his training and did not want to take a vacation. However, he was driven back by Zong Su. Even if he was reluctant in his heart, he could only obey the will of this adult and take a vacation. This period of time also happened to coincide with a bumper harvest in his own field, so he came back to harvest vegetables. Right, this is what a head of the family looks like. Kikai smiled with relief. Sun Wukong like this made her most satisfied. After all, she has been the one who has been spending money for all these years. She also has to support Wuyuan to go to school. Actually, this is also good, Wukong. You have to take good care of your family in the future. Krillin laughed. Just treat it as an exercise. It's actually no big deal. Piccolo patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder. He and Krillin came here just to visit an old friend. As a result, he was also pulled to work in the field. Your family's land is really endless. Looking at the almost endless land of Sun Wukong's family, Krillin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. So much land is enough to support their family for a long time, right? But why is Sun Wukong's family still so poor? Krillin didn't understand. You have to take good care of the family in the future, son. After all, so much land is waiting for you to sow. Piccolo said to Wukong half jokingly. Wait until you have time. This is similar to my previous training. Sun Wukong drank a sip of water and stuffed a magic bean into his mouth. Physical strength was instantly restored. Chaiki looked at the three people laughing with a headache. Sun Wukong always made her worry. Ding ding ding. At this time, the old flip phone in her trouser pocket rang. Who called me again? Chaiki turned on the phone and the call in front of her was from Bulma. Why did Bulma call her at this time? She pressed the dial button with some doubt. After the call was connected, Bulma's hurried voice came from the other side. Shishi, is Goku at home? Please ask him to come to the capsule company. After that, the other party hung up the phone. A string of question marks floated above Shishi's head, not knowing what happened. Bulma hung up the phone just after saying 2 sentences. However, judging from the other party's hurried tone, something big must have happened, otherwise she would not ask Son Goku to come over. So she told the 3 people about this. After understanding this, the 3 people also flew to the capsule company without stopping. During this period, Goten also wanted to follow but was caught by Shishi. Children should study hard and don't get involved in the affairs of adults, Shishi said to Goten sternly. Chapter 46. Report from the Space-Time Administration. When the 3 of them arrived at the Capsule Corporation, they found that many people had already come. Most of the people who were supposed to come had come. There were even the God of Destruction and the Angel in the crowd. The 2 gods came to Earth to eat and drink. Big Toot had already woken up from his coma, but something embarrassing happened when he just woke up. He almost beat up his father. Sorry Dad, I thought that guy was chasing me so I couldn't help it, Big Toot said to Vegeta with an apologetic tone. I haven't seen you for so many years and you have grown up a lot. Your strength and speed are much stronger than before. Vegeta was not angry because Big Toot attacked him but felt a little relieved. Bulma interrupted the father and son's reminiscence. Okay, stop talking nonsense. She pushed Vegeta away and looked at the future Big Toot with a serious face. What's the matter with you? Why are you unconscious in the time machine? What happened in the future? Big Trunk sighed and told everyone what would happen in the future. The explosive information in it was enough to make everyone explode on the spot. Explode. Vegeta was also stunned on the spot. Are you saying that a dark man who looks like Vegeta appeared in the future? Sun Wukong said with a shocked face. And he killed Bulma in the future time and space. Vegeta's pupils shrank suddenly. When he learned that it was a guy in the future who looked very similar to him who killed Bulma, his heart skipped a few beats on the spot. Then an unknown anger rose from his heart. Even Bulma in the future, those guys can't touch her. Calm down Vegeta, we need more information, Piccolo also said to Vegeta with a serious face. After that, Bulma introduced Big Trunk in the future time and space to everyone present. This is the future Trunks. Little Trunk was also stunned. You tell me that this guy who looked very similar to him is the future self? He thought he was his parents' illegitimate child. Bulma showed off to everyone the time machine she had developed in the future, as if this machine was made by her in this time and space. But what Whis said net frightened everyone present. It is indeed unprecedented for you human. But do you know, traveling through time is a serious crime. Bulma's heart skipped a beat, and just as she was about to e-plane, Whis got the better of her. Even God cannot change time and space as arbitrarily as you do. This is strictly prohibited by the Time and Space Administration. Whis looking at Bulma with a serious face. Whis, I have another question. Goku raised his hand indicating that he had a question to ask them. Please speak. Whis adjusted his facial expression. You said that even gods cannot interfere with time and space, so can the Lord Judge? Goku asked such a wise question. This is a good question. Don't ask it net time. Whis stopped Goku from speaking. Beerus also spoke at this time. Of course the Lord Judge can tamper with time and space at will, because no one in this territory can control him at all. But he will never do that, Beerus said so simply. Why? Because this rule was planned by him and the director of the Space-Time Administration Bureau. Whis e-planed again. The words of the two riddle gods confused everyone, especially the future Big Trot Judge Director of the Space-Time Administration Bureau. What are they talking about? After that everyone had a full meal. After the meal Dad e-planed to everyone why he came to this time and space. Everyone finally figured out the source of all this. Only Beerus and Whis remained silent. Whis, it seems that this matter is not that simple. Beerus' eyes flashed coldly and his intuition told him that there must be a big conspiracy behind this matter. How about reporting to the Lord Judge first? Beerus asked. Lord Beerus, I have already reported it, Whis said in a leisurely tone. When he was e-planing the rules of time and space to everyone just now, he had already reported this to Zong Su. The future time and space may have been tampered with. On the other side, the temple dimension, during the time you were away, a mouse ran in from outside. The high priest pushed the white chess piece and said to the young man in front of him in a flat tone, his trajectory has long been determined. When he stepped into this territory he was already in a dead end. Zong Su pushed the black chess piece and ate the white chess piece placed on the table by the high priest. Aren't you worried at all? The high priest just looked at him like this. Worried? Why should I worry? It's been so long. Don't forget what my responsibilities are. Zong Su took back the chessboard. Although I am in charge of all the territories of the king, the problem this time is the negligence of the Space and Time Administration Bureau. Don't you think we don't have enough burden? Zong Su said to the high priest. Why should he worry about the foreign Zamasu? Worry about nothing. Zamasu has been killed by his plan. Anyway, just leave it to the protagonist group to finish it. Although the difficulty of the protagonist group's dungeon has skyrocketed this time, but he is not just watching. He also asked a few people from the Space-Time Administration to help Sun Wukong and the others. Those guys are on the way. 1. All the actions of the protagonist group this time are covered by himself, so just fight with confidence. 2. He will always observe the movements of the entire Omni King's territory. Even if the Dark Realm who has been hiding wants to help Zamasu, it is impossible. He has been watching. 3. He found a few more helpers from the Space-Time Administration for this operation, which is enough to beat Zamasu to ashes. 4. Even if Zamasu wants to run at the last minute, he will always guard him at the entrance of the space-time rift with the Sword of Judgment, and he can't run away. 5. He plans to change the future space-time. Can't the gods change the trajectory of space-time at will? That is a restriction for the lower gods. These rules have no effect on me at all. He knew that there would be a Black Vegeta in the future. There are Black Goku, Zamasu and Black Vegeta. Anyway, the three of them have been completely blocked by Zong Su. They can't even run away, let alone survive. If Zamasu and the others knew his plan, I'm sure they would thank him a lot. Right. Looking at Zong Su, who looked confident, the high priest smiled helplessly. It seems that you have already thought of a plan and countermeasures. I am relieved about what happened in the future time and space. Afterward, Zong Su and the high priest made a simple plan for the future. Then the high priest chose to leave. On the other side, the Space-Time Administration. Why did such a big mistake happen this time? Why did three guys who shouldn't appear in the future time and space trajectory? Grano scolded her subordinate. Everyone present didn't dare to breathe. After all, if Zong Su hadn't deliberately reminded them this time, they might not have known that the future time and space had been tampered with. But they were also very distressed. In the calculations of all of them, there was nothing wrong with the future time and space. Why did such a big mess happen? Okay boss, stop blaming them. Isn't it too late to change it now? A purple-skinned young man with pigtails handed a cup of coffee to Grano with a smile, but the latter was even more angry. Fu, how dare you say that? I know all this can be changed, but I'm just angry that they didn't stick to their post. It turned out that this purple-skinned young man was not someone. It was the Fu who appeared in Dragon Ball Heroes. It's just that in this time and space he joined the Space-Time Administration. Okay, don't be angry. Drink this cup of coffee and continue to work overtime. Feeling that one cup of coffee was not enough, Fu handed her another cup of coffee. Don't you want to take a vacation. Grano was almost angry to death. How could this guy still have time to joke? Seeing Grano, who was already angry to the point of red temperature, Fu panicked on the spot. No. As long as you don't move my vacation, everything all is easy. Fu disappeared instantly and returned to his original job. Grano calmed down a little. 3 teams are sent out on duty this time. With Hez and Kanba there should be no problem. Net time, Grano said to herself. Chapter 47. The arrival of Hez and Kanba. Future time and space. Because of the disappearance of Big Te, Black Vegeta vented all his anger on the ruins of the city. He kept firing dark gas bombs at the surrounding ruin. Every explosion could set off a large mushroom cloud, but this did not vent his anger. Where did that guy go? Is it that machine? Black Vegeta finally knew why Trunks disappeared under his nose. It was all because of that strange spaceship. At this time, 2 other figures appeared beside him. They were Black Goku and Zong Su. It seems that our trainee ran away. Black Goku laughed evilly. This Black Goku came from another main world and did not belong to this territory. Black Vegeta came from the main time and space of another timeline. He completed his own journey of killing his master and snatched the ring and earrings from the hands of the king of the 10th universe, and used the power of the Super Dragon Ball to exchange bodies with Vegeta from another time and space, because he learned about Vegeta's strength through the ring match. This also created the current Black Vegeta. After that, this Black Vegeta came to the future time and space where Big Trunk was and killed Whis, then reached a cooperation with his future self. Then Black Goku, who ran from another time and space, also joined their team. So far, Black Goku, Black Vegeta and Zong Su finally gathered. After that, they each used the power of the Super Dragon Balls to promise themselves immortality. After that, the 3 of them united completely and launched a brutal massacre in the future time and space. All the KOs in the entire universe were slaughtered. Because the God of Destruction and the King of Destruction are in a symbiotic relationship, the God of Destruction also died, and all the angels fell into a deep sleep. The High Priest did not exist in the future. There was only one unaware Omni King left in the future time and space. This also led to the subsequent future extinction event. If he ran away, he ran away. That guy is not much help to us anyway. Zong Su said pressionlessly. Without a sparring partner, the power of this body cannot be minimized. At this moment, a ray shot out from the ring in Black Vegeta's hand. The ray tore a hole in the sky on the spot, a crack in space and time. Black Goku was surprised and soon reacted. It seems that the time machine that the kid just rode tore a hole in the space of this world. Zong Su analyzed the reason at a glance. The crack leading to other universes. It seems that this is also an opportunity for us. The corners of Black Vegeta's mouth rose slightly, knowing that his chance might have come. When he just took the first step, Black Goku stopped him. Something is wrong. I don't think it's that simple. Black Goku said with a serious face. He felt that his life would be in danger on this trip. Even if he had an immortal body, it would be in danger. He always had a sense of death and danger, so he stopped Black Vegeta, who was about to step into the crack. I need to minimize the potential of this body. This requires a lot of trial, opponent. You say how much time do we have left? I from another time and space. In response to Black Vegeta's questioning, Black Goku just smiled, and he thought of a crazy idea in his heart. Since we have lost that kid as a sparring partner, why not let you and me be each other's sparring partners so that we will become stronger? Black Goku smiled evilly. That was his crazy plan. Zong Su and Black Vegeta were silent, but after thinking for a long time, they both found that this decision was feasible. I'm sorry, my friend. Black Vegeta punched Black Goku in the face, sending him flying 1,000 meters away on the spot. Black Goku, who was not flying, was not angry. On the contrary, his mouth curled up a little. Let them continue to train and hone their skills and then use the physique of this body. I believe it won't be long. They will become stronger soon. This is also a bug in a sense. After that, the 2 of them started a life and death battle. Whenever one of them was on the verge of death, Zong Su would treat him on the side. Didn't they say they still have immortal bodies? Why do they need this guy to treat them on the side? Because this level of injury can't trigger this ability at all. So I asked this guy to help. Main time and space. After DTE planed everything, everyone realized the seriousness of the matter. Then DTE proposed to fight with Vegeta, but as expected, Vegeta killed DTE in one move. DTE was lying in the ruin. He stared at Vegeta, who was covered in red hair in the sky with a dull pression. What form did his father develop? His Super Saiyan 2 state couldn't even withstand a single blow from this form. But when he thought about how strong his father was, DTE finally smiled happily. The stronger Dad and the others are, the higher the chances of being rescued in the future will be. Dad, what is your form? Dad struggled to get up from the ground. He wanted to know what form Vegeta was in. He had no idea at all. This is Super Saiyan 4, the ultimate form of our Saiyan. Vegeta plain. Uncle Goku, can he also use this form? Dad wanted to know if Son Goku would also use this form. Vegeta nodded and stopped talking. Bulma, how long will it it take you to fly this machine? Looking at Bulma, who was too busy, Goku asked curiously. Bulma took a deep breath and put the note that Dad gave him on the table. I can't say. It will take at least 2 weeks, Bulma said uncertainly. Some parts of this time machine have aged and broken and the fuel has dried up. Even with the notes left by her future self, Bulma will need some time to fly it. It can be fired, but the fuel of this machine makes her feel troubled. Listener, from now on don't bother me. Bulma pushed the obstructing Son Goku out of the laboratory and then slammed the door shut. She needs a quiet place now. No one needs to bother her. Dad, are you saying I can do this? Big Trunk looked at Vegeta in surprise. If I say I can, you can. Vegeta nodded confidently. His son will definitely be able to reach the state of Super Saiyan 4. Trunks also has a certain royal bloodline, right? Then everything will be easy. But now he needs to make Big Trunk have the same tail as him. Only in this way can Big Trunk break through Super Saiyan 4. But in his brief impression, Trunk seemed to have no tail when he was born, right? Vegeta fell into deep thought. At this time, 2 uninvited guests arrived outside the capsule company. Should it be here? The coordinates given by Director Chrono should be correct. Looking at the gate of the capsule company, a young man wearing a gray special patrol uniform, brown hair, slightly pointed ears and goggles said in a deep voice, "This is Hez from the Space-Time Administration Bureau, also the captain of the 3rd team. The coordinates can't be wrong it here." A Saiyan with long black hair, extremely tall stature, said this in an almost roaring tone. "This is Kamba from the Space-Time Administration Bureau, also an elite warrior of the 2nd team." Now both of them have been ordered to come to the capsule company to assist Vegeta, Sun Wukong and others in defeating the 3 dark men. Chapter 48. You are not fighting alone. Trunk. While talking to everyone, 2 mysterious visitors appeared in front of them. They were the 2 time patrolmen who teleported from the capsule door to them. "Who are you?" Big Te quickly drew his sword ready to meet the upcoming changes. So did Son Goku and Vegeta. Everyone looked at Hez and Kanba, who suddenly appeared with a wary look. "Don't get too excited everyone. We have no ill intentions in coming here. We are the time patrolmen of the Time and Space Administration." Hez waved his hand signaling everyone to relax. He said that he had no intention of coming here against anyone. At the same time he explained that he was a patrolman. "Then what are you for?" Suddenly appeared in the capsule company, and at this time Vegeta frowned slightly. "Yes, everyone can lie. Who can prove that you are time patrolman?" Little Te also made a noise on the side. Hez and Kanba looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. "Then you should believe this too, right? This is my ID." Hez handed his ID to Vegeta. He gave them all his IDs so they should believe it now, right? Just when he breathed a sigh of relief, Vegeta threw the ID back. "Space-time patroller, what a mess. I don't understand it." Vegeta's words confused the 2 of them. "This is not something you can just throw away." Kanba picked up the ID that was thrown on the ground and looked at Vegeta in front of him with cold eyes. Looking at Kanba, who was looking at him, Vegeta frowned. It was the first time he felt a strong sense of oppression from his fellow Saiyans. He had a hunch that the strong man in front of him was terribly strong. "I am afraid that I am not his opponent." But he cannot lose face in front of everyone, so he also confronts him. The 2 Saiyans confront each other. Neither of them is willing to give in. The scene is filled with a strong smell of gunpowder for a while. Just at this time an abrupt voice interrupted the confrontation. "Don't do it." "I know." These 2 Whis interrupted the confrontation. "I can prove it for them." Beerus also stood up to prove for Kanba and Hez. He and Whis knew these 2 patrolmen from the Space-Time Administration. Everyone realized that this was a farce. They were too vigilant and blamed the 2 guests wrongly. With these 2 gods standing up to guarantee it, only then did people believe that Hez and the others were really from the Space-Time Administration Bureau. "Long time no see, Hez," Beerus said to him calmly. He really didn't expect that these 2 busy people would have time to come to the 7th universe. "You too, Lord Beerus and Lord Whis." Hez nodded to them and also responded with a polite greeting. "What are you here for this time?" Whis asked. He didn't know why these 2 came. "Kanba and I came here to help you solve the 3 dark men under the orders of the Director and Lord Judge. This is also the purpose of our trip." Hez announced the purpose of his and Kanba's trip to everyone. Everyone was surprised again. Lord Judge started to plan in steps so quickly. Whis was a little surprised. He had just finished reporting the news. After that Zong Su sent a few people to help them change the chaos in the future space-time. "This action is really fast. Are you here to help us too?" Big was stunned. He didn't expect that the 2 patrolmen in front of him were also here to help them solve the crisis. Hez turned around and looked at the Saiyans. "You are the Trunks, right? What a powerful warrior." Hez praised Big without reservation. Apparently he knew this Big before. You know me." Big was stunned again. These 2 guys in front of him seemed to know him. "We all know your deed." At this time Kanba, who had been silent all the time, also spoke. "Future warrior, guardian of humanity." Kanba also gave a very high evaluation. It turned out that they had heard of this warrior from the future before they arrived. "One person guards the desperate future and and never gives up. This is worthy of their admiration. But now is not the time to talk about this. Are we leaving now? We can deal with those 3 guys now, has said to everyone. He wanted to deal with the 3 dark men now to complete the task. Not now, we still have to complete some things. Vegeta shook his head indicating that it was not the right time yet. Is there an exact time? Has gave all of them a time and he was not confused by the time being a little late. About a week or 2 later, Dat gave his own predicted time. Has and Kanba looked at each other and finally nodded. Okay, we will leave in a week, but before that can you arrange 2 residences for us? There is still a week left. They have to find a temporary residence here first, otherwise it will be too late to rush back to the space-time administration. Of course, no problem, I will arrange 2 of the best residences for you, Bulma said to the 2 confidently after coming out of the laboratory. Since they are friendly forces, they have to entertain them well. You are not fighting alone, Trunk. Kanba patted Trunk's shoulder and gave a thumbs up. Yes, you are not fighting alone. There are still us. Piccolo laughed. And me. Tien Shinyan also stretched out his hand. How can I be missing at this time? I am your senior, right? Yamcha gave Trunk a smile. No matter how difficult the future is, you can't give up easily, Trunk. We are here to protect you. Hearing the voice that made him feel very familiar, Trunk's mind was suddenly struck by lightning. He looked in the direction of the voice. It was Gohan, the elder brother he had been thinking about in the future. Gohan just looked at him and a confident smile appeared on his slightly immature face. Vegeta also came up at this time. Listen, Trunk, no matter what, you are also my son Vegeta. Don't forget the pride of us Sun, Vegeta said to Trunks earnestly. But before that, we have to use this week to train you, so that you can protect everything in your own way. Sun Wukong smiled and stuffed a few senzu beans into Trunks' waist bag. You are such a kid. There is such a big mess in the future, you can't handle it alone. Master Roshi knocked Trunks on the head with his cane. This is also your home, Trunk. Everyone comforted Trunks in their own way. Even though some guys were not good at speaking, they all gave Trunks their greatest support. Seeing this scene, Beerus and Whis, who had been watching the show, were also silent. Is this the bond that they humans rely on? In the past, Beerus would have sneered at those so-called bonds, but now he believes it a little bit. That's eyes were moist and he didn't know how to thank them all for a moment. Just like what Kanba said to him before, you are not fighting alone, Trunk. This sentence kept repeating in his mind and he would always remember what everyone said to him in his heart. I know what I should do, Mom. Dat rubbed his nose, which was already a little sore, and looked up at the sky with a firm presence. He would not shed any tears for anyone again. He knew how to choose and face it to protect everything he wanted to protect. Chapter 49 Super 4 Trunks Battle between father and son. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Hez and Kanba settled down on Earth temporarily, and Trunk was also taken away by Goku and his friends for special training. During this period, Vegeta asked Whis to make Trunk a tail like his. Afterwards, Whis said to Vegeta righteously, Mr. Vegeta, this is the last time. I will not help any Sun grow a tail again. If everyone comes to me in the future, it will be too troublesome, Whis said to Vegeta with a headache. He hoped that this was the last time and hoped that those guys would not come to him to restore their tails in the future. But Vegeta did not speak but just smiled at this. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was 5 days later. During this period, Vegeta and his friends took Trunk to the Earth Temple and launched the final plan. Trunks, are you ready for the Super Saiyan 4 posture? Vegeta said to him. It turns out that he also wants Big to break through to Super Saiyan 4 so that he can better deal with what happens. Net. After all, the basic requirements for Super 4 are not great. As long as he can transform into a Super Saiyan and stay rational at critical moments, Big has everything he should have. All the necessary conditions are already met. After all, Big still has a trace of Saiyan royal blood flowing in his body. I'm ready, Dad, Big said with a firm look. He is ready to welcome the Super Saiyan 4 posture so that he can become stronger and protect everything. You are worthy of being my son. Vegeta grinned and a shining light appeared in his hand. I think you will go further than Kakarot and I, Trunks. As he said that, Vegeta threw the ball in his hand into the sky. The ball plotted with a bang, forming a huge artificial moon. This artificial wonder quickly attracted the attention of ordinary people on Earth. They thought that it was not yet night. How did the moon come out early? But none of this matters now. That's eyes gradually turn blood red, and as his body grows bigger, dense black hair grows on his body. A pair of sharp teeth grow between his teeth and he lets out a soul-stirring roar. The body doesn't stop until it reaches the size of a mountain. Dat, who has transformed into a giant ape, doesn't remain rational as Vegeta affected but is very violent instead. Dat smashes the entire temple square into pieces with one punch. Then he grabs Vegeta below. Vegeta doesn't resist and just looks at Dat, who has fallen into a violent state. Are you embarrassing me? Have you not controlled your emotions yet? Vegeta snorted disdainfully. As soon as the word fell, Dat suddenly trembled all over and then calmed down from the violent state. He put Vegeta down, looking at his hands in surprise. At this time, Dat's heart was also very shocked. Is this the true attitude godhood of the Sun. Seeing this, Vegeta finally smiled with relief. Trunks finally mastered his emotions. Net do as I say, try to transform into a Super Sun. Based on this, Vegeta shouted. The giant ape Big Trunk nodded and began to transform in this form. Boom! Golden energy rushed into the sky. Big Trunk's energy and combat power continued to soar exponentially. In an instant all the hair on Big Trunk's body turned golden. He finally completed this step. Well done, your talent is indeed more than this. Looking at the golden giant ape in front of him, Vegeta smiled with relief again. Although he can't compare to that Son Gohan, his son's talent is also considerable. Okay Trunk, I can't help you with the NET thing, you have to do it all by yourself. Use your own way to complete the transformation. Vegeta gave him a thumbs up. Compared to a father, Vegeta is now more like a qualified master. I understand, Dad. I won't let you down. The giant ape Dad nodded again. He closed his eyes, let his heart calm down. In the dark and boundless sea of consciousness, Dad seemed to experience his life again from birth to now. And then he saw the scenes he had experienced. The figures of the androids Majin Buu, Vegeta and other characters appeared in his consciousness. Let me cut you off. That's eyes condensed and his exclusive sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He cut off the figures of these people in an instant, and along with it his once tragic past was also cut off. Dad put down the sword. He stared blankly at the blue planet in front of him, and at the same time he appeared around him in different time and space. He raised his hand, his eyes gleaming with golden light. He did not disappoint all his friends. Thunder roared in the sky and an unknown powerful aura rose from his body. You really did it, son. Vegeta looked at Dte with pride. His son really did not disappoint him. The NET moment, the entire temple square collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. The smoke dispersed. What appeared in front of Vegeta was not the golden giant ape from before, but the figure of Big Trunk. Long black hair, iconic eye socket, except for the head, chest and palms it was covered with red hair full of wild posture. Super 4 Trunks born. Big Trunks picked up the sword thrown on the ground and lightning rose under his feet. He clenched his fist, feeling the almost endless power in his body. Dad, I finally achieved the same form as you. Big Trunks looked at Vegeta with a firm gaze. Well done. Vegeta smiled crookedly and also entered the state of Super Saiyan 4. Let me test your growth over the years. As he said, Vegeta entered the combat state. Big Trunks smiled confidently. His father in this time and space may not be good at speaking, but this is his father's most direct way of greeting. His father finally recognized him. At this time an invisible wind blew up. The wind blew the long black hair behind them, but smiles appeared on the faces of the father and son. Only Popo and Dandy, who were hiding behind the ruins, looked terrified. The NET moment, the father and son moved. Vegeta punched out and Dat left a trace of after image along his fist. Then he punched Vegeta in the stomach. Vegeta was knocked away on the spot. Good boy, you are really good. It seems that your combat experience has also grown a lot over the years. Vegeta was not angry but felt very excited, so he quickly adjusted his posture during the backward flight and fought fiercely with Dat again. Dat kicked sideways and Vegeta blocked it with one hand. Vegeta counterattacked but Dat also blocked it. The father and son cleverly resolved each other's moves in their own way. No one showed any signs of being at a disadvantage, but smiles appeared on their faces. Smiles of recognition. Chapter 50 Zong Su. Did you really kill your master? On the other side, compared to the father-son battle between Vegeta and Dte, Sun Wukong's side was much calmer. He was wearing a blue farm worker's uniform. He stared at the float floating on the water. The float moved. He quickly raised the fishing rod. What he caught was a fish weighing dozens of kilograms. But Sun Wukong was not happy because he caught the fish. On the contrary, he felt a little disappointed. What went wrong? Sun Wukong said with some distress, so he put down the fishing rod in his hand. No matter how many times he tried, but he could not trigger the state he entered at the beginning. Ultra Instinct. This skill cannot be triggered casually by simply fishing. It also requires a lot of opportunities. Sun Wukong had a hunch that this battle to the future would be his breakthrough point, so he gave up fishing and chose to wait. Dad, Mom asked me to bring you food. At this moment, Godin flew towards him with a lunch bow. Sun Wukong suddenly realized that it was past mealtime now. Really, that was really hard work. A smile appeared on Sun Wukong's lips. Compared to the so-called boring special training, it is more important to eat first. Capsule Company, Bulma's private laboratory. It's not that difficult. Looking at the time machine that has been completely renewed, Bulma finally smiled happily. After a week of hard work, she finally repaired the almost scrapped time machine. This is not as difficult as he imagined, but there is still one thing that bothers her. Is there any fuel in this era that can carry this machine? Looking at the fuel that has run out, Bulma rubbed her head with a headache. Everything has been solved for now. Only the fuel problem has not been solved. This is also the only difficulty she encountered. There must be a solution. The fuel problem is just one of them. I guess I have planned it for the future right. With this mentality, Bulma opened the notes left by her future self again. After a long time of reading, she she finally found a solution. It turns out that the fuel raw materials for the time machine are deep in the core of the earth. This is also easy to solve. Just ask Vegeta to do it. After all, the distance from the surface to the core is just a simple matter. Of course, this is for Vegeta and others. At the same time, the 10th universe King Kai planet, you have worked hard during this period, Zamasu. I think you will soon become a qualified king of the Kai. Looking at Zamasu, who has always been diligent and self-disciplined, Whis couldn't help but admire him. This candidate king of the Kai named Zamasu made him most satisfied. He was humble to everyone and had high talent. He was the only one to inherit his mantle. Nothing. This is all the good teaching of Lord Kai. I still need to study for a while, Zamasu said modestly. Whis said again. He nodded with satisfaction. Although this guy has some character flaws, his humility is enough to change everything. Lord Voss, this is today's dessert. It's a specialty from another universe. Zamasu placed a dessert in front of Voss and said respectfully, "That's really thoughtful, Zamasu." Voss didn't doubt it either, so he picked up the dessert on the plate and started eating. But he didn't notice that a flash of red light flashed in Zamasu's eyes. Why can those human guys waste the resources and land of the universe at will? Why can they enjoy the protection of God? Although he didn't say it, but this was also the thought that emerged in Zamasu's mind at this time. He believed that the biggest mistake God had made was to create the human creature. He didn't understand why Kaishin wanted to protect humans, so his ideas conflicted with those of Whis. He chose the most extreme method. Only in this way could he fulfill his ideas. Zamasu came silently behind Whis. A purple light appeared in his hand and he aimed at the back of Whis's head. "Goodbye, my mentor." Zamasu closed his eyes. Even if he had many different ideas from Whis, he was also his mentor. He gathered all his strength into his hand knife and chopped it down at the back of Whis's head. But the expected scene did not appear. Zamasu opened his eyes in confusion but saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. He saw that his hand knife that was about to fall was caught. The figure that frightened him the most also appeared net to him. "Oh, you really want to kill your master?" Zong Su put on an unpected Zion. He finally caught the handle of this kid. He had been paying attention to Zamasu, but he didn't expect that this guy had been lurking for so long. Judge Zamasu was completely shocked. When did the Lord of Arbitration discover his intention? He had never expected this. At this time Whis also reacted. "Lord Judge, why are you here?" Whis immediately knelt in front of Zong Su and greeted him respectfully. He himself did not fully expect Zong Su to suddenly appear behind him, and one hand was holding Zamasu. "Zamasu, what are you doing?" Whis's tone was full of disbelief. He didn't understand why Zong Su was holding Zamasu's hand, but Whis soon thought of a terrible idea. "Are you going to kill me just now, Zamasu?" Zong Su ignored him and just smiled and looked at Zamasu, who was shocked. Zamasu was still very shocked by the sudden appearance of the judge. "Do you really think I can't see what you do? Or is your inner thoughts so seamless that I can't detect it?" A light appeared in Zong Su's hand, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. Zamasu's body suddenly turned into countless particles and completely disappeared in this time and space and will never exist. Zamasu from the main time and space was eliminated by him in this extremely fast way. Zong Su smiled. Originally this task was given to Beerus to complete. In the end he personally went out to eliminate the traitor. Net time when selecting candidates, remember to keep your eyes open. Don't let any rotten fish and shrimps get in. Not everyone can take up the priesthood. After saying that, Zong Su completely disappeared in front of Whis. It was as if he had never existed. Whis was in a state of complete shock. He finally understood why the Lord of Judgment wanted to eliminate his candidate Zamasu. So this guy wanted to kill him. He felt a little scared and was full of gratitude to the Lord of Judgment. If the Lord of Judgment had not taken action in advance, I am afraid that Zamasu would have completed the killing of his master. Did he misjudge after all? Zamasu, why did you do this? A sense of guilt rose in Whis' heart. He should have taught Zamasu well in the beginning, otherwise the current situation would not have occurred. Chapter 51. Go to the future. Time and space 5 vs 3. The advantage is mine. 8 calm. With the unremitting efforts of everyone, Bulma collected enough fuel for the time and space machine and also improved the imperfections, modified the original fuel, make the fuel more durable and burn resistant. The energy of half a tube alone is enough to match the 2 tubes in the past. Bulma may be afraid that they will not have enough fuel on the way to the future, so she prepared a few more tubes for them. In addition, she also left 4 tubes, so there is enough fuel. We are ready to go. We have to get rid of those 3 guys as soon as possible. Has looked at everyone with a serious look. This time it will be an unprecedented hard battle. Although there are 5 people going to the future to participate in the war, he is not sure about the changes in the war situation. Are you prepared? Has asked. Before going to the future they have to make all preparations. We brought this, Sun Wukong said with a smile and took out 2 handfuls of senzu beans from his pocket. He handed 2 handfuls directly to Has and Kanba. What is this? Kanba was a little confused when he saw the senzu beans that were not even as big as his fingernails. This is called senzu senzu beans a very practical prop. As long as you don't have, if you are hurt too much or your stamina is depleted, just eat one. It will immediately restore your status to full. Date explained to the two vaguely. The two then showed an impression of enlightenment, but they were also shocked by the effect of this kind of magic bean. It can immediately restore all the consumed stamina. Has still didn't quite believe what they said, so he threw a magic bean into his mouth, but the net second he was shocked, because the effect was exactly the same as they said. What a rare good thing. Has solemnly put the magic bean into his pocket. This kind of thing can save lives at critical moment. If this prop can be used by their patrolmen, then they will have less burden in the future, right? Has stopped talking. I'm ready. Vegeta also came out of the training room nearby. He was wearing a brand new training suit and armor wrist guard. It was obvious that he had made a lot of preparation just to wait for this day to come. I wish you a safe journey. Whis waved a small flag at them. This kind of thing should be left to you younger generations. It only takes one time to succeed, Beerus said calmly. They also came here to see the 5 people off. We can succeed in one time. Sun Wukong smiled confidently. They don't need too many heavy tasks. They are sure to complete the task of saving the future in one time. Okay, then we're off. Please hold me tight, Mr. Sun Wukong. Kanba and Sun Wukong put their hands on Haz's shoulders and disappeared instantly. This is also the ability of the time and space patroller Haz. You only need to lock the location to travel through time and space, but the only drawback is that you must get permission from the Time and Space Administration before crossing. Since they are all gone, then we should set off too. Hurry up and start your broken machine, Trunk. Looking at Big Trunk, who was constantly adjusting the data in the time machine, Vegeta urged impatiently. That's right, he went with Big Trunk in the time machine. It's not as convenient as Sun Wukong and the others. Please wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Big Trunk adjusted the data skillfully and quickly locked the time and space for this trip. Please sit down, Dad. Be careful not to be thrown off on the way, Big Trunk reminded. Humph, you don't need to remind me. Vegeta jumped into the cab of the time machine, and then the outer cover of the machine was completely closed. The time machine also carried them slowly into the sky. Be sure to come back alive, everyone, Bulma said a little worriedly. Even though they had guaranteed this trip, she was still worried about whether they would encounter danger. Don't worry, Bulma. With Goku and Vegeta here, even the most powerful enemies will be defeated by them. She comforted him. She had always had the greatest confidence in Son Goku, believing that her husband would be able to save the future time and space. After all, Son Goku had created many miracles for them. We must defeat those guys and save the future time and space, Trunk. We will wait for you here. Son Gohan waved at the space-time machine in the sky. Seeing this, a slight arc gradually rose at the corner of Trunk's mouth. We will definitely come back alive. The space-time machine burst out with dazzling white light and instantly crossed this time and space. So the 5 of them went to the desperate future time and space with the determination to win and save the future. Will they succeed? Beerus said with some uncertainty. We will win. Whis gave his answer with a firm face. And all that happened on Earth was seen by Zong Su, who was alone in the higher dimension. 5 against 3, the advantage is mine. I guess this time it won't be like the original 3 against Zamasu, right? Zong Su stroked his chin and muttered to himself. After all, the protagonists in the anime went back and forth to the future 3 times to fight Zamasu, but now the situation has changed. This time it's not just the 3 protagonists fighting. There are also 2 people from the Space-Time Administration Bureau to help. Moreover, Son Goku, Vegeta and Tato have all comprehended new form. Their combat power is much stronger than their original strength at this time, so this time there is no need to fight Zamasu 3 times. Just 1 time is enough. It's okay, I'll send you off in person when the time comes. Relying on the so-called immortal body. Thinking of Zamasu's so-called immortality, Zong Su couldn't help laughing. The ability given to you by your own. Do you really think it's a treasure? Future time and space. Has Sun Wukong and his group soon arrived in the future time and space, but the scene in front of them really shocked them, because there are city ruins everywhere and it is also full of human limbs and arms. What kind of mass extinction has happened here? This is worse than I thought. Haz's eyes were serious. This was also his first time in this time and space. Before coming here he had heard that this time and space had been turned upside down by the 3 dark people, but he didn't expect it to be such a tragic situation. Those bastards, how could they attack these innocent people? Sun Wukong's expression was distorted. He was completely angry, even though he always had a strong sense of justice. At this time, Vegeta and Dat finally arrived at this time and space after them. They soon joined the 3 of them. It's really a purgatory. Looking at the miserable state of the city below, Vegeta finally understood what Dat had been through all these years. He looked at the Guang, looked at Date with pity. His heart was extremely complicated. You have suffered these years, Trunk. Date waved his hand. I'm used to it. There are still some residual life indicators on this planet. It seems that there are still many survivors resisting. Has used his ability to survey and found that there are still many survivors on this planet, but at this moment the 5 people felt 3 extremely powerful dark energies at the same time. Kanba frowned and said to everyone in a calm voice, "They are coming." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures covered with black air suddenly appeared in the sky. A black Goku, a black Vegeta, and Zamasu of this time and space. "You still ran back to Dai Trung. Oh, you brought a few helpers with you," Black Vegeta said to Te with a contemptuous tone. Chapter 52. Extremely angry Vegeta triggers the deep blue form in advanced Sh8 calm. "Why are you here to die with them?" Okay, I'll send you off together later." As he spoke, a black and red aura burst out from Black Vegeta's body. His power instantly soared to another level. "Asshole, I'll kill you this time." Tat's eyes were red with anger and he wished he could chop Black Vegeta into countless pieces right now to relieve his hatred. This guy almost slaughtered all the people on Earth, so he would never let this guy go. "Here there's another person who look exactly like me." Looking at Black Goku net to Black Vegeta, Sun Wukong was stunned on the spot. It's okay for Black Vegeta to appear. How come there's also Black Goku? Sun Wukong, it seems that you have also come to this time and space. Okay, then I will regard this time and space as your final grave and personally send you off on your last journey. Black Wukong said to the 3 people below with a wicked smile. He and this Sun Wukong are also old rivals. As he said, he took out a purple air blade sickle from his body. The outer surface of the sickle was wrapped in a soul-stirring purple dark light, as if it could cut the entire universe in half. A weapon composed entirely of dark aura. "Leave the white-haired and green-skinned guy to me. You go deal with the other 2. Kanba took off the mask he had been wearing and said to Sun Wukong and Vegeta at the same time, "They only need to deal with Black Wukong and Black Vegeta. I will deal with this Zamasu." "No problem." Sun Wukong nodded. He only needs to deal with the Black Wukong who just talked to him and he doesn't need to worry about the others at all. "Listen, Kakarot, I will fight him later no matter what happens. You are not allowed to come to help me." Vegeta gritted his teeth and said to Sun Wukong, "Vegeta, didn't you understand what I said?" "Kakarot, I said no matter what happens you are not allowed to come to help me." Vegeta's anger has almost reached a peak. Looking at Vegeta like this, Sun Wukong didn't know what to say for a while. "Okay, I'll deal with the guy who looks like me. Be careful, Vegeta." Vegeta didn't say anything else. He stared at Black Vegeta who was still smiling and silent. "Hey, it seems that Trunks has shaken you over." Black Vegeta looked at him with disdain. He thought that Vegeta's strength was not his opponent at all, so he didn't take this little guy seriously. Hearing this guy's ridicule, Vegeta took a deep breath. "Did you kill Bulma in this time and space?" This time Black Vegeta answered quickly. "Yes, I killed her." Black Vegeta answered so straightforwardly, as if he had killed an insignificant bug. When he said this, a cruel smile appeared on Black Vegeta's face. "Guess what that woman said to me in the end?" He kept testing Vegeta's bottom line, trying to break this guy's so-called self-esteem, but he didn't know his behavior was to seek death. "You guessed wrong, she didn't say anything." Vegeta didn't say anything, but outsiders could clearly see that he was shaking all over, trembling with extreme anger. And what Black Vegeta said net completely angered him. "It's the same if I tell you." A photo appeared in Black Vegeta's hand. She was still thinking about protecting this photo at the last moment of her life. After seeing this photo, Vegeta was stunned because the 2 people in the photo were him and Bulma. Even at the last moment of her life, Bulma in this time and space has not forgotten the time when she met him. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta suddenly laughed out loud and this sudden laughter surprised everyone present. "Are you stupid because of the stimulation?" Black Vegeta frowned slightly. "What's wrong with this guy?" But only Sun Wukong felt a burst of hair stand on end because he knew that Vegeta was completely angry. Extreme anger that is difficult to describe in words. In an instant an unprecedented violent aura burst out from Vegeta's heart. The terrifying aura instantly swept across the entire galaxy and even continued to spread to the depths of the universe. Diffusion. Vegeta's hair instantly turned dark blue. Even his breath also turned dark blue with countless white particles inside. Different from ordinary super blue flame, the flames diffused in this form are as bright as a burning blue flame, completely surpassing all previous super blue forms. Super blue evolution. To everyone's surprise, Vegeta realized this form in advance because of extreme anger. In a sense, he should thank this Black Vegeta, right? As for the witness of all this Black Vegeta, he has been completely shocked. This guy actually realized a new form at this time. It looks like this. The power of this form is much stronger than his own pink. "You damn bastard. I will make you regret coming to this world." Vegeta's pupils completely disappeared, replaced by a white one. "How dare you touch my Bulma? I won't let you go." Boom. Vegeta's whole body rushed toward Black Vegeta like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that he didn't react at all. When Black Vegeta's brain buzzed, he didn't expect this guy to be so fast. But the net second, Vegeta's angry iron fist had already hit his head. Boom. A muffled sound sound. Black Vegeta's head plotted on the spot like a smashed watermelon. Red and white flowed all over the ground. Looking at such a bloody scene, Future Big felt a chill in his heart. It was the first time he saw his father's furious look. Trunks, why are you still standing there? Has pulled Big back from his state of shock. There are more important things that need to be done by the two of them. Listen Trunk, go find all the survivors on this planet and then gather them in the safe house. I will send them to a safe time and space. Has looked at Big with sharp eyes. Vegeta, Son Goku and Kanba have already confronted those three people. This does not mean that everything is fine. On the contrary, there are more important tasks waiting for them. Because Has knows that once these three guys get really angry, they will not know how to control their strength. This planet will implode under the aftermath of their battle, so the two of them need to evacuate the survivors as soon as possible. Understood, Mr. Has. I will definitely save everyone. Dad nodded with a firm look in his eyes. He would never let anyone leave again. Chapter 53 Kanba, what a weak god. Black Vegeta was beaten up, but that guy's head recovered instantly. It seems that the ability of immortality has come into play again, and Black Vegeta's strength has also increased a little. You are too proud of yourself, humble bug. Black Vegeta roared and instantly entered the pink form. Super Saiyan rose to pink sandbag, but what was coming towards him was still Vegeta's angry fist. Vegeta's fist rubbed hot sparks in the air and instantly pierced his chest. Blood flowed down Vegeta's arm. He was still holding his heart in his hand. Black Vegeta's face suddenly showed an expression of extreme pain. The net moment Vegeta crushed his heart. I'm going to kill you. Vegeta's pupils were filled with white and he kicked Black Vegeta out of the earth with one foot. Black Vegeta quickly rushed out of the solar system. He smashed one planet after another. Finally he fell into a star, but Vegeta did not stop his attack. Instead he gathered his ultimate move. Lightning flashed in his hand. Final flash. Vegeta roared. The final flash burst out from the palm of his hand and shot towards the star where Black Vegeta fell. Boom! The entire star plotted into a piece of fireworks on the spot. Wherever the final flash passed, no grass grew. The entire universe was hit to create a black void area and even cracks appeared. He knew that this guy would not die so easily, so he burst out with a strong aura again and rushed out of the solar system in an instant, flying towards the plotting star Earth. Sun Wukong also started fighting with Black Wukong. Both sides used normal conditions to fight, and for a while no one was at a disadvantage. Kamiha Sun Wukong used his special move, and at the same time he appeared behind Black Wukong with the ability of instant movement. Boom! A blue light plotted behind Black Wukong, raising a huge amount of smoke, but when the smoke dissipated, Black Wukong was fine except for a little dust on his face and clothes. On the contrary, he looked at Sun Wukong with contempt. It appeared the law of smoke without injury. Your attack makes me so itchy. It seems that the rumored number one in the universe is not that powerful. Really? Don't laugh too early, the real battle has just begun. Sun Wukong smiled and started his classic warm-up session. It was just a warm-up. On the other side, the battlefield between Kanba and Zamasu. The two did not fight like Goku and Vegeta, but no one moved. In the end it was Zamasu who broke the scene. Don't you dare to attack me, human. Zamasu looked at Kanba with contempt. He thought that this Saiyan didn't dare to attack him. This guy really has no special features except that he is stronger. Of course he just thought, reptile, I forgive your arrogance. Now kneel in front of me. Welcome your own death. A purple aura appeared in Zamasu's hand and he pointed at Kanba with one hand. His set of outrageous remarks really embarrassed Kanba. On the opposite side, even embarrassed the author to deduct 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Is this guy mentally ill? You are no match for me. I will give you a chance now. Either die in pain or accept the punishment. Welcome to the judgment of the Lord Judge. Kanba's mouth curled up into a smile and also gave Zamasu a chance to choose. After hearing what the Saiyan said, Zamasu's forehead was suddenly covered with bulging veins. Is he being mocked by an ant? With such a twisted heart and strong self-esteem, the fallen angel would definitely not tolerate it. I won't let you die too easily, human. You will regret everything you did today. Zamasu looked at Kanba with murderous eyes. Poor Zamasu. If he had picked Sun Wukong and Vegeta, he would have suffered less, but his opponent was Kanba. He was the king of Saiyans from another universe. In terms of real strength, he was a Saiyan who surpassed Sun Wukong and Vegeta now. So Zamasu hit a wall today. The net moment Zamasu launched his own surprise attack. The outer layer of his right hand was wrapped in a layer of purple flame, just like a sharp sword, as if it could really cut Kanba in half. But what happened? Net shocked him on the spot. Kanba grabbed the dagger that Zamasu had attacked with one hand. Kanba didn't say anything and a layer of dark crimson flame condensed on his left fist. Boom! He punched Zamasu in the chest. Zamasu was beaten into a pile of heroic fragments on the spot. Even so, he didn't die. The ability of immortality worked again. Hundreds of dirty flesh and blood kept wriggling and gathered together again. Zamasu appeared in front of Kanba intact again, but a look of shock appeared on his face. This Saiyan killed him with one punch. What kind of monster disaster is this, but it's not over yet. Kanba rushed over with a rage and grabbed Zamaisu's ankle. Zamaisu's brain was blank in an instant, so Kanba grabbed Zamaisu with one hand and kept throwing him in the air and smashing him to the ground. Every time he smashed the ground he could make deep cracks. Zamaisu had a close contact with the ground, just like when the Hulk beat Loki. Loki, I know this Zamaisu can't be broken no matter how he falls. He turned into the Dragon Ball's king of endurance on the spot task, such a weak god. Kanba threw Zamaisu aside like throwing away garbage and wiped his hands by the way. Zamaisu quickly stood up and wiped the dust off his face. Don't be too proud. Zamaisu's expression changed. The human in front of him who threw him like a helicopter rotor really irritated him. A purple light burst out of his eyes and his aura suddenly soared to another level. He finally showed all his strength. Damn human, I will kill you today. A deep purple gaseous long sword was pulled out from his palm and stabbed toward Kanba in front of him. So the two of them started fighting like this. Zamaisu's emotions were completely furious. On the contrary, Kanba was much calmer, not affected at all. On Vegeta's side, his battle with Black Vegeta has moved from the Milky Way to another galaxy. The entire galaxy was destroyed beyond recognition by the aftermath of their battle. Everywhere were planetary fragments and the glow left after the explosion of stars. It was also a one-sided ruthless beating. However, it was Vegeta who beat Black Vegeta. Vegeta was filled with rage. He didn't care about anything. He just wanted to beat the culprit who killed the future Bulma. Black Vegeta was breathless at this time. He collapsed on the barren planet like a dead dog. His pupils were dilated. Spasms appeared in various parts of his body. Even if the immortal body pulled him back from the line of life and death again and again, he still couldn't catch up with Vegeta's speed of destruction. Moreover, the opponent's strength and breath were like a bottomless pit that could not be consumed at all. This was the true strength of the furious Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Black Vegeta finally regretted it. He shouldn't have angered Vegeta in the first place. Who told you to fall? Get up! Vegeta's pupils finally returned to their original color, but he was still furious. His breath did not decrease. He picked up Black Vegeta, who was lying on the ground, and then threw him to the ground again. I won't let you go. He raised his fist as big as a sandbag and punched Black Vegeta in the face. Black Vegeta trembled all over. Then the whole desolate planet also trembled. But this was not over yet. He punched again, then one punch after another, and the strength of each punch continued to increase. The first punch the planet trembled. The second punch the Earth's surface shattered. With the third punch the entire planet exploded into a brilliant firework in the universe. But in this terrifying explosion, Vegeta still did not stop punching. His anger did not diminish at all. Chapter 54 Son Goku comprehends Ultra Instinct. Zamaisu was beaten down by haze. On the other side, the battle between Son Goku and Black Goku has entered a white-hot stage. Black Goku entered the pink form. Son Goku was not willing to lag behind and directly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. But it was not as evenly matched as at the beginning. On the contrary, Black Goku had a very difficult time. He did not expect that the Son Goku in front of him was stronger than the Son Goku in his time and space. And this guy has the same transformation as that little Goku. He was completely careless. You are really strong, but that's not enough. Sun Wukong laughed. He took out the Super 4 form just to have a good fight with this guy. So he took out a little bit stronger than Black Goku. Every time Black Goku broke through his limit, he would immediately increase his strength. Try not to exceed Black Goku too much. As long as he can keep the pressure stable, it's fine. After all, this is a rare training material. If Zamaisu knew what Sun Wukong was thinking, he would probably be so angry that he would smoke on the spot. Right? Don't get carried away, bastard. Black Goku's expression was distorted. Did the bastard in front of him treat him as a sparring partner? Go to hell. Black Wukong swung the sickle in his hand vigorously and the purple air blade rushed out of the earth in an instant. Sun Wukong's pupils shrank suddenly and he squatted down to avoid the attack. Everything was cut in half wherever the air blade passed. It left a scar of millions of light years in the entire universe. That was close. Looking at the scar of millions of light years in the universe, Sun Wukong couldn't help sweating on his forehead. Luckily he reacted quickly just now. If he had taken the attack, he might have turned into 2-5 Wu on the spot. But in an instant Sun Wukong's body moved. He grabbed the stabbing blade that Black Wukong attacked with one hand, his face full of surprise. He didn't even want to move just now. How come his hand moved one step ahead of himself? Just like the hand can also make judgments and think. When? How can you react so fast? Black Goku looked shocked. He thought that his attack just now was sure to win, but this guy's reaction was one step faster than his. It was as if he had predicted the future in advance. At this time, Sun Wukong finally understood the whole story. He couldn't help but think of what Whis and Zong Su had said to him. Ultra Instinct. In an instant a layer of white aura appeared around Sun Wukong's body. His pupils instantly turned silver. His whole body was also emitting a scorching hot breath. He finally did this step. Ultra Instinct sign. His premonition premonition was indeed correct. The opportunity for breakthrough was in this battle. He and Vegeta both broke through their limit. Vegeta realized the deep blue form, and he realized the state of Ultra Instinct sign. These guys are no match for them. What's your state? Stop playing trick. As he said that, Black Wukong's sickle swung towards Sun Wukong, but the change that occurred in the NET second caught him off guard. Sun Wukong dodged this swift attack at an extremely fast speed but in an extremely strange posture. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with cold light and he instantly appeared behind Black Wukong. Back to back, Black Wukong's brain was buzzing. Thousands of light spots plotted behind him. Then there were bursts of crisp bone cracking sounds coming from all parts of his body. Black Wukong immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. Sun Wukong gently raised the back of his hand and casually hit the back of Black Wukong's head with the back of his hand. Ah! Black Wukong screamed again. He was knocked out on the spot. He smashed one planet after another on the way to being knocked out. It barely stopped until it hit a planet in another galaxy. At this time Black Wukong was like a puddle of mud. He lay in the deep pit created by the smash, his eyes full of confusion. Sun Wukong appeared above again and looked down at the dark man in a condescending manner. You are no longer my opponent, Sun Wukong said presentiously. Hearing what he said, a nameless fire suddenly rose in Black Wukong's heart. He stood up in a weird posture. Purple light was emitting from all parts of his body. The previously broken bones were recovering at an extremely terrifying speed, and his strength increased a little again. No, we have to hold this guy back first. Black Wukong gritted his teeth. At present he was no match for this Sun Wukong. This Sun Wukong was stronger than any opponent he had ever seen, so he could only choose to hold him back by running away. Black Wukong kept comforting himself in his heart. This is not called cowardice, this is called tactical containment. Retreat. Black Wukong once again launched the purple blade and then continued to fire air bombs at Sun Wukong above. Sun Wukong dodged it easily without even a speck of dust on him. The state of ultra sign of freedom. It was simply a fantasy for him to hit him. Then Black Goku burst out at his minimum speed and quickly fled from this troubled place. Looking at the direction where Black Goku fled, a silver light flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes again. The spiritual energy on his body suddenly spread, chasing in the direction where Black Goku fled. Black Goku fled in panic. The same was true for Black Vegeta. He was also beaten and fled by Vegeta, who was full of anger. How can this bastard be so powerful? Looking at the golden energy bombs chasing him from behind, Black Vegeta's presence was a little ugly. This Vegeta was far beyond his imagination. He was no match for Vegeta at all. He could only choose to restrain him back and forth in the same way as Black Goku, trying to drain their physical strength. But what they didn't expect was that Sun Wukong and Vegeta had already brought a large bag of senzu beans when they came here. They would throw one into their mouths from time to time. Not only did their physical strength not decrease, but their strength became even stronger. This is the benefit of copy senzu beans. Boom! Another explosion sounded behind Black Vegeta. He suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Vegeta was still chasing him when he saw the air bombs flying towards him from behind. Black Vegeta's heart instantly sank, so he surpassed his limit again and fled to the depths of the universe. And the route he fled to was exactly the target that Black Goku was going to. Want to run, asshole? You can't run anywhere today. Looking at the dark man who was gradually going away, Vegeta's face showed a hideous smile, so his figure turned into lightning and kept shuttling in the universe. Soon he caught up with Black Vegeta again. On the other side, the future Earth is that all in the end he is just an arrogant and short-sighted false god. Kanba lifted Zong Su, who had been beaten to collapse, with a smile on his face. He thought this god was so powerful, but he was beaten to collapse by himself in just a short while. He just tortured him repeatedly thousands of times during the period just now. This degree is far less than the pain he suffered. Asshole, I'm going to kill you. Zong Su, who was lifted up like a little chicken, suddenly made a sharp explosion. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of Kanba's big hand. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. Although I can't deal with the immortal body, I think the judge can. Kanba's face showed an evil smile. Although he couldn't kill this Zong Su completely, there were still many solutions. He could hand this guy over to Zong Su, but before that, Kanba had to wait for Hez and Dat to transfer the survivors, then use Hez's ability to travel through time and space to bring him and Zong Su to the main time and space and hand them over to the judge. Although he is good at fighting, but it doesn't mean he can travel through time and space. Chapter 55 Fusion. Black Vegeta is born. On the other side, Hez and Dat finally found only a few hundred survivors. They gathered these hundreds of survivors in a safe zone, preparing to launch a time-space leap to bring the rest into the main time-space. Complete the final evacuation of the survivors. This place is about to be destroyed. Trunks, this time we will go our separate ways after returning to the main time and space. I still remember the time and space coordinate, Hez said to Dat with a serious face. space. What exactly is the mission? Dat frowned. I will transfer these survivors to the main time and space, and then you go and bring Lord Kai over. Don't ask why, this is very important. Although Dat didn't understand why Has wanted him to bring Lord Kai to this future time and space, he nodded heavily. Leave it to me. When they were about to evacuate Trunks, I believe you will definitely save the future time and space, so please don't give up. Wu looked at Dat with a firm face. She firmly believed that the future would be saved, so she always believed in Dat. Dat's lips moved lightly, and he didn't know what to say for a while. It will definitely be. He kept this sentence in his heart. As the light of Haz's time and space crossing shone in his hands, hundreds of survivors instantly disappeared from the spot. They finally completed the transfer of all the survivors. As long as humans are still there, the future will not perish. Main time and space. This is their transformation. If you have the chance, you might as well walk more in the human world and find your own seed. I believe it won't take long. Zong Su looked at the high priest in front of him calmly. Although he didn't move, he has been observing what happened in the future time and space. He also saw the new realm that the Tusians had realized. He was not very surprised. On the contrary, he had an expected prescience. This is the investment he made. I didn't expect that humans could do it. That state even the god of destruction has not fully mastered it, the high priest said with some surprise. Although Vegeta's transformation brought him a little surprise, but he still paid more attention to the guy named Sun Wukong. Although only it is a preliminary understanding, but how many human beings can achieve that state? The high priest shook his head and smiled bitterly. 2. Zong Su gave the answer. One is the current Sun Wukong, who is the object of his current investment. The other is Yamashi, the strongest god of destruction in history, whose strength is far greater than that of Beerus now, but he has long been dead. Even his soul is missing. When he thought of the major events that had happened, Zong Su couldn't help but sigh. This is a rare seed. Before they grow up, why don't we provide enough protection first? We can't let the tragedy happen again. The high priest looked serious. He must not repeat the same mistake again. I will also invest in Tusian. Perhaps they are the key points that are indispensable in the future. The high priest has also decided to invest in Kong Bei. Since his strength and talent are so strong, an instance like him can never stand idly by. It's better to train the candidates himself. Have you thought it through? But this answer is too late, isn't it? Zong Su chuckled. So you are just starting to invest in those Tusians now? He had told the high priest before that if he had time he might as well go down and see for himself, but he kept pushing and pushing. But how do you want to end the future problems? The immortality of those three guys is not something that the five of them can solve. The high priest changed the subject and began to discuss the problems of future time and space. What should we do? When did you start saying such stupid things? Zong Su stood up, his eyes penetrating the future time and space. Then he gave his own solution. Immortality is indeed a troublesome problem for them, but I will go down later. But do you remember an ability I comprehended? Zong Su stared at the high priest. The high priest finally understood. Is it the ability to kill the enemy without being affected by time and space? Yes. Zong Su nodded. Then you still need a to connect so as to cross and kill in real time. The high priest wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Zong Su. The net second. Aren't there 5 in the future time and space? That's enough. Zong Su smiled. You mean to use their bodies as loading points to connect with you and then launch an attack from the main time and space? Aren't you afraid of affecting their bodies? The high priest frowned slightly. He was worried whether such ability would burden the 5 guys in the future. Not at all. If there is a burden, I am afraid I will go to the future in person. Hearing what Zong Su said, the high priest finally dispelled the last worry in his heart. As long as it does not affect their bodies, it will be fine. In the future, Black Goku and Vegeta are constantly fleeing. I am afraid they will meet each other soon. At this time, Black Goku's figure is constantly flashing in the starry sky, and every step can cross a galaxy. It even leaves a permanent mark on the space. But no matter how fast he runs, Sun Wukong behind him will still keep up with him. Looking at Sun Wukong, who is full of spiritual energy behind him, Black Goku's forehead suddenly showed a pile of cold sweat. Sun Wukong is like a death king. He turned his head back, but he was greeted by another iron fist in the face. Sun Wukong appeared in front of him again and punched him in the face with an iron fist. Black Wukong's face was sunken on the spot. He could only whimper and sob when he screamed. This was not over yet. Sun Wukong's arms turned into lightning and punched Black Wukong in front of him continuously. Under this attack that was impossible to avoid, Black Wukong was beaten into a pool of blood mist on the spot. But the ability of immortality once again pulled him back from the brink of life and death. He looked horrified and a strong dark aura burst out of his body. He was completely scared by this Sun Wukong. He died dozens of times just by running away, not to mention the number of deaths before. No matter how he transformed, he was still Sun Wukong's opponent. A trace of despair rose in his heart. Just at this moment there was a sudden violent fluctuation in the distant starry sky. A space crack was torn open from it. A guy guy covered in blood walked out of it. It was Black Vegeta, who just ran over. His situation was not much better. Vegeta, who had just run over, also spotted Black Goku and Son Goku in the distance, but his eyes were always on Black Goku. The two looked at each other and understood what the other meant. It's time to merge. Thinking of this, Black Goku burst out with an unprecedented purple aura. He immediately repelled Son Goku and appeared net to Black Vegeta. This Son Goku guy is so powerful. I'm no match for him at all. Black Goku said to Black Vegeta with an ugly expression. Let's merge. When the time comes, even if the two of them join forces, they won't be our opponent. A faint light flashed in Black Vegeta's eyes. He was going to merge with Black Goku. They both nodded at the same time, and each took off an earring from his ear. And at this time Vegeta also chased after him, but it was too late. The two guys had already started to merge. Dazzling light burst out from both of them at the same time. The net moment the two of them collided uncontrollably, and it was not. It kept spinning. Oh no, they're going to merge. Sun Wukong thought to himself that it was not good. He didn't expect that these two guys could actually merge. Boom! A terrifying breath rushed into the sky. The dazzling purple light suddenly illuminated the entire universe, and the two people present couldn't open their eyes. Even Kanba on Earth showed a serious expression. The light disappeared. The original Black Goku and Black Vegeta disappeared, replaced by a man with invincible written all over his face. Vegeta was born, but this Vegeta was wearing black clothes and had a cruel expression. This is the fusion of Black Goku and Black Vegeta. Black Vegeta and the net battle has just begun. Chapter 56. The extremely powerful Black Vegeta. Goku and Vegeta were defeated, has saved the day. Damn, this is a big trouble. Looking at Vegeta, who looked like a god in front of him, Sun Wukong's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He himself did not expect that Black Goku would actually merge with Black Vegeta, and it was Vegeta who they used to fight against Majin Buu. Let's go together, Kakarot. Vegeta took off his armor and put a senzu bean in his mouth. The real battle has begun. It looks like another fierce battle. It's time for us to fight with all our strength. Sun Wukong tore off his training clothes with a serious face, and the spiritual energy on his body spread again. I didn't expect that the power after fusion is so strong. Yuxian's really brought us a lot of surprises. Feeling the majestic power in his body like the ocean, Black Vegeta gradually sneered. Even he himself did not expect that the power after fusion is so strong. This power is completely beyond his expectation. The corners of Black Vegeta's mouth rose. After fighting for so long, you must be tired, right? Then it's my turn now. Boom! Another indescribable violent breath burst out from his body, and the purple breath instantly enveloped every corner of the scene. The two of them barely avoided being blown away by this breath, but they were extremely shocked in their heart. Ha 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 ha, this is our true power. Get ready to welcome your death. Black Vegeta's breath soared to a new level again, and a purple aura appeared around him. His hair instantly turned pink at this moment. Pink Vegeta rose too. As his breath continued to increase, the surrounding universe gradually broke like a broken mirror. The entire universe was shaken unprecedentedly. Looking at Black Vegeta, who had entered the pink stage, the two felt extremely horrified in their heart. This power far exceeded their level, but in an instant the Black Vegeta in front of them suddenly disappeared. The two felt a blank in their brain. Then they felt a severe pain in their abdomen. Black Vegeta appeared in front of them without knowing when and punched the two in the abdomen with two fists. Then the purple breath instantly penetrated their back. An unprecedented series of explosions sounded behind them. Countless planets behind them turned into ashes under this impact. This scene was exactly the same as the situation where Black Gold and Vegeta killed the two of them in an instant. This was just the impact of the impact. Wow, the two coughed up blood at the same time, and their bodies flew backwards to the back of the universe unconsciously. Suffering such a heavy blow, Sun Wukong withdrew from the state of Ultra Instinct on the spot. Vegeta was better. He barely maintained Deep Blue, but his own injuries were extremely serious. He felt that his internal organs were shattered. This pain beyond the limit almost made him lose consciousness. My power is far above yours. The corners of Black Vegeta's mouth curved up slightly. In front of his ultimate form, Goku Vegeta was too weak. He couldn't even resist one of his moves. Let me send you off for the last time. You guys are just stumbling blocks on my way forward. Black Vegeta's hand knife pierced Sun Wukong's chest, and Sun Wukong fainted on the spot. Vegeta wanted to save Sun Wukong, but he was also stabbed by Black Vegeta. Looking at the hand that had been inserted into his chest, Vegeta's eyes were shocked. Too weak. Black Vegeta pulled back his hand knife, and bright red blood slid down his arm. Vegeta's eyes turned black, and he fainted like Sun Wukong. In the end, it's just an insignificant ant. Ants are also worthy of competing with the bright moon. A purple light appeared in the palm of Black Vegeta's palm, ready to give Sun Wukong Vegeta the last blow before his death. However, at this critical moment, a transparent cube instantly wrapped him up. There are still two useless people who don't know how to live or die. Black Vegeta's aura suddenly burst out. instantly bursting the cube that wrapped around him. When he looked at the two people in front of him again, he found that Son Goku and Vegeta had disappeared. Instead, Kanba and Has had arrived. It turned out that Has had just used his ability to save Son Goku and Vegeta, who were on the verge of death. Then Big Vegeta transferred the two seriously injured people leave. So now he and Kanba will deal with this Black Vegeta. It seems that a great guy has appeared. Has sneered. He himself did not expect that Black Goku and Black Vegeta would actually merge. And the strength is so strong, so he must show his true ability now. Has took off the coat he had been wearing and colorful spikes burst out from his back. His whole body was wrapped in golden light. His aura also completely turned to divinity. This is his current strongest form, but it is missing 12 green beads. Even the prismatic gem on his chest has been replaced with gold. I didn't expect you to be serious, but this is interesting. Kanba smiled. This is the result he wants most. So he also showed his true strength. The NET moment, a dark red aura burst out from Kanba's body. His hair instantly changed from black to gold and his eyebrows disappeared. Super Saiyan 3. His body was wrapped in a layer of crimson aura which made him look much more evil. After all, the most evil Saiyan is not just a joke. It's just that Kanba in this time and space joined the space-time administration because of a strange combination of circumstances you can't run away from now on. Dark Man has shouted and countless cubes were constructed outside his arms. A pure white cosmic cube hit Black Vegeta in the distance. This is interesting. Black Vegeta showed a hideous smile on his face and turned on the full state of pink again. Boom! Black Vegeta smashed the cosmic cube into countless pieces with one punch, but Haz's attack followed soon after. Space cracks of various sizes appeared around Black Vegeta. Countless golden fists punched out from the crack. Black Vegeta easily resolved these attacks. Obviously they had no effect on him. Use space to attack. This kind of move is not good enough in front of me. A sneer appeared on the corner of Black Vegeta's mouth. He was also particularly outstanding in the field of space, so he learned Haz's attack method. He used his own method to treat Haz, but at this moment Black Vegeta's body suddenly suffered a violent impact. I saw Kanba, who had turned into Super Saiyan 3, hit him from the top of his head. Black Vegeta was also knocked down on the spot. Haz and Kanba looked at each other and understood each other's NET action plan. Kanba instantly appeared below Black Vegeta. A knee strike knocked Black Vegeta from below to the air again. A cube appeared in Haz's hand again. The cosmic cube kept growing in his hand and soon completely covered a galaxy comparable to the Milky Way. Haz also escaped from the cube with Kanba. Only Black Vegeta was left here. It can be seen that the two of them have experienced countless battles to have such a tacit cooperation. They showed overwhelming strength right from the start. Chapter 57. Does the Dark World want to win over Zamasu? Air and Vegeta merge. Vegeta's appearance on the other side, the Dark Territory. If the Omni King territory is the ape of the multiverse, then this is where all the negatives are. Since the initial Dark World branch was destroyed by Salama, those guys have set up a new base in a more hidden place. The Dark World has not disappeared. On the contrary, it has always existed in the Eight Kings territory. Just like this place, it is just a branch established by the Dark World forces. The real enemy is incredibly powerful. At the same time, the battle that broke out in the future time and space was also seen by such a group of dangerous guys. A crocodile man took off his cloak and a capital V-shaped symbol appeared on his head. This guy named Zamasu is interesting. It seems that the so-called Omni King territory has once again bred the flames of rebellion. Looking at the image projected in front of him, the crocodile man had a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. This Zamasu is quite interesting. He can only be regarded as a lower level coder here. Tut tut tut. Why not recruit him? The man in black on the side also expressed his opinion. Following the black cloak on his body, the real face of this person could not be seen at all. Don't do stupid things. 3. Have you forgotten what the Commander-in-Chief Vifis told us? A humanoid creature wrapped in red light instantly appeared NET to the two men in black. 1. The two dark men immediately saluted respectfully. It can be seen that this red light man has a high status. Don't forget what the Commander-in-Chief said to us. Dare to show up at this critical moment. The red light man snorted coldly. We will not forget, boss. But isn't this guy named Zamasu the talent we need now? The crocodile man asked. This Zamasu is good, but you should understand. What's the difference between going out to rescue people and seeking death at this critical moment? Have you forgotten the previous judge? Thinking of that, Zong Su the red light man shuddered suddenly. He is a being who can seriously injure the Commander-in-Chief, and after the last incident the judge must be alert. I guess that guy has been observing time and space. What's the difference between them going out to rescue people and seeking death now? Listen to me. No matter what happens to Zamasu later, we must not let the news out. Don't try to win over this guy. Before the multiverse rift is torn open, no one should act on their own. The red light man disappeared instantly, leaving only the crocodile man and the black-clothed man looking at each other. After a struggle of ideas they finally gave up the plan to win over Zong Su. But we still have to watch. One is right, going out in this situation is no different from seeking death. The black-clothed man began to reason about the future event from the overall perspective, but he came up with a very scary result and even began to tremble. This event at least involved three forces, and behind these three forces are black hands controlling the deduction. Everything is moving towards where it should develop. Is it that judge? The crocodile man said with an ugly expression. He is definitely the one who deduced all this. Even if we save this Zong Su at all costs, the final outcome will never change. This Zong Su has completely stepped into a dead end. They almost dragged this branch into the abyss. It turns out that Zong Su was behind all this. Isn't this a typical case of playing the long game to catch a big fish? The more the two thought about it, the more scared they became. They all took a breath of cold air. Future time and space. The battle between the three has completely reached a white-hot stage. Countless galaxies collapsed, and from time to time indescribable violent collisions came from the depths of the universe. In the future, Dat also brought the seriously injured and unconscious Kong Bei to the temporarily safe Earth and fed them 2 senzu bean. With the treatment of the 2 Kai Kings who were traveling with them, the injuries on Sun Wukong and Vegeta gradually disappeared. Finally woke up. Great, you finally woke up. Looking at the two who had completely woken up, Xin breathed a sigh of relief. He, the Kai King, was here, and Whis from the 10th universe was also with him. Sorry everyone, we were almost late, Whis said with an apologetic tone. Sun Wukong waved his hand. It was nothing. That guy is so strong. He killed us in one move. Vegeta's expression was a little ugly. He and Sun Wukong's strongest forms couldn't even withstand one move. He also completely understood Vegeta's strength. Yet we are no match at all, Wukong said with a serious face. The scene suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone's expression was a little ugly. The battle was developing in an unfavorable direction. Sun Wukong took out the button that the King of All gave him before, and a trace of hesitation flashed across his face. Should I summon the King of All? Then Sun Wukong took back the button. This thing can't be used indiscriminately now. Isn't there a better plan? Te asked. Yeah. Sun Wukong patted the dust off his body and he thought of a better solution. Let him and Vegeta use the earrings to combine at the same time. Use Vegeta's form to defeat Black Vegeta. Fight poison with poison. Since those two guys have combined into Black Vegeta, why can't he and Vegeta do it? Lord Kaishin, do you have any Etra earrings? Please lend them to us. Hearing Sun Wukong's request, Xin finally reacted. So he was asking them to borrow earrings again. However, he had made a lot of preparations before coming to the future with Whis and Dat. Of course, he also prepared a pair of earrings in advance. Please take it, Mr. Sun Wukong. This is the earring I prepared for you on this trip. I knew it would be useful one day. Xin handed the earring to Sun Wukong solemnly and began to E-plane. This earring has been slightly upgraded to E-pan, the original upper limit to the E10. As long as you don't mess around, basically the previous situation will not occur. And the fusion time has also been increased to 3 hours, which is enough for you. Enough to deal with that Black Vegeta. Thank you, Lord Kaishin, Sun Wukong said confidently. At the same time, he threw another earring in his hand to Vegeta. Let's merge Vegeta. We can only defeat that Black Vegeta in the form of Vegeta. Sun Wukong said so. Looking at the earring in his hand, Vegeta's expression became ugly again. Again, fusion. Asshole, do you think I'm a fusion material? Vegeta was still a little reluctant. Just merge with Uncle Wukong. This is our only way. Big Te also advised from the side. Yes, Vegeta. Without fusion we can't fight against that Black Vegeta, even in our strongest form. Then Sun Wukong added another critical hit. Just for Bulma in the future time and space, and everyone who has passed away. Just this one chance. Vegeta took a deep breath and stared at the earring in his hand. Then come on. Vegeta's eyes were firm and he hung the earring in his hand on his earlobe. He had made his choice. Sun Wukong smiled with relief and also hung the earring in his hand. As a faint white light appeared on them, the net moment the two of them collided uncontrollably. A white beam of light shot up into the sky and the entire solar system burst into white light. The three people on the side were also blinded by the light. As the light dissipated, Vegeta and Sun Wukong were completely disappeared, replaced by a man with an invincible face. Vegeta, join us. Chapter 58 Vegeta vs Black Vegeta. The future universe is lit up. I didn't expect that a mortal could be as good as a god. It really amazes me. Looking at Vegeta, who looked like a god in front of him, the Kai King God Whis was completely stunned. Great, what a powerful aura. Is this the combination of Uncle Goku and Dat? It was also the first time that Dat saw the combination of Son Goku and Vegeta, so he was so shocked. Compared to the two of them, Xin on the side was much calmer. Because he had seen it once before, he didn't show much surprise, but his heart was still in turmoil. What should I call you now? Xin wiped the cold sweat. Vegeto's mouth corners appeared with an arc and he showed a confident smile again. My name is Vegeta. It's the combination of Son Goku and Vegeta. At this moment he is the strongest in the universe in the true sense. I will deal with that bastard. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Vegeto's figure slowly rose. He made a signature gesture of gathering energy and the whole earth trembled noticeably. Ha, wait for my good news everyone. Vegeto gestured to the three people below with confidence and then turned into a meteor and disappeared in the sky. He went to the place where the three people were fighting. The three people have reached a white-hot stage. The whole battle has been completely chaotic. Seed of the universe, you dare to bring such a rubbish on the table. Vegeto's aura became stronger again and he knocked Hez in front of him down from a high altitude with one punch. Hez's goggles were broken on the spot and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. It's not over yet. A purple light appeared in Black Vegeto's hand, forming an extremely sharp hand blade. He instantly appeared behind Kanba. All this happened almost in an instant. Hez wanted to remind, but everything was too late. With the sound of cutting flesh, Black Vegeto's hand blade pierced Kanba's chest on the spot. Blood kept flowing out of his wound as if it was free, and Kanba suddenly opened his eyes wide. His pupils turned from clear to blood red. Then his breath became violent. His body size doubled under the shock gaze of the two, and even his hair grew a little longer. Kanba, run away. He was completely out of control. It turns out that you are still a beast who can't even control your emotions. Okay, then let me take you on your last journey. A purple sickle appeared in Vegeto's hand and the speed was as fast as teleportation. Kanba's mouth kept spitting out red energy. Each energy was enough to blow up a large area of Gala-IES. For a while the entire universe was filled with firework explosions. Kanba is completely out of control. We have to stop him. Hez's presence was extremely ugly. He now had to deal with this Black Vegeto and Kanba. Kanba was easy to deal with. Just cut off his tail. He was about to move when he felt an indescribable pain behind him. Black Vegeto suddenly appeared behind him and kicked him high into the air. Isn't that arrogance gone? Black Vegeto laughed and then appeared above Hez again. Colored rays of light gathered in his hands. The moment these rays of light completely enveloped Hez like a net. But at this critical moment a blue figure appeared in front of Hez and blew away all the rays of light with a casual blow. What? Black Vegeto's pupils shrank suddenly. Who blocked his attack? You are. Hez looked at the figure in front of him with a shocked face. Who is this guy? I am the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta. My name is Vegeto. Okay, go and deal with that guy. Leave this Black Vegeto to me. Veget gave a thumbs up and smiled confidently. Hez breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the person coming was his own. He nodded, but before leaving he still reminded Vegeto, be careful of Black Vegeto, he likes to sneak attack. Hez went to stop Kanba, who had gone berserk. Only Vegeto and Black Vegeto were left on the field. I didn't expect you guys to merge. It surprised me. Black Vegeto smiled in surprise, but he only felt a stream of light flashing before his eyes and then a fierce pain came from his abdomen. Bang! Veget punched him in the abdomen with a look of contempt. Blue energy gathered in Black Vegeto's abdomen. The moment this blue energy plotted in the center of the two, but both of them were intact. At the same time a fierce battle broke out. The fists of the two constantly collided in the universe to produce blue and purple lightning, annihilating one Gala-Y after another. They punched and kicked each other in their own way. Each blow was a killing move that hit the opponent's vital point, but they were easily resolved by the opponent. Ah! Vegeto roared and a powerful breath burst out from his palm. Immediately blew Black Vegeto in front of him away. It seems that I am still stronger. Dare to show the beggar version of Vegeto in front of Vegeto. Then wait for a beating. A smile appeared on Vegeto's lips and the blue aura rose from his feet again. Vegeto instantly appeared behind Black Vegeto with his hands gathered together. Accompanied by golden lightning, a blue circular energy gathered from the center of his hands. Final Kamehameha. The final Kamehameha burst out from Vegeto's hands and blasted toward Black Vegeto, who was flying backwards with an unstoppable force. Black Vegeto was immediately submerged in the explosion. An indescribable explosion broke out in the center of the universe, constantly submerging the surrounding cosmic structures one after another. Trillions of Gala-IES were destroyed at every moment. Fortunately, 2Kashin moved the Earth to a safe area so that it was not affected. Has also evacuated to the Earth with the awakened Kanba. Looking at the sky that has been completely lit up. No, it is the entire 7th universe. Everyone's eyes revealed great shock. Xin finally understood why the Earth in the main time and space could not be destroyed. Those Xians controlled their breath during the battle to cause the least damage. And this is the true performance of Blue Full Power Vegeto. Chapter 59 Fusion again complete. Zamasu, the power of the god of destruction. The explosion that resounded through the universe ended. A black crack that was hundreds of billions of light years long appeared in the void. This shows the power of the ultimate Kamehameha. Vegeto grabbed Black Vegeto's sleeve with one hand and lifted him up. Where is your arrogance? Just now is the power of God so insignificant? Vegeto looked at him with sarcasm on his face. Black Vegeto rushed to his head again because of these words. Don't be too complacent, little little devil, a purple light appeared in Black Vegeto's hand and stabbed at Vegeto's head in front of him. Vegeto tilted his head to avoid the attack. Not even a hair was cut off. Look, this is the power of humans. How many times have you looked at humans straight in the eye? You say that humans are insignificant, but in the end you still use human bodies. You are just an arrogant pseudo-god. Vegeto roared. This kind of stuff is also worthy of being a god. He kept calling them lowly humans and tiny bugs, but in the end he still had to rely on the human body to fight. Compared with the gods of the judgment, this guy is at best a despicable villain. You are too weak. Hearing what Vegeto said, Black Vegeto's pupils shrank obviously, but soon returned to normal. So what? I am just a despicable villain. What can you do to me? I am immortal. Do you think you can kill me? Black Vegeto looked at him with a smile, and Vegeto's expression became obviously ugly. Yes, his strength is indeed very strong, but he can't deal with this guy's immortality at the moment. He thought of a better way. Who said I'll be the one to deal with you? As I said before, there are many people who can break your immortality. Do you really think you can be invincible by relying on this thing? Vegeto laughed proudly. Since there is no way to solve the immortality, then he will beat this Black Vegeto until he surrenders. Then he will bring this guy to the main time and space and hand him over to the judge to deal with him. He doesn't believe that even the judge can't do anything about this guy's immortality. This thing was obtained by the Super Shenlong. There is no doubt about that. He himself has heard it from this guy. But the Super Shenlong was created by the judge himself. Since he is the creator of the Super Shenlong, then the pet must not have a higher domain than the owner, right? This is also the solution that Vegeto has thought of at the moment. But at this moment Vegeto suddenly felt a chill rising from his back. He turned his head sharply and saw a purple blade stabbing at his back. It was Zamasu, who had escaped from Kanba before. Vegeto's eyes condensed and an extremely powerful aura burst out from his eyes. He knocked Zamasu away on the spot, and Black Vegeto took advantage of this spy to break free from Vegeto's control and punched him in the head. Vegeto raised his elbow pad to block the blow, but he was still knocked back by this blow. You are so slow. Black Vegeto looked at Zamasu with some complaint. What was this guy doing before? Why is he here now? Just came. That Sun is very powerful. I have been holding him back, so I came a little late. Zamasu made up a little lie. He would never reveal that he was beaten up by Kanba, otherwise he would lose face. What, you haven't taken him down yet? Zamasu glanced at Black Vegeto and a smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Black Vegeto's face froze. Yet I can't take him down for the time being. Even if I use all the power of this current form, I am no match for his blue full power. At this point the two looked at each other at the same time. They both understood the meaning from each other's eyes. That is fusion. Although Black Goku and Black Vegeta merged into Black Vegeto, it does not mean that he cannot merge with Zamasu. On the contrary, there is a better solution. Come on, for our common ideals and plan. Let's clear all obstacles on the road ahead. Black Vegeto laughed cruelly. Dazzling light burst out from the two of them at the same time, and they stuck together back to back. Then they spiraled up again. Vegeto, who had recovered, thought it was not good in his heart and wanted to stop it, but found that it was too late. He fired several air bombs at the two who were merging, but they were all bounced off by an invisible barrier. He could only watch them merge again. It seems that the last battle will be a tough one. Vegeto's expression was serious. He knew that his last battle had come. It will be a real battle. Black Vegeto and Zamasu stood back to back, their hands pressed tightly together with a proud smile on their lips. Thousands of stars also gathered in the center of the battlefield. With a burst of extremely dazzling white light, the entire 7th universe was illuminated again. The figures of Zamasu and Black Vegeto completely merged together. Vegeto frowned, and then there were waves in the space around him. The three people who could still fight finally came to the battlefield. The decisive battle has begun. Big T instantly entered the form of Super Sun 4, holding the sword tightly in his hand. I didn't expect this mission to be so difficult. I should have called Fu together. Has smiled and changed to the ultimate form again. It's really annoying, this bastard. Kanba was full of evil spirits, and he also took out his strongest form. All four of them were ready just to welcome the final decisive battle. It seemed that the song of the creation of the universe sounded in their ears, and the dimensions and timelines became real and wandered around Zamasu. Under the extremely shocked eyes of everyone, the full Zamasu is born. The skin and hair color are the same as Zamasu. The hairstyle is the same as Vegeto's before. It's just that he is wearing a black Kaishin uniform, but it is also full of Vegeto's element. This is not an ordinary fused Zamasu. It is the true complete Zamasu after the fusion of Black Vegeto and Zamasu. Everything I do is just as perfect. Zamasu slowly descended like a god descending to the earth, and his voice was full of 3 ways. There was a trace of contempt in his eyes. Dazzling light appeared on Zamasu's body, and a dazzling white divine ring appeared behind his head. I am the perfect body now. Looking at the projection of the perfect Zamasu in the starry sky, Whis was greatly shocked. This feeling is just like Lord Ramsay coming here in person. What do you mean? Sin's pupils shrank suddenly. finally. Whis looked at him seriously, and what he dared not think of finally came. This Zamasu has already stepped into the realm of the god of destruction. What happened in this scene was also seen by the two supreme gods of the main time and space. You still don't leave. The current situation is beyond the scope. The high priest smiled. Okay now. Zong Su's mouth curled up, and he who had been lying dead was finally going to show up in person. Look, I can kill the complete Zamasu in one move. Chapter 60 Final Su's End. Kill the true god Zamasu instantly. Future time and space. They just confronted each other and no one took the initiative to attack. Zamasu's patience was finally exhausted and an impatient expression gradually appeared on his face. Remember how you look now. I will kill all of you. Kill them all. The divine ring behind Zamasu condensed countless red lightning, wantonly destroying all the cosmic structures around him. At the same time, thousands of blue dread long swords appeared in the sky above him and shot at the four people below at the same time. Has condensed the cosmic cube in his hand again and easily absorbed all the swords shot down, but he still showed a solemn expression. My cube is useless to him. Net we will act separately. The four people have clear division of labor. Vegeta and Kanba are responsible for close combat, while Dat and Hez are harassing remotely. The clever cooperation of the four people really brought back a little advantage to the already unimpressive battle situation, but it was only a little. Don't get too complacent. Zamasu was completely furious at this moment. Why was it so hard to fight after they had merged? How could these humans have such a strong power? He no longer cared about the image of God or the majesty of God. He just wanted to destroy everything in front of him. Zamasu's eyes shone red and an unimaginable strong aura burst out from his body, instantly knocked the four people away. Then half of his face quickly festered like mud and his right arm also grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene made everyone's scalp numb, until half of Zamasu's body turned into a pulpy purple and his arm became extremely unbalanced. He lost control again. I will kill you. A purple space vort appeared in front of Zamasu and he kept punching his fist into the vort. Then a purple vort that matched it appeared in front of the four people. Countless fists blasted out of the vort. The four people resisted with difficulty, but soon someone couldn't hold on. Dat spit out a mouthful of blood and the long sword in his hand was broken into two halves under the huge force of his fist. Kanba completely turned into a sandbag and was beaten violently. Has kept using space to transfer these attacks, but sweat also appeared on his forehead. It seems that he is not as comfortable as before. Compared with the three people who resisted with difficulty, Vegeta is not much better. He crossed his arm guards to form an absolute defense, but all parts of his body were still numb from Zamasu's terrifying punch. This was not over yet. Zamasu spat out a blue dread light from his mouth and shot it towards the four people. The light blasted towards the four people with enough destructive momentum and even caused irreversible effects on the cosmic structure along the way. The three of them only felt a flash of light in front of their eyes. They were blown away on the spot. Big Hazy and Kanba were completely out of the state and fainted on a deserted planet. Only Vegeta was left struggling to resist. This is the price of angering the gods. A small fireball condensed in Zamasu's hand and the small fireball quickly grew to the size of a star. The terrifying heat wave scared everyone. The net moment the small fireball hit Vegeta, who was resisting the attack in the distance, Vegeta's figure was submerged in the fireball on the spot and he kept screaming. The fireball burned for a long time until it disappeared completely. Vegeta was left in the starry sky with wounds all over his body, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, but he hadn't given up yet. Can't you just give up? Can't you just beg me? Looking at Vegeta, who was still standing there, Zamasu was completely broken. This guy was as tenacious as an indestructible cockroach. Could he also be immortal? Please, you deserve it. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood foam with that arrogant smile on his face. After all, there was still a gap between his combat power and that of the god of destruction, but he still didn't give up. He was invincible. Stubborn Zamasu cursed inwardly and purple lightning appeared in his hand. Then these lightning gradually merged together and finally formed a huge bird, and the lightning was still increasing. The energy of this move was still increasing exponentially. Finally the energy reached its peak. Zamasu hit Vegeta with another move. Vegeta's eyes condensed and he once again displayed the full power form of Super Blue. As a result, he was still submerged in the lightning, but this time he didn't make any screams, which surprised Zamasu, but he thought it was nothing. You are very strong, but unfortunately as a god I am stronger than you. You humans are not qualified to have this power, Zamasu sneered. As the absolute thunder dissipated, Vegeta completely disappeared, replaced by Son Goku and Vegeta, who had fallen into a coma. Looking at the five people he had defeated, Zamasu finally smiled with relief. Now that these guys have been dealt with, no one can stop me. Net Son Goku, let me see you off for the last time. Zamasu jumped in front of Son Goku and lifted him up from his coma. A cruel smile rose from his mouth. A purple knife light appeared in his hand, ready to give Son Goku the final blow. At this critical moment, Son Goku, who was originally unconscious opened his eyes instantly and knocked Zamasu away in one go. Zamasu was completely stunned. How did this guy wake up again, and he could knock himself away with his normal strength? No, this guy is not Son Goku. Who are you? Zamasu said with a somewhat ugly expression. He had guessed that this guy was not Sun Wukong. He was a guy who temporarily took over Sun Wukong's body. Sun Wukong's pupils instantly turned golden and a faint golden shadow appeared behind him. It seems that the is connected, Sun Wukong said expressionlessly. It turned out that Zong Su had sent a trace of his thoughts to Sun Wukong at the critical moment and successfully connected with it. He looked at Zamasu with murderous eyes and sneered at the corner of his mouth. Do you think it fun? Zong Su sneered. Zamasu frowned and was full of fear of this guy for a while, but in the end he came up with a solution. That is to evacuate first, because he always felt that something bad would happen later. The facts also confirmed his guess. Zong Su snapped his fingers. 3 space cracks suddenly appeared in the depths of the universe. 3 chains flew out from them, quickly locking Zamasu, who wanted to escape in the blink of an eye. In the endless struggle, Zamasu tried various methods, but he still couldn't get rid of the chain. At this time he was finally a little scared, because the strength of the guy in front of him was completely beyond his imagination. Otherwise it would be impossible to lock him up so easily. You want to run? Don't worry, I'll send you later. Run. Under Zamasu's shocked gaze, Son Goku's body suddenly fell down. A golden stream of light flew into the depths of the universe. Then an even more shocking scene appeared. What the hell? Zamasu was completely stunned. I saw that Zong Su's body became extremely huge at this moment. The entire 7th universe was not even the size of a basketball in his hand. Is he going to destroy the entire 7th universe? No, that's too extreme. I'll send you off, don't worry. Zong Su poked a finger at the 7th universe and pressed Zamasu to death in the universe like an ant. His finger was attached with the laws of the universe and even his own divine power. He used the laws of the universe to destroy Zamasu in an instant. There was not even a trace of instant. At this point Zamasu was completely offline. There was no sadness for Zamasu for a moment. Who will appear net? The so-called immortal body is as weak as a piece of paper in front of absolute strength. The 7th universe was not destroyed because of this. On the contrary, nothing happened. Only Zamasu died. Others were alive and well, except for those who were seriously injured and unconscious. Chapter 61. Use the universe as a canvas. Repair the future universe. Save the desperate time and space. After a while, the 5 people gradually woke up from their coma. Te looked around in a daze but found that the original combined Zamasu had disappeared. Instead there was a strange person. Of course he didn't know Zong Su, let alone know that the guy in front of him was the famous judge of the main time and space. Te was a little alert, and his hand involuntarily reached for the sword behind him. He was very wary of this guy who suddenly appeared, but he was stunned by Vegeta's punch. He didn't know him, but it didn't mean that the 4 of them didn't know him. Judge has looked at Zong Su in shock. He didn't expect that this adult would come down in person. It's obvious that Zamasu has been solved. Your mission is completed. Zamasu has been solved and the hidden dangers of future time and space have been completely eliminated. Zong Su said expressionlessly. Then what is your current state? Sun Wukong swallowed his saliva. He was not sure whether the Zong Su in front of him was a clone or the real body. Projection. Zong Su said truthfully that his current state was indeed just a projection, but even a projection was immeasurable. He could still kill the combined Zamasu with just one finger. Zamasu. As if. Zong Su said nonchalantly. It was as if he had killed an insignificant ant. The 5 people showed shocked expressions again. Their understanding of the powerful strength of the judge has risen to a new level. A projection instantly killed the combined Zamasu who had forced them into a desperate situation. How strong is this adult? Then the SI people had a brief exchange for a while. Hez and Kanba returned to the space-time administration with the permission of the judge. Only the 4 of them were left in the future time and space. Failed to defend it after all. Looking at the devastated future universe, tears welled up in Dat's eyes. No matter how hard they tried, they still failed to defend it in the end. Zamasu destroyed most of the universe after all, but fortunately the Earth was saved, and the survivors also evacuated to the main time and space Earth. At least the future human beings were not eating. But what is the difference between the few hundred survivors and extinction? To put it nicely, it is to leave a fire for mankind. To put it bluntly, they are almost being killed to extinction. Looking at the somewhat collapsed Te, Vegeta's eyes are filled with compel emotion. This son of his is in such a difficult situation. Sun Wukong didn't know what to say and could only pat Te on the shoulder to comfort him in this way. But Zong Su's net sentence gave them hope in their originally desperate heart. Who said this universe is hopeless? Zong Su laughed. Dat suddenly looked up, looked at Zong Su in disbelief. According to what this adult meant, can the damaged universe be repaired? It's just repairing a damaged universe. This kind of thing is too simple for gods of our level. Just like you humans drink water every day. Zong Su answered half jokingly. Are you really going to save the future time time and space. De was completely excited. A chance to save the entire universe was in front of him. He had to seize it. This time was not only for the future of mankind, but for the entire space and time and the entire universe. Zong Su did not speak again but nodded to De with a smile. Even if he did not say anything, he would repair the universe. Anyway, it would never be eliminated by that damn football as in the original work. He wanted to save this future space and time. So under the shocked eyes of everyone, Zong Su's real body completely descended into the future space and time. Now he was no longer a projection but a real body. A soft golden light appeared in his hand, and he pinched out a drop of golden liquid with one hand. Zong Su dropped the golden water drop in this damaged universe. In an instant, the originally broken universe burst into dazzling golden light everywhere. The previously broken dimensions and all galaxies were recovering at an extremely terrifying speed. This is not over yet. Zong Su smiled and took out a golden paintbrush from the dimensional space and then began to paint. He used his divine power as a material. Using the entire universe as a canvas, he created the most stunning art in history. He dipped his brush in the paint and tapped the tip of the brush into the so-called. The universe regained its brightness. He dipped his brush in the paint again and filled the cracks on the canvas so the cracks disappeared. He dipped his brush in the paint again and used the paint to thicken the coating on the canvas. The originally fragile universe became more solid, enough to withstand most of the thugs who came with malicious intent. At least it would not be easily broken like before. Zong Su obviously had a simpler way to repair this damaged future universe, and it would be faster, but he enjoyed the feeling of painting. So in the extremely shocked eyes of the three Sun, the originally damaged future universe glowed with infinite vitality under Zong Su's pen. Everything returned to its original state. Even the humans who had died on Earth came back to life. Bulma in the future time and space is also constantly studying cutting-edge technology as usual. The originally dead Z warriors are also resurrected. In the future, Gohan will continue to increase his training as he did before so as to deal with the disasters that may occur in the future. There are 996 office workers who are still working. There are also carefree children holding their parents' hands in the amusement park. Everyone is moving towards their goals. It's as if nothing happened. Only Zamasu died completely. This is a good ending. Looking at the universe that has been completely restored, Tato shed tears of excitement. Thank you so much. He knelt in front of Zong Su. If it weren't for the willingness of this judge to take action, I'm afraid this universe would not have such an ending. In any case, the person in front of him is a great benefactor to himself or to the entire human race. Everything will have a result. It's just that the results will come in different ways. Zong Su smiled and helped Dad up, saying something puzzling. At the same time he continued, you are an admirable warrior, but can you protect the future time and space by yourself? I know you are very strong now and can deal with most problems, but what if a destroyer stronger than Zamasu appears in the future? This time, it was the future that's turn to be silent. Zong Su was not wrong, although he has now obtained the form of Super Saiyan 4. But who can guarantee that there will not be a greater crisis in the future? This time the Judgment Envoy saved the future time and space. Then any time will we have to rely on others to save us. So Dad has to become stronger as soon as possible, strong enough to deal with all disasters. Have you considered joining the Space-Time Administration? That may be the most suitable choice for you at the moment. Zong Su pointed out a way for Dad. This guy might really become a space-time patroller in the future, but it depends on the other party's willingness. After all, everyone is free. He will never force it. Space-time patroller. Dad frowned. What exactly is the space-time patroller mentioned by this adult? The two guys who just left are time and space patrollers. The essence of time and space patrollers is to constantly correct or save time and space that have suffered disasters, and maintain each timeline without too much confusion or crisis, thereby protecting the entire multiverse. This may be your best choice at the moment. After hearing Zong Su's explanation, De's eyes flashed with confusion. He looked at his father and Uncle Wukong, but both of them gave affirmative prescience. As long as they don't go astray, they will give their greatest support. Dad took a deep breath. He already knew how to choose. A long time ago, he had completely realized the meaning of his desire to become stronger. That is to protect his family, protect all human groups. I am willing to join the Time and Space Administration, Dad said with a firm face. He has made his own choice. That is to join the Time and Space Administration. He also doesn't want to see other time and space suffer the same disaster as his own time and space. It seems you have made your choice. Zong Su smiled with relief, and a golden invitation appeared in his hand and handed it to De. The Space-Time Administration will come to you when the time comes. You just need to give them this invitation. No one will doubt you. Looking at the golden words Zong Su at the bottom of the invitation, De's face flashed with shock. The application was approved so quickly. Chapter 62. Bring the future king to the main time and space. A brand new investment target. All this this is moving in a good direction. The future time and space are saved and Sun Wukong and Vegeta have also broken through their own limit. This is a rare good ending. It is also the perfect ending that everyone expected. You two performed very well. I really didn't expect you to break through the limit in such a short time. I believe that it won't be long before you will be able to reach a realm that even the gods can't catch up with. Zong Su smiled. Sure enough, fighting is the most direct way to break through, and the so-called special training is just a process. The most important thing is the talent of understanding and anger. At the same time he continued to ask, Vegeta, have you completely mastered the blue evolution now? Vegeta was stunned and nodded stiffly. He did understand the deep blue form, but he has not fully mastered it because this is his first time to change. It would be strange if he could master it. I haven't fully mastered it, but I believe it won't take long, Vegeta said with a firm face. Zong Su looked at Sun Wukong again. Your state is indeed the Ultra Instinct, but it is just a simple threshold. Can you still enter that state now? Sun Wukong was stunned, but still nodded firmly, so he lightened all his states and his breathing gradually stabilized. The net moment, Sun Wukong's pupils instantly turned silver and hot air came out of his body. A blue and white breath emerged. This also completely showed that Sun Wukong had mastered the sign of the Ultra Instinct. Yes, you still did that step. Zong Su smiled and applauded Sun Wukong. He was quite satisfied with the progress of the two and his investment plan could move forward again. Even if I can't feel the breath, the oppression of Uncle Wukong in this state is really terrible, Te said in surprise. Asshole, did you get ahead again? Vegeta's Zion was a little ugly. Sun Wukong was ahead of him again. Sun Wukong didn't reply but calmly eyed the state. Even though he had mastered this posture, but he still didn't do it perfectly. It depends on the NET special training. But at this time, this universe ushered in an uninvited guest. Zong Su frowned and his eyes instantly locked on a direction. Everyone looked in that direction, but they all saw a guy who surprised all of them. The space emitted waves and a short figure appeared out of thin air in this universe. It was the future time and space king. The king looked at the four people in front of him calmly, and the Zion on his face was hard to describe. A Quan, Sun Wukong said in surprise. He didn't press the button. How did the king of all suddenly appear here? A trace of doubt flashed across the king of all's face. Is this guy calling him? But now these are not what he cares about, but he focuses on Zong Su, who is standing aside. He floated to Zong Su and carefully looked at this guy who made him feel very confused. In fact, he was attracted to come here by the unknown. He felt a very familiar breath, but he couldn't tell the feeling. You give me a very familiar feeling. The Omni King smiled happily. Even though he didn't know the guy in front of him, Zong Su gave him a very familiar feeling, like a friend he had known for a long time. You are a fragment of the one in the past, and I have also merged that fragment. That's why you feel so familiar. Zong Su explained with a smile. The future Omni King and the main time and space Omni King are just two of the 5 fragments that the All Gods split out of, and one of the fragments was merged by him. That's why the future Omni King is so close to Zong Su, and the last 2 fragments even he himself doesn't know where they are. Can only be left to slowly search for them later. Te was also confused by this sudden situation. Who is this little guy who looked like porcelain in front of him? It seems that he doesn't know anyone who appeared today. Can you take me away with you? The future Omni King grabbed Zong Su's hand and asked with some expectation. He wanted to leave with this guy. No problem, Zong Su nodded. So he took the future Omni King Sun Wukong and Vegeta away from this time and space. Only Te was left. However, he left some small gift for Te before leaving. Looking at the cloth bag that suddenly appeared in his hand, Te's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. So he opened the bag. There was nothing in the bag. It was a bag full of senzu beans and an unopened note. Te opened the note tremblingly. What was left on the note was Zong Su's plan for future development. At the same time, he also planned the best governance plan and subsequent special training methods for him. Everything is moving in a good direction. I won't let you down. Te put the note away and watched them all leave. Since the future time and space have been saved, then it is his turn to save other time and space that have suffered disasters. Main time and space. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Soon it was another week later. Sun Wukong successfully fulfilled his promise and found a good playmate for the Omni King of the main time and space. In fact, he didn't find it at all. Instead, the future Omni King forced Zong Su to bring him here. However, Zong Su gave this credit to Sun Wukong and went to do other things himself. This is a great credit. Temple of the Omni King. Sun Wukong took the hands of the 2 Omni Kings and let them hold them together. You will be good friends from now on. Sun Wukong laughed loudly. It was the first time for the 2 Omni Kings to see someone who looked like them, considering that they were children, so they started playing together very quickly. Looking at the 2 Omni Kings playing hide and seek, a smile appeared on the corner of the High Priest's mouth. I really envy you from the 7th universe. The High Priest smiled and said to Whis beside him, this can be regarded as a solution to the problem that the Omni Kings of the main time and space have no playmate. It's nothing, High Priest. If you are interested, you can come to Universe 7 in person when you have time. Whis smiled. Really, I will definitely go. The High Priest smiled. So did Whis. You are always welcome to Universe 7, Father Planet Destroyer. What, there are 2 Omni Kings? Beerus shouted in shock while Shin covered his ears in pain. Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you kidding me about the multiverse, or are you just here to mess with me for fun? Beerus looked at Xin with a gloomy face. Xin quickly waved his hands, saying that he was not joking and that what he said was true. He also said that he could personally take Beerus to verify the authenticity. Beerus then collapsed. 1 Omni King was scary enough, but now there are 2 more. Is this not a joke? Beerus wanted to cry but had no tears. But at this moment, a white light fell from the sky. 4 figures of different sizes appeared in the open space not far away, and the leader was Zong Su. Chapter 63. Pull Broly into the special training group. The family must be neat and tidy. This is where you will live from now on. Training and eating in the future will be carried out on this planet. Everything you need is there. Looking at Broly with a surprised face, Zong Su's mouth corners gradually began to rise. This is the new special training member, he said. That's right. After leaving the temple of the Omni King, he went to planet Vampa and brought Broly with him. After all, Broly's talent is terrifying. In the movie, it only took a few hours to completely crush Son Goku and Vegeta in full form. In the end, they were forced to merge into Gogeta to defeat this legendary Sun. The old version was a real devil. The new version of Broly is still very kind. At least he didn't kill Golden Frieza, he just beat him to the point of losing his ability to move, and Broly didn't continue to attack him at that time. So he took this most important point into consideration and brought Broly to the special training group. Here is, looking at the unfamiliar environment around him, Broly's expression changed. He was still a little uncomfortable with the arrival of the new environment. After all, he stayed on planet Vampa for more than 40 years. Planet of Destroyer, the planet where the gods live. Zong Su plain. When they heard the words about the planet where the gods live, Remo and Tsure on the side were staring at each other. This is the planet where the gods live. That's right, Zong Su didn't just bring Broly here. He also brought Remo and Tsure here. This is how a family should be together. This is also to cultivate the relationship between the 3 of them and form a new friendship bond. Although this kind of thing is a joke at some time, but it is still very useful for Sun. It helped them break through new limits. However, it is worth mentioning that even during this period, Remo Tsure also joined the Frieza army. There is no need to be so nervous. Get used to it. This will be your new home in the future. After saying that, Zong Su disappeared instantly. He returned to his own unique dimension. Only the 5 people looked at each other in bewilderment. Looking at Zong Su, who had disappeared, Beerus, who had just moved the chairs and stools, twitched his mouth. This adult is always vigorous and resolute. He came quickly and left quickly. Half an hour ago. Wampa Star. Boom. Broly's figure fell from the sky and a big hole was smashed on the ground on the spot. It was deeply embedded in the surface. At this time he was covered with wounds and a low roar of an unknown creature came out of his mouth. Even the pupils of his eyes were filled with white. Obviously he lost control, but then his eyes regained their former clarity. He raised his head with difficulty, looking at the godlike figure in the sky with some disbelief. Even if he was out of control, still couldn't defeat that guy. You shouldn't be buried here. Zong Su fell from the sky with a smile and a green light appeared in his hand. He instantly healed Broly's wounds. It turned out that he was the one who beat Broly. Broly looked at the healed wounds with some disbelief, and at the same time he became very curious about this guy. Who is this person who calls himself Zong Su? Why did he heal him after beating him up? Who are you? Broly looked at Zong Su with a vigilant look. Before he could confirm whether the other party was an enemy or a friend, he had to remain vigilant. You don't have to consider this for now. You will slowly know in the future. Zong Su raised the corner of his mouth and then continued. Do you want to become stronger? Broly was stunned again. What exactly did this guy want to say? I can make you stronger. Your talent determines the upper limit of your future. You shouldn't bury it here. This may just be a misunderstanding. Zong Su snapped his fingers and the sky dimmed instantly. In Broly's shocked eyes, countless bright stars appeared in the starry sky. You may want to think about it carefully. Zong Su took a planet into his hands, and all this was in a flash. The originally huge planet was like a basketball in his hand. Broly was shocked by Zong Su's strength again. He began to seriously consider the chips thrown by this guy. What can be confirmed at present is Zong Su is not his enemy. It seems that he is here to help him. You don't have much time left. Zong Su turned around and was about to leave. Please wait a moment. I do. Broly called him hurriedly and a smile appeared on the corner of Zong Su's mouth. It seems that the special training team has a new member. Can you really make me stronger? Broly frowned. He still doubted the truth of what Zong Su said. Absolutely. Zong Su said affirmatively. As long as he follows his special training method, Broly's future achievements will definitely be unimaginable. Broly's hanging heart was finally put sit down. I want to go with you, Broly said firmly. He finally made his own choice and chose to join Zong Su's special training plan. I'm waiting for you to say this. As for Broly's father, because each time and space is different, Paragas of this time and space died early, and he has been dead for more than 7 years. Zong Su also felt a sigh but did not think much about it. However, on the way to the destroyer planet, Zong Su thought of Remo and Tsure again, so he also brought them here. A family must be complete. Destroyer planet Beerus kept circling around Broly with a strong curiosity in his eyes. Is this another Sun? And from this look he is stronger than Vegeta and Son Goku. Beerus coughed twice. What's your name? I have to ask what this guy's name is. My name is Broly. Broly scratched his head and said Broly. Beerus frowned. Why is there a guy who calls himself a lowly? But this is not what he cares about. You can live here temporarily. When Whis comes back he will arrange accommodation for you. Don't worry about training and food in the future, we have everything we need. Destroyer Star has everything except people. Who are you two? Looking at Remo and Tsukushi, Beerus frowned again. My name is Remo and I used to be a logistics chef in Frisia's army, Remo said in a trembling voice. The other party is a god, how can he not be afraid? Since you were brought here by the Lord of Judgment, then you should stay here too. You will be my royal chef in the future. Beerus arranged a royal chef position for Remo on the spot. Then who are you? So he set his sights on Tsukushi again. My name is Tsukushi and I am a scout of Frisia's army. Tsukushi turned around and looked at Beerus nervously. Beerus suddenly felt numb all over and the fork in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. The scene fell into silence for a while. Finally Beerus broke the silence. Stay here as long as you want. Chapter 64 Broly and Cuba's acquaintance, the most reliable partner. My name is Xin and I am the Kai of this universe. Your name is Broly, right? Nice to meet you. Xin smiled and shook hands with Broly. Broly seemed a little embarrassed but his face quickly regained its composure. He also smiled back. Oh right, I almost forgot about you. Nice to meet you too. Xin finally reacted and then he remembered that Remo and Tsukushi net to him had been watching, so he chose to take the initiative to shake hands with them again. Very nice to meet you. The latter handed over his trembling hand and forced a smile with forced calmness. Even if this guy showed such a kind attitude, they still had a gap with him. The gap between God and mortals. After all, the other party is the top god of this universe. They had heard Zong Su's introduction before coming here, so they also knew that there were so many gods in this universe. Today was like a dream. Suddenly they quit from Frisia's army and were pulled to the territory of the god of destruction by a strange god. The key is that they also have the strongest iron rice bowl, and looking at these gods they are still easy to talk to, right? Tsure thought to herself. She thought that the supreme god of the universe was as majestic and high-ranking as she imagined, but she didn't expect him to be so kind. If she didn't know that this was King Kai, she would have thought that the other party was just a mortal. After all, the most faceless King Kai is not a joke. Okay, it's getting late now. Son Goku and Mr. Vegeta should be back soon, right? Xin calculated the time and estimated that Son Goku and the others would be here soon. After all, the vacation time has passed. Son Goku Vegeta, a big question mark appeared on Broly's forehead. Who are these two people mentioned by Xin? You don't know yet, Broly. They are both training here just like you. I think you will get to know him soon. They will be your most reliable partners. Xin was about to continue, but a beam of light came down from the open space in the distance. Broly was nervous and immediately protected the three people behind him. He looked at the beam in the distance with a vigilant face, but Xin pulled him away directly, indicating that it was not their enemy. The beam gradually disappeared. What caught the eyes of the four people were Goku, Vegeta and Whis, who had arrived. Xin smiled happily again. It was true that what he said came true. It's time to resume training again, Vegeta. I will definitely master Ultra Instinct thoroughly. Sun Wukong laughed loudly. Now that he has resumed training, he is confident that he can complete the intensive practice of Ultra Instinct. Although he cannot achieve true perfection, he can definitely exert the power of this state to an unimaginable degree. There is still a long way to go before the perfect Ultra Instinct. Who is that? Vegeta frowned. When he first arrived at Planet Destroyer, he sensed a strong aura. He instantly saw four people in the distance. One of them was King Kai. There were three people he had never seen before, especially the guy who was so strong. He was also a Sun. Vegeta frowned even more tightly. At the same time, he also became a little wary of this Sun who suddenly appeared. Great, you are finally back. Sin brought Broly and his group from afar and greeted Whis and the others with a smile on his face. At this time, Sun Wukong also saw Broly and the others. He circled around Broly with curiosity and found that he also had a tail. Are you a Sun too? Sun Wukong said curiously. Sun. Broly was confused again and he pointed at himself with some doubt. For 40 years he has been playing in the wild on the planet Vampa. His father died early and no one taught him knowledge, so he didn't know he was a Sun at all. My name is Sun Wukong. What's your name? Sun Wukong smiled smiled and stretched out his hand to Broly, and the latter smiled and shook it. My name is Broly. Broly briefly introduced himself. Vegeta, who had been silent, also came to them. My name is Vegeta, Vegeta said coldly, but he also tended his hand. Broly smiled again and did not feel any disgust at Vegeta's coldness. He also shook hands with him. Looking at the three people who already had a basic understanding, Xin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the three of them are getting along very well at present. There is no conflict or anything. This guy is not simple. Whis stared at Broly. This guy named Broly is not simple. Another seed with strong talent. After all, on the way here, Zong Su had already informed him that the special training team would welcome a new member, so he was not as surprised as Sun Wukong and the others. Mr. Whis, what do you mean? Xin frowned. It was the first time he heard Whis say such a thing. I don't know about that, Whis said with a smile, and once again kept him in suspense. Xin waved his hand. By the way, Mr. Whis, I should go back too. I haven't finished my subsequent courses yet. The old ancestor will be angry. Xin's face changed drastically. He just remembered that he hadn't finished his course yet. It turned out that the old Kai had been giving him Itra lessons during this period. Teach him the duties of a god and what matters and etiquette of gods he should know. Thinking of the old ancestor who was about to get angry, Xin shuddered all over, so he disappeared directly from the spot, headed for the Kai realm. Whis just smiled at this, so he walked to Broly's side. I know everything. I will arrange 3 accommodations for you and the other 2 later. You will stay here temporarily from now on. The training will be completed here later, Whis said lightly. When Broly and the 2 of them heard that Whis was going to arrange accommodation for them, they were immediately flattered. Thank you so much, Rima said to Whis with gratitude. Broly also reacted and said the same thing in a poor tone and language. After all, his cultural level is too low. It seems that Mr. Broly will not only have to undergo special training in physical fitness in the future but also in culture. Whis laughed. It seems that the future training will not only give this guy special physical training but also cultural aspects need to be raised. At least Broly should be taught how to use sentence composition to communicate with others. Everyone laughed and the scene was full of joy for a while. Broly scratched his head awkwardly. The cultural aspect is indeed very bad. Chapter 65, The Origin of the 8 Kings Territory, The Dusty Past. At the same time, unknown dimension. Countless broken universes are contained in this dimension, just like a phantom bubble that bursts with a poke. These are all dead universes. Because he cannot welcome his own final ending, he can only continue to exist in some form like a bubble. It seemed as if a golden staircase with no end appeared. The surrounding area was gradually filled with a pile of ancient books floating in the air. Zong Su stepped onto the staircase. He walked step by step to the end of this meaningless end. Every step he took was accompanied by ripples and footsteps that seemed to be infinitely blocked. Zong Su had no expression of sadness or joy. He reached out to the books floating beside him. Even though he did not open them, these books opened automatically as if they had life. Genesis. This book records the origin of the 8 Kings territories and all the major events of Genesis. As the yellowed pages were constantly turned, the major events that had happened appeared before his eyes again. According to legend, at the beginning of the world, this ancient world only existed in a void and did not construct an infinite multiverse like today. However, one day, 8 extremely powerful gods suddenly appeared in this world. In a very contradictory explanation, they exist but they do not exist. They instantly constructed the rules above all things with indescribable divine power, created from nothing, evolved into one multiverse after another. Then the 8 gods used their divine power to establish the measurement standard, thus created the earliest laws of the universe. Then the 8 gods used their divine power again to build their own territories. Then they continued to select from the newly born races, cultivated strong people to divide the work and manage the territory, and they called themselves king. Thus began a long-term dictatorship. The all gods who had not yet split up were among these 8 kings. This is the origin of the 8 kings territory. Famous Salama. Zong Su closed the Genesis and threw it aside casually. He walked towards a higher step again and took down the book floating beside him. Dark World Invaders. This book records the negative forces in the 8 kings territory and all the records of the invaders. The pages of the book were turned again without wind. The dusty past reappeared again when the 8 kings governed the infinite multiverse and the 8 territories in an orderly manner. A terrifying existence named crawled out of the negative deep well under the infinite multiverse. Unlike the 8 kings who are more inclined to order, Yan is fanatically thirsty for the end and destruction and wants to destroy the entire infinite multiverse and burn it into nothingness. Thus it completely went to the absolute opposite side of the 8 kings. In the endless era, Yan continued to walk quietly in any corner of the 8 kings territory with his own body. He picked out many negatives from those races. It is both annihilation and represents an attitude of ultimate will, so it led its followers who were collected from the 8 kings territory and created a powerful force called called to compete with the 8 Kings territory. At a peak it once surpassed the total territory of the 8 Kings. The two major forces have different philosophies and attitude. The Dark World is more inclined to destroy everything. The 8 Kings territory is responsible for protecting all beings and all things in the multiverse. The two forces broke out in a war that has lasted to this day. The page is turned again, but it is worth mentioning that in order to maintain the order created by creation, the 8 Kings chose to join forces, and an unprecedented decisive battle broke out with Yan. This is also called the first battle between light and darkness, but it can also be said, because the war was too long ago, there is no detailed record, but the only thing that can be confirmed is the infinite multiverse barrier that enveloped the 8 Kings territories has not healed after that battle. Even the multiverses that were created were broken into pieces, transformed into bubbles, and wandered forever in the sea of stars. That war lasted for a long time, and the 8 Kings territories and the Dark World paid a huge price. The casualties of the gods reached a terrifying number, but fortunately there was still a result in the end. Yan was ultimately unable to withstand the joint attack of the 8 Kings. In the end he was torn into pieces by the ultimate annihilation of all things by the whole god. He turned into a shadow again and hid in this. So Yan was defeated. Even the Dark World was torn apart by the forces of the 8 Kings territories, but the 8 Kings also paid a huge price. All of their gods were seriously injured to varying degrees, and their strength could no longer reach the peak of the past. This also led to the fact that the whole god would split into 5 parts later. However, that was another long era. Although the 8 Kings won a tragic victory, the source of all the fear did not end. Because Yan was not dead, the Dark World has always existed, but now it is led by the remnant. After Yan was defeated, the Deputy Lord Erebus took over his position and led the few remnants to hide, and once again created a new headquarters. Thus began a long period of dormancy. During this period the Lord learned from Yan's tragic defeat and corrected it. He continued to recruit troops in the infinite multiverse. It has strong leadership ability, and the Dark World that was originally lingering on has revived under all things. Then it set up 8 branches in the 8 Kings territory to monitor the movements of the 8 Kings territory at all time. This is the invader recorded. Famous Gansei, the second high priest of the All Gods territory. Chapter 66 Vegeta's special training of self-intention. Planning the power conference with the great priest. Time flies by. In the blink of an eye another month has passed. Goku, Vegeta and Broly have all started their special training on Planet Destroyer. Compared to the two who have completely mastered the full power of Super Saiyan 4, Broly's progress is much slower, because he not only needs to train his physical fitness but also his knowledge and culture, so his efficiency is a little slower, but it doesn't matter because Broly will rise soon. At this time, Broly's whole body is glowing green and his breath has become extremely violent. There are also cracks on the ground under his feet. Wait, Goku waved his hands hurriedly. This guy has lost control again. Broly breathed a sigh of relief and regained his original sanity. See, you're out of control again. Goku looked serious. Broly's frequent loss of control is the biggest problem he is facing now, and the others are easy to deal with. Sorry, I still can't control it, Broly said dejectedly. No matter how he tried, he couldn't control his emotions. The special training over the past month, except for his own strength and cultural growth, there was no progress in other aspects. Maybe you should focus on your mentality now. Only in this way can you completely master your emotions. Sun Wukong's mouth rose a little arc, patting Broly's shoulder to comfort him. With Broly's growth rate, it's only a matter of time before he break through his limit, but all this lacks an opportunity, and now he should mainly let him master his emotions. Broly's growth rate in battle is also quite amazing. Sun Wukong can prove it. In this month, Sun Wukong trained himself and also trained Broly. As a result, he was shocked to find that Broly's growth rate was so fast that it was unbelievable. It was completely unreasonable. Even Sun Wukong felt great pressure. I will definitely do it. I am sure I can finish it within a month, Broly said with confidence, and he completely recognized Vegeta and Son Goku as his two friends. They are indeed trustworthy partners. Hey, you two, the food is ready, come quickly. Sure waved and called to them from afar. The two smiled at each other. It turned out to be time for dinner. Compared to Son Goku and Broly, Vegeta was completely immersed in his own world. He had been training with Beerus for the past month. He tried Ultra Instinct, but it had little effect, so he chose the God of Destruction state, which was the Ultra Instinct Whis had mentioned before. Boom! Vegeta rubbed out destructive energy in his hands and instantly destroyed the mountain in front of him into purple particles, but sweat appeared on his forehead. At the same time he was breathing heavily. He had already learned the destruction move, but it was too physically demanding for a mortal to use it. Not as casual as Beerus. Are you really not going to become a candidate for the God of Destruction? Looking at Vegeta, who was exhausted after using the destruction one, Beerus's mouth gradually rose. Even if he mastered the moves of the gods, how long could he last? In the end his mortal body became a burden. Vegeta was not a god after all. No, I don't have that idea at the moment. Vegeta drank a sip of water and put another senzu bean in his mouth. He really didn't have any idea about the candidate for the god of destruction. But Beerus asked him every now and then, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Maybe I will retire after a while. Beerus grinned and said, I don't have that idea. Vegeta still rejected Beerus, the god of destruction. Vegeta doesn't care at all. He wants to surpass Kakarot with his own strength and Broly, who makes him feel pressured. Vegeta will eventually surpass these guys. Tisk, if you don't want it, forget it. Beerus also felt bored. He threw out such a big chip, but he didn't expect Vegeta to refuse it. It was the first time he saw such a strange guy. He actually refused the position of the god of destruction. Okay, the break time is over. Beerus removed the recliner. Then he stretched again. It's time for you to learn that. Beerus's whole body was wrapped in a layer of deep purple light. His pupils also switched to the same color. The entire planet of the god of destruction was shaking violently. Even Broly and Son Goku, who were eating, felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. God of destruction state. Looking at Beerus like this, Vegeta was stunned for a moment. There was a feeling in the dark. This is the divine skill that he should learn. I will definitely learn this trick. Lord Beerus, Vegeta will not let all of you down. Vegeta smiled confidently. He has made his choice. Although he and Sun Wukong chose the opposite path, but the two of them will eventually meet at the end of everything. So Vegeta started his special training again. Temple of the Omni King. You found another seed. The high priest did not expect that Zong Su found a powerful seed again in such a short time. The key is that this time it is not simple. That guy named Broly is very talented. If he uses it in the right way, his future achievements will never be lower than those of Sun Wukong. Zong Su said with certainty. Since he has this golden investor, Broly's future achievement of the god of destruction is still conservative, so he is so sure on the premise that he must protect them to avoid being assassinated by those guys. After all, Yamashi was assassinated by the Dark World invaders and disappeared in the territory of the King of All. This matter is also a thorn in their heart. After all, you can see further than me, so you are more suitable to do this. The high priest said so. In just half a universe year, Zong Su has dug out 3 powerful descendants whose future achievements will be higher than the god of destruction. When it comes to judging people, Zong Su has a sharp eye. I've told you many times that if you have time you can go down and look for them yourself. Didn't you say before that you also want to invest? Zong Su looked at the high priest with a surprised expression. During this period he has been looking for talented juniors by himself. So you are just watching the show? No, you misunderstood. I just can't think of a better way. The high priest waved his hands hurriedly. It's not that he doesn't want to go down and look for seed, but his eyes are not as sharp as Zong Su's. He can't find a few talented players at all. Can't find. This is not a difficult problem. Zong Su snapped his fingers, thinking it was another difficult problem. The result is just like this. So he revealed his previously compiled ideas to the high priest. Since we can't find those talented players, why don't we hold a ring competition or event? Wouldn't this be a better solution to the current dilemma? Zong Su smiled. He planned to use the power conference to select players and train them. After all, this is the best solution at present. What do you mean? The high priest frowned and instantly understood Zong Su's idea, but he still asked in a tentative tone. We can hold a competition. This can not only test the strength levels of different universes but also better select talented players. Secondly, it can also deter those guys. Isn't this a good solution? Zong Su explained with a smile. The high priest's pupils shrank suddenly. He found that this method was indeed feasible. Using the competition method to select while achieving your own goals, you can also deter intruders hiding in the dark. It's simply the best way. Why didn't he think of it? The high priest envied Zong Su's ideas. This guy can always come up with new tricks. Chapter 67 Great Terror. All demons appear. When everything is in order, the undercurrent has actually been surging under the negative, under the territory. Unlike the 8 Kings territory and its infinite multiverse, this place is full of black void and broken time and space. From time to time there are indescribable whistling sounds. A black castle stands at the center of this world and the black atmosphere is everywhere, as if it was born here since the beginning of time. This is the new base of the dark world. It is the headquarters of everything. The real high-end combat power is all gathered here. Inside the palace, a guy with an unclear face sits on the golden throne, and there are 2 guardians beside him. Look at one of the 2 guardians. It is the nameless black fog that saved Vifis at the beginning. How terrifying is the one sitting on the golden throne. Even a powerful being like it could only stand beside that guy like a servant at this moment. And below this guy, 8 black-robed men of different sizes knelt on one knee in front of him. Through the brief light, Vifis's figure was also among these black-robed men. Any one of these black-robed men was as powerful as the great priest of the entire king's territory. The real enemy was so powerful that it was unimaginable. How are things going? The dark man on the golden throne had a golden light in his eyes and there was no emotion in his tone. King, everything is going on as usual. I believe it won't be long before we can open the cracks in the infinite multiverse again, Whis said respectfully. The dark man nodded, obviously very satisfied with their current progress. Whis stepped back respectfully. It was the turn of other branch leaders to speak. The spies have been planted. Everything is normal in the Endra territory without any accident, a branch leader reported. The dark man waved his hand again, and then it was the turn of the other SI branch leaders to speak. But without exception everything was going according to a plan. The dark man was finally tired of this meeting, so he waved his hand at everyone below, and the 8 branch leaders were instantly asked to leave this dimension. Only the dark man and the 2 guardians were left. Silence dominated the palace, but in the end the dark man broke the silence. His eyes glanced at the nameless black fog on the side, and the guardian immediately understood. The nameless black fog waved his hand. A white light curtain suddenly appeared. As the dazzling white light flashed, 2 figures suddenly appeared on the light curtain. It was the battle between Zong Su and Whis. Looking at Zong Su, who was like a god in the light curtain, a trace of elusive emotion flashed in the eyes of the dark man. Finally it spoke. In just a few billion years has it grown to this point. It seems that Quan Shen has also left a backup, the dark man said with contempt. It seemed that he never took Quan Shen and Zong Su seriously. Lord Erebus, I think it's better to get rid of this guy as soon as possible. Will this affect our future plans? The nameless black fog asked respectfully. It has a hunch that Zong Su will definitely become an obstacle to their plans in the future, so it's better to get rid of him as soon as possible. The reason why he was not eliminated last time was because the nameless black creature was afraid of the big secret left in Zong Su's body. It believed that Quan Shen was not dead at all. We must eliminate him. Another guardian also spoke, roaring with murderous tone. Don't be impulsive. Erebus stopped them with a cold look in his eyes. Zong Su, the strongest under Quan Shen, it's just a little ghost who has not yet entered the multidimensional field. It can't make much wave. It will also be part of our plan in the future. Bring it up. Erebus waved again, and the 2 great guardians on the side immediately understood. As soon as it finished speaking, a black figure appeared out of thin air. Net to it. As the dark aura wrapped around the figure completely disappeared, the face of this guy was truly revealed. Pitch black armor, SI tentacles on the head, white horns on the back. There is also a deep red V-shaped symbol on the chest. Even the eyes are deep red. From the moment he appeared on the stage, it was as if the entire multiverse was paused and the surrounding space collapsed and fell. The outside was also wrapped in a layer of scarlet light. Looking at the work that made him so satisfied, Erebus gradually sneered. It is worthy of the body of the dragon god Salama. I didn't expect that even the growth potential of the remaining body is so great. Erebus burst into laughter. In an instant countless dimensions collapsed. Countless time and space and timelines were twisted into a long line under his laughter. Finally he calmed down, but it was still difficult to suppress the excitement in his heart. This time it's your turn to appear. Quan Mo. The complete Quan Mo appeared. It turned out that this strong man was Quan Mo. This also happened to confirm Zong Su's previous conjecture. There are Quan Mo in this plane. There are also Quan gods. There is definitely a white god. As soon as Erebus finished speaking, a scarlet light appeared in the eyes of the all-devil, and he knelt on one knee in front of it. A sneer appeared on the corner of Erebus's mouth again. It stroked the forehead of the all-devil and pointed to a direction in the starry sky with one hand. Go, my greatest work. Go and completely subvert the entire territory of the All-King. Destroy the multiverse and make all time and space completely annihilated. Replace the All-King and kill the judge. Completely rewrite it. Everything is wrong. The V-shaped symbol on the mark is more glaring, and Zong Su frowned again. He suddenly had a very dangerous premonition. An unimaginable event is coming. No, I have to step into the multiverse as soon as possible. Zong Su put the mark into his own space. He had a premonition of the coming big event. In fact, it also confirmed his guess, because the full demon is coming soon. So Zong Su must step into the multiverse in a very short time. Only in this way can he deal with the big events and crises in the future. Looking at the 3 Xians who are still in special training, Zong Su has to train their strength while stepping into a new field. Now is not the time for personal heroism. Since Sun Wukong and Vegeta have developed Super Xian 4 full power, then the NET is Super Xian 5. Self and freedom cannot be left behind. Broly's special training must also be raised. At least he must comprehend Super Xian Blue before the power conference. This time I will make the plan. Zong Su looked at the unknown starry sky with a firm face, and he would definitely go further. Chapter 68. Have you heard of Super Xian 5? At this time the 3 were sparring with each other. Sun Wukong condensed Kamehameha in his hand and blasted Broly not far away. Broly smiled. He also condensed Kamehameha in his hand. He responded to Sun Wukong's special move with the same move. During this period of time, while training, he was also learning combat skills and Qigong from Sakurai knowledge. So he also learned Kamehameha. The 2 Kamehameha waves cancelled each other out. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Sun Wukong and Broly disappeared at the same time and began to wrestle with each other. Sun Wukong punched, but Broly parried immediately. Sun Wukong swept his foot again, and the strong wind caused Broly's face to be bruised on the spot. Broly's E-Press gradually became ugly. He passed along Sun Wukong's fist. It was like an after-image. He punched Sun Wukong in the nose and Sun Wukong was dizzy. He didn't react for a while. Broly roared, grabbed Sun Wukong's head with one hand and pressed it to the ground. He smashed the ground with dense cracks on the spot. Sun Wukong bleeds from his mouth and white light gathers on his leg. He kicked Broly away with his leg. Broly, who was kicked away, showed a solemn E-Press on his face and made the same classic opening move as Son Goku. It seems that you learn very quickly. Son Goku smiled. Broly learned all his fighting skills from him and Vegeta. This guy is growing too fast. But at this moment, tens of millions of golden gas bombs came from a distance towards the two of them. Don't forget that I'm NET to you, Vegeta shouted, and the golden energy in his hand blasted towards the two of them as if it was free. He once again used his prince's fighting method. The two were shocked, condensed a protective shield with his breath, but everything was too late. A series of terrifying explosions rose under their feet. The fluctuations caused by them caused the destroyer star to tremble violently. Indescribable dust rushed into the sky. Until the smoke dissipated, the figures of the two appeared in front of Vegeta. Sun Wukong and Broly were fine except for a few scratches on their faces. The law of smoke without injury came into effect again. The three smiled at each other. They turned into three after images on the spot and started fighting each other again. Vegeta knocked Broly away, but Broly kicked Sun Wukong away immediately. The scene was extremely chaotic for a while. Boom boom boom. The waves caused by the three of them fighting condensed into substance in the sky. There were constant sounds of fierce collisions. I really can't understand men. Ci La's mouth twisted. She didn't know what was in a man's mind. Fighting every day was meaningless in such a short time. They have grown to such an incredible level. Maybe I should change my opinion of them now, Beerus said with some surprise. Haven't you always been like this, Lord Beerus? Whis took a sip of tea slowly. We can stop the current training for a while. I have something to announce. Zong Su appeared behind them silently. Beerus had long been accustomed to it and very skillfully brought a recliner and a table from the side. Well done. When did you become so smart? Zong Su smiled. Beerus still understood the ways of the world. It's nothing, Lord Judge. I want to improve so much, Beerus said with a flattering face. Look at you, little Beerus, are still too impatient. Zong Su pointed at him and scolded. The melee ended. The three of them were finally tired and all collapsed on the ground. There were big pits and gravel everywhere. Even the entire landscape of Planet Destroyer has been changed. Looking at the Planet Destroyer that has been shattered beyond recognition, Beerus's mouth twitched. Is there a thief in the house? Too strong. This is the first time I've had such a good fight. Sun Wukong shouted excitedly. He had never felt so refreshed. This was the most enjoyable fight he had ever had. Broly didn't say anything, but his E-Press was the same as Sun Wukong. He also had a great fight. Tisk hard to understand. Vegeta stood up and took out 3 bottles of energy drinks from the capsule. He unscrewed one bottle himself. He handed the other 2 bottles to Broly and Sun Wukong. Thank you, Vegeta. Broly smiled and nodded. Both of them gave Vegeta a grateful look. Vegeta still turned his head away proudly. You did a good job. You have grown a lot in the past month. Zong Su suddenly appeared in front of them and applauded them. The 3 of them stood up suddenly. They saluted him respectfully. Okay, stop doing these useless things. I'm here to announce to you, the second phase of special training has been successfully completed, and the third phase of special training will start after a while. Zong Su announced to the 3 of them. It's time for them to experience a higher transformation. The 3 looked at each other and knew that their chance had come again. They all showed excitement. What is the third phase of special training? Is it for us to master the control skills of the gods? Sun Wukong couldn't hold back his temper and was the first to stand up and asked. No. Zong Su poured a basin of cold water. He looked at Sun Wukong and others. You and Vegeta have completed Super Saiyan 4 full power, right? The 2 nodded. Full Blue and Super Saiyan 4 full power have been mastered. They have been training themselves before. Do you want to try Super Saiyan 5? Zong Su said something that made them more excited. Hearing this, the pupils of the 2 suddenly shrank. Super Saiyan 5? Is there a higher transformation above Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta said in shock. When he heard that there was a Super Saiyan 5 above, he was really shocked. At this rate, is there a Super Saiyan 6 or Super Saiyan 7 above? Vegeta didn't dare to think about it. It's incredible. Sun Wukong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and suppressed the great excitement in his heart. Can I still lie to you? Zong Su smiled and then said, in the third stage of special training I will separate the training of you 2 from Broly. He pointed to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Before the conference I am sure you can comprehend Super Saiyan 5. Then he pointed to Broly. As for you, you can first train the God system in your current state. After completing the training you can try other things. Zong Su's plan for them is clear. Let Sun Wukong and Vegeta comprehend Super Saiyan 5. Let Broly, who has not yet fully mastered his emotions, comprehend Super Saiyan Blue. All of them will be trained by Whis. It will take some time. The future belongs to you young people. After saying this, Zong Su disappeared in front of them on the spot. At the same time, he handed a blue scroll to the silent Whis. The corners of the three people's mouths showed smiles. They all knew that their chance had come. I know what I should do. This time Vegeta will definitely surpass all of you. Vegeta proudly raised his arms above his head. I will be the first to comprehend Super Saiyan 5. Goku also stood up and smiled. You are all like this, how can I fall behind you? Broly also said immediately. The three looked at each other and sparks of fighting spirit flashed in their eyes. Chapter 69 The Torn Multiverse. The plan to enter the multiverse. Zong Su returned to the temple of the Omni King and once again discussed the future with the High Priest. How do you plan to arrange this game later? The High Priest looked at him calmly, waiting for Zong Su to speak. The scope of this competition will be expanded to 8 universes, and each universe can send 10 players to participate. Before that we have to prepare well. Zong Su proposed the power conference. It was considered to inform the High Priest of this matter in advance and basically follow the original plan. 8 universes participate. What about the other 4 universes? The High Priest frowned. He didn't understand why Zong Su only had 8 universes participating instead of all 12 universes. Do you think the tournament of power will only happen once? This is just a small test. The second competition will be extended to all universes, Zong Su said in a relaxed tone. After this he plans to hold the second tournament of power in the near future and pull the original 4 universes into it to hold an unprecedented competition. Only in this way can more qualified seeds be selected and the right investment be made. When do you plan to hold it? The High Priest asked. It will be half a universe year later, approximately equal to 8 months on Earth. We can make more preparations to successfully hold this event, Zong Su said. The plan. What about the rules of the competition and the location? The High Priest asked the last question. The plan is good, but the rules of the competition and the location of the arena are the most critical part. This is very simple. Zong Su stretched out a finger. First, you can't kill people. This is the most important point. Second, you can't use weapons or a series of recovery items. This is too unfair to the competition. Third, it is forbidden to use any space device capabilities. Fourth, except for those who are born with wings, no one is allowed to use flying or air dance. Zong Su announced 4 rules at once. Then he informed the High Priest of the location of the competition. The last point is the location of the arena. We can set the location in the realm of nothingness because it is very close to the dimension where the palace of the King of All is located. This way we can make more preparation. The High Priest also nodded. He had no opinion on the plan and rules proposed by Zong Su and could not find any faults at all. He was also quite satisfied with it. It was perfect. I'll set up the arena. It's more appropriate to leave the construction of the arena to the High Priest. He is quite good at civil engineering. I'll correct the rules. So the 2 supreme gods hit it off and began to plan for the NET Power Conference. I'll inform the King of All Things about this. I believe that both of them will be very satisfied. A smile appeared on the corner of the High Priest's mouth. He thought that the King of All Things would be very happy after knowing this. So he stood up and was about to leave. Wait a minute, but he was stopped by Zong Su again. What's wrong? The High Priest frowned slightly. Why did Zong Su stop him at this time? Although he was confused, but he still honestly returned to his original place. What's the matter? Under the High Priest puzzled Zion, Zong Su took out the badge from the dimensional space. Do you still remember this badge? Grano handed it to us before. Seeing Zong Su's serious Zion, the High Priest also guessed the general trend. Of course I remember. And at that time the badge has never emitted such a bright light like it does now. His tone was a little heavy. He also found that something was wrong with the badge, and he had recently felt a strong sense of uneasiness just like Zong Su. It seemed that some great crisis was about to come, and at this moment the piece of Salama scale that he had picked up from the ruins of the Dark Realm suddenly broke out of his space. Under the surprised eyes of the High Priest and Zong Su, the scale just floated in the air and it also emitted a dazzling golden light. There is a reaction. Zong Su's pupils shrank suddenly. The scale had no reaction before, but now it emits such a dazzling light. Stop! A golden ray shot out from the scale, instantly penetrating the entire dimensional space. Finally a space crack was torn out. Just like this it pointed from the territory of the Omni King to the unknown area. All the spearheads are self-evident. Multiverse. Looking at the incomplete universe and timeline that kept emerging from the crack, the High Priest said in horror. The scales actually tore a multiverse crack. Seal it for me. The power of the law of all things emerged from Zong Su's hand and the gap was sealed almost instantly. His Zion was also horrified, and he also felt a familiar breath, and it was still attracting him to cross the crack. The rays of this scale seemed to be pointing the way for him, but now is not the time to think think about these. What he has to do now is to seal the gap of this space crack and investigate it later. But fortunately he still sealed it. Neither the High Priest nor Zong Su spoke, and the silence dominated the entire space. But it was finally broken by Zong Su. Things are not as simple as I thought. I smelled the breath of Salama from that crack. Maybe he is there. Zong Su's expression was serious. He felt the breath of Salama from the crack, but it was only a trace, and that breath was extremely weak, as if it would be blown out by the wind in the net moment. It was still attracting him. What should we do, net? The High Priest had an ugly expression. He could clearly feel that the crisis was getting closer and closer to them. As long as I step into the multiverse and find Salama, it will be enough to rewrite the crisis. Perhaps the key to everything is this badge and that space crack. Looking at the metal that was still shining and the golden scale floating in the air, Zong Su's brows frowned even tighter. They didn't have much time left. He had to break through to the multiverse as quickly as possible. Are you sure you can enter the multiverse? That was the level that the All Gods were at. The High Priest looked at him seriously. He was not sure whether Zong Su could reach the unimaginable highest level. After all, except for the original All God, there was no other god who had entered the multiverse. If you say you can, you can. I can feel it. It won't take long. Zong Su clenched his fist. He could feel that he was getting closer and closer to the multiverse, but he needed an opportunity to break through. Then he turned his eyes to the High Priest. Leave the problem of the crack to me, and the power conference will proceed as usual. There is one more thing I need your help with. Zong Su made a plan again. You go contact the Space-Time Administration. Those guys may be able to find the remaining 2 fragments of the All God. As long as the fragments are gathered, the All God will return again. Then we will have another bargaining chip. Zong Su plans to ask the High Priest to contact the Space-Time Administration Bureau to ask if they can find the fragments of the All God, then use his own power to piece them together. The All God may return again. Chapter 70 Full Power. Beerus. The 3 people who were beaten. The gap is indescribable. Leave it to me. The High Priest nodded. Then he disappeared instantly. Only Zong Su was left silent. He looked at the multiverse crack that he had sealed. His face was a little heavy for a while. What kind of changes will happen in the future? Even a powerful god like him can't predict. Without entering the multiverse, in front of those guys he is just a slightly stronger ant, so he has to get stronger as soon as possible. A golden light flashed in Zong Su's eyes. Then he turned into light and disappeared in this space like the High Priest. Time passed again in the blink of an eye. In a blink of an eye it was 4 months later. There are still 4 months before the arrival of the power conference. During this time, the High Priest contacted the Space-Time Administration while building the arena. It was still the spiral arena. Zong Su also completed the improvement of the rules, but he has been investigating the space-time crack. After continuous investigation, he finally came to the conclusion, although it is a multiverse crack, but this is just an appearance, because he observed behind the multiverse crack there is a new single space-time, and there are Suns in that space-time. There is also Earth and a group of Z warriors, but it seems to be a long time later. After seeing the results of the investigation, Zong Su finally confirmed what the time and space after the multiverse rift is called. Dragon Ball Asheron, Universe 7, Planet Destroyer. 4 months of special training. The growth of the 3 is unprecedented. Although Son Goku and Vegeta have not yet mastered Super Saiyan 5, fortunately Broly has mastered the transformation of Super Saiyan God. Looking at the blue Broly in front of him, Whis smiled with relief. It seems that Mr. Broly has finally mastered it. Whis clapped happily. It's nothing, it's all because of your good teaching. Broly scratched his head a little embarrassed. All his achievements now are attributed to Whis and Cuba in front of him. The most indispensable is Zong Su, who recruited him in the first place. If he rejected Zong Su at that time, would he be able to reach the current realm? Broly couldn't help but start thinking, hey Broly, but Goku's voice interrupted his train of thought. Goku smiled and waved at him. Come and fight us again. Broly smiled and nodded, and entered the super blue form again, and made the same starting posture as Goku. Come on. Vegeta was also ready. The NET moment, all 3 of them turned into after images and a big fight started on the entire destroyer planet. At the same time, on the other side, Beerus sat cross-legged on a boulder. His breath became extremely stable. The scorching blue-white light spread out from him as the center, forming a galaxy visible to the naked eye. He is currently training Ultra Instinct. He has been making the same effort for 4 months and he is not much worse than those 3 people. On the contrary, he was very hard-working. Whis, who was hiding in the dark and observing, nodded. He was very satisfied with Beerus in this state. In a trance, he really felt like Beerus had come back. His thoughts could not help but be pulled back to the ancient times. But what happened? The NET moment interrupted his thought. A huge rock like a mountain came crashing down. It crushed Beerus on the spot. The original blue and white light disappeared, replaced by a pile of rock. It's broken. Whis thought to himself that it was not good. He knew that the 3 of them were in danger. Wouldn't it be courting death to interrupt Beerus at this time? It's like you finally figured out the idea of a problem and then a few people come and talk loudly. And they even pushed your table over, and in fact his guess was confirmed. The net moment the whole planet trembled. The three people who were fighting fiercely also stopped looking at the giant mountain not far away with horror. A purploid air wave flowed out from the bottom of the mountain. Boom! A deep red breath rushed into the sky. It covered more than half of the entire planet on the spot. The giant mountain that originally suppressed Beerus instantly turned into particles and disappeared under this breath. Instead it was replaced by Beerus with an angry face. "You bastard think it's fun, right?" Beerus almost gritted his teeth and said these words. His eyes were full of bloodshot. He almost took a step further in his ultra instinct, but it was ruined by these little bastards. Okay. After spending so much time with you guys, you really think I have no temper, right? The net moment Beerus's destructive aura suddenly erupted. The purploid aura light column rose to the sky again, and his power also rose to another dimension. The original scarf disappeared. The pupils of both eyes were also filled with blood red. A white prismatic mark appeared on his chest and a dark purple halo appeared behind him. Beerus full power, full destructive power. Seeing this, Whis felt something was wrong. It's bad. Beerus is really angry. Otherwise he wouldn't have opened the god ring. Seeing Beerus like this, the three of them were shocked for a while, and they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Beerus in this form, I'm afraid his strength has far exceeded the sum of the three of them. Feeling the oppression that condensed into substance, the three of them couldn't help but wet on their forehead. Even Super Blue Broly was horrified. It was the second time he saw such a powerful god. In front of this god of destruction, he seemed to have no chance to fight back. Get ready! Sun Wukong was the first to come back to his senses. The two who were still in shock reacted and also used all their strength to resist the enemy. It seems that there will be another fierce battle. Net, you have been fighting for so long, are you tired? I will play with you. Beerus appeared in front of Sun Wukong in an instant, leaving only a purple after image. Sun Wukong's brain was blank in an instant. He didn't even realize anything. I saw Beerus grab Sun Wukong's ankle with one hand, and his arm was covered with dense blue vein. Boom! Sun Wukong was smashed to the ground directly, and the god of destruction was smashed in half on the spot. Wow! Sun Wukong spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. This is still Sun Wukong at full power of Super 4, but he still can't stop Beerus's full power. Beerus grabbed Sun Wukong's hair and lifted him up. Asshole, put him down. Broly got an ES. He roared and rushed toward Beerus. Facing Broly's big punch, Beerus didn't even look at it. He dodged his punch by leaning sideways. Then he elbowed Broly on the bridge of his nose. Broly, he let out a scream. He was also knocked out. Even Broly in Super Blue form couldn't stand up to the strongest god of destruction. Then Beerus appeared behind Vegeta again, with an evil smile on his face. Vegeta also felt a cold sweat running down his face. Then Vegeta suffered a heavy blow to the neck. He was elbowed and crashed on the spot. This is not over yet. Beerus appeared net to Broly again with a fierce look in his eyes. Go to sleep. Purple energy appeared in Beerus' hands and he pressed his hands on Broly's chest. Broly suffered an unprecedented heavy blow. His pupils shrank suddenly. He fainted with black eyes and foam at the mouth. So far, full power Beerus vs full power 3 people. Beerus finally won with an overwhelming advantage. Chapter 71, A Moment of Ease. The chapter of the Power Conference begins and the upcoming all-view competition. At this time, the realm of nothingness, tens of millions of special building materials continued to gather together under the power of the Great Priest. Finally they gathered into several building materials of different sizes. Then he filled these building materials into the gaps on Luo Xing's arena. Finally, it was completely completed. Looking at the completed arena, the Great Priest also smiled happily. What do you think? The Great Priest smiled at Zong Su, who was silent on the side. He wanted to hear what Zong Su thought of the newly built arena. After all, it took a lot of time. Just make do with it. Except that the arena is a little small. There is basically nothing wrong with the rest. Zong Su waved his hand. The arena is indeed a little small. It is not enough for those players to fight, and he thinks it is nothing wrong to make it bigger. Let's do it according to this situation for now. Leave it to me. Net. A light appeared in Zong Su's hand. The originally completed arena was instantly doubled in size under his power. There is no difference except that it is bigger. But this is enough. According to human timing standards, there are still about 4 months left. The High Priest calculated the time for the game to start. There are only 4 months left, and the two kings are also waiting and eagerly wishing to watch the power conference now. The king wants to watch the game now. How about I arrange a full view ring match in advance? In this way I may be able to find some problems and make changes so as to make the most appropriate judgment. The High Priest proposed the idea of watching the whole game. Zong Su had no objection to this, just waved his hand and disappeared. At the same time he left a message. Then you go and remind them yourself and then follow the normal process in the blink of an eye. It was 2 months later. After the last battle, Son Goku and Vegeta returned to Earth and resumed their their normal life in the countryside. However, the bandages on their bodies have not been removed yet. This shows how fierce Beerus was at the time. Broly's situation is slightly better. He is only half wrapped in bandages. He has been staying on Planet Destroyer to participate in the special training called Knowledge, and he feels very troubled by this. At this time, Earth Capsule Corporation. Vegeta, are you sure you don't want to hold it? Bulma held the baby in her arms and said to Vegeta with a hint of provocation. This baby is Vegeta's second child, named Bra, because there were many errors in this time and space. Bra was born a little later, but this is also irrelevant. Looking at the baby in Bulma's arms, Vegeta's Zion is a bit ugly. He grabbed it and held it carefully in his arms, fearing that he would scare his little daughter to tears with a little effort and mistake. This is not the way you hold a child. Vegeta snorted coldly. Seeing this situation, everyone laughed. It turns out that Vegeta has such a tender side. It's better to be like this. Vegeta Krillin side. Vegeta has completely integrated into their Earth. Compared with the prince on Namek, it's a world of difference. Compared to the warm scene here, the scene on the other side seems a bit stiff and cold. You are not allowed to go anywhere today. You must fulfill your responsibilities as a grandfather, Kikai said fiercely to Sun Wukong. Calm down, I will never let you down. Sun Wukong quickly said he didn't dare. At the same time, he promised that he would fulfill his responsibilities as a grandfather to the greatest extent and take good care of Xiao Fang. That's more like it. Shishi's face looked a little better. I'm going out now. If I come back and see you're not home, you know the consequences. Shishi slammed the door and left. Prepared them with food for tonight. After confirming that Shishi had completely left, Gohan and Goku breathed a sigh of relief. Gohan was there too, but he didn't dare to interrupt just now, fearing that he would be scolded by his mother. Mom, like this is so scary. Gohan was still frightened. Shishi's look just now was too scary. It's always like this. Goku scratched his head awkwardly, but then there was another sharp pain in his hand. Goku screamed in pain. He raised his hand and saw Xiao Fang was removing the bandage on his hand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then he pinched his fingers hard again. Goku wanted to stop, but it was too late. So he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Xiao Fang, listen, don't treat Grandpa like this. Son Gohan said sternly. He just wanted to grab Xiao Fang but missed. Coincidentally, Son Gohan slipped and fell to the ground again. This scene made Xiao Fang laugh. Xiao Fang burst out with white aura and flew around the house. Do you want to play with your grandpa? Son Goku laughed. He also began to fly around the room like Xiao Fang, smashing a lot of furniture during the process. Seeing this situation, Son Gohan smiled. How can I be left out in this situation? So he entered the form of Sun Superman on the spot, and by the way, he also performed a set of extremely embarrassing dance steps and postures. What impact did the Jinya Force have on Son Gohan? But it doesn't matter. Son Gohan also joined the chase. The three Suns flew around in this small room. Such a warm scene. It's a pity that Shishi can't see it. Planet Destroyer. On this day, the High Priest descended on Universe 7 and brought them an important message. High Priest, why are you here this time? Whis looked respectful. He didn't understand why his father came to Universe 7. What on earth was he here for? Nothing, just wanted to inform you. The High Priest moistened his throat. The King of All will hold a competition in a while, and other universes will send players to participate. You Universe 7 are very lucky to be selected into this series of lists. Hearing the High Priest reveal that there will be a competition in a while, Beerus and Whis were stunned for a while. When will it be held? Whis said in a deep voice. It will be held in a week. At this moment it was Beerus' turn to be silent again. It was only a little over a year since the last ring competition was held in Universe 7 and 6. Now there will be another one. How many universes are participating? Beerus swallowed and asked nervously. The High Priest did not hide this. Don't be nervous, it's just a competition. Just like the last tournament you held, this time the 7th universe will compete against other universes. The real competition will start then. What do you think? No, Beerus waved his hand to show that he had no opinion. Finally the High Priest announced the future events to the two of them and chose to leave. They were left in silence. Chapter 72. I, Beerus, am the strongest god of destruction. Finally Beerus broke the silence. What should I do? He looked at Whis eagerly and couldn't make up his mind for a while. He wanted to see what Whis thought. Is this tournament good or bad? They haven't found out yet. Just do it as usual. This doesn't look like you, Lord Beerus, Whis said lightly. What else do you think about the grand tournament? Just do it as usual. Let's make the best of it. This is what he really thinks. It's really annoying. Beerus has a headache. What's going on recently? It's one thing after another, right? But he was helpless. In the end he could only turn all his complaints into a heavy sigh. But at this moment Zong Su appeared in front of them again at the speed of a blink of an eye. Beerus had long been accustomed to it. Then he bowed like Whis. Broly, who was still learning to read not far away, also bowed to Zong Su like them. Then he immersed himself in his own world again. Has the High Priest informed you for the subsequent all-view competition? Zong Su said calmly. The two nodded. Now you know it. Then I will announce the subsequent tournament matters net. As soon as he said this, Zong Su looked at Beerus and his brows gradually frowned. Beerus' heart skipped a beat. He felt a little scared when he was stared at by him. He knew that something bad was going to happen without thinking. Before the competition of other universe players there is another competition. It's the competition of the gods of destruction. Beerus was stunned again. Didn't they say that the light players would participate? Why did even the god of destruction have to play in person? And Whis finally understood why Zong Su frowned. Before the game there was a big fight among the gods of destruction. He still remembered the stupid thing Beerus did. A long time ago the king of all held a hide-and-seek competition, but Beerus hid and slept for decades. In the end the king of all ended the game because he couldn't find Beerus. The king of all was furious. He threatened to destroy all the universes. Even if the 12 gods of destruction and the great priest came forward to persuade him, the king of all was determined to destroy all the universes. In the end it was Zong Su who came out to solve the problem, and Whis still remembers that scene in the temple of the king of all. Zong Su just looked at the king of all and said the words that shocked all the gods to this day. You can try it. The result is self-evident. The king of all compromised. Back to reality. Zong Su then said to Beerus, big melee. That's just a nice way of saying it. This is actually an unfair 1v11 duel. You are going to face the full force of the other 11 universes gods of destruction and you are just one person. Beerus was finally scared and he tried his best to dodge Zong Su's eyes that seemed to penetrate people's heart, but it was no use. Remember that incident? The other 11 universes gods of destruction still hate you now. Either you beat all the gods of destruction down, or you will be beaten half to death by all of them. Choose the former or the latter. It's your own choice. Zong Su retracted his gaze and waited for Beerus' answer. Beerus was completely confused. Even though he was extremely powerful, but he still couldn't stand the attack of 11 gods of destruction. The gods of destruction are not yet so common. Don't you have confidence in your own strength? You are already hesitant before the fight even starts. Zong Su snorted. Then he pointed at Beerus with a firm gaze. Believe in yourself. Your strength is top-notch even among all the gods of destruction. Maybe you can really create a miracle. Zong Su laughed. Can I really beat them? Beerus swallowed. He was still a little unsure of his own strength, and Zong Su patted him on the shoulder gently and gave him an affirmative smile again. You will win. I have seen your efforts in the past month. You have paid much more than them. I believe this is a rare opportunity, an opportunity to comprehend perfection. After saying this, Zong Su disappeared from the spot and went to other universes for inspection, and Beerus was finally no longer confused. He clenched his fist and his thoughts were pulled back to the scenes before he ascended to the god, recalling the tragic past and the extremely humiliating life. At this time Beerus finally made up his mind. I won't let anyone look down on me again. I will never let down the expectations of the Lord of Judgment. I am the strongest god of destruction. Beerus raised his arms to the sky with a firm look. He would not let anyone look down on him again, so he shouted at Whis, let's start special training now. After getting a satisfactory answer, Whis smiled again with relief. Welcome home, Lord Beerus. He bumped fists with Beerus and began to look forward to the subsequent ring match. This scene was all seen by Zong Su. He did not leave immediately. Instead he kept observing Beerus's behavior. He also got a satisfactory answer. Keep moving forward to the future. A smile appeared on Zong Su's mouth and he turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the 7th universe. The temple of the Omni King. The two Omni Kings of the main time and future time are playing chess. Look at the chessboard again. It was a chessboard made by his guards who forcibly tore open the structure of the universe. And looking at the chess pieces again, they were miniature Gala-Y balls that were constantly compressed into a phi-edge shape. This was still relatively economical. The future Omni King ejected a chess piece and the chess piece occupied by the main space-time Omni King was immediately knocked into particles and dissipated. An entire Gala-Y was gone just like that. The lives that survived in the Gala-Y didn't even realize anything. They dissipated along with the Gala-Y. So boring. We have played this game for thousands of times. The main space-time Omni King's tone contained no emotion. He was tired of playing this game. The same was true for the future space-time Omni King. Even he didn't want to repeat this meaningless garbage game. It was the two Omni Kings who overturned the chessboard. The chessboard and chess pieces also turned into streams of light and dissipated under the irresistible rules of the universe. Even if the beloved chessboard turned into particles and dissipated, their prescience did not change at all. I don't want to wait any longer. I want to watch the ring match now. The Omni King of the future time and space can't wait any longer and wants to watch the tournament of power right now. But he was pulled back by the Omni King of the main time and space. Don't worry, just wait slowly. The High Priest said that it only takes half a Tucker hour to start the tournament of power. Compared to the Omni King of the future time and space, the Omni King of the main time and space seems much more mature, so he is not so uneasy because what is coming will come anyway. Chapter 73 All View Tournament. The upcoming God of Destruction Melee. play. The All-View tournament is coming soon. Whis also summoned Son Goku and Vegeta, who were far away on Earth, to announce an important matter. Although the two were confused, but they still rushed to the planet of the God of Destruction without stopping. Why are you summoning us here this time? Sun Wukong looked curious. Whis just smiled and announced the news of the universal competition to the two of them. Lord All-King wants to hold a competition between players from different universes, but before that we have to first hold this universal competition and then the real power conference. I want to randomly take one of you two to participate in the competition, Whis said with a smile. He believed that the two of them would fight for this spot. Really? That's great, now we can compete with players from different universes again. Sun Wukong looked excited. Quan, sure enough, he did not deceive himself. A competition was held just as he imagined. However, he had to compete with Vegeta for this spot first. Vegeta, what do you say? Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta, who was silent and wanted to hear his opinion. Vegeta's face changed for a while, but soon returned to normal. I have something else to do, so I can't go. Vegeta refused this precious spot. This confused Sun Wukong for a while, and even Whis was surprised. Can you tell me your reason, Mr. Vegeta? Why give up this opportunity to compete? Whis asked in a flat tone. Vegeta blushed and said the reason in a low voice with some embarrassment. I have to accompany my daughter. Vegeta suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of shame. Even he didn't know why he said such a numbing word. There are two reasons why he doesn't want to compete with Sun Wukong. One, it is indeed Goku's turn to play this time. After all, he was the one who killed the SITH universe in the last ring competition. Even though he and Kakarot have been competing, he still has to consider the other party's fate. 2, he has to take care of the newborn bra and fulfill his responsibilities as a father to the greatest E-tent. Vegeta has considered a lot. Although he can't go to the grand tournament for the time being, he will definitely be able to go to the subsequent tournament of power. I understand, Mr. Vegeta. This is a good thing for you, so you can spend more time with your family. Whis smiled with relief again. He has always seen Vegeta's growth. Not only has his strength been greatly enhanced, but his character has also been honed to perfection. Will Broly go? Goku pointed to Broly, who was still training with Beerus, and asked doubtfully. He didn't know if Broly would go this time, but Whis denied him. Mr. Broly can't go. He has to grow up as quickly as possible in this very short time. Only in this way can he cope with the power conference later. I'll send you to fight this time. Whis pointed at Goku, and Goku had to go no matter what he said. I'm ready. No matter what kind of opponent or terrible enemy appears in the future, I will become stronger. Goku threw a senzu bean into his mouth. He said to Whis with a firm tone, and press Zion. It seems you have understood. No wonder the Lord Judge likes you. Whis smiled and shook his head and called Beerus, who was not far away, to come over. They were ready to set off. Today's training ends here. Your growth rate is really scary. Beerus looked at Broly seriously, thinking that this guy's growth rate was frighteningly fast. He was much more reliable than Son Goku and Vegeta. It's nothing, it's all because of Master Beerus's good teaching, Broly said to Beerus with a humble face. This made Beerus quite satisfied. He has a terrifying learning speed, a very high talent, and he is also very humble. A true master always has an apprentice's heart. Isn't this a ready-made candidate for the God of Destruction? Beerus had the idea of taking Broly as a candidate for the God of Destruction, but he was brought back to reality by Whis's voice. So he told Broly that today's training was over and he and Whis and the others were going to go out for a trip, leaving Broly here to guard the house. I will protect this place, Lord Beerus, just leave it to me. Broly patted his chest and affirmed. Beerus nodded and instantly jumped to the side of Whis. Are we leaving now? Beerus frowned. Yes, this may take a few days to travel. I have prepared food for you, please. Before Whis finished speaking, the figures of the three of them gradually began to return to illusion. At the same time, they felt a familiar sense of summon. In an instant, the three of them disappeared instantly, leaving only Vegeta in the wind. The three of them arrived at the interior of the temple of the Omni King in the blink of an eye. The God of Destruction, the King of the world, and the angels from other universes also arrived. Looks like everyone is here. That's great. The high priest glanced at all the gods. Not one was missing. Anyway, they all came. It turned out that he had just used the ability of teleportation to summon all the gods to the temple of the Omni King. Because there was not much time left before the start of the game, the two Omni Kings could not wait. Oh, look who's here. Isn't this Beerus from the 7th universe? What's wrong? Instead of going to sleep, you came to participate in the game. The game has not started yet. Quit. Ella from the 4th universe took the lead in bombarding Beerus. The eyes of the other universe's gods of destruction turned to Beerus. All showed signs of ridicule and disdain. Isn't this normal? After all, Beerus is a busy man. How could he forget to attend the meeting? Legere was the second to stand up, and the remaining 9 gods of destruction also began to speak in a weird way. For a while the temple was filled with noisy sounds. Beerus Zion gradually became ugly, and veins on his forehead bulged, but he still suppressed the urge to attack. It seemed seems Beerus is just a coward. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Kampa also stood up. Even though they were brothers, he couldn't forget to step on Beerus a few times. At this time, keep quiet. A roar came from behind the door and all the gods of destruction, all of them fell to their knees uncontrollably. They all felt an indescribable sense of oppression. Quitla, who had been shouting the most wildly, was sweating profusely. He already knew who was coming. The door slammed open. Zong Su instantly appeared beside the high priest, and at the same time he looked majestically at the kneeling gods of destruction. He had come a little later and they had already started a quarrel. Let's start. Zong Su gave the high priest a look and the high priest immediately understood. He informed the rules of the game in advance. This time the 7th universe will fight against the 9th universe. The most important thing is that you cannot kill people. You cannot use any recovery items on the field and weapons. As the high priest announced the rules thoroughly, all the gods of destruction got up from the ground tremblingly. Please follow us, everyone. 2 guards of the king appeared instantly and made a gesture of invitation to all the gods. Only then did someone take his first step. Chapter 74 The Great Battle of the Gods of Destruction. Beerus vs 11 Gods of Destruction. As the 12 gods of destruction sat in the corresponding waiting areas, Zong Su announced the panorama conference to everyone. Because the high priest had informed the 7th universe in advance, Beerus and the others were not very surprised. On the contrary, the gods of destruction from other universes all showed shocked presence. All the gods of destruction lined up and knelt in front of the Omni King in 2 rows. But they saw 2 Omni King. Helios was the first to discover that something was wrong. She didn't understand why there was a second Omni King in this time and space. Long time no see, Goku. You actually came to this event. The 2 Omni Kings flew to the side of Sun Wukong and talked to him enthusiastically. Yes, Aquan, I didn't expect you to really hold this competition. Sun Wukong was filled with an innocent smile. It was as if he had known a friend for a long time. The innocent smile and childish voice of the Omni King made the surrounding angels and all the gods of destruction sweat. Kampa had an even uglier presence. Is it Beerus who caused the trouble? Beerus, how did the humans from your universe appear net to the Omni King? And they were shouting so loudly. Quitla's pupils shrank suddenly. He also heard what Kampa said. Looking at the human net to the Omni King, it seems that he is from Beerus universe. Damn Beerus, does he want to kill everyone again? Quitella cursed inwardly. At this moment his hatred for Beerus reached a new level. Just the hide-and-seek incident almost killed all of them. Presumably the fact that the king of all summoned them here this time was also related to Beerus. Poor Beerus, he took the blame without knowing anything. Beerus, you bastard, why do you always cause trouble for other universes? Veins popped out on Xiongpa's forehead. Beerus' silence and Goku's rudeness made him angry and scared. It's true that people from the same family stick together, but Beerus remained silent. Then the high priest greeted the gods for a while. At the same time, he emphasized again the matters that need to be paid attention to in the upcoming game. The high priest walked to Berumo, staring at the figure behind the clown god of destruction. Who is the one behind you? He is Topo. He is my successor, the god of destruction of Universe 11. Berumo smiled and introduced his successor to the high priest. This guy named Topo is a candidate for the god of destruction. He is also the leader of the Pride team. In terms of strength, he is also an extremely powerful instance in Universe 11. Oh, is that so? Then I wish you to become the god of destruction soon. The high priest nodded, showing an affected presence. He clapped his hands. He signaled the gods on the field to keep quiet. Zong Su and the high priest nodded. It's time for the game to begin. As the space inside the palace continued to change, 12 circular floating waiting platforms slowly rose. Then a square but extremely huge arena rose in the center. This is a special arena prepared for the battle of the god of destruction. The material used is also extremely strong. Even the angels will take some time to destroy it. This is the most critical link. Zong Su snapped his fingers and all 12 gods of destruction were teleported to the center of the arena. The angels and the king of the world came to the waiting platform. The gods who didn't know the truth all showed puzzled presence. Why teleport the god of destruction to the arena? But they soon reacted. Are they going to let the god of destruction fight on the arena? The gods of destruction on the stage were so shocked that they were speechless. Only Beerus was not surprised. He had made enough preparations in advance. Lord Judge, are we going to compete on stage 2? Isn't this competition prepared for those players? Why let us Quitla asked Zong Su with a hint of doubt, but it was like a questioning tone. Isn't this fight between the gods of destruction a joke? He gradually became angry and he didn't understand why the judge did this. Quitla's words immediately made all the god present sweat. The angel Konik shook his head helplessly. Lord Quitla said the wrong thing again. Zong Su looked at Quitla below with cold eyes. Do you have any objection? At the moment when his eyes met Zong Su's, Quitla suddenly felt that he had fallen into endless abyss. His legs went weak and he knelt on the ground again. No, I have no objection. Everything will be done according to the requirements of the adult. Quitla lowered his body in fear, fearing that he would say say something wrong again and upset Zong Su. Seeing this, the remaining gods of destruction swallowed their saliva and no one dared to ask questions, fearing that they would follow in Kitla's footsteps silent. Finally it was Yvonne from the first universe who broke the desperate silence. He bravely asked Zong Su above, "What are the rules? Will there be any rewards for winning this game, or what kind of punishment is there?" He wanted to know what rewards the winner would have, and what kind of punishment would be. After all, this is the most important point. The rules are the same as I announced before. As long as you don't use weapons and recovery items, and don't kill people, then it's up to you. Zong Su did not answer Yvonne, but the high priest reminded them again. Then the high priest responded to him again, "Being alive is the best reward for you." The high priest's words shocked all the gods of destruction again. Being alive is the best reward. Does that mean they will be eliminated on the spot if they lose the game? An unprecedented fear rose in their heart. "Purge, that's the punishment for the official competition later. This has no effect on you now," the high priest said in a leisurely tone. "Of course, if you dare to let me win in the battle, I will purge all of you and then replace you with a new batch of destroyer god." The power of creation emerged in Zong Su's hand and he created a single infinitely large small universe on the spot. Then he crushed the small universe. Bang! The small universe immediately turned into countless dust and dissipated under this irresistible divine power. This was also a threat to all of them. After all, the system of destroyer god and king gods in this Dragon Ball world was constructed by him. Zong Su was very happy to give the lower god system an unprecedented cleansing. After seeing the tough measures taken by the judgment, all the destroyer god turned pale and did not dare to disobey the will of the supreme god. They could only honestly participate in this big melee. The two kings gave their own speeches respectively, and this big melee was about to begin with his slogan, "Big Arena." Except Beerus, the other 11 gods of destruction gradually approached each other and looked at Beerus on the other side with bad eyes. The field was immediately divided into two camps. Beerus will face the siege of the other 11 universe gods of destruction alone. What is coming is coming. We should settle the old account before it comes. Beat up the bastard Beerus first. Legere moved his shoulders. It's time to settle the old account. That's right, beat up Beerus first. I'm going to ravage him. Quitla looked at Beerus with a smirk. With these two gods of destruction taking the lead, all the remaining gods of destruction joined this temporary alliance just to beat up Beerus. Chapter 75, Fighting all the gods of destruction alone. Beerus's powerful strength. 11 gods of destruction stood in each corner surrounding Beerus in the center of the battle with absolute force. They were afraid that Beerus would run away. A bunch of despicable bastards. You usually claim to be noble, but in the end you are just a bunch of villains who take advantage of others' misfortunes. You are worthy of being called gods of destruction. Beerus was completely amused by these guys. He was really besieged by all the gods of destruction, but it didn't matter. Even if he would be beaten black and blue later, Beerus would never say any words of surrender to these guys. I won't let anyone look down on me again. Beerus' pupils shook and his aura and divine power burst out crazily. Purple destructive energy burst out from him. All the gods of destruction also showed solemn presence. Even after so many years, Beerus's strength is still so strong. No one is sure to defeat Beerus alone. The only thing they can do is to join forces. Beerus was covered with a layer of blue-white light and his pupils turned silver-white. He immediately activated the Ultra Instinct state. A purple divine ring also appeared behind him. Spectators, why do they hate Beerus so much? Did Beerus do something wrong? Seeing Beerus being besieged by 11 gods of destruction, Sun Wukong asked Whis net to him with a puzzled tone. Whis did not hide the matter. Instead, he slowly told Sun Wukong about the big event that happened at that time. It turned out that a long time ago the king of all had held a hide-and-seek competition in the entire universe. All the gods of destruction participated in this competition. Although the rules stated that all universes could hide for the sake of the king of all and for their own safety, all the gods of destruction hid in the palace. The king of all easily found the 11 gods of destruction, but he did not find Beerus because Beerus left for decades while hiding. This incident made the king of all furious. The fate of the 11 gods of destruction and the judge finally resolved this farce. However, this also made the 11 gods of destruction completely hate Beerus. This guy, but it almost killed them. Sun Wukong sighed for a while and at the same time began to admire Lord Beerus. He could sleep for decades while playing hide-and-seek. This is unprecedented. Back to the battle. Seeing Beerus in the state of Ultra Instinct, all the gods of destruction except Quitla showed ugly presence. Only Quitla sneered. Do you think I don't know this trick? As he said that, Quitla also entered the state of Ultra Instinct. Beerus is not the only god of destruction who has learned Ultra Instinct. Quitla can also do it. Okay, then I will show all my strength. Jin, who had been silent all the time, came up and also performed the Ultra Instinct. Then it was Legere and Iwan. Ultra Instinct. Beerus vs 4 gods of destruction who performed Ultra Instinct. Who will win the game in the end? Everything depends on what happens net. As the high priest announced the start of the match, touch. All the gods of destruction disappeared as after images attacking Beerus from all directions. Beerus' eyes condensed. He bent his legs slightly and then raised his elbow pad. The net moment, a black figure attacked from beside him. It was Arak, who had been hiding in the dark and attacking. Beerus didn't even look at him and pressed Arak's head with one hand. Arak's mind went blank. Everything was too late. Beerus burst out with terrifying power with one arm, pressed his head down and smashed a small hole in the ring. But at this moment, Beerus suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. An illusory arrow composed of destructive power instantly pierced his arm. It was Harris, who was shooting from a distance. Harris looked at Beerus with a mocking look on his face and pointed behind him. Beerus turned back suddenly. He saw that the third universe's god of destruction, Moscow, appeared behind him at some point and locked him tightly with his mechanical arm. Arak finally broke free from Beerus's clutches. Beerus' face turned red. No matter how much strength he used, he couldn't break free from the robot's arm. Now, Berumo snapped his fingers in the distance and a king's poker card was caught between his fingers. Beerus and Moscow flew uncontrollably into the air. They soon reached the critical point. "Aren't you crazy, Beerus? It's our turn now." And Quitla had been waiting in the sky, and at the same time he concentrated all his strength in his left fist, prepared to give Beerus the final blow. The 11 gods of destruction showed extremely powerful strength and coordination as soon as they came up. Even Beerus couldn't handle it for a while. Beerus roared and the destructive energy burst out with himself as the center. He broke free from Moscow's arm with great difficulty. He broke through his limit again. Although he broke free, Moscow, who didn't react, was going to suffer. Quitla's pupils suddenly shrank. He wanted to retract his fist, but it was too late, so he could only hit him hard. Bang! A strong collision sounded. Moscow was hit from high in the air to the ground of the ring by Quitla's full force attack. A big hole was smashed in the ring. Beerus jumped back to the ring and continued to use his body skills to avoid the covering attacks of the other gods of destruction. His ultra instinct increased the accuracy again. This made all the gods of destruction extremely annoyed, especially Yvonne and other gods of destruction who also used ultra instinct. Why is Beerus's ultra instinct so strong with such unwillingness? Several gods of destruction launched a more fierce joint attack again, but Beerus still dodged it easily. Compared with the embarrassment at the beginning of the fight, Beerus was extremely relaxed at this time. He gradually began to adapt to the joint attack of these gods of destruction. It turned out that these guys were not as strong as they thought. "Dare to look down on us?" Jin gritted his teeth and said angrily. Beerus dared to mock them at this time. How could he bear it? His mentality was disturbed. This was exactly what Beerus wanted and set up. Jin ate the state of ultra instinct. His brain was now dominated by anger, and he did not master the ultra instinct that could freely display different emotions. A red light flashed in Beerus' eyes and he came in front of him in an instant. A layer of purple light was also wrapped around his fist. Boom! Jin was knocked off the ring by Beerus's blow on the spot and could only be eliminated with regret and unwillingness. The god of destruction of Universe 12 is eliminated. As the voice of the High Priest verdict sounded, the other gods of destruction who were originally immersed in shock became more cautious. I didn't expect Beerus's strength to be so strong. He could eliminate one with the fire power of 11 gods of destruction. This is just the beginning of Beerus. Beerus used his extremely fast speed to jump to Hellas, who was always shooting coldly, and said in a gloomy tone, "Do you like to shoot coldly so much?" Hellas turned back suddenly, but what he met was Beerus's punch as big as a sandbag. So she and Jin were KO'd by Beerus in one move. Completely overwhelming strength. Chapter 76. Iterum, my shield is invincible. Ch8com. The second eliminated god of destruction appeared. This is the true strength of Beerus. Asshole, don't get too complacent. The remaining 9 gods of destruction. The gods once again used all their strength to attack Beerus, trying to kick him out of the ring, but Beerus's reaction was faster than theirs. He kicked Xiongpa away with one kick and then opened his arm. Countless destructive gas bombs burst out, bombarding every corner of the ring. Sidera's eyes flashed coldly. Then he used his ability to rub out a protective barrier for each destroyer god present. The barrier collided with the gas bombs and immediately a huge explosion was caused by friction. For a while the whole ring was in chaos. There were explosions and huge smoke everywhere. Sun Wukong, who was far away in the audience, swallowed his saliva. He also completely realized the power of the destroyer god. It was so terrifying. At that time Beerus said that he had used 70% of his strength. At that time Sun Wukong really took it seriously. Now he wanted to slap himself. It turned out that Beerus was just teasing him. The smoke dissipated. The 9 gods of destruction were intact. Even the barrier was not stained with any dust, which shows how strong it is. Thank you, Sidera. All the gods of destruction looked at him with gratitude. Just the intensive offensive just now. If it weren't for Sidera's protective shield, I'm afraid they would all be injured. My protective shield is the strongest. Sidera gave a thumbs up and smiled confidently at all the gods of destruction. Although his strength ranks last among all the gods of destruction, destruction. But in terms of auxiliary ability, if he dares to claim second place, then no god of destruction dares to claim first place. This is the source of Sidera's incomparable confidence. But Beerus lapped him hard, making him lose face. Beerus used the ability of space refraction to instantly jump in front of him. At the same time, his fist was wrapped in a layer of extremely terrifying destructive energy. Even the space around the fist fluctuated violently. This is an attack that can shatter the entire universe with one punch. Boom! Beerus punched Sidera's shield. The latter's proud shield shattered on the spot, and Sidera was also knocked back by Beerus's terrifying giant 9. Finally, he became the third god of destruction to be eliminated. This has already shown. Don't set a flag first. Just like Vegeta said he was Super Vegeta when he beat Cell. Seeing another god of destruction eliminated, the 8 gods of destruction quickly distanced themselves from Beerus. Everyone looked at Beerus vigilantly, constantly using long-range attacks to consume him. Beerus in the Ultra Instinct state easily dodged. Not even a trace of dust was stained. Damn it, when did he become so strong? Seeing Beerus, who was like a god descending from heaven, Quitella's E-Pression gradually became ugly. Beerus's strength should not be as strong as it is now. After all, he had won Beerus in arm wrestling. He envied and was jealous of Beerus. We are all gods of destruction, why are you so powerful? But at this moment, a scream came from behind him. Rumsey was knocked down from the ring to the audience by an energy attack. The number of gods of destruction left 8. Another god of destruction was eliminated. It was Belmode who did it. Belmode, you bastard! Legier's eyes were red with anger. There was actually a traitor in their camp. Don't be so angry, Mr. Legier. I didn't say I wanted to form an alliance with you guys. Belmode opened his arms and looked at the FO god of destruction in front of him with a smile. He never thought of being an enemy of Beerus. He was thinking about how to protect himself. It was the smartest choice, unlike the group of gods of destruction who were blinded by anger. Let's get started. Belmode raised an evil smile and snapped his fingers. A playing card appeared above the head of each god of destruction. Some were big and some were small, but they were treated the same. All the gods of destruction flew uncontrollably into the sky. Only Beerus was not affected. Welcome to the card time. 4 cards appeared in Belmode's hand again and were thrown into the air. 4 aces. All the gods of destruction were unable to dodge. They could only withstand Belmode card bomb with their bodies, accompanied by a loud boom. All the gods of destruction except Beerus were submerged in this terrifying explosion, accompanied by high and low screams. This scene made all the Kai King's scalp numb. Sun Wukong also had a new understanding of the power of the god of destruction. This Berumo is not only very strong but also very smart. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, the embarrassed figure of Liu Dao appeared. Quitla was even more blown to dust and his previous arrogant attitude was completely gone. I can't trust you, you traitor. Legier was completely broken and 9 thick FO tails fired countless air bombs at Berumo. He wanted to teach this untrustworthy traitor a lesson. The so-called God of Destruction Alliance also completely fell apart at this moment. They were just fighting each other. That's why Beerus said that they were just despicable villains who said one thing in front of the eyes and another in the back. They said they were united, but in the end they were still a mess. Come on, it's time to settle old scores. Damn rat. Beerus looked at Quitla with a ferocious face. This guy was the one who yelled the loudest just now. He was going to teach this dead rat a lesson. Don't be so arrogant, Beerus. Do you really think that the so-called Ultra Instinct can make you invincible? Quitla took off his scarf and had a fierce fight with Beerus. Fighting together. For a moment the ring was in chaos with dust and broken figures everywhere. Even the ring had a large crack. Looking at the completely chaotic scene, a trace of emotion flashed in the eyes of the 2 Omni Kings, but it quickly disappeared. I can't see clearly at all. The future Omni King had a blank E-Pression. He was a little tired of this battle. It was a complete mess, yet it's too chaotic. The main time and space Omni King also echoed. The Omni King wanted to end the game. Then he glanced at Zong Su, who was watching the battle not far away. Finally gave up the idea of stopping the game. Back to the battle. The battle has reached a white-hot stage. The god of destruction was constantly eliminated. In the end only SI people were left: Beerus, Quitella, Berumo, Yvonne, and Legier. It can be seen how fierce the battle was. Go down. Berumo punched Yvonne out of the ring. The latter could only lose the game with reluctance. There are only 4 gods of destruction left on the field. It's really hard to deal with. Berumo just breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly he noticed a terrifying murderous aura behind him. He turned his head stiffly, but he saw Beerus appeared behind him without knowing when. It was you who was throwing cards just now, right? Beerus pressed Berumo's shoulder with one hand and growled with murderous tone. No, it's not me. Berumo hadn't finished speaking when he felt an unprecedented pain in his abdomen. He spit out a large mouthful of acid water. Then his body flew out of the ring uncontrollably. Even though he made a lot of preparations in the battle, he was still eliminated in the end. Chapter 77. Beerus realized the perfect freedom. A new champion is born. Ch8 Calm. Currently there are 3 gods gods of destruction on the field. With the defeat of Berumad, this melee is about to end. The battle on Quitla's side also came to an end soon. Legere gradually became powerless, even though he broke through his own limit, but in the end he was kicked out of the ring by Quitla. So far, there are only two gods of destruction left on the ring. They are Beerus and Quitla. All the gods hold their breath, fearing that they will miss any scene that happens. This is extremely rare in history. This battle is not only for the honor of the universe, it is also for the face of the god of destruction. This is a battle for the throne of the strongest god of destruction. In the end, there are only two of us left. Quitla's mouth curled up a little cruelly. Beerus's strength really didn't disappoint him. In the end, it was still their fateful duel. Don't let me hit you and make you scream. Don't cry. Beerus took off his scarf. He used Ultra Instinct again. Different from the previous Ultra Instinct, this time it was obviously a quality improvement. Beerus' heart gradually calmed down. However, the blue-white aura formed a large spiral gala wyvord uncontrollably. It seemed that it would evolve in the net moment. This time not only the god of destruction was stunned, but also the powerful angels showed surprise. You really succeeded, Lord Beerus. Whis smiled with relief. The changes in Beerus were also seen by the high priest and others, and they all became curious. He has already made it to that step. It only takes a small opportunity to reach the perfect stage, the high priest said in a deep voice. Beerus is about to comprehend the perfect Ultra Instinct. This is an extremely rare case in the history of the entire Omni King's territory. The high priest's thoughts gradually drifted away. The last time the god of destruction comprehended the perfect Ultra Instinct, it was only the Tsunyamashi, and now Beerus will become the second case. He also began to look forward to Beerus' future. He wondered how far this god of destruction could go in the future. He glanced at Zong Su, who was smiling but not saying anything. Is this also part of your plan? In response to the question of the high priest, Zong Su did not speak. He just nodded with a smile, and the high priest finally understood at this time. No wonder Beerus was about to comprehend the perfect Ultra Instinct. It turned out that there was a master behind him. This is not surprising. Is the position of the god of destruction a little unsuitable for Beerus? The high priest once again put forward his own ideas. Beerus' current strength has exceeded the current limit of the god of destruction. It's time to give him a good promotion. You can set up a higher position than the god of destruction, but this will have to wait for the future planning. Zong Su interrupted the high priest. Thought, now is not the time to discuss these things. Give Beerus a promotion and a raise. We have to wait until later. At least finish this battle first. Beerus and Quitera once again engaged in an unprecedented fierce battle. Purple lightning bombarded every corner. The figures of the two also flashed at high speed in the sky, and every collision could cause extremely violent fluctuations in the space. All the eliminated gods of destruction were stunned. They finally realized the gap between themselves and Beerus and Quitera. In fact, it was not unfair to lose. As the battle became more intense, Quitera gradually became a little powerless. On the contrary, Beerus on the opposite side became stronger and faster. The attack became more and more fierce than before. Horror. Quitla was finally broken. He condensed a huge destructive energy in his hand and threw it toward Beerus. Beerus' eyes were cold. He didn't even try to dodge. He plunged directly into the destructive energy. This sudden situation caught everyone off guard. Was Beerus's head burnt out? But the net scene slapped them hard. Beerus instantly neutralized his attack. The blue-white aura on his body became even hotter, and at this moment he finally realized perfection. A silver light flashed in Beerus' eyes, and the Vort Gala Y under his feet gradually gathered together with him as the center. Beerus was bathed in it. He seemed to enjoy this feeling very much. Quitla's Zion was ferocious. How come Beerus was still fine? So he became even crazier, and the big red energy ball gradually gathered in his hand, formed a big sun. Fall down for me. With a crazy Zion, Quitla threw the huge sun to Beerus below. This was already his strongest move. He didn't believe that Beerus was fine. Looking at the setting sun, Beerus' eyes flashed silver light again, and his aura reached an unprecedented peak. For a while, he crushed the ring under his feet with one foot. He plunged into this sun. An even more shocking scene appeared. The sun disappeared in an instant. All the angels looked at the figure wrapped in silver white light behind Quitla in surprise. The gods of destruction also stood up. They look very serious. Finally, a god of destruction has realized the perfect Ultra Instinct ring. Quitla was stunned. He slowly turned his head and looked at the dazzling figure in disbelief, but he became even angrier. Stop playing trick. Quitla punched out, but the figure wrapped in light instantly passed through him. Quitla not only didn't touch it at once, on the contrary, he was hit by tens of millions of attacks. Even if Quitela was furious, he completely understood what this was. Perfect Ultra Instinct. Quitela broke through the defense again. Why was Beerus so lucky? Why could he only stop at ordinary Ultra Instinct? With such unwillingness, Quitela took out the destruction form to compete with him, but Beerus still had a cold Zion. He didn't take the shit yellow mouse in front of him seriously at all. Don't look down on me. Quitela punched out. Beerus still dodged it easily. Quitella then made several more attacks, but he was still easily dodged by the opponent, and Beerus finally got tired of this meaningless cat and mouse game. He punched Quitella's forehead very slowly, although it looked very slow, but the speed was already beyond the reach of Quitella's naked eyes. Boom! With endless reluctance, Quitella was directly knocked out of the ring by Beerus. A new champion was born under the gaze of all the gods. Beerus won the final victory, became the strongest god of destruction of this era so far. This great battle of gods of destruction also ended completely under the cheers of the king of all. Chapter 78 9th Universe vs 7th Universe. Sun Wukong killed through. The battle ended perfectly. Beerus won the final victory. As the gods of destruction returned to the audience seats, the two kings of all also expressed their opinion. Although the battle was a bit lagging at the beginning, it was a complete mess, but he was quite satisfied with the later battles. That kind of punch-to-flesh feeling. The king of all affirmed this and said that he would hold a real power conference after a while. But before that, this all-view game must be finished first. There is also the battle between the 7th universe and the 9th universe. It must be more interesting than the great battle of gods of destruction, right? The two kings began to look forward to it. Then the high priest ordered the servants to repair the broken arena. Zong Su also announced the new rules again. The NET Power Tournament will be a melee among 8 universes. Universes with higher human levels are exempted from participating. List of participants: 2 3 4 6 7 9 10 11 universes. Universes exempted from participating: 1 5 8 12 universes. Everything is moving in the normal direction. The 4 gods of destruction who were exempted from participating breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they did not face the risk of elimination. The other gods of destruction regretted and envied the 4 lucky guys. What made them most angry was, why don't angels who lose the game have to be eliminated? On the contrary, they will suffer if they destroy the king of gods in the divine realm. Time passed quickly. The battle between the 7th universe and the 9th universe began. The players sent by the 9th universe are Lavanda, Basil and Bergamo. That is the 3 wolves of the dagger. The 3 brothers are called the Dangerous Trio and are the trump card of the 9th universe. Sidera is also extremely confident in their strength, but reality soon gave them a slap in the face. Compared with the 9th universe, the 7th universe sent Sun Wukong to fight. Okay, it seems that it is my turn. Sun Wukong did a warm-up and his physical strength and agility instantly reached the peak state. Don't hide your strength later. Deal with those 3 guys quickly. Dragging your feet will not improve you at all, Beerus said calmly. He wanted to give those arrogant guys a surprise, so he warned Sun Wukong to end the battle quickly and not to hide his strength. If those guys saw this scene, they would surely claim right. Thinking of that scene, Beerus felt proud in his heart. I understand. Although Sun Wukong was confused about this, he still followed Beerus' instructions. Get ready to go on stage, Mr. Wukong. Whis' urging voice sounded on the side. As the 2 Omni Kings continued to cheer, Wukong spun and jumped perfectly and landed on the side of the ring just like drinking water. It's the human who was shouting just now. Looking at the confident Sun Wukong, Berumo's tone was a little low. This guy named Sun Wukong left a big impression on him. He dared to shout in front of the Omni King, the Great Priest and the Judge. It seems that the background board is not ordinary. Help me investigate the origin and background of this human. I want to know who this guy is. Quitella looked at Sun Wukong with a gloomy face, and the Kai King on the side also nodded. For a while, the destroyer gods began to discuss the topic of Sun Wukong. Seeing this situation, Beerus couldn't help feeling proud in his heart. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly because more shocking things were still to come. As Sun Wukong finished warming up again, Basil, one of the Dangerous Trio, also appeared. He looked at the somewhat thin human in front of him and his heart was filled with contempt. You are the trump card of the 7th universe, Basil said with a little sarcasm. But Sun Wukong did not answer his question but just raised his finger to signal him to come over. Get out, how dare you look down on me? Basil was instantly furious, so he was looked down upon by this guy. Seeing this, everyone in the 9th universe felt uneasy. They were getting angry before the fight even started. This was the first time. It's over. Angel Mojito shook his head helplessly and was speechless to Basil. He had already foreseen the outcome of the match. As the voice of the high priest sounded, the match officially began. Basil instantly disappeared from the spot and attacked Sun Wukong with his proud kicking skill. Sun Wukong just raised his right fist lightly without dodging. Bang! Everything happened in a flash. A black figure was instantly knocked out of the ring. That figure was Basil, who had not yet reacted. He returned to the audience and looked at Sun Wukong on the field with a shocked face. Was he killed? Instantly, when he was about to approach Sun Wukong, he suddenly felt a heavy blow in his abdomen. Then he returned to the audience seats. Sun Wukong's fist was wrapped in a layer of blue divine breath, but there was no breath on his body. It seems that Master Beerus is right. This really doesn't improve me at all. Sun Wukong smiled helplessly and then returned to the audience seats of the 7th universe. The first game ended in an instant. This surprised all the gods of destruction present. present. At the same time they also became very curious about this guy named Sun Wukong, but they were more alert. This will be an extremely powerful opponent. Basil, what the hell are you doing? Sidera yelled at him. Losing a game at the speed of light was completely out of his control. Basil also felt depressed. He was killed instantly. Time passed quickly again. The second game officially started. This time the 9th universe sent Lavanda to fight. Compared with Basil's previous arrogance, Lavanda was much calmer. The second game also started at the signal of the High Priest. As soon as the High Priest finished speaking, a bang sound came from the ring. Lavanda became another player from the 9th universe to be eliminated after Basil. Sun Wukong's fist was still smoking. Not only did he not have any effect, on the contrary he looked red. Seeing Lavanda being eliminated so easily by Sun Wukong, the Kaishin and the god of destruction of the 9th universe were completely desperate. No, this is still a fight against Jimao Mao. Kill him with one move and he will be a runner-up. Sidera felt that his life was completely over. If this continues, how can he fight in the NET tournament of power? Can we surrender? King of the Kaishin Luo cautiously tended his hand, but what he received was a scolding from Sidera. The second game was the same as the previous one. It ended at the speed of light. Only Belgamo was left in the 9th universe. Sun Wukong was a king who had gone to a low-end game, a one-sided bully. The gods were surprised at Sun Wukong's strength again, but not as shocked as expected, because Sun Wukong had not yet shown his true strength and there was no decent opponent. This guy is very strong. Topo looked at Sun Wukong with a serious look. He might not be the opponent of this Sun Wukong. Even if Jiren came, he would not be able to take him down for a while. These are secondary. Time flies. The third game started. Belgamo jumped onto the ring, looking at the smiling Sun Wukong in front of him with a serious face. You must use all your strength to deal with this guy. He is the only. Now it's time to fight. The game begins. As the High Priest announced the start of the game, Sun Wukong and Belgamo disappeared instantly and a fierce battle broke out in the sky, but it only lasted for a short while. Bang! Sun Wukong punched Belgamo away and then finished with a Kamehameha, and Belgamo was eliminated. Sun Wukong won a complete victory. Chapter 79. The SI universes returned. The moment of Dragon Ball Revolution. Ch8com. At the same time, multiverse. This is a subordinate plane of the Omni King's territory and it is also a place of extreme chaos. But now a great war has broken out here. Three figures kept flashing back and forth in this starry sky, fighting fiercely. Two blue and one red. The red figures suppressed the two streams of light with tyrannical strength. Boom! As the destructive energy emerged in the hands of the red figure, one of the blue figures was destroyed on the spot. Fa no. The face of the surviving man was full of pain. His teammate died in front of him and he was powerless, but he will soon follow in the footsteps of death. I saw the man opposite him with a scarlet light all over his body. He grabbed his neck on the spot with a playful look on his face. Oh, I thought he was so strong. In the end they are just two pieces of trash. The man wore a scarf that matched the god of destruction and even the pants were the same. Obviously it was another god of destruction. Kill me. The Time and Space Administration will not let you go. Who are you? Obviously the person being strangled by the god of destruction is the Time and Space Patrolman from the Time and Space Administration. He was shocked and angry at this moment. He was patrolling the multiverse as usual, but he was attacked by such a guy who suddenly appeared, and judging from his clothes he seems to be a god of destruction. But why did the god of destruction attack their Time and Space Patrolman? But the man would not give him time to think. As the light of destruction emerged, the patrolman also followed the fate of another Time and Space Patrolman. What a waste! The man cursed inwardly. He thought he was a powerful opponent, but in the end he couldn't even last half a minute. At the same time he felt a wave of disdain in his heart. The Time and Space Administration was only at this level. He picked up the metal that fell on the ground, his e-pression uncertain, and at this moment a portal appeared behind him accompanied by a murderous voice. I didn't expect that after so long I was resurrected. The guy who said this had the same skin as the angel and even the same clothes and the iconic halo and scepter, but this angel was not as elegant and easygoing as the angels in the Omni King's territory. The gentle divine power disappeared. Instead it was replaced by a murderous aura. Half of his face was eroded into black and his pupils were full of bloodshot and red. He shouted the names of the High Priest and others with an angry look. Obviously he had a great hatred for the High Priest. But we are back, aren't we? Olaros. The corners of the man's mouth raised a cruel arc and his long black hair moved without wind, and the angel named Olaros also returned to calm, but his eyes were still full of unspeakable hatred. Judgment Envoy High Priest, I will personally chop you into pieces. Olaros had just finished speaking. More than a dozen figures suddenly appeared behind him, and each figure was constantly emitting an extremely powerful and terrifying aura. Among them were gods of destruction and angels, including him and Nicias. There were a total of 12 people. It feels so good to be back. I can't wait to go back. A mummy-like god of destruction laughed laughed wildly. It seems that Kansei has fulfilled his promise and we are indeed completely resurrected. A god of destruction with tentacles on his head and an extremely strong body sneered. He clenched his fist, feeling the almost inhospitable energy in his body. After continuous testing, the strong man finally confirmed that he and several other gods of destruction were resurrected, and their strength has also returned to the peak. But before that we have to complete the task assigned by the mistress. Only in this way can we take revenge. One of the Threed gods of destruction also spoke. Yes, that's right. Revenge has to be put on hold. Don't forget the order given to us by the mistress. The carnival is about to begin. A thin god of destruction with 2 tentacles on his head spoke. He roared in an almost crazy tone, and all the faces of the gods of destruction and the angels showed distorted expression. The moment of revolution has come. The territory of the Omni King. Compared with the multiverse just now, this side seems much more peaceful. Everything is proceeding according to the established trajectory. Sun Wukong eliminated the dangerous trio with extremely powerful strength and won the victory of the 7th universe. This made all the gods present look at him with new eyes, and this is what Beerus wants most. But the expressions of the 2 Omni Kings are a little weird. What's the point of killing in one move? What they want is a fisto-flesh fight, not this kind of instant kill. So when the gods such as the Great Priest and Zong Su were after discussion, asked Sun Wukong to fight another battle. Sun Wukong was very happy about this and he wished he had a decent opponent to fight with him, but he was in a dilemma about choosing someone. You can't choose a god of destruction as an opponent for Sun Wukong, right? But at this time, Tokpo, who had been silent all the time, spoke. Tokpo knelt on one knee in front of Zong Su and expressed his willingness to participate in this battle. I look forward to the day when you grow up to be the god of destruction. Zong Su nodded and affirmed Tokpo's strength. This guy will definitely become the god of destruction in the future, but his talent stops here. There is no need for him to invest. On the contrary, that Jiren is the target that Zong Su is looking at. Zong Su smiled, decided to include Jiren in his investment plan when he has the chance in the future. After all, that guy's talent is really high. Don't be careless. This guy is not simple. Beerus warned Sun Wukong not to be too careless in the NET battle. This candidate for the god of destruction of the 11th universe is not a simple character at all. A tough battle is coming. Leave it to me. I am confident enough to deal with him. Goku gave Beerus and Whis a thumbs up and at the same time showed his signature smile. It was a smile of confidence in his own strength, a reliable smile. Get ready to go on stage, Son Goku. The High Priest reminded Son Goku, who had not yet gone on stage, that the battle was about to begin. Son Goku nodded. He jumped to the side of the ring again, and Tokpo also took off his cloak, his eyes full of solemnity. Then he also jumped into the ring. He was opposite to Son Goku. My name is Tokpo, and I am the captain of the Pride Team of Universe 11, and also the successor of Lord Belmode, Tokpo said solemnly. Seeing this, Son Goku was obviously stunned for a few seconds, but he quickly came to his senses. My name is Son Goku, you can also call me Kakarot. Son Goku also greeted him. It's an honor to fight with you. I believe you will definitely bring us surprises. Tokpo gave an affirmative look, because the first person to propose the power conference in this time and space was not Son Goku, so Tokpo did not hate him. On the contrary, he had a little respect. This is the greatest respect for an opponent. Chapter 80 Ultra Instinct Goku vs God of Destruction Tokpo. The two disappeared at the same time. They turned into 2 streams of light and fought fiercely in the sky. Sun Wukong slashed with his left foot and then attacked Tokpo with a sky hook. Tokpo's eyes glowed red. He grabbed Sun Wukong's ankle with one hand. Sun Wukong's face suddenly changed, and he immediately used all his strength to break free. But Tokpo's strength was so terrifying, Sun Wukong couldn't break free for a while, and he just took the rare opportunity to launch a counterattack. Sun Wukong was thrown to the ground of the ring like a sandbag. Sun Wukong's throat felt sweet and a mouthful of blood couldn't help spitting out of his mouth. He thought to himself that it was not good. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Then Sun Wukong used the skills he learned from Mr. Kame. He offset most of the damage with his own body and control of his breath. Although this move offset most of the damage, Sun Wukong was still a little confused. He had no time to think now because Tokpo's iron fist was already hitting his face. Sun Wukong frowned and instantly activated the blue full power form. He disappeared in front of him in a flash. Tokpo's face changed suddenly. There was also a severe pain in his back. He spit out acid and flew backward. But Tokpo was also an old monster who had lived for many years. In terms of dealing with situations and fighting skills, he was better than Sun Wukong, so he adjusted his position instantly while flying backward and landed steadily on the other side of the ring. You are the most powerful human I have ever seen except for Grey Jiren, Tokpo said in a serious tone. Then he raised his breath and strength to a level that could simply compete with Sun Wukong. Then they wrestled together again. For a while they were evenly matched, except for Beerus and Berumo. All other gods of destruction and and King Kais showed surprise. It was the first time they had seen such a powerful human. This power, not a god but comparable to a god. Are they both candidate for god of destruction? The King Kai of Universe 2 said in a horrified tone. It seems that those two guys Berumo and Beerus have cultivated a monster. Quitla said with an ugly e-press Zion. No matter whether Son Goku was cultivated by Beerus or not, it is a bad thing for him. The stronger Beerus is, the worse his situation will be. After all, he and Beerus are mortal enemies. Has Son Goku come to this point? Xiongpa showed regret on his face. If he had known that Son Goku and Vegeta were so strong, he should not have challenged Beerus to a fight. Back to the battle. Tokpo was getting weaker and weaker. He couldn't even deal with Sun Wukong's attack at certain times. Sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. On the other hand, Sun Wukong on the other side was fine. His stamina was like a bottomless pit, and the aura of super blue full power didn't decrease at all. On the contrary, it became more and more intense. Tokpo was deeply shocked. How could this Sun Wukong be so powerful? And seeing the other party's impression, it seems that he has not shown much strength at all. If Sun Wukong was willing, Tokpo would have lost long ago. But Sun Wukong didn't want to waste such a powerful sparring partner. He enjoyed the feeling of fighting. Seeing the one-sided situation in the battle, Belmo's face gradually became ugly. Why was he suppressed in the fight? Don't hide it anymore. Hurry up and show all your strength, Tokpo, he shouted without caring about his image. Tokpo's face froze and then nodded solemnly. If he continued like this, he would definitely lose. It's time to show all his strength. Tokpo's eyes became extremely sharp and 5 red rays shot out from his fingers. Goku narrowly avoided them. Tokpo quickly distanced himself from him. Then he used the air bomb to cover Sun Wukong's continued attack. Goku did not launch a pursuit. He just watched. Use all your strength. I know your strength is not limited to this. Sun Wukong made a parrying gesture with a smile on his face. He knew that Tokpo had not yet shown his true strength. You are a powerful warrior. Your character and strength are worthy of my admiration. Tokpo began to admire Sun Wukong. Not only is his strength extremely strong, but his character is also so perfect. It would be even better if he could join the Pride team. This is my true power. Tokpo nodded heavily, emptying all his state. Even his breath completely disappeared. Then purple energy burst out from his body. The exclusive mark of the god of destruction also appeared on his chest. The strong destructive power surrounded his body, and his body became extremely strong at this moment. It was in sharp contrast with the previous state. Tokpo, the god of destruction. Seeing Tokpo in this form, all the gods of destruction except Berumo showed shocked Zion. Even the angels were surprised. He is the candidate for the god of destruction. Beerus' pupils shrank suddenly. He finally understood why this Tokpo could fight with Son Goku for so long. It turned out that this guy is the candidate for the god of destruction. It looks like Mr. Goku is going to be in trouble, Whis said with a smile without any worry on his face. He was still very confident in Sun Wukong's strength. The other gods of destruction looked at each other. They all saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. The 11th and 7th universes really produced two powerful humans. Their players are probably no match. Looking at Tokpo in this form, Sun Wukong gradually smiled. That's more like it. Use all your strength to have a good fight. It's worth the trip. Then Sun Wukong ate the super blue full power form. Sun Wukong took a deep breath. His breath became extremely calm, so he entered the state of ultra instinct in the puzzled and shocked eyes of the god. Sun Wukong was wrapped in flowing light. His pupils switched to silver. Although he did not master it perfectly, he could now activate this state at will. Seeing Sun Wukong activate ultra instinct, not only the god of destruction but also the angels were shocked. There are actually humans other than the destroyers who have mastered ultra instinct, and they can enter this state at will. You should know that there are only a handful of gods of destruction who have mastered ultra instinct, not to mention human. But now this human named Sun Wukong has taught them a lesson, and those gods of destruction who have not mastered ultra instinct also lowered their heads with blushing faces. They are not even as good as this human, and this is exactly what Beerus wanted. He and Sun Wukong were really good today. What form is that? Tokpo looked solemn. He didn't understand what state Sun Wukong had entered. He thought it was a new form. This is a state, not a form, Sun Wukong said calmly. Both of them burst into burning sparks of fighting spirit in their eyes, and they all showed their full strength. So the two of them fought fiercely again. The fluctuations caused far exceed the sum of their previous battle. The sky above the ring was filled with hot air currents and destructive energy. There were even strands of lightning. Chapter 81. Completely overwhelming power. Tokpo Jiren's power is very strong. Sun Wukong threw a punch, but immediately Tokpo blocked it with his arms, offsetting this terrifying blow. But Sun Wukong's attack was far from over. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he punched Tokpo's arms again. Tokpo blocked it again, but not as easily as last time. The terrifying fist wind penetrated his chest, making him almost fall down without a stable stand. How can you be so strong? Feeling his Tokpo's arms that had been paralyzed by the shock. Tokpo couldn't help but exclaimed, "Except for the grey Jiren." This was the first time he saw someone who could completely surpass him in strength. Maybe it's because of a lot of practice. Sun Wukong slightly turned sideways with his left arm flat. His right arm blasted at Tokpo in front of him like a machine gun, causing all-round coverage without dead angles. Looking at the nearly countless meteor punches coming at him, Tokpo's pupils shrank suddenly. What the hell is this? But Sun Wukong would not give him time to think because the attack had already come. Bang bang bang! The sound of the collision was as fierce as a gunshot. Countless fists hit Tokpo one after another. Each hit brought great pain to Tokpo's physical burden. Tokpo spat out a mouthful of acid. He almost couldn't even stabilize his god of destruction state. This Sun Wukong's strength far exceeded his imagination. Don't underestimate me. Tokpo was finally beaten to a pulp. A strong purple light appeared in his eyes and destructive energy also appeared in his hands. But how could Sun Wukong give him a chance? Seeing Tokpo condensing destructive energy, Sun Wukong's mouth corners rose again. This was exactly what he wanted, and this was what he was waiting for. Sun Wukong grabbed the destructive energy in Tokpo's hand with one hand and crushed it with one hand. Boom! The destructive energy plotted instantly. A brilliant purple firework was formed in the sky. How is it possible? This is clearly destructive energy. Tokpo's eyes showed disbelief. This Sun Wukong actually crushed his own destructive energy with one hand. In the past, once the destructive energy was released, no matter how powerful the enemy was, it would be turned into particles and disappear. This was also the source of Tokpo's confidence. It was also his ultimate trump card. But the ultimate trump card he relied on was crushed by a human with one hand. But Sun Wukong would not give him time. He punched Tokpo in the abdomen and the latter was knocked to heaven on the spot. The originally solid tabletop was smashed with deep cracks which spread like spider webs. Shocking. Tokpo lay motionless on the ground, his body covered with dust and blood, looking very miserable. The state of the god of destruction that he was proud of also disappeared. He was completely defeated by Sun Wukong. Tokpo lay in the ruins, his pupils gradually dilated. He seemed to see a series of hallucinations, but he couldn't touch them. Sun Wukong's figure appeared in the sky again, looking at him lying in the pit with a calm presence. "Can you still get up and fight?" Sun Wukong said calmly. Tokpo's tone of voice changed. It seemed that he could use up all his strength with just one sentence. He wanted to get up and fight Sun Wukong again, but he couldn't get up anymore. His confidence and pride were shattered. Even most of his bones were broken. Sun Wukong sighed. At this time a helpless tone came from the audience. "We admit defeat." Belmode closed his eyes in pain. He surrendered. No matter how much Tokpo fought, he would never be a match for Sun Wukong. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. He had lost to Beerus before, and his players also lost to Beerus players. Belmode sat on the sofa in a depressed mood. He had already lost completely. All the gods of destruction sighed, but no one mocked Belmode at this time. "The result has been decided." So Zong Su, who had been watching the game, announced the final result of the game to everyone. The winner this time was still the 7th universe. The previous battle of the gods of destruction, Sun Wukong's Onan 3, and this battle, the 7th universe completely crushed the other universes. Sun Wukong fell from a high altitude, slowly walked to Tokpo, took out a senzu bean from his waist bag, and threw it into Tokpo's mouth. Tokpo's previous injuries were instantly eliminated, and his originally depleted physical strength was instantly restored. Feeling the vitality coming from his body, Tokpo finally understood the whole story. He looked at Sun Wukong with a complicated presence. He couldn't utter a word. "You are really powerful. I hope to fight you again in the future." Sun Wukong stretched out his hand to Tokpo below with an innocent smile on his face. Looking at the hand handed to him, Tokpo was stunned for a few seconds, but a smile also appeared on his face. "Thank you." Tokpo grabbed the hand and Sun Wukong also pulled him up. "Let me introduce myself again. I am Tokpo, the captain of the 11th Universe Pride Team." If Tokpo respected Sun Wukong before, he now completely recognized him. He won his affirmation and respect for both his character and strength. He was not hostile to Sun Wukong like in the anime. "My name is Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong reported his name again, and Tokpo also pressed his thought. "Are you interested in joining the Pride Team? We need you." Tokpo looked at Sun Wukong seriously. How he wished Sun Wukong could join the Pride Team so that he could maintain the peace of the universe. Sun Wukong was simply the best candidate for the Pride Team. "Sorry, I don't have this idea for the time being. There are more important things waiting for me." Sun Wukong declined him politely. He didn't have any intention of joining the Pride Team at the moment. His mind was only on in the special training afterward. "Really, that's a pity." Tokpo sighed deeply, his face showing disappointment. Then the two began to communicate, agreed to wait for the NET Tournament of Power to compete again. But before returning to the audience seats of Universe 11, Tokpo looked at Son Goku seriously and said, "I am not the strongest in Universe 11 yet. I have a teammate, his name is Jiren. I believe you will get to know him soon. Then you will also truly realize how terrible his power is. Tokpo shook his head, telling Son Goku that he is not the strongest in Universe 11. He has a teammate named Grey Jiren who is far more powerful than him, the captain of the Pride team. Son Goku not only did not show fear on his face, on the contrary he gradually became excited. Really, that's great. I am looking forward to the battle later. Son Goku said excitedly. He likes this kind of difficult challenge. Seeing that Sun Wukong was not afraid but gradually excited, Tokpo was stunned for a moment. You are such a weird guy. So he returned to the waiting area of Universe 11. Chapter 82. The Palace of the Great Priest Zong Su. Are you interested in taking a higher position? Ch8 calm. Sorry Lord Berumo, I disappoint you, Tokpo said to Berumo with an apologetic tone. He still lost the battle. It's not your fault Tokpo. I know you tried your best. Berumo patted Tokpo on the shoulder and then sighed. He didn't blame Tokpo for losing the game. It's just that the monster of Universe 7 is far beyond his expectations. At least Tokpo tried his best to fight, didn't he? Although they lost, they still won back a bit of face for Universe 11. I won't let you down. Tokpo looked at Berumo with a firm face, and he would never let down the adult cultivation. We have to pay close attention to this human. God of Destruction Hellas put his hands on his waist, drew a perfect curve and looked at Son Goku of Universe 7 seriously. At the same time he ordered the King of the Worlds to investigate Son Goku's background. I didn't expect that the potential of humans is so terrible. Lord Ligier, maybe we have to take these humans seriously in the future. King of the Worlds Iru said to Ligier. Some people are happy and some are worried about the perfect victory of Universe 7. Beerus is excited that Son Goku won the battle, as if the entire victory of the Tournament of Power has been predetermined. The gods of destruction of other universes are frowning. Son Goku and Tokpo's strength is not something that their universe players can compete with. Don't they know that their own universe is the same? Well done Son Goku. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Haha, you really didn't bring shame to Beerus and Universe 7. Beerus laughed. This is the most venting episode he has had in tens of millions of years. Seeing the happy prescions of the gods of destruction, Beerus felt very proud. He finally got rid of his anger. This Tokpo is really powerful. My fist is still hurting. Goku took a big gulp of water. Although he is fine now. In fact, his fist has already turned red. Mr. Goku, it seems that your ultra instinct has improved again. We need to intensify our training later, Whis said in a relaxed tone. He has seen Goku's great progress in a short period of time. This talent and understanding far exceeds Beerus's original. The fact that he can comprehend ultra instinct in a short period of time is enough to explain everything. But at this moment, Karan the angel from Universe 8 came to Whis. What's the matter, brother? Whis raised his eyebrows. Nothing, Whis. Looking at Goku, who was talking to Beerus, Karan looked a little strange. Why can this human named Goku be so close to the Lord of all? Not only that, even the respected and powerful judge and the high priest who is respected by the angels did not pursue Goku's unreasonableness. So Karan was very curious about what the background of this Sun Wukong was. How could he be so presumptuous? And Whis just smiled, his lips slightly parted. Using the telepathic function, he told his brother everything he knew. What? Karan's pupils shrank suddenly after learning the truth. No wonder this Sun Wukong could be so carefree in front of these gods. It turned out that this was the investment target of the judge, and he also knew the king of all. I finally understand. Kalun looked at Sun Wukong with a complicated expression. Then he looked at Zong Su sitting on the throne of the void with a bit of fear. So he said goodbye, returned to the audience of the 8th universe. After that, the king of all also expressed his feelings, saying that the power conference will be officially launched in a month. At the same time, he said that the eliminated universes will be eliminated. The god of destruction and the angels left the stage one after another. But when Beerus and his group were about to leave, Zong Su stopped them. The high priest and I have something to tell you. Zong Su hooked his finger at the 4 people. Although the 4 people were confused, they followed Zong Su closely like elementary school student. Don't worry, this is a good thing for you. Zong Su mysterious lithe 5 figures stepped into the portal and the originally silent temple of the Omni King was empty again. Zong Su led the 4 people through one universe after another, across one timeline and space after another. Finally they arrived at their destination. A dazzling white light flashed and Beerus, Son Goku, and King of the Kai couldn't help but close their eyes. Only Zong Su and Whis were fine. As the white light disappeared, the scene in front of them completely shocked the world view of the 3 of them. The 3 of them opened their mouth and eyes wide. Even Beerus shed tears. It was not a scene, but a series of magnificent palaces connected to each other. This palace is simply a dreamlike instant. The magnificent scale and the extremely luxurious decoration made the 3 of them dumbfounded and amazed. Standing in front of the palace, they seemed to be in a mythical world surrounded by endless splendor. Such a palace, its hugeness and magnificence have surpassed the scope of what words can describe. There is no comparison with it in the whole palace. palace of the king. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you truly feel its shocking power. This is Beerus' first time here. This is the dimension where the high priest lives. Zong Su explained to the three people in a calm tone. He was no longer surprised. The three nodded in a daze. Compared with a few people, Whis showed a nostalgic look. I'm back home again. This is where all angels grow up. But as the three sighed, Zong Su had already arrived at the gate of the temple. Don't fall behind. No one will save you if you get lost here. The four hurriedly followed. After passing through one building after another, the four finally arrived at the place where the high priest was waiting for them. The interior of this palace was filled with dazzling white light, as if it was an endless source of light. Tens of thousands of universes with faint light hanging in the sky like stars. They were closely arranged together, like exquisite decorations embellishing the entire space. Zong Su and the high priest sat on the throne at this time, looking at the four people who had arrived with a smile on their faces. Whis bowed gently. The god of destruction and Beerus knelt on the ground. Only Sun Wukong was at a loss. He was completely shocked. Finally Beerus pulled him to kneel down. I summoned you here just for a small matter. Don't be too nervous. A soft light condensed in Zong Su's hand and a throne appeared where the four people sat down. Beerus and the other two sat down a little nervously. At the same time they were still looking around. Whis had a calm face. My lords, why did you summon us here this time? Whis spoke first. Nothing. It's just about the arrangement of the priesthood. The high priest smiled and shook his head, and at the same time he set his eyes on Beerus and Sun Wukong and stated the purpose. Are you interested in taking a higher position? Chapter 83. Beerus takes office as the great god of destruction, the moment of ascension to the godhood. What do you mean? Beerus's breathing became more and more rapid. Even with a little thought he could understand the meaning of the high priest's word. Is he going to get a promotion and a raise? The high priest and I plan to upgrade your position by one level. After all, your strength has exceeded the standard. Even if there are some shortcomings, your current strength has already reached the threshold of the god of destruction in the glorious past. Zong Su said with a smile. After all, he had said this to Beerus before. Work hard, I will give you a promotion and salary increase in the future. At that time Beerus only regarded it as a joke. After all, superiors often make promises to their subordinates, which is also normal. But Zong Su was not joking. What position do you plan to assign to me? Beerus was so nervous that he broke out in a cold sweat. The wealth and honor finally fell on him, but he wanted to know what position the two adults would assign to him. Great Destroyer, the high priest replied calmly. This time not only Sun Wukong was stunned, even Whis, who was watching the show, was stunned. Great Destroyer, what kind of name is this? But Zong Su and the other two didn't care about the name. It all depended on Beerus himself. After a short silence, Beerus took a deep breath. He looked at the two supreme gods in front of him with a firm gaze and raised his doubts again. What is my job content? He wanted to know what he should and shouldn't do after taking office as the Great Destroyer, leading all the Destroyer gods, and always monitoring the character and performance of these Destroyer gods is your responsibility. A smile appeared on Zong Su's lips. This is also part of his power. Letting Beerus serve as the Great Destroyer god is of great benefit to him. At least for a long time in the future he can rely. In addition, you are also responsible for guiding other Destroyer gods and maintaining the balance of the universe. Zong Su added, whether you choose or refuse, it depends on you. We won't impose our ideas on you. The high priest smiled. Beerus' face flashed with hesitation. If it were in the past, he would definitely choose to agree without hesitation. When all this really came, he began to feel confused. He doesn't know whether he should choose to become the Great Destroyer and take on the mission of all universes. Whis was confused for a moment. Zong Su and the high priest were not annoyed, just quietly waiting for Beerus to give an answer. No matter what choice you make, don't let yourself regret it, Lord Beerus. Whis patted Beerus on the shoulder. Whether Beerus chooses yes or no, he will support him without hesitation. Not like you, Lord Beerus. Make a choice quickly. Sun Wukong smiled and covered his head. Isn't this a simple multiple choice question? Why did Lord Beerus hesitate for so long? If it were me, I would probably give the answer soon. After hearing what they said, Beerus' eyes gradually brightened. He understood the significance of being the god of destruction and finally made his own choice. Beerus left his seat and knelt on one knee at the feet of Zong Su and the great priest. I can be the great god of destruction, Beerus said loudly with a firm face. He finally chose to take the post of the great god of destruction. Seeing this, Whis and Son Goku finally smiled happily. Beerus made his own choice. They were all happy for Beerus' choice. This will be the most fortunate choice for you. Beerus obeyed. Zong Su's tone suddenly became serious, and the face of Beerus below was the same. I, the judge Zong Su, on the 3135 570th day and 468th hour of the royal calendar, appoint Beerus as the first great god of destruction in the All-King territory. From now on, lead all the gods of destruction. His voice shook the hearts of everyone present like thunder, as if it stopped all time and penetrated all dimensions in this space. Have you decided? Zong Su put the red holy sword on Beerus' Beerus' shoulder, his tone full of majesty. "I've thought about it," Beerus replied with a firm look in his eyes. "Just like what the adult said before, when you have the opportunity to make a choice, please don't regret it. It is difficult to make up for the missed opportunity." "What is your responsibility?" "My responsibility is to lead all the gods of destruction and maintain the stability of this territory." Beerus has gained unprecedented power. He took the red sword in Zong Su's hand with a pious look. From now on he is no longer the god of destruction of the 7th universe, but the leader of all the gods of destruction. Seeing this scene, even the usually carefree Sun Wukong became serious. "In that case I'll help you too." Blue energy appeared in the hands of the great priest and Zong Su, and they shot it into Beerus' body. Beerus suddenly burst out with a dazzling white light, as if a bright star plotted in an instant. His body floated involuntarily into the air, as light and elegant as if it had lost the restraint of gravity. The divine power and strength contained in Beerus' body rose steadily at an astonishing speed. Its growth rate was exponentially explosive. In a flash his strength had soared to the same height as Whis. At this moment the white light emanating from Beerus' body shattered and scattered like a broken mirror. Countless brilliant and dazzling fragments of light burst out. His aura suddenly changed drastically. At this moment Beerus was like a god from ancient time. He exuded a frightening pure white aura. It seemed that the whole world was enveloped by his incomparable and powerful aura. The fluctuations caused by Beerus' ascension to the throne even affected the territory of the Omni King outside this dimension. All the gods of destruction and angels looked up at the same time. Their eyes stared at the unknown direction of the starry sky. They could all feel someone had reached the realm of an angel. Beerus did not change much. There was only a blue divine ring behind his head and a V-shaped symbol on his forehead. Seeing Beerus in this state, Whis' son Goku and the accompanying king of the King's Sin could not help but be stunned in place. At this moment Beerus seemed more like a god. Beerus landed steadily on the ground. "Thank you for your cultivation." He knelt in front of the great priest Zong Su, again thanking the two adults for cultivating him, Beerus, and allowing him to reach this unprecedented height. "Remember your duty. Don't let us all down." Zong Su helped Beerus up from his kneeling position. "The god of destruction in Universe 7 is vacant again." "It hasn't been that long, has it?" The high priest showed an imperceptible smile. "And Universe 7 had to recruit another god of destruction. It's only been more than 80 million years." Zong Su replied with a smile. He and Zong Su looked at Sun Wukong at the same time. Chapter 84, Broly's Transformation. The legendary Sun who masters emotions. "Mr. Sun Wukong, are you interested in being the new god of destruction in Universe 7? The high priest looked at Sun Wukong with a smile, waiting for his answer. Sun Wukong took a deep breath. "I can't be the god of destruction for long. Although he is a martial art fanatic, he is not a fool. What's the point of taking on the position of god of destruction at this time? What if he loses the NET game and is eliminated?" "You don't have to worry about that. The so-called power conference is just a grand event for selecting seed. I will revive all the eliminated universes." Zong Su explained calmly. "Even if the 7th universe loses and is eliminated, then he will also restore all the universes in the end. After all, they have already run out of manpower. Wouldn't it be foolish to engage in internal friction at this time?" Regarding the sky-high chip thrown by the two supreme gods, Sun Wukong buried his head and thought for a long time. Finally he gave his own answer. "I refuse to be the god of destruction." Sun Wukong's face was firm. He didn't want to be a god of destruction. He wanted to reach the heights of those gods with his own strength, like Vegeta, instead of taking office directly. Regarding the answer given by Sun Wukong, the expression of the high priest changed obviously, but soon returned to normal. Zong Su also had an expected expression. He had expected that Sun Wukong would refuse to be the god of destruction. After all, Sun Wukong had told him before that he wanted to reach that level with his own strength instead of becoming a god of destruction. "I respect your choice, Mr. Sun Wukong." The high priest nodded solemnly. He and Zong Su would never impose their ideas on others. He respected the choice made by Sun Wukong and respected every life. Regarding the answer given by Sun Wukong, other people showed different emotions. Beerus, who had already served as the great god of destruction, looked at him with regret. King Kai was stunned again. Whis smiled with relief. After that they had a brief conversation. Zong Su reminded Beerus of his duty as the great god of destruction. He also said that he would hold a meeting in a while to inform the other gods of destruction of Beerus's appointment as the great god of destruction. "See you later." Zong Su waved his hand and sent the four out of this dimension and sent them to the original 7th universe. Only he and the high priest were left in silence. "I am very optimistic about this Sun Wukong. He has reached the same level as the gods with his own strength. The descendants of Yamashi are really admirable." The high priest is sure that Sun Wukong and his friends will usher in their own legends in the near future, so the victory of the power tournament is decided by Universe 7. No matter what happens, they will eventually come to the same road through the intersection. Zong Su looked at that direction and muttered to himself, "By the way, remember to bring Chrono here. She will definitely definitely attend this power tournament. Zong Su asked the high priest to bring the little loli here and let that guy attend the power tournament. It will be very interesting at that time. Everything will be done as you say. The high priest nodded. Time flew by again. There was still half a month before the opening of the power tournament. During this period Zong Su convened another meeting of God and told all the gods of destruction that Beerus would be in charge of the great destruction ceremony. All the gods were shocked by Beerus's appointment. Then they felt endless fear, especially Quitera, who had shouted the most fiercely before, wished he could run away now, fearing that Beerus would start to settle accounts with him after taking office. Other gods of destruction felt the same way, but Beerus was not the kind of despicable person who would do things behind the scenes. He did not take revenge on them because of his position. On the contrary, he quickly settled the conflict with them and re-established the rules of the god of destruction. The gods of destruction were relieved to see that Beerus did not pursue the past. Fortunately, Beerus was very generous. Beerus is not only the great god of destruction now but also the god of destruction of the 7th universe. He also launched a plan called the Successor. As for Son Goku and the others, he returned to the intense and heavy training again, but he worked harder. There is less than half a month left before the opening of the power conference. Time is very tight. We must use this time to speed up special training. Thinking of the grey Jiren mentioned by Toppo before, Son Goku's face gradually became solemn. He must become stronger as soon as possible. Reach Super Saiyan 5 in this very short time. What is the best way to break through that is to keep fighting, so he chose Broly to start a special training with him. Whis and Beerus taught Vegeta. Zong Su was reading a book under a big tree not far away and gave them some guidance from time to time. A fight broke out between Son Goku and Broly. Neither of them entered the Super Saiyan form and they all fought in normal conditions. Come on! With a roar, Son Goku rushed like a burning meteor, rushing toward Broly with endless power. Son Goku's fist rubbed sparks in the air, flashing a heart-pounding light. It seemed to be enough to shatter the stars. Faced with such a fierce attack, Broly did not show any weakness. He quickly turned sideways, blocked Goku's fist with a sharp elbow. The two powerful forces collided with each other, stirring up a violent gust of wind. However, at this moment, a sly smile appeared on Son Goku's face. All this was within his expectations. He used this move to lure the opponent into the trap. Goku grabbed Broly's wrist and used his agility to hover in the air, and continued to EERT force. Then Sun Wukong kicked Broly's head with a hook move. Broly hurriedly blocked. Bang! The invisible impact erupted from the center of the two of them. It caused considerable damage to the surrounding terrain for thousands of miles on the spot. Broly successfully blocked it, but he was still hit by Sun Wukong's move and sank deep into the mud. At the same time, his arm also felt numb. Goku also took advantage of this rare opportunity to condense an air bomb and threw it at Broly's face. Broly escaped again and launched a counter-attack. He punched Sun Wukong, but Sun Wukong blocked the blow with his arms crossed. Sun Wukong flew backward. He adjusted his position in an instant. At the same time, he increased his strength and speed and launched another attack on Broly. Broly moved forward while brushing against Sun Wukong's fist. However, a bloody mark was still left on his face. He also took advantage of this rare opportunity to successfully hit Sun Wukong in the face. Then he pressed Sun Wukong's head into the ground again. Sun Wukong spat out a mouthful of blood. He kicked Broly in the chest. Broly also used this impact to land steadily on the other side. Wukong squatted down lightly and crossed his hands. In an instant he gathered all the breath in his body together and then burst out with a boom. Broly was also disturbed by this breath and couldn't balance his body. The situation changed suddenly. Broly seemed to feel something. He wiped the blood on his face and his pupils trembled violently. He was also enraged again. Broly covered his face in pain. He looked through his fingers at the well-prepared Son Goku. In his originally confused mind, the scenes of his interactions with Son Goku, Vegeta, Remots and others suddenly emerged. These were the happiest times in decades. Thinking of the scenes he cherished, Broly's body trembled violently and his violent aura calmed down. The madness in his pupils also disappeared. His body shrank a circle and even his hair turned black again, but he still retained the characteristics of Super Saiyan. According to this situation, Son Goku smiled with relief. He knew that Broly finally mastered his emotions. Broly raised his head and a confident smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. His whole appearance also changed greatly, but the most shocking thing was that Broly actually had the same eye sockets as Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 85. Pull Son Gohan into special training. Come on, let me experience your power. Sun Wukong's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. His whole body's aura suddenly burst out, instantly entered the state of Ultra Instinct. Seeing this, Broly on the opposite side also showed a confident smile on his face. He responded without showing any weakness. Okay, let's fight it out today. After that, Broly also burst out with a powerful aura and made a starting posture exactly the same as Sun Wukong. Broly's figure was as fast as lightning and in the blink of an eye he had arrived in front front of Sun Wukong. A thrilling duel began. Fighting for the throne called number 1 in the universe. Seeing Broly, who had mastered his emotions and transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Zong Su put down the book in his hand and smiled with interest. Isn't this quite reasonable? Super Saiyan 4 is a humanoid giant ape. Mastering his emotions can transform him into Super Saiyan 4. Zong Su smiled and nodded. He was happy with Broly's progress. In this case, Super Saiyan 4 Broly is already the strongest combat power under the god of destruction of the 7th universe. The most terrifying thing about Super Saiyan 4 is not madness, but the kind of Super Saiyan who is both crazy and calm. It's stronger than the performance in the furious state. The speed of evolution is also far beyond expectations. Zong Su closed the book in his hand and stared at Broly, who was fighting with Sun Wukong. His thoughts were gradually pulled far away. Wait for a chance to bring Son Gohan over. An idea came to his mind. He wanted to bring Son Gohan into his investment plan. After all, that kid's talent is also quite terrifying. There is a saying in the previous life, if Gohan doesn't study, Jiren will cry. This is also an affirmation of Son Gohan's talent. This is not a joke but true. Beast form. Zong Su's eyes gradually became sharper. He remembered that Son Gohan would comprehend a powerful form called beast form in the future. Son Gohan in that form can fight with perfect ultra instinct Son Goku. He can even suppress him for a short time. It is enough to show how powerful the beast form is. Zong Su finally made up his mind. He decided to bring Son Gohan into the investment plan soon. Son Gohan's talent plus his own investment future achievements will definitely not be bad. On the other side, the fierce battle finally came to an end. The battlefield was in a mess, filled with smoke and dust, as if it had experienced a doomsday catastrophe. And in this ruin, Sun Wukong lay powerlessly in a huge pit, his body covered with scars. At this moment, Sun Wukong's eyes were empty and his expression was dull, as if he had lost all vitality. In comparison, although Broly was also injured, but it was obviously not as serious as Sun Wukong. He stood not far away and panted. His aura was still strong and terrifying. Obviously, Broly beat Sun Wukong. Even if Sun Wukong took out the Ultra Instinct, he was no match for Broly. As Goku keeps advancing, Broly is also getting stronger at an astonishing speed. Sun Wukong stood up with difficulty and his bones crackled. Then he put another senzu bean in his mouth. The injuries on his body disappeared. Congratulations, Broly, you really have mastered your emotions and your strength has become so strong. Sun Wukong laughed. What he enjoyed was the fighting process, not the victory or defeat of the game. Broly just smiled and said nothing. At this time, Whis also brought Vegeta to Sun Wukong's side. He told Sun Wukong some things. Looking at the three people walking away, Broly's eyes showed complicated emotions. He stroked the green fur around his waist. His thoughts were pulled away again. Hey Broly, why are you still in a daze? Hoorays shouting brought Broly's thoughts back. Broly suddenly realized that so much time had passed. Then he smiled with relief. So Broly untied the fur wrapped around his waist and headed in the direction they left. Broly had a new companion, so he let go of the sad past. You have very little time left. According to the time calculation method you use on Earth, there are only 13 days, 6 hours and 21 minutes left before the opening of the power tournament. Zong Su took a deep breath and announced loudly, therefore today's training ends here. He glanced at the three people standing in front of him, his eyes full of determination and trust. These are all his investment target. Is time passing so quickly? Sun Wukong, Vegeta and others were slightly stunned. It hasn't been long since the special training started, right? Find the remaining 7 players. You don't have much time left. Why are you complaining? Beerus snorted disdainfully. Whis, take them back. Zong Su waved his hand signaling Whis to send Son Goku and Vegeta back to Earth. Whis nodded. Please wait, Whis. Just as he was about to start the transmission, he was stopped by Son Goku's abrupt voice. Anything else, Mr. Son Goku? Son Goku didn't say anything but walked toward Broly not far away with a smile. Come with us to Earth, Broly. You will definitely like it there. Son Goku wanted to bring Broly to Earth as well. Broly has completely mastered his emotions and the threat of losing control has long been eliminated. Vegeta did not press his opinion. Face the invitation made by Son Goku. Broly hesitated for a moment, but in the end he agreed to Son Goku. He wanted to go to Earth to have a look. Okay, we're ready to go. As Whis' scepter burst into dazzling light, the 4 of them suddenly turned into a stream of light and headed for Earth. Only Beerus and Zong Su were left. Enjoy this rare time. I'll train you in person from now on. Zong Su waved at Beerus and then disappeared from the spot. From now on I will train Beerus in person. Beerus' strength has reached the level of an angel, but this strength is far from enough for Zong Su. The so-called Great Destroyer is just a transition. Zong Su has a better plan. Universe 11. Since the last all-over tournament and Beerus's appointment as the Great Destroyer, Berumo has completely collapsed. He keeps thinking about what strategy to use to deal with the subsequent tournament of power. Defeat the players of Universe 7. Although he has Jiren as a backup on his side, but what if if Son Goku hasn't used all his strength yet? Who knows, there might be a player stronger than Son Goku in the 7th universe. He didn't trust Jiren to complete this challenge. It's really annoying. Belmode frantically rubbed the little hair left on both sides. He was already a little annoyed. Just when he was in trouble, his eyes suddenly noticed the earrings on the ears of King Kai. So a bold idea surfaced. It seems that the rules don't say that players can't combine to participate in the competition, right? In this case, then let Jiren combine. Belmode raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. He already knew what to do. Chapter 86L participates in the power tournament. The arrival of iOS. After returning to his own dimension, this dimension also has a rare guest. Long time no see. Ios. Looking at the petite girl in front of him wearing a golden hat, blue earrings and a blue robe, Zong Su's eyes flashed with compulity. This girl is not someone but Ios, the first director of the Space Administration. There are 2 directors in the Space Administration. One is Chrono, who came before, and this Ios. Yet it's been a long time since we met. Ios sighed. The last time I came to the territory of the King of All was a long time. She has been very busy, but today she rarely came. Okay, let's get straight to the point. Why are you here this time? Zong Su coughed lightly. Ios must not come to him just to chat. It must be for something. It's so nice to talk to you. You are much better than that, Chrono. A smile appeared on the corner of Ios's mouth and he said, the purpose of this trip, you also know about the Etra space-time crack, right? It's the one you blocked before. Ios looked at him seriously. Zong Su frowned and did not continue to hide the fact that he blocked the Asheran space-time before. After all, it caused quite a stir when it was blocked. The space-time administration must know about it. That space-time crack, there is basically no problem except that it is not stable. Zong Su looked at her calmly. He has been observing the block space-time crack for a long time, but the result is Asheran space-time. But there was nothing wrong with that space-time, except for some unstable moments. It was always normal. But Zong Su did not stop investigating. After all, he felt the breath of Salama in that space-time crack, but he had important tasks to attend to, so he had no time to go to that space-time. But Zong Su suddenly thought of something and he looked at Ios with a serious expression. Do you want me to get rid of this mess and hand over this space-time crack to your administration? Fun. Ios snapped his fingers. It was fun to talk to Zong Su, who guessed the purpose of his visit so quickly. She just wanted to take over that space-time crack. That space-time is not as simple as you think. It's very dangerous. Can your space-time administration handle it? It's not that Zong Su denies the ability of the space-time administration, but Asheran space-time is too dangerous. Super 5 and Super SI are everywhere. It wasn't long since Vifis was driven away by him. Zong Su could also feel the crisis getting closer and closer. At this critical moment, investigating a new space-time would be tantamount to suicide. Believe in our ability. There are no useless people in our space-time administration bureau, Ios said confidently, as if he was very confident in the space-time administration bureau. Looking at Ios with a serious face, Zong Su finally nodded without saying a word. Seeing that Zong Su agreed to hand over that space-time to them, Ios finally smiled happily. She patted her chest and vowed, don't worry, leave it to us. Then Zong Su talked to Ios about the future matters and warned them to be careful. At the same time, he also told them the news of the subsequent power conference. Ios was surprised at first, but soon calmed down. It's a pity that she couldn't attend this event. It can only be handed over to Chrono. The matter came to an end. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. There is less than a week left before the tournament of power begins. The list of Universe 7: Vegeta, Goku, Broly, Gohan, number 17, number 18, Piccolo, Krillin. Currently 8 people are participating, but there are still 2 spots left. At first Goku was thinking about whether he could bring Tien Shinyan and came over, but he was blocked by an unknown force. In the end he had to give up. Looking at the list that was still missing 2 people, everyone started to get uneasy. But Goku suddenly had an idea. He thought of one more person who could participate in the competition. Earth, Temple of the Gods. At the entrance of the Spirit Time House in the Temple of the Gods, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Popo and Dendi huddled behind the bunker, their bodies trembling constantly. Their faces were filled with fear. Their eyes were fixed on the man in front of Sun Wukong with helplessness and despair in their eyes. Every once in a while they looked at Sun Wukong for help, but Sun Wukong ignored them completely. There was a half smile on his lips. This so-called man was not actually a real human, but a humanoid insect wearing black spotted armor and dragging a long tail. The powerful aura emanating from it was even more horrifying. The terrifying aura and heavy sense of oppression that could not be described in words continued to flow from the humanoid insect, like an invisible shock wave spreading to the surroundings. This was the android Cell, the powerful enemy who once forced the Z fighters into a desperate situation. Cell crossed his arms and looked at Son Goku in front of him with a cold expression. I never thought that I would owe you a favor. What kind of power tournament are you talking about? I'm participating. thinking. A smile rose at the corner of Cell's mouth. He agreed to Son Goku's request to participate in the power tournament. So this is what Son Goku thought of. Pull Cell into the participating team. In these years Cell has been practicing crazily in hell. The effort and sweat he put in are no less than that of Son Goku and the others. While others are still getting stronger, he is also getting stronger. After these years of practice, Cell's strength has become extremely powerful. Even the irresistible command deep in his soul has been completely torn apart. Cell doesn't want to destroy the earth at all now. Instead he wants to defeat Son Goku and become the #1 in the universe. Don't forget our agreement, Son Goku. If you dare to go back on your word, I will personally cut you into pieces. Cell's tone was full of murderous intent. What agreement did he and Son Goku make? Of course he would revive Cell after winning the battle. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. As long as you don't destroy the earth and don't interfere with their lives, do whatever you want, Son Goku said with certainty. After getting the other party's affirmation, Cell was relieved. He knew what kind of character Son Goku was. He would never break his promise. Cell agreed to participate the tournament of power, but there is still one person missing from the list. Sun Wukong couldn't help but feel troubled. Who should he give the remaining spot to? You can choose Frieza. Cell suggested that Frieza participate in the tournament of power. After all, that guy had caused quite a stir before and his strength was also extremely powerful. It was also a great help. Frieza. Goku frowned. He didn't know whether it was good or bad to let Frieza participate in the tournament of power. What if Frieza betrayed you during the fight? Maybe when you are fighting fiercely with the enemy he suddenly shoots a few deadly death rays from behind you. Sun Wukong hesitated for a while. Majin Buu couldn't come because of his deep sleep and Tien Shinyan and Rashi couldn't come because of special reasons. It seems that Frieza is the only one who can be chosen now. After a long ideological struggle, Goku finally agreed to let Frieza participate in the tournament of power. At the same time he became alert in his heart. Chapter 87 Assassins from Other Universes Killing Feast. After a series of preparations, Sun Wukong and others were busy for 2 hours. Master Sun finally asked the fortune teller to bring Frieza, who was still in hell. Overtake him away quickly. Looking at Frieza with an evil smile on his face, the fortune teller couldn't help sweating on her forehead. Thank you, fortune teller. Goku nodded and then looked at Frieza, who was smiling but not saying anything in front of him. Have you decided? Sun Wukong looked at Frieza with a vigilant look. Frieza moved his body and there was a crackling sound from all his joints. Such a good opportunity, how could I miss it? Ho 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 ho. On the way here Frieza had heard about the opening of the tournament of power, because the fortune teller said that Sun Wukong promised to resurrect him after winning the game. Faced with the temptation of resurrection, Frieza did not hesitate and immediately agreed to participate in the tournament of power. So far, the last 2 people in the 7th universe are complete. I hope you don't forget your promise. Son Goku. Frieza walked towards the it, breathing the air greedily. That's inevitable. As long as you can participate in this tournament of power I will definitely revive you, Sun Wukong said to himself. Boom. But before he finished speaking he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. It was Frieza who attacked him. Ah, your reaction speed has slowed down. Frieza's mouth raised a smile of success but he soon stopped laughing. Boom. Sun Wukong punched Frieza in the stomach and the latter even vomited acid. Treat him in his own way. Sorry, my hand slipped. You don't mind, do you, Frieza? Goku retracted his fist and looked at Frieza, who was wearing a painful mask with a half smile. Just now it was just a flaw that he sold. Otherwise Frieza couldn't touch it. Frieza's eyes showed an indescribable anger but he soon returned to normal. It was just a warm-up. Frieza retracted his fist and walked out on his own. How long are you going to dawdle? Cell also walked in at this time. Frieza brushed past Cell and then his steps also stopped. He looked at this insect-like humanoid creature. He couldn't help but feel a strong sense of threat in his heart. He had met Cell several times in hell but never talked to him. Who is this guy? Who are you? I don't think I've seen you much. Frieza looked at Cell with a serious expression, and Cell didn't even pay attention to him, completely ignoring Frieza as heir. This made Frieza angry. Dare to ignore him, the king of the universe. Now we have 10 people. Sun Wukong stretched out his hand and motioned for the 2 of them to put their hands on his shoulders. Teleport. Cell recognized this move. Without much hesitation he put his hand on his shoulder. It's your turn, Frieza. Goku urged. You are so an idiot. Frieza spread his hands helplessly and then put his hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder. The 3 were about to go to Capsule Corporation, but just when Sun Wukong activated the teleportation, the 3 of them felt tens of thousands of auras at the same time. They looked outside at the same time, but they saw that the sky was already dark at this time. Tens of thousands of masked men in black surrounded here. This is an assassin team composed of several universes, specially used to assassinate Sun Wukong and other players to prevent them from participating in the power conference because they are too weak, so they can only use this kind of dirty trick. Oh, it seems that someone doesn't want us to leave. Frieza raised a cruel smile. There are actually bugs that dare to come and assassinate him. Who are you? Sun Wukong's presence was solemn. The dead don't deserve to know. The tone of the leading black-clothed man was full of murderous intent, as if he had already eaten the three people. It doesn't matter if I tell you. We are here. But before the black-clothed man finished speaking, his chest had already been pierced by a green big hand. He quickly distanced himself from the black-clothed man. Even through the mask he could see a look of fear. I don't even want to kill you, weak one. Cell retracted his arm and looked at the black-clothed men around him with a playful look. I give you two choices. Either commit suicide or Bei killed him with my own hands. Cell's aura plotted, even accompanied by several thick lightning bolts. All the men in black were frightened out of their wit, shocked by Cell's power. At this time several more men in black fell from the sky with burnt holes on their chest and forehead. Oops, sorry. My hand slipped again. Frisia's fingers were smoking and he laughed in a mocking but elegant tone. Cell and Frisia looked at each other. They both understood what the other meant. Then let's get started. Warm up before the game. Realm of nothingness. The gods of the four superior universes have arrived at the arena. They were all so shocked by the huge arena and its scene that they were speechless. This size, this material. This is the real arena. Why don't you test the quality yourself? This arena is very solid. Zong Su made a gesture of invitation indicating that the four gods of destruction could test the quality of the arena. The high priest also added at this time, Lord All King is watching from above. I guess he is very happy to see the scene of your battle. Right. The high priest and Zong Su looked at each other. They both saw the faint smile on each other's face. He started to cheat again. Is that so good? Then I am willing to test it. The god of destruction Ligier stood up and pressed his willingness to fight a test before the power conference. Seeing Ligier's statement, the other three gods of destruction also stood up. Zong Su then snapped his fingers and teleported all irrelevant people to the spectator seat. The four gods of destruction occupied the southeast, northwest and northeast. They all looked at the gods of destruction in different directions with a vigilant look. For a moment the entire arena was filled with a murderous atmosphere. The world was dyed purple. Begin. As the voice of the high priest announced the match, the four gods of destruction launched their own offensive and attacked the other gods of destruction. The range caused by the gods of destruction was still very terrifying. For a time the field was full of flying stone. There were hundreds of meters of pits everywhere and even the pillar in the middle was broken. Seeing that the ring was almost destroyed, Zong Su slightly raised his hand to signal. The four gods of destruction stopped. Thank you for the test. I thank you all. It seems that some changes have to be made to the ring. The high priest clapped his hands to express his gratitude to the four people. My lords, how is our performance? I wonder if the Lord of the Omni is satisfied with our battle. Can you please the Lord of the Omni? The four gods of destruction looked at the two of them expectantly, as if the Lord of the Omni could really praise them. Oh, you are talking about this? That's a pity. The king of all is sleeping. The high priest pretended to be disappointed, and the four gods of destruction were also stunned on the spot. After they reacted, they realized that they were being used as gun. I hope you can repair the ring before the game starts. You know what the consequences are, Zong Su said to the four of them in a threatening tone. Chapter 88 Golden Cell. The chapter of the Tournament of Power begins. At the same time, the ninth universe, the Kai King God Realm. Don't worry, Lord Sidera. This time the assassins we sent are all elites. Among elites, Son Goku and his men will definitely not survive. King of the Kai Luo patted his chest and said confidently. It turned out that this was an assassination operation they had organized in conjunction with other universes. The purpose was to kill Son Goku and prevent him from participating in the Tournament of Power. No matter how powerful you are, Son Goku, can you defeat so many people in the sea of people? It's just the seventh universe, nothing to be afraid of. Sidera raised his glass and drank it all, but two sudden roars interrupted his sweet dream. What's going on with you, Sidera? The operation is all messed up. Quitella's angry voice sounded. Sidera and King Kai were both confused and had no idea what happened. The assassination failed. Sidera, take a look for yourself. Rumsey's helpless voice sounded. Hearing the tone of Quitla and Rumsey, Sidera thought to himself that something was wrong. Sure enough, something bad happened, so he quickly called out the crystal ball and projected the image of the Earth in the seventh universe here. But he was so shocked by the image that he couldn't speak. Earth in the seventh universe. The figures of Cell and Frisia were submerged in the group of killers, harvesting them like killing chickens. Soon all these assassins were killed. In the end, it's just this level. Tisk tisk tisk. Frisia swept the broken leg under his feet away with disgust on his face, and Cell was reluctant to waste this snack, so he used his ability to absorb these broken limbs and arms. You too. Sun Wukong's presence was a little ugly. Obviously it would be fine to knock him out. Why did he have to be so cruel? Cell and Frisia looked at Sun Wukong with strange presence, as if they were looking at a fool. They are only allowed to kill me, but I am not allowed to kill them. Maybe you should check your brain. Cell looked at Son Goku with a mocking presence. Kindness is a good thing, but what is being too kind called? called Venerable Saint. Son Goku was speechless after being confronted by the two of them. Cell and Frieza said very yes. It is good to have a kind heart, but being too kind will only hurt yourself. Like those assassins just now. They are both assassins and invaders. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong's brain buzzed. Invaders never have a good end. There is 1 hour left before the start of the Tournament of Power. Sun Wukong used the ability of teleportation to bring the two of them to the capsule company. When they saw Cell and Frieza, all the Z fighters were scared and Vegeta almost took action. In the end, it was Sun Wukong who came out to E-plane and calm the flame. The list of contestants in the 7th universe: Broly, Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, number 17, number 18, Krillin, Piccolo, Cell, Frieza. Just enough people. The Earth is really amazing. Except for Frieza, they are all locals of the Earth. It is unpected that a small Earth has produced 9 contestants of the Tournament of Power. Okay, finally we have 10 people. There's still about half an hour before the game starts. Beerus announced loudly while standing on a stool. I never thought that I would have the chance to compete on behalf of Universe. Krillin also said with emotion, I thought I would be doing nothing on Earth for the rest of my life, but this happened. 10 million after you win, don't regret it. And my cruise ship. Number 18 and number 17 stared at Bulma as if they were afraid that she would regret it. Don't worry, I won't regret it. I'll give you another 10 million if you win. Bulma is indeed rich and powerful. This little money is just a drop in the bucket for him. Looking at Broly, who was busy eating, Frieza couldn't help sweating on his forehead. He always had an inexplicable feeling as if he would be beaten up by this strong man against the wall in the net second. What a horrible sense of oppression. Cell frowned, staring at Beerus, who was eating at the table. Even if he couldn't feel the divine power, he could intuitively feel the sense of oppression emanating from Beerus. This guy named Beerus is very strong. He is so strong that he can kill him in seconds with just one finger. He is so strong that it is difficult to surpass. Is this the power of God? Cell's Zion became even uglier. He is the god of destruction of this universe. His strength is terrifying. Frieza sneered. At the same time, he walked to the side of Cell. And above the god of destruction there are higher level gods. Cell did not speak. Instead he nodded to signal Frieza to continue. Have you ever considered joining my Frieza Corps? Then you will be the second in command of this corps. I am also confident that I can make you stronger. What Beerus, what powerful gods! They are all stepping stones under our feet. Frieza narrowed his eyes slightly. It turned out that he wanted to recruit Cell to join the corps. After all, he had seen Cell's previous performance. Strong strength, long-term vision, and wisdom. Isn't this the talent that his Frieza Corps lacks? So Frieza put forward such conditions. Oh, interesting. Facing Frieza's series of dangerous remarks, Cell's mouth corners gradually rose. Seeing that there was a chance, Frieza immediately showed a look of surprise, but Cell's net sentence caught him off guard. But I refuse. You are worthy of recruiting me. Looking at Frieza with a stunned face, Cell's disdain in his heart became even heavier. A guy who is not as strong as himself dared to be his boss. So Cell not only did not agree, instead he humiliated him. This situation quickly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was waiting to see the good show later. Beerus even put down the fork in his hand and looked at the two of them with a sad and happy Zion. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by me? Frieza's tone gradually became dangerous. You worthy of killing me. If you had that strength, you wouldn't have been killed 3 times by Son Goku and the others. Critical hit. Scars revealed. Frieza's defense was completely broken, so he entered the golden sandbag form with a burst of anger, his eyes full of murderous intent. Facing golden Frieza, Cell still looked red. He didn't take him seriously at all. I'll show you something fun. Cell showed an evil smile. So to everyone's surprise, Cell's aura continued to rise. A pure gold color enveloped Cell. It instantly illuminated the entire Earth, and ordinary people were even temporarily blinded by the dazzling light. This is the true Sun Fist. However, this is just the beginning. Cell clenched his fist and the energy in his body once again broke through the original limit. Boom! A powerful aura burst out. Cell's face and some parts were dyed pure gold. The same system as Golden Frieza. Golden Cell. This form is Cell's ultimate trump card, specially prepared to deal with Son Goku and Son Gohan. How come you can also transform into this form? Frieza was so shocked that he couldn't speak clearly. He didn't expect that this guy could also transform into a golden form. Oh, you mean this form? That's all thanks to your Cell. Cell pointed at his head and tapped it twice, looking at Frieza, who was shocked with a smile. This is his strong capital. The scene suddenly became a little stiff. Such a contradiction had already occurred before the fight started. Have you had enough? Beerus dropped the fork in his hand. He tapped the void and an irresistible purple light wave burst out from between his fingers. Cell and Frieza were instantly repelled. If anyone dares to destroy the unity of the team, I don't mind getting rid of him first. Beerus' face was filled with murderous intent, and a terrifying sense of oppression enveloped everyone present. Since taking office as the Great Destroyer, Beerus' strength is now equal to Whis's. There are about 19 minutes left. We are ready to go. Whis held the scepter and gently pointed it at the ground, and more than a dozen people suddenly turned into streams of light and disappeared on the earth. Let's go to the world of nothingness to participate in the power conference together. Chapter 89. Go to the world of nothingness. Super Jiren, the power of the god of destruction. Sun Wukong and his group soon arrived at the realm of nothingness, but they were all shocked by the scene in front of them, the size of the arena, and turned pale. The remaining 7 universes also arrived one after another. Their prescions were the same as those of the 7th universe. Oh my god, the material of this arena. It is stronger than the best material in our universe. A contestant couldn't help but claimed. What was more shocking was not this, but the 3 figures sitting on the throne of the void. They were white, blue and pink. The white figure gave them the strongest sense of oppression. He represented the judge Zong Su. He took off his cloak and looked majestically at the angels and the god of destruction below. The god of judgment Zong Su. The gods knelt on one knee together, their eyes respectful. Everyone get up. At this time the high priest also took off his blue cloak and used his ability to help the people kneeling on the ground up. The ancestor of angels, the high priest. It's rare to attend the event again. A playful voice came from under the pink cloak. It was Chrono from the Space Administration. Chrono, the god of space and time. Hey, long time no see everyone. She greeted all the contestants and gods very enthusiastically. Chrono, she's here too. An all-king guard couldn't help but speak up. Keep quiet, Shiva. This isn't something we should get involved in. The all-king guard named Shiva nodded. Their duty is to protect the 2 all-kings behind them. Nothing else matters. Kakarot, do you feel it? Vegeta frowned, staring at the direction of Universe 11, as if he had seen something terrifying. I can also feel it, an extremely powerful energy and aura. Sun Wukong also looked serious. He and Vegeta both felt the powerful fluctuations and aura coming from Universe 11. This feeling, it's like Beerus before he became the Great Destroyer. Did the god of destruction of Universe 11 personally participate in the competition? No, this is not right. The rules prohibit the god of destruction from participating in the competition. The god of destruction did not participate at all. Vegeta frowned even more. He still knew the rules of the competition. The god of destruction could not participate in the tournament of power. In other words, the god of destruction of Universe 11 did not participate in the competition. Instead, there was a player whose strength had reached the level of the god of destruction. Vegeta looked there. Looking in the direction pointed by Sun Wukong, Vegeta saw the people of Universe 11, led by Topo and Jiren. Among them, Jiren had the strongest sense of oppression. So strong, Broly's face was also a little ugly, except for Beerus, who fought against him at the beginning. It was the first time he felt such a strong sense of oppression, and all the gods of destruction also noticed this. They all realized that Universe 11 had an energy that was no less than that of the god of destruction. There are gods of destruction fighting force participating in the competition. This is not fair, bastard. Berumo, you are clearly cheating. Facing Quitla's roar, Berumo sat in the audience in silence, and this made them even more angry. Hey Beerus, as the great god of destruction, you have the responsibility to manage these rules. Xiongpa shouted at Beerus. Beerus didn't even look at him. His eyes looked at the 3 supreme gods above. There is a player at the level of god of destruction in the 11th universe. Is it unfair to other universes? The high priest stroked his chin. It's nothing actually. That guy just used the earring fusion to break through the limit and temporarily reached the level of god of destruction. What's the old saying? Plane against plane, tank against tank. Since this is a point outside the rules, why don't we completely let go of this rule? Use a fusion man against a fusion man. This is more interesting, Zong Su said indifferently, and even look forward to it. Super Jiren vs the strongest force in the 7th universe. Such a power tournament is more interesting. That's true. At least the boring part is omitted. Then everything will be done as you say. Chrono spread her hands, indicating that she had no opinion on this. Then do as you say. The high priest had no opinion either, nodded and announced the new rules to everyone again. New rules: contestants can use earrings to combine to participate in the competition, but losing will directly eliminate 2 people. Seeing the new rules perfected, all the gods of destruction unanimously set their sights on their own Kaishin. Don't let me do it. Hand it over yourself. Beerus attacks and signaling him to hand over the earrings. Give it to yourself. Xin nodded. Fortunately he was well prepared, so he took out a delicate little bow in front of everyone and took out a pair of earrings from it. This is not an ordinary earring, this is an upgraded version of the earring. It can store more energy. A smile appeared on Xin's face. Fortunately he did not upgrade the earrings in vain. After the last Zamasu incident he has been studying earrings, so he prepared in advance. You are so long-winded. You always talk the most. Beerus snatched the earrings and threw them into the hands of Sora and Vegeta below. Are you going to merge with you again? Looking at the earrings in his hand, Vegeta couldn't help but feel angry. He was going to merge with Kakarot again. I promise this is the last time, Vegeta. This time the situation is too special. Goku looked at Vegeta seriously and promised that this was the last time to merge. Vegeta was was also angry and laughed at what he said. You said it was the last time. The 11th universe camp. Is that the 7th universe you mentioned, Topo? It seems that the fusion is correct. Jiren just surveyed the 7th universe through his aura perception and found that there are many powerful auras in it, especially the one with the strongest body. If I didn't fuse, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to fight right. According to intelligence, the powerful people in the 7th universe are not only Son Goku, there are also Vegeta and Broly. I don't remember the others. Topo shook his head and looked at the 7th universe with a complicated expression. No matter how much he admired Son Goku, he would eventually become his enemy. He shoulders the mission of whether the 11th universe can survive, instead of just being entangled in pride. It seems that you look like me. Cell looked at Hit from the SITH universe with a bad face. He didn't expect that there was a contestant in the SITH universe who looked very similar to him. This made him a little interested. Hit just glanced at him coldly and then walked towards the gathering place of the SITH universe. It seems that this power conference is also very interesting. A strange smile rose at the corner of Cell's mouth and a bold plan surfaced. Are there Suns in the SITH universe? Looking at the 3 Suns in the SITH universe, Broly said with some surprise. It was the first time he saw Suns from other universes. There are more Suns than just the 7th universe. Vegeta then explained to Broly the relationship between the SITH and 7th universes. Broly was also confused. He understood about 3/4, but his pupils suddenly shrank. His eyes were fixed on Kale. That is the female superhero. Broly's heartbeat began to speed up and he was even so nervous that he couldn't speak. So you like her? Krillin approached Broly with a smirk on his face. Looking at Broly's appearance, he must have liked her. No way. Broly hurriedly distanced himself, but this nervous look made Krillin more certain. Chapter 90. The melee begins. Tactics. What tactic? I didn't expect that there are 2 guys like Goku and Vegeta in the main time and space, and their strength is much stronger than mine. Looking at the 2 people in the 7th universe camp, Kurano's tone was a little emotional. She also has Goku and Vegeta. They are time and space patrollers of the 3rd team, but their strength is much weaker than these 2. Shenjin, what a fuss. You are the director of the Time and Space Administration Bureau and you don't even know about the isotopes. Zong Su rolled his eyes at Kurano. After all, it is normal for every time and space to have isotopes. Of course he knows the Time and Space Patroller Kurano. Hehe. It just torture. Kurano scratched her head with a guilty conscience, but she thought of something again and approached Zong Su with a mysterious look. Zong Su, you said you are carrying out an investment plan. Zong Su glanced at Kurano's eyes and nodded without saying a word. Only the 3 of them knew about the investment plan. In that case, why don't you do me a small favor? Strengthen our time and space patrollers. Kurano wanted him to invest in the time and space patrollers so that he could better deal with the hidden dangers in the future. But Zong Su said nonchalantly, sorry, I don't know how to teach people. A rough man like me can only fight. Zong Su turned his head away and ignored the confused Kurano. You bastard. Kurano blushed again. Zong Su can't teach people. This sentence is only useful for fooling 3-year-old children. Only fools will believe his lies. If Zong Su can't teach people how to explain the growth of Sun Wukong, Vegeta and Broly, this has nothing to do with him. Zong Su only provided the 3 of them with resources and training programs, and Whis was the one who actually implemented them. It's none of my business. Okay, we should announce the game. After waiting for so long, they must be a little impatient, right? The high priest, who had been silent all this time, stood up at this time. It's time to announce the start of the game. Okay, let me say it. Zong Su's face straightened and he used his own divine power to announce his will to every player present. The game, it will start in 3 minutes. Please be prepared. These 2 sentences kept echoing in the minds of every player. Everyone stopped talking. Then they returned to their own camp. Zong Su winked at the high priest, who immediately understood. He came to the rest area of the Omni Kings and informed the 2 Omni Kings of the upcoming game. Is the game about to start? It's really exciting. The 2 Omni Kings cheered and the long-awaited power conference is finally about to begin. As long as you are satisfied. The high priest took out 2 tablets from the dimensional space with a smile. This is for the Omni Kings to watch the game. It can better capture the details of the battle and the changes in the situation on the field. There is 1 minute left before the game starts. Everyone in the 7th universe is on high alert, looking at the 7 camps around them with vigilance. Dad, do we have any tactic this time? Son Gohan asked nervously. After all, this is a team game and the tactics should be prepared. But Sun Wukong's NET sentence almost made him fall. Tactics? What tactic? Goku's face was full of confusion, wondering what Sun Wuhan was talking about. It broken. Son Gohan's heart skipped a beat. Even the tactics are not prepared. How can we deal with the players from the universe later? Isn't this just a joke? Our tactics are to eliminate them and then win this game. Vegeta moved his shoulders and a proud smile rose at the corners of his mouth. What kind of bullshit tactics are there? Just eliminate everyone with one horse. Except for the combined Jiren, he doesn't care about the rest of the people. But we are a team. Son Gohan was still a little unwilling, but this time no one paid any attention to him. Seeing this, Son Gohan could only sigh heavily, and at the same time he became alert again. Don't push yourself too hard, Gohan. Just do your best. Piccolo patted his shoulder, signaling him to relax. Tactic and other things will be discussed later. Let's finish this fight first. 10, 9, 8. The countdown to the start of the game was like a death-seeking Hades, constantly stimulating the hearts of all the players. Some even began to tremble. Most of the players turned their eyes to the direction of the 7th universe with a ruthless look in their eyes. Eliminate the 7th universe first. 3, 2, 1. The game begins. As Zong Su announced the match, all the players from the universe started to move and launched their own attacks on other camps. For a moment the ring was ablaze. Smoke and dust filled the air. Screams and explosions covered every corner. The people in the 7th universe were completely shocked by the scene. This fight was really brutal. Boom! Sun Wukong burst into a breath and rushed into the battle first. What team spirit! All of you go aside, he wants to enjoy this rare battle. Dad, you! Sun Wuhan took his hand back with a stiff face. Then he looked at the other 8 people for help. Vegeta snorted. He also followed Son Goku's steps and joined the battle. Then androids number 17 and number 18 joined the battle. Then Cell left again. Looking at the only 5 people left, Son Gohan couldn't help swallowing his saliva. There was no strategy at all. Fight your own. Krillin also joined the battle. At this time Broly, who had been silent all the time, also said apologetically, "Sorry, I have to leave first." So Broly left the team. Only Piccolo and Son Gohan were left with an indifferent look, and Frieza smiled and said nothing. Still thinking about team tactic. It's useless. Frieza couldn't help but sneer, so he also joined the brutal melee. He really enjoyed this feeling. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan looked at Piccolo on the side. Uncle Piccolo wouldn't be the same as them, right? Don't be nervous, Gohan. Let's team up. This will help us better deal with the crisis that will come. Piccolo gave an affirmative look. Teaming up is undoubtedly the best choice at this time. I understand. Son Gohan nodded solemnly. What should we do, net, Uncle Piccolo? Piccolo analyzed the situation. The ring is too chaotic now. Going to fight is not a good choice, but wait until it calms down a little before fighting. Let's avoid it for a while. Too chaotic, Piccolo said calmly. For the time being we have to choose to protect ourselves. But how can those players with bad intentions tolerate them avoiding the battle? More than a dozen people surrounded the two of them. Even if they only take down 2 people, they must break one arm of the 7th universe. This is the task assigned by their own god of destruction. Chapter 91. No vs Tispo, an absolute crushing of tactics and IQ. Not good, we are surrounded. Seeing the dozen people who have surrounded him, Son Gohan's expression gradually became serious. They are surrounded. Do you remember what I taught you? Pico's face was calm and there was no panic on his face. I always remember. Son Gohan nodded seriously. He never forgets his previous training. Piccolo smiled with satisfaction. This is the Gohan he wanted to see. Let's do it in one go. Eliminate them. Break through the siege. Piccolo and Son Gohan both burst out with their auras at the same time, launching a tactic called breakthrough. Let's tear open the siege first. Arrogant. Seeing that the two of them wanted to break through the defense, those guys were immediately unhappy. Want to run. Lightning whirlwind strike. A werewolf wrapped a layer of electricity on his left leg and attacked the nearest Son Gohan. The other dozen people saw this and immediately launched a siege tactic. It was extremely chaotic for a while. Compared to the players of the 7th universe who had already thrown all their efforts into the battle, there was no movement on the side of the 11th universe. Jiren stood there motionless, and the earrings under his earlobes moved without wind. No one was worthy of his attack, and those players who also wanted to sneak attack Jiren were scared away by his eyes. This is the oppression of absolute strength. I'm joining the battle too. You can act according to the situation. Topo finally lost his patience and chose to join the battle. The other members of the Pride team saw the captain leave and joined the battle one after another. Only Jiren was left standing. Don't get in my way. Vegeta punched the werewolf fighting with him and flew away, and then added a wave of air bombs to blast him out of the ring. Another player was eliminated, and the universe of the eliminated player let out a painful wail. This is the sadness of the weak universe. Vegeta took a deep breath. He knew that his chances were getting fewer and fewer, so he had to get stronger as soon as possible to protect everything he wanted to protect. And at this moment, a gas bomb attacked him from behind. Vegeta reacted quickly and dodged the sneak attack by turning sideways. Such a quick reaction. It seems that what the adult said is right. This Vegeta is indeed the top combat power of the 7th universe. The sneak attack was made by Dr. Paparani of the 3rd universe and 3 other robot players. They wanted to eliminate Vegeta in advance so as to solve this big hidden danger. The lost universe will be eliminated. This is not a game. You guys want to eliminate me? Wishful thinking. Vegeta burst into the Super Saiyan 2 state and started a fierce battle with the 4 of them. Apart from Vegeta, Sun Wukong Wukong was also fighting fiercely. He found Tokpo of the 11th universe again and fought fiercely with him. Just as flash, Tokpo's 5 fingers continuously fired dense energy bombs at Sun Wukong to cover the attack. Sun Wukong only blocked it with an air block. Then the two chose close combat at the same time. You are stronger than before. During the battle, Tokpo found that Sun Wukong's strength was a little stronger than before, even stronger than the original normal state. You've become stronger too. Sun Wukong kicked at the back of his neck but was easily blocked by an arm. It would be great if we weren't enemies, Tokpo said with a wry smile. It would be great if this was just an ordinary game. No one would be eliminated this way. What if there's another chance later? Sun Wukong smiled. Tokpo quickly understood the meaning of his word. He looked at Sun Wukong in disbelief as if he was looking at some weirdo. Sun Wukong's face darkened. If we win, I will make a wish to revive all the eliminated universes. After hearing what Sun Wukong said, Tokpo smiled with relief again. She actually thought about all the eliminated universes. She's indeed a player he's favored. He should bring Sun Wukong into the Pride team. So he pulled away and made a parrying gesture again and laughed. The winner is our 11th universe. And Sun Wukong didn't say anything more and continued to fight with him. Tokpo was just a transition. What he really wanted to learn was Jiren standing on the ruins in the distance. The fighting power of the god of destruction. Is he really sure he can win? Sun Wukong was a little dazed for a moment. Compared to these guys, number 18 and number 17, the brother and sister were not as slow as them. They kept eliminating one player after another. Soon they had accumulated to 5 people. What a trouble. Number 18 casually knocked away a sneak attacking player and said with some impatience in his tone, "This is different from before." Number 18, the losing universe will be cleared. Number 17 looked solemn. When he heard that the losing universe was going to be cleared, he was shocked on the spot. So he finally got serious. Not for others, just for the goal he was protecting. Okay, got it. Number 18 left the team, leaving only number 17 standing there. They began to act separately. There is a flaw. At this time, Tispo from Universe 11 rushed out, using his super fast movement speed to forcibly knock number 17 away. And number 17 didn't react at all. What a fast speed. No, 17's pupils shrank suddenly. He didn't even catch the guy's after image. It seems that he has to use all his strength. He quickly adjusted his position while flying and landed steadily behind another ruined bunker. He buried several air mines under his feet. At the same time, he put on a protective shield, but just as he finished all this, Tispo's additional attack followed. 107 was knocked out again, but a triumphant smile appeared on his face. What are you laughing at? Tispo frowned. Was this guy driven insane by his own beating? But he soon stopped thinking so. You fell into a trap. No, 17's eyes narrowed. The Kigong bomb buried under Tispo's feet plotted instantly, and Tispo was too careless to react and was directly submerged in the explosion. This is why number 17 was able to eliminate 5 people in a row. He said before that he had no tactic. In fact, he had already played out the tactic. The explosion dissipated. Tispo had scars all over his body. He looked at number 17 not far away with an angry press Zion, and it was obvious that the move just now was not pleasant. Tispo finally dared not be careless. This guy is very cunning. Come on, let me see the speed you are so proud of. Number 17 raised his hand towards Tispo, and the mockery on his face was self-evident. Asshole, you ask for it. Tispo was a little defensive, but he still took out 12 points of vigilance. This guy named number 17 is far from being as simple as he thought. His speed was so fast that it left an after image. He attacked number 17 again, and number 17 once again showed a successful smile. You fell into the trap again. Chapter 92 Orange Piccolo. The 9th universe is eliminated. Ch8com. Not good. Tispo's pupils shrank suddenly, but it was too late. Pay the price for your arrogance. The energy in No 17's body continued to soar and soon reached an extremely terrifying level. He was going to use self-destruction. The NET moment. Number 17 was seen glowing all over. Boom. The range of the self-destruction instantly covered half of the ring, and even the entire ring was shaking. Obviously, some weak players were also eliminated by this self-destruction, and Tispo, who was at the center of the explosion, even though he was very fast, he couldn't escape this almost instantaneous explosion. He actually self-destruct. Berumo was shocked. This guy named number 17 is really crazy. He said he would self-destruct, but on second thought it seems not a loss. At least number 17 was also eliminated, but the NET scene shocked his worldview. The explosion and smoke dissipated. Tispo flew out from it. He fell heavily on the other side and collapsed in the ruins with powerlessness. On the other hand, number 17, who used self-destruction, was not hurt at all but just gasped for breath in the same place. He did not die by self-destruction. Number 17 just compressed most of the energy in his body together and then released it all to achieve the minimum lethality. This is his plan. You should be done too, right? Haha. Number 17 fell to his knees gasping for breath. Even a man-made man man with infinite energy cannot maintain his original state after using this move. It will take some time to recover. Damn, don't be too proud. Although Tishpo said it harshly, his body could no longer move. He could only keep saying harsh words. I want. Suddenly, Tishpo felt a strong sense of oppression. Tishpo, watch out. The god of destruction Kaishin of the 11th universe camp kept reminding him loudly to watch out for his back. But in the end it was still a step too late. You still know how to say harsh words. Go down. Cell, who came out of nowhere, kicked Tishpo out of the ring with one kick. The latter could only lose the game with endless reluctance. Tishpo of the 11th universe was eliminated. Sorry, it's my problem. After returning to the audience, Tishpo lowered his head in shame, not daring to look directly into the eyes of Belmode and others. Just cheer them up. Maybe you should temper your character. Belmode snorted coldly. If this guy hadn't been so arrogant, he wouldn't have lost the qualification just now. Anyway, it doesn't matter if one less is missing. And Jiren is the finale. Compared to number 17, the battle between Piccolo and Son Gohan finally came to an end. Soon all the dozen players who surrounded them were eliminated. Only the dangerous trio of the 9th universe is still holding on. It is worth mentioning that more than half of the dozen players before were players from the 9th universe, so there are only 3 players left in the 9th universe. It's over, everything is over. We only have the last 3 people left. The Kai King of the 9th universe screamed. In less than 10 minutes their 9th universe has been eliminated and only 3 people are left. If this continues, they will be the first universe to be eliminated. Don't lose, dangerous trio. Come on. The eliminated players from Universe 9 kept cheering for Dagger Wolf. This is their last hope. We won't lose. The dangerous trio used their famous skills to resist the NET attack from Piccolo and Son Gohan. Eliminate them in one go. Gohan, don't be soft-hearted. As soon as Piccolo finished speaking, an orange flame pillar shot up into the sky. The breath kept soaring upward. His strength was also greatly improved at this moment. The dark red pupils, a body size that was a circle larger than before the symbol of the Earth Dragon, also appeared behind him. The orange flame crushed all the surrounding rubble and Piccolo's new form was revealed to the world at this moment. This is his latest form, Orange Piccolo. Although it is not as good as Vegeta and Son Goku's Super Blue or Super 4 forms, it is enough to deal with most enemies. I understand, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan nodded. Then a stronger breath burst out from his body, surpassing the Orange Piccolo just now. Mystic form Ma. This is his achievement in the past year. Son Gohan had decided to start training again a year ago, so his strength has become stronger. He now not only knows the mystic form but also comprehends Super 4. The dangerous trio on the opposite side, they were completely shocked. This power, this violent breath, this dazzling arrogance, they are totally beyond their ability to contend with. Even the so-called dangerous trio is just like a piece of paper in front of them. Seeing such a powerful Piccolo, Son Gohan, the 9th universe has completely given up. All are waiting for the NET fate of being eliminated. This battle is over. Let's end this battle. Piccolo and Son Gohan stood back to back. Blue and yellow energy Qigong condensed in their hands. The dangerous trio also took out their most powerful moves, trying to counter the combination of the two of them, but they couldn't change the outcome of being eliminated. The NET moment, Kamehameha and magical killing cannon were fired from their hands. The same was true for the opposite dangerous trio, but soon their 3 big moves were crushed by Piccolo and Son Gohan. They could not hold on for less than a second. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the dangerous trio was completely eliminated. All members of the 9th universe are eliminated. If you lose the qualification for this competition, you will be eliminated. Zong Su announced to everyone the fact that the 9th universe was eliminated. Disappear. The 2 Omni Kings condensed the power of elimination in their hands. The 9th universe was completely wiped out. Nothing was left, and all the players stopped attacking at once. All of them were stunned. It turned out that they were not kidding. Nothing is left. Beerus's Zion was extremely ugly. He just used his ability to survey the 9th universe and found that it was completely wiped out. Nothing was left. What a terrifying ability is this! The 3rd time I've seen the Omni King use the power of elimination. Chrono wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and said with some lingering fear, "It's just the same as always. This move looks terrible, but it actually has its own limit." Zong Su's Zion was neither sad nor happy. He didn't take the so-called power of elimination seriously. This move only sounds awesome, but in fact it's nothing in the eyes of the Supreme God. Okay, announce that the game will continue. Don't forget what your responsibilities are. The High Priest nodded, so he announced the game to continue again. All the players came back to their senses from the shock and continued the chaotic battle, but it was more intense than before. At one time many players were eliminated again. Chapter 94 Combined Jiren takes action, powerful beyond imagination. I understand, Jiren whispered. Then let them see it. As this sentence came out of Pound, Jiren's eyes suddenly became sharp. It was as if 2 lightning bolts broke through the sky. He clenched his fist tightly. His whole body oozed an indescribable indescribable momentum. A dazzling red light burst out from Jiren's eyes like two burning stars. In an instant, the entire world of nothingness began to tremble violently, as if it was about to be torn apart by this powerful force. The wind whistled, blowing everyone almost unsteadily, but Jiren was as steady as a mountain. Then, a terrifying red breath beyond the imagination of all the players gushed out from Jiren's body. It was as unstoppable as a volcanic eruption. This breath carried the power to destroy the world and swept across the entire ring in the blink of an eye. Wherever it went, the air seemed to be ignited and ignited with raging flame. The space around Jiren could not withstand the impact of this force. They shattered like mirrors. Countless fragments flew everywhere, forming a gorgeous and dangerous scene. Jiren remained calm. This power. Sun Wukong looked ahead in astonishment, his eyes revealing an expression of disbelief. This level is probably almost catching up with the aura emitted by Lord Beerus back then. Standing in place, Sun Wukong was deeply shocked by Jiren's powerful strength. He was a little absent-minded for a moment. You know, this is just Jiren's aura, but its power is so amazing. There are actually such powerful people in the world. Broly, Vegeta, all the players in the 7th universe, even all the gods of destruction were shocked. Even Beerus showed a look of horror. They were all shocked by the strength of the combined Jiren. This is completely in the realm of the gods of destruction. It is not an absolute power that those universe players can contend with. This is bad. The full power of the god of destruction. Goku and the others may not be the opponent of this guy. Beerus's expression gradually became ugly. He knew that if Goku and Vegeta did not merge, they would not be the opponent of this super Jiren. You must know that there is a strict watershed between the god of destruction and those below the god. If it is not the extreme transformation, the lower system will not be able to compete with the god of destruction. Isn't this beyond the rules? It clearly says that the god of destruction is prohibited from participating in the competition, so are players with the power of the god of destruction allowed to participate? Renault put her hands on her hips and said with some dissatisfaction, "Young man, just sit down. This competition is not organized by you." Zong Su looked indifferent. Anyway, this so-called power conference is just a formality, a transformation opportunity specially reserved for Kong Bei and others. Zong Su is sure this battle must be their transformation moment. The key to understanding Super 5 lies in it. Boring special training can't prove anything after all. Only fighting is the best evolution agent. Zong Su started to imagine, after the two of them complete Super 5, should they try Super SI? After all, that was the realm that Yamashi reached in the past. What do you think? The high priest looked at Zong Su, wanting to hear what he thought about this battle. The result is already determined. Fusion Jiren is not the final winner. Don't underestimate the descendants of Yamashi. Although the Suns are not as glorious as they were in the past, they should not be underestimated. Zong Su closed his eyes. Stop watching this battle, but the game still needs to continue. This is the ultimate battle for the survival of the universe. Even if Jiren shows overwhelming strength, they must continue to fight to achieve the only hope. This guy's momentum is really terrifying. Sun Wukong muttered to himself. He felt an unprecedented pressure coming from the front. It's so annoying. Vegeta came to Sun Wukong and looked forward with a serious face. At this time, even Broly, who had been playing in the wild, quickly came to join them. It will probably be a fierce battle. Net. Broly's voice revealed a hint of nervousness. Yes, but we can't retreat. We must go all out. Sun Wukong clenched his fist and said firmly, "This guy's strength has far exceeded the original combined Zamasu." Vegeta frowned. He secretly thought about how to deal with it. Facing the strong momentum that kept coming from the front, the three of them couldn't help but show a very solemn expression. They knew that this battle would be extremely difficult, but they were not afraid, determined to meet the challenge. Here we go. With a roar, a figure appeared on the ruins in front of them like lightning. Jiren looked down at the three people below like a god. He could not see any expression. Finally he spoke, "Come on, let me see the power of you three guys. Don't let me down too much. Go." Broly took the lead and rushed forward like a burning meteor. His body underwent amazing changes. He instantly entered the Super Saiyan 4 state. A trace of determination flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. He took a deep breath and his whole body oozed an indescribable blue-white aura. He opened the state of extreme freedom. Vegeta on the side was not to be outdone. He gritted his teeth, his forehead veins bulged and his body flashed with deep blue light. He entered the deep blue state again. For a moment, the atmosphere of the entire battlefield was extremely tense. The gods widened their eyes and stared at the fierce battle that was about to break out. The other players retreated one after another, fearing to be involved in it, because they knew that the fluctuations that will be caused by the battle are definitely not something that ordinary people can bear. At this moment there was a loud noise boom, as if the universe plotted. Three figures launched a fierce attack on Jiren with unparalleled momentum. They each used their strongest skill. For a moment the world of nothingness trembled and an indescribable gust of wind swept the entire ring in an instant. All the players tried their best to stabilize their bodies and try not to be blown off the ring by the gust of wind. As for the weaker ones, they hid behind the ruins and trembled, but they were eventually blown off the ring by the gust of wind. This fluctuation Son Gohan and Piccolo were watching from afar. Their eyes and mouths were wide open. The fluctuations caused by the four people were completely beyond their imagination. Cold sweat ran down Piccolo's cheek. This is no longer our business. But at this moment, a violent explosion plotted behind them. Be careful, Gohan. Piccolo and Son Gohan reacted quickly and escaped from the explosion in an instant. The thick smoke caused by the explosion dissipated. Paparani and his 3 robot assistants appeared in front of them, looking at them with a smile. No one will be able to save you, Net. Paparani waved his cane. The 3 robots below attacked them like cannonballs. The battle began again. Chapter 95. Number 18 teamed up vs Kefla. People were constantly eliminated on the field. The 2 Omni Kings also turned into ruthless killing machines, constantly eliminating the eliminated universes one after another. First the 9th universe, then the 10th universe, then the 2nd and 4th universes. Only the SITH 7th, 3rd and 11th universes were left on the field. It is worth mentioning that all the members of the 10th universe were eliminated by number 17 and Cell and Frisia's number of eliminations ranked behind them. As for the 2nd and 4th universes, because the battle between Sky Broly and Super Jiren was too volatile, they were all eliminated. Currently only Universe 7 is the dominant one. Universe 7 still has the highest number of people except for Krillin, who was eliminated by a cold shot. Universe 6 is the second. Universe 11 has the smallest number of people. The other members were beaten down by Universe 7 and Frisia. Only Super Jiren is still holding on. Even though Jiren is the only one left, there is no panic on Berumo's face. On the contrary, he is very relaxed. He looks in the direction of Universe 7 with a playful expression as if he has already defeated them. On the other side, a battle is also breaking out. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rises and a big gap is blown in the ring on the spot. Bitch, what's the point of hiding? Get out! Kefla's tone is crazy. She keeps venting her endless anger to the ruins around her. For a while thick smoke is everywhere because the rules of fusion are completely released. Kale and Caulifla thus merged into Kefla. This is also the trump card of the SITH universe. She is also fighting with number 18 and number 17 of the 7th universe at this time, but her mentality is obviously broken by them. Assholes! Kefla opened her arms and a giant crush composed of red and green condensed out. Then she gritted her teeth. Then she combined these energy attacks into one, forming a more powerful giant crush. The terrifying energy contained in it is enough to scare others. This is a power that can blow up the structure of the universe, although it is restricted here. The power that can be earthed is not much different. I will restrain her, then you will find a chance to reduce her energy. Number 17 began to plan step by step. In terms of physical strength, they are at the top of the pyramid. Although they can't beat your combined Sun, they can always drain your physical strength, right? So he chose this tactic. Stop giving orders. Looking at Kefla, who was almost in a frenzy, No 18's eyes flashed with strong anger. It was these two who eliminated her husband Krillin. No 17's face sank and he walked out from behind the ruins, then hooked his finger at Kefla. Okay, you dare to come out? Look, I'll knock you down. Kefla had a ferocious look on her face, so she threw the giant smash towards number 17. Are you so angry now? Number 17 calmly opened the energy shield and then used the surrounding ruins to form a defense. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, another violent explosion swept in. The power of this explosion was extremely huge and its wide range actually covered half of the ring. Number 17 was swallowed by the explosion. Life and death unknown. Well done, Kefla. Knock them all down. Xiongpa shouted excitedly. With a smug smile on his face, he looked at Beerus, who was silent on the side, and the provocation was self-evident. He thought Beerus was defeated this time, right? But the NET scene made his face fall again. The smoke from the explosion dissipated. Number 17 was not blown out of the ring or died because of this move, but his clothes were blown to tatters. His hair was also messy. Cough, cough, cough. Number 17 started coughing violently. Obviously he didn't feel well from the move just now. This was after continuous reduction. He tried to bounce this move out of the ring but couldn't resist it at all, so he could only choose to bear it. Not down yet. Damn it. Kefla's E-press Zion twisted again, so she rubbed out the same giant smash as before. She didn't believe this guy could still bear it. At this critical moment, Kefla's pupils shrank suddenly. She keenly sensed that a breath was quietly approaching behind her, but everything was too late. You fell into the trap. Number 18 hugged Kefla and shouted at number 17 in front, hurry up and knock me and her down. Kefla couldn't break free from No 18's restraints for a while, and No 18 was also trying his best not to break free. He could only choose a one-for-one method. Understood. Hey. Number 17 squatted lightly, gathered all the energy between his palms and condensed the strongest attack in his life. No, I can't be eliminated yet. Panic appeared in Kefla's eyes. She couldn't be eliminated so easily. easily. Let go bitch. Kefla kept elbowing number 18, but number 18 held tighter and tighter. This scene made Krillin in the stands very worried. Number 18 spat out blood with a playful press Zion. I won't let go. Boom. As she finished speaking, No 17's strongest attack followed. A blue energy beam burst out from his hand and blasted towards the two of them. Kefla and number 18 were swallowed on the spot, and the light also shot into the unknown void with all their hopes. Is it over? Number 17 fell to the ground uncontrollably as soon as he finished speaking. He tried his best to prop up his arms to confirm whether Kefla was eliminated, but there was nothing to see except the arena full of ruin. Number 18 appeared in the 7th universe camp. At this time she had fallen into a coma and it might take some time for her to wake up. Number 18 Krillin hurriedly took out the senzu beans and fed them to number 18. Number 18 gradually woke up. When she woke up she didn't check her problem first but hurriedly looked in the direction of the SITH universe. But she didn't see the two people. Not good. Kefla was not eliminated. This was also confirmed when the King of All announced the names of the eliminated players. Kefla struggled to get up from the edge of the ring. She was covered with scars and her body was shaking. Asshole! Asshole! Kefla's voice was hoarse. Boom! Kefla burst out with a more violent breath than before. Her breath turned red, accompanied by several thick lightning bolts. Her breath bombarded the surrounding ruins like a laser. Her breath could cause substantial attack. Her power was much stronger than before. For a while the surrounding gravel flew and there were ruins and dust everywhere. Kefla was not eliminated but became stronger. No 17's press Zion gradually became ugly. What was the meaning of everything they had just done? Did number 18 sacrifice in vain? No, not yet. Number 17 stood up with great difficulty, but Kefla's attack was coming one after another. Bang! She punched number 17 in the face and number 17 was hit by this blow and flew backward. Finally he hit the middle pillar and stopped, and number 17 also fell into a coma. Now all of you get off. Kefla once again rubbed out a giant crusher in her hand. She wanted to blow up the entire ring. End this battle. It's really embarrassing. A mocking voice sounded from behind her. Kefla's pupils shrank suddenly, but she saw the guy who made her even more angry. The bastard who eliminated Hit. Is this your bad nature? Cell stood on the ruins not far away and looked at her directly, his tone full of mockery. Chapter 96 Fusion Analyzar. The crisis of Piccolo and Son Gohan. Compared to the battlefield here, Goku was in a much worse situation. Even if Goku, Vegeta and Broly used all their strength, they were no match for Super Jiren. Instead they were constantly rubbed by him. Gohan and Piccolo were not optimistic either. Both of them used their strongest forms to deal with the attacks of the four people from the third universe. They firmly suppressed Paparani and other players. Even if Bo Laleta, Ku Iskai and Pan Kia merged into Ku Ichi Aleta, they were still no match for Gohan. He could only be attacked like a living target. Piccolo directly fought Onionon with Paparani. He was still beaten by the orange Piccolo. Damn it all! Piccolo punched Paparani on the door and the latter fell directly from a high altitude, creating a huge crack on the ground. Gohan also threw Ku Ichi Aleta to his side. He was completely defeated by Piccolo and Gohan. It's over. You, the third universe, have no chance. Piccolo looked at Paparani press zionlessly. They defeated a powerful opponent once again, but Paparani stood up again in a strange posture. He looked at Piccolo with a gloomy face. Is it over? No, no, no. It's not over yet. The crystal on the top of Paparoni's cane shone with a dazzling purple light. It instantly enveloped the entire ring. It was as strange as a god blowing the song of doom. Seeing this, the several gods of destruction above and Piccolo and Son Gohan had a bad feeling. Moscow shone red light again. The master said that the plan is mature. Camp Ellie translated. That's right, this is our trump card, the final trump card that can eliminate Piccolo and Son Gohan in one fell swoop. L laughed. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. I will implement the final plan. I will beat you all down. Paparani burst out with purple light and his whole body merged with Keiki Aleta. The light instantly enveloped them. Through the outline of the light, Piccolo could clearly see a piece of clay-like thing constantly kneading together. Gradually it had the outline of a human figure. The breath and energy were still soaring violently and soon surpassed Son Gohan and others. Miscalculated. Piccolo showed a look of astonishment on his face. Secretly regretting their mistakes, the two of them once again took out their strongest forms to face the NET brutal battle. Just then the huge unknown creature in the light suddenly let out a low roar. The sound was as shocking as thunder. Then an indescribable powerful energy gushed out of its body like a surging torrent rushing towards the sky. This energy was so strong that it formed a series of dazzling shock waves. The earth trembled continuously and the wind howled. The whole space seemed to be swallowed by this power. This was the final trump card of the third universe. Through the fusion of Keikai Areta and Paparani, the ultimate form in the plan was achieved. Analyza. As the light faded away, Analyzar finally appeared in front of everyone. He was several dozen meters tall and his aura was like like the beginning of the universe. There was also a red energy furnace on his head. His terrifying energy was still rising. This is Son Gohan looked horrified. He didn't expect that the fusion of 4 people could actually produce such a terrifying energy fluctuation. No wonder the third universe is so confident. Ha 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 ha. This is the fusion. Unalazar Al looked at Unalazar in the field with satisfaction as if he was looking at a rare treasure. No, Gohan, Piccolo and the others are in trouble. Krillin looked ugly. This energy has completely surpassed Mr. Gohan's strongest form. Shin's Pres Zion was not much better. He found through the survey just now that Analazar's energy exceeded the sum of Piccolo and Son Gohan. Shut up, Beerus roared and shocked everyone. Now is not the time to care about this but to see how Son Gohan and the others deal with such an enemy. The fierce battle is coming. Gohan, let go! Piccolo and Son Gohan shouted at the same time, exuding a powerful aura. The two rushed towards Unalazar like an arrow from a bow. The moves in their hands were endless. Son Gohan was responsible for containment and Piccolo was responsible for attacking from a distance. The two had a clear division of labor. For a while they suppressed Unalazar. For a short time Piccolo used his signature magic light killing cannon. A huge energy beam blasted towards Unalazar with the power of destroying the world, and Son Gohan used Kamehameha wave. The surging power gathered into a huge ball of light like a scorching sun hanging in the sky, fiercely blasting towards Unalazar. These two extremely powerful attacks intertwined with each other, forming an indestructible torrent sweeping towards Unalazar with the force of thunder and lightning. The whole space was shocked by this terrifying momentum, but Unalazar smiled humanely as if he was laughing at their powerlessness. With a roar, a powerful red energy suddenly gathered in Analazar's mouth. That energy was like a burning flame. Its power was not inferior to the attack launched by the master and apprentice. There was a loud noise boom. The two extremely terrifying forces collided with each other, instantly causing a shocking shock wave. This shock wave spread to the surroundings at a speed visible to the naked eye. The air seemed to be torn into pieces wherever it passed. The whole space became turbulent. The ground trembled violently and countless gravel and dust flew up, formed a dust fog that covered the sky and the sun. For a while there was a stalemate, but this was just an appearance. Sweat appeared on Piccolo and Son Gohan's forehead. They had already used all their strength, but Unalazar didn't. As Unalazar continued to increase the power and energy, the magic light cannon and Kamehameha were pushed back. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound. This energy completely plotted. Piccolo and Son Gohan screamed and flew backwards uncontrollably. They were shocked and unwilling, and their eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. They actually failed to fight against the wave. This scene shocked everyone. The do not fight against the wave law with the Sun family that was originally regarded as an absolute truth was invalid at this moment. This unexpected result reversed the situation instantly. The side that originally had the advantage fell into a huge crisis. For in an instant the third universe fell into ecstasy. This is far from over. Unalazar used his powerful force to twist this space, punched into this space again, and attacked Son Gohan and the others again. Piccolo didn't react in time and was hammered into the ruins, and Son Gohan was knocked away again. Chapter 97 Piccolo becomes huge beast. Gohan is about to attain enlightenment. Analazar's fist hit the ring like a violent storm. Each punch contained endless power and might. As it continued to punch, the entire ring seemed to be violently shaken by a powerful shock wave. The audience watched everything in front of them in horror. They couldn't imagine that the fusion could have such a terrifying power. And Unalazar stood on the ring looking at the pile of ruins on the ground like a demon from the abyss. If I don't use the god of destruction state, I'm afraid I can't take it down for a while, Topo analyzed with a serious face. Even though he was far away in the audience, he could clearly feel Analazar's almost skyrocketing energy. The power of each punch was far beyond imagination. Now are Sun Wukong and Piccolo still sure to defeat such a powerful opponent? No, they will win. I believe in them. Krillin's face was firm. He always believed that Piccolo and Son Gohan could bring miracles to all of them, but when he looked at the other two battlefields his face fell again. The situation on Son Goku and the other two was very bad. They were still being suppressed by Super Jiren, and the android cell was also in a tough battle, unable to defeat Super 2 combined Kefla. For a while the seventh universe fell into an unprecedented crisis. The smoke dissipated. Piccolo and Son Gohan did not disappoint all of them and returned to the battlefield again. Number 17 also woke up from a coma and quickly joined their battle. Everything seemed to be turning around, but the situation was still not optimistic. It's a very difficult opponent, Number 17 muttered to himself, revealing a hint of helplessness in his eyes. It's endless. Facing the towering figure in front of him like a mountain, No 17's face became extremely solemn. He knew that he needed to go all out to have a glimmer of hope. After a short silence, Number 17 and Piccolo began to quickly formulate a battle plan. They have rich combat experience and outstanding wisdom. They are one of the few hexagonal players in the 7th universe. Number 17 calmly analyzed the situation situation and proposed a bold strategy. Help me test it again. I'll see if I can find its weakness. Only in this way can we have hope of a comeback. In terms of strength and speed, they are not opponents of this combined monster. The only thing they can rely on is tactical strategy and high mobility operations. Then give the enemy a fatal blow. Leave it to me and Gohan. Piccolo nodded, indicating that he agreed with No. 17's proposal. I agree with this plan. Son Gohan also had no objection to this. Then, number 17 Piccolo and Son Gohan discussed the specific division of labor and action steps in detail. Formulate a set of exquisite tactical plan. The three took a deep breath with a firm light in their eyes. This will be the last battle. Are you ready, Gohan? The battle is here. Instantly, the two rushed towards Unalazar like cannonballs again, and the second round of battle started again. They all took out their strongest forms just to buy as much time as possible for No. 17 to find the weakness of this guy. How arrogant! Just 3 people want to defeat Unalazar. King Kaiero looked at the 3 of them with disdain. He had absolute confidence in Unalazar and didn't think these 3 guys could defeat it. Boom! Analazar's energy furnace shone a red beam of light blasting towards the 2 people who had already rushed over, but it did not hit. Piccolo and Son Gohan looked at each other. The 2 instantly distanced themselves and chose to engage in harassment guerrilla warfare. Son Gohan covered with long-range energy bomb. Countless explosions plotted on Unalazar at once. Piccolo used the advantage of his size to continuously make Analazar's attacks miss, giving fatal blows from time to time. And number 17 in the distance did not disappoint them and soon found Analazar's weakness. I found it. Its head is the weakness. No. 17 hurriedly told the 2 of them the weakness of Unalazar. It turned out to be the energy furnace on its head. Leave it to me. Piccolo took the lead and started a fierce battle with Unalazar again. Of course, knowing the weakness will make everything easy. Son Gohan and number 17 looked at each other and then each took out their strongest killer move. Son Gohan took a deep breath and began to gather the powerful energy in his body. With his low roar, the air around him seemed to be stirred up, forming a huge air vort. The energy in Son Gohan's hand became more and more concentrated and finally gathered into a dazzling ball of light. Kamehameha boom! Number 17 also took out his strongest attack. The 2 rays of light merged into one, and with the momentum that was enough to tear everything apart, they blasted towards Analazar's head. Piccolo quickly dodged and Unalazar took the strongest attack directly because he could not react in time. Boom! Another explosion rose up. Analazar's figure was completely submerged in the huge explosion and there was no trace of him. But the faces of the 3 people did not ease at all, and the fact was just as they expected. Analazar rushed out of the smoke quickly and his terrifying speed shocked the 3 of them. He took the combined attack of Son Gohan and number 17. Analazar had no damage except for a few cracks in the energy furnace on his head. It was so hard that number 17 was the first to react. He quickly used his shield ability to put a layer of shield on Piccolo and Son Gohan, but he was hammered away by Analazar again. Piccolo quickly adjusted his position to buy the minimum time for Son Gohan to recover. Want to smash the energy furnace? Naive wishful thinking. Analazar's energy furnace is the strongest in the 3rd universe and even the destructive energy cannot destroy it for a while. Mosco's eyes flashed red. He taunted Beerus and the others mercilessly. Even if you are the great destroyers, so what? You players are only at this level. We still have one chance, Gohan. Piccolo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had to seize this last chance. Let Son Gohan bombard the Unalazar energy reactor again. But how to delay time? Piccolo thought about it. He found that there was another trick that could be used. He remembered the gigantic ability he used at the World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament. This is the best way at the moment. Yet how could I forget this trick? Piccolo laughed at himself. So he quickly expanded his body under the gaze of everyone. His body size soon reached the same level as Unalazar. It's this trick. Piccolo used gigantism again. Krillin said excitedly outside the field. He didn't expect that he could see Piccolo using his giantization ability again after so many years, but his face fell again. Although it has become bigger, there are more flaws. The strength and speed have not increased much at all. Isn't this a living target? Chapter 98. You are the strongest Sun at this moment. Beast form. Looking at Piccolo, who has used giantization to fight fiercely with Unalazar, Zong Su's Zion became more and more weird, and the high priest on the side quickly caught the change in Zong Su's Zion. Is there anything wrong? The high priest frowned. No, I'm fine. I suddenly remembered something happy. Zong Su smiled, which made Krino and the high priest feel puzzled, but they didn't ask again. Giant Piccolo. Isn't this the beast Gohan trap? Zong Su couldn't help but think of it. After all, in the Dragon Ball movie superheroes he had seen in his previous life, Piccolo used his giant form to get beaten. Then Gohan was enraged and transformed into a beast form, but Zong Su didn't think that Piccolo was weak but that he was acting to minimize the potential of Son Gohan. Zong Su smiled inexplicably again, but a trace of determination rose in his heart. After it's over, I will definitely pull Son Gohan Gohan into the investment plan. Believe that with his own investment Son Gohan will surely be able to go further and fly higher. But all this is based on the premise that the 7th universe wins the game. The game is not over yet. There are 34 minutes left in the game. 14 minutes have passed but more than half of the universes have been eliminated. It can be seen how fierce this power conference is. Gohan, we don't have much time left. Don't let Piccolo down for everything he has done. Number 17 said to Son Gohan with a serious face and then joined the battle. Son Gohan didn't say anything else, but his firm E-Pression is enough to E-plane everything. Son Gohan knows that his Kamehameha is still a little insufficient in terms of lethality. It can't break the energy furnace on Analazer's head. Only Uncle Piccolo's magic light cannon has a chance to break it. So Son Gohan changed his decision. This time he will no longer use Kamehameha. Instead, he chooses the more lethal magic light cannon. Although Piccolo didn't teach him, but Son Gohan had seen Piccolo use this move many times and understood the principle of the magic light cannon. Its power is beyond imagination. To perform this move you must first gather all your strength at your fingertips, then touch your forehead to stimulate this powerful energy. Only then can you bring out the real horror of this move. It is also the most terrifying ultimate move in the early Dragon Ball. I understand. Son Gohan's eyes narrowed. He touched his forehead with 2 fingers and began to gather the energy in his body to his fingertips. The steps were correct, but the speed was so slow that it was despairing. Piccolo was very familiar with this move, so he could use the magic light cannon at a very fast speed. But Son Gohan was still a novice. Using the giant Piccolo, he and Analazar engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand fight. Both sides punched and kicked each other. No one showed any tendency to retreat, and number 17 did not stop his attack. He continued to use the advantage of the infinite energy of the androids to frantically launch air bombs to harass Analazar. It seems that the situation has been reversed a little. They didn't dare to think so. Piccolo looked at Analazar, who was still trying to gather energy. Son Gohan, a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. Gohan, listen carefully. As long as you make up your mind, you will be the most powerful Sun in the world. Your talent has never lost to anyone. Believe in yourself. Don't hesitate. Unleash your potential. Piccolo murmured. His attack became faster and faster. He actually suppressed Analazar for a short time. But Analazar is not the irrational monster of the future Selma. He also has his own thinking. Analazar was finally beaten to a pulp. He appeared behind number 17 almost instantly and punched number 17 into the ruin. His terrifying speed once again refreshed everyone's cognition. The entire ring also trembled. Now only Piccolo and Analazar were left to delay. Analazar roared like thunder and everyone blocked their eardrums at the same time. But some spectators were still shocked to faint. Then it launched a retaliatory attack on the orange Piccolo again. Its fists kept falling on Piccolo. The power increased again and again. Piccolo was enduring pain that was almost enough to make people faint every second, but his strong willpower still supported him not to fall down. At least he delayed time for Son Gohan. Looking at Piccolo, who was being pressed to the ground and beaten by Analazar, Son Gohan's eyes flashed with anger. But now was not the time for him to get angry. Instead he concentrated his mind and condensed the magic light killing cannon to give Analazar a fatal blow, but the process was far from as simple as he thought. Gohan's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. He still hadn't condensed the magic light cannon. He had diarrhea again at the critical moment. This scene made everyone in the 7th universe very worried. Goku also wanted to come to help, but he couldn't get away because he had to deal with Super Jiren. The same was true for Cell and Frieza. Gohan was the only one to deal with the situation. Analazar roared to the sky. He didn't understand why this guy hadn't fallen down yet. Every time he knocked the other party down, Pico could get up quickly. Analazar thought this was a provocation from the other party, so he was completely furious. He swung his fist faster than before. The power was far beyond the previous level. If he only wanted to knock Piccolo out of the ring before, then he wanted to kill him now. Piccolo didn't even have the strength to fight back now. He could only passively take the beating. Son Gohan wanted to help but was rejected by Piccolo. Don't be distracted, focus your energy, Piccolo shouted with all his strength. But Analazar had already hit him again. He was once again in a situation of being beaten, and the situation was not as good as before. Blood was flowing from Piccolo's mouth, nose and eyes. Even one of his arms was smashed into two by Analazar. He had no physical strength and couldn't even do a simple recovery. Gohan, are you still not well? Piccolo is almost beaten to death. Number 17, who had recovered, joined the battle again, but he was still knocked away by Analazar's punch. Son Gohan was completely stunned and even his fingers slipped from his forehead. Go Gohan, don't be distracted, I can handle it. Piccolo just finished speaking. He was once again knocked from the ground to the air by Analazar. Analazar condensed energy and continuously launched bombardment at Piccolo above again and again. Piccolo also completely lost the ability to fight back. Finally he fell from a high altitude. Analazar pinched Piccolo's head with one hand and roared again. Looking at Piccolo, who had been beaten unconscious, Son Gohan's pupils were dazed. The power hidden in his body finally broke out at this moment. It was as if a red thunder plotted behind him, and Son Gohan's pupils turned deep red at this moment. Son Gohan opened his mouth wide and let out a deafening roar. This roar seemed to tear the entire reality apart. Everyone felt the anger and indomitable spirit deep in his heart. With this roar, a powerful breath gushed out from Son Gohan. The surrounding air also became distorted because of this force. The storm swept the entire ring in an instant. Super Jiren and the three Suns stopped fighting and looked at Son Gohan's direction in shock. Frieza and Cell and Kefla did the same. As the light dissipated and the dust fell all over the sky, Son Gohan's new form was completely revealed in front of the god and even everyone. Red pupils, silver eyebrows and hair. Even his aura is a meteor of three colors: silver, blue and purple. The outer layer is silver. The inner part is blue and purple. There are also pink and purple lightning all around. Full potential evolution, but it can also be called beast form. He finally broke through the limit. Chapter 99. Yamashi, the ancestor of the Suns. Son Gohan's breakthrough naturally attracted the attention of many people, especially the gods of the third universe. This is impossible. How could he break through his own limit? This is obviously impossible. No, this is not right. Al was furious. Where is the gentle and refined look of the past? He was almost like a madman at this moment. He couldn't believe it, and it was even more impossible for him to accept that Son Gohan could break through his limit. Before this, he always thought that Unalazar was the most promising ultimate warrior. When everything really came, he suddenly realized that he was wrong, and he was very wrong. But he still couldn't accept such a reality. There were only those scattered obsessions in his heart. Mr. L, maybe the position of King God is not suitable for you. Angel Campelli looked at him with a smile. And Moscow has remained silent since Son Gohan realized the beast form and didn't say anything. Look, this is the human you despise. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, everything has the possibility of turning over. You have already lost. L. Xion's deafening speech made everyone present and even the gods begin to ponder. Did they underestimate humans a little too much? Perhaps after this tournament of power, they will start to pay more attention to the human race. This is really a magical race compared to Son Gohan. Son Goku once again started a great war. Son Goku and Broly were like two dazzling rainbows that cut through the sky. They carried an incomparable powerful momentum and rushed toward Jiren like thunder. This attack seemed to contain endless power. It seemed to be able to tear apart everything in the world. The amazing power made the surrounding air heavy as if it was shrouded by an invisible pressure. Everyone in the seventh universe stared at this fierce battle, and they were secretly worried for them. This is an opponent at the level of the god of destruction. Facing such a fierce attack, Jiren showed no fear. He stood firmly in place, exuding a frightening aura. The net moment, boom, a red aura burst out from his body as terrifying as the beginning of the universe. It instantly disintegrated the combined attack of Broly and Son Goku. It was as easy as drinking water. Everyone was once again extremely shocked by the strength of the combined Jiren. The gods of destruction also showed a solemn look. The two coughed up blood and they all felt as if thousands of mountains hit their chest. Son Goku once again realized the true power of the gods of destruction, but they were also fearless. Let's go! Broly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and launched a fierce attack on Jiren again. Son Goku did the same. At this moment, people couldn't help but wonder where Vegeta was. They came to another ruin. Vegeta collapsed in the huge pit and scarlet blood foam kept spitting out of his mouth. More than a dozen bones were broken. Even the upper body armor was shattered. Vegeta was seriously injured at this time, almost close to collapse. But when he felt the powerful aura bursting out from both sides like a tidal wave, an uncontrollable anger surged into his heart. Instantly ignited his anger. He looked to the right side of the battlefield, which was the battlefield of Son Gohan. Then he looked to the left, which was the battlefield of Son Goku, Broly and Jiren. Everyone's aura far exceeded him. Broly realized Super Saiyan 4. Son Goku learned Ultra Instinct. Son Gohan realized the beast form at this moment. And Vegeta has been stuck in the deep blue form since he defeated Zamasu last time. He can't even be ranked third for 10,000 years. Even though he is no longer the Prince of Suns, Vegeta still has his own pride and pride. How can he be willing to be surpassed by others? In this indescribable anger, Vegeta fainted on the spot. Vegeta, who fell into a coma, felt his consciousness gradually blurred and his body became lighter and lighter. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Suddenly, the scene in front of him surprised him. He found himself in an unknown dimension. Vegeta looked around trying to find some familiar clues or sign, but all he saw was endless emptiness without any signs of life or object. Am I dead? Vegeta muttered to himself. Just as Vegeta was thinking about his situation, he suddenly noticed something strange under his feet. He looked down. He was surprised to find that he was standing on a rough sea, but his whole body stood firmly on the sea surface, not affected by the waves at all. You finally made it this far. An unknown voice sounded behind Vegeta. He turned back suddenly, but found that a humanoid creature wrapped in golden light was staring at him, full of divine brilliance and breath, accompanied by a hint of inapplicable wildness. "Who are you?" Vegeta stared at the golden humanoid creature in front of him, exuding a mysterious aura with undisguised vigilance and doubt in his voice. He didn't know why when his eyes met with the other parties, an indescribable sense of intimacy surged in his heart. This feeling surprised Vegeta. As a Sun prince, he was known for his coldness and arrogance. It was difficult for him to have emotional empathy with people other than his family, but facing this strange golden figure, he couldn't suppress the strange fluctuations in his heart. It was as if this guy was his ancestor. "My name is Yamashi. You can also call me the ancestor." As the dazzling golden light gradually faded, the man's true face was revealed. Vegeta's eyes widened, looking ahead in disbelief. In that light, there was a burly, muscular Sun. This Sun had a rough face and hard lines as if he was carved from rock. His hair danced like a burning flame and his eyes revealed a wild and unruly look, but it still couldn't hide his innate handsome temperament. He exuded a powerful aura. Every muscle was full of strength and it seemed that he could burst out with amazing fighting power at any time. What shocked Vegeta even more was that this Sun named Yamashi actually had the same scarf as the god of destruction. Could this guy also be a god of destruction? But before Vegeta could ask, Yamashi spoke again. "Even though the Sun's former glory has passed, you have finally reached this area." His voice was as loud as a bell. Yamashi's eyes were full of emotion and relief as if he saw the hope for the future of the Sun. At this moment the original Sun was expressing his recognition and appreciation for Vegeta and other Sun descendants. Yamashi nodded and said to Vegeta with a smile, "Let me help you break through your limits." As Yamashi finished speaking, his body plotted into countless pieces. Vegeta also woke up. Chapter 100 Super 5 Vegeta Super Jiren was suppressed. "I know what to do." Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and a strong breath gushed out of him. His body was gradually covered by a layer of faint white light. This layer of white light was like a lively elf happily wandering around him. These white lights seemed to have magical healing powers. They quickly gathered at the parts of Vegeta that were injured before continuously injecting vitality and energy. In the blink of an eye, the injuries that originally caused him unbearable pain were miraculously completely healed. Not even a trace was left. As his injuries healed, Vegeta felt an unprecedented power surge in his heart. It was an indescribable strong feeling from deep in his heart. He knew that this power came from the Sun blood that had been hidden in his body for a long time. Yamashi Sun ancestor, familiar yet unfamiliar word flashed through his mind. These long dormant memories and powers were finally awakened. Vegeta's eyes flashed with sharp light and he released his potential without hesitation. He instantly entered Super Sun 4. However, this was just the beginning. At this moment, Super Sun 4 Vegeta's body once again emitted a faint fluorescence. This fluorescence was more dazzling than before. It spread to the surroundings at an astonishing speed until it illuminated the entire world of nothingness. Countless stars shone in this brilliance. It seemed that the entire universe was cheering for him. Then the fluorescence that enveloped Vegeta suddenly shattered, turning into countless tiny light particles floating in the air. In this brilliant light, Vegeta showed a new form, a more powerful form than ever before. A body slightly larger than before. The original red hair turned into silver purple and the hair was longer than before and the color was the same. The eyeballs turned yellow and the eye sockets were purple, representing the truly powerful form of the Sun. Super Sun 5 Vegeta. Since the fall of Yamashi, Vegeta became the second Sun to realize Super Sun 5. He finally surpassed Son Goku and Broly, reached the true first place in the universe under the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Silver Mead with yellow flames swirled, and Vegeta was bathed in it, not affected at all. Vegeta's aura has surpassed Beast Gohan. The aura of God may not be felt by ordinary people, but Vegeta's aura is different. It is simply terrifying. Vegeta's breakthrough to Super Sun 5 shocked everyone present. They stared with wide eyes, looking at everything happening in front of them in disbelief. And at this moment, Vegeta is using his strength to prove to the world he is the real #1 in the universe. He succeeded. I seem to see the shadow of Yamashi in him. The high priest looked at Vegeta in surprise as if he saw something incredible. Super Sun 5. He is the second Sun to comprehend this form. Zong Su showed a look of relief. The power conference was indeed the breakthrough opportunity for Vegeta and others. Super Sun 5 is not so easy to comprehend. On the contrary, it requires a lot of opportunities. Zong Su at least knows that there are two ways to go. 1. Perfectly control your emotions, which is more difficult than perfect ultra instinct. 2. Extreme anger or sadness or extraordinary killing intent. In addition to these, Zong Su can no longer think of anything else. But his Zion became confused again. Seeing Vegeta like this, it seems that he didn't take the above two steps. But it doesn't matter. What he is really worried about now is whether Vegeta can fully control this powerful form. This form is very burdensome. If it weren't for the powerful instance, the average Sun might not be able to maintain super 5 for a long time. Those who are longer may die. I finally did it. Vegeta closed his eyes tightly, feeling the seemingly endless and bottomless power in his body. This power rushed through his body like a surging torrent, making him feel unprecedented shock and confident. A proud smile gradually appeared on Vegeta's face. He slowly opened his eyes with a fiery light flashing in his eyes. Vegeta finally understood his true potential. With this powerful power he will eventually become the top instance in the universe, and those who once despised him, those who laughed at him, will also pay the price for it. Jiren, be prepared to pay a heavy price for your previous behavior that irritated me. His body suddenly burst into a dazzling light. His figure instantly turned into a gorgeous long rainbow rushing like lightning. He rushed straight towards Jiren, who was fighting fiercely with Son Goku, Broly and others. In the blink of an eye he had already reached Jiren. His speed was so fast that it was jaw-dropping. He gathered all his strength into his fist and hit Jiren's chest with a thunderous force. Jiren had no time to react. There was a loud bang. Jiren flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. He fell heavily on a column in the distance, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing Vegeta coming back again and having realized Super Saiyan 5, Goku and Broly couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. At this moment Vegeta used an incomparable powerful aura. His eyes were full of indifference and determination, as if he wanted to trample all enemies under his feet. What form are you in now? Jiren rushed out of the ruins with a solemn look in his eyes. Vegeta's punch just now really made him feel real pain. He wiped the scars on his face and frowned at the three Saiyans in front of him. Use all your strength to eliminate everyone in the 7th universe in one fell swoop. I didn't expect them to be so good at fighting. Belmode sent a message to him again. Compared with the previous disdain, Belmode's face became even uglier. He didn't expect the 7th universe to continue to break through the limit as if it had taken hormone. First it was Son Gohan, then it was Vegeta. The potential of the 7th universe far exceeded his imagination. If they continue to fight like this, Jiren may lose to the 7th universe. Jiren nodded. Boom! There was a loud noise. Before Jiren could take any action, he was hit again by Vegeta, who attacked him. He felt the pain again. Jiren was a battle-hardened warrior after all. He quickly adjusted his position and launched a counter-attack, but he was still easily resolved by Vegeta. This is the price. Vegeta's leg muscles exerted force and shot out like a cannonball. He kicked Jiren hard. With a loud bang, Jiren rushed straight to the sky. But this is not over yet. The net moment he appeared above Jiren at an astonishing speed, as if teleporting. This is not teleportation, but the speed is so fast that everyone mistakenly thinks it is teleportation. The improvement of Super 5 is not only strength but speed and other aspect. Because Vegeta's Super 5 is broken with the help of Yamashi's residual soul, it is much stronger than the general Super 5. That's why he could suppress the power of the God of Destruction for a short time. At this time Vegeta used a terrifying aura. The veins on his forehead bulged and his aura reached a terrifying level. For a while he put his fist together and smashed Jiren's spine like an indestructible hammer. The terrifying force directly smashed Jiren to the ground, deeply embedded in the ruin. Jiren's face also had a look of horror, but Vegeta's attack was far from over.